Good morning, YTBC. Peace, everybody. It's Friday. I hope everybody's doing wonderfully within the sound of my voice, both live on the playback gang. You know how I rock it, people. I do my best to keep it close. But you know, we do that CPT thing, California people time. We just try to hang loose, keep it lovely. Well, you guys may or may not know this, but I got a homie, Mad Chad, who was sort of reviving those marathon streams. Like, I do my thing. We do our thing every Friday. We do it until it gets done, right? And then, but yeah, I don't know if you guys remember years ago, or you were around years ago, but there was we did a fundraiser for Gonzalo's kid, and we went for over a month. It was a crazy, like a really surreal kind of experience. And yeah, Mad Chad was a part of that experience, and he seems to be reviving that thing over there. And yeah, I was hanging out like too late yesterday, and Jesus, teaching the youth what it's gonna take to get through and I don't know, become better, like more mature. The work it takes, the internal dialogue you have to have, and the integrity that you have to have in order to face the obstacles that you create for yourself. But I'm not gonna go. It gets a little bit deep, and we just got started. And it has nothing to do with boxing, particularly. I mean, really. Well, actually, it does, and it has specifically something to do with this stream right here. This week, we're going to talk about mentoring, training, and the trust and the relationship actually that just happens between a trainer and fighter. But right now we're talking about when that trainer is a father figure or your actual father, because in the last week, and really in the last month, we've had just a rise of the importance of fights that feature, and not just fights, but also really in the last 2 months, actually, fights, situations that involve these kinds of pairings, right? We've had the Tank Davis fight, I mean, with Ryan, but after that, we had Tank Davis's his legal issues, right? His out of the ring legal issues. We've had Haney fight Loma, and we've seen like kind of a meltdown with but at the end of that fight between him and his dad, when they're trying to figure out what's going on with Lomachenko. We've also had Lomachenko across the ring, Lomachenko and his dad, and for whatever reason they thought they were up 11-0 going into the 12th round. And famously, we've had Teofimo Lopez forever. And what's heating up right now is the fight, the contest between David Benevidez, who is coached by his father, Jose Benevidez Sr. And I was kind of trying to watch Creed 3, but that's a different subject, but I couldn't get through that. Anyway, nicely shot though. I did like the cinematography, and I like the sets and all that stuff. Anyway, point being, we'll get back to it. But also we have, earlier this year we witnessed like kind of a we witnessed a bunch of controversy and drama between the Donaires, there is, and I consider them to be my family within this little boxing community, and definitely developing a friendship outside of the YTBC that I really am. I'm digging because I didn't come here to meet friends. Really, I came here to talk a little boxing, to learn, um, to teach, and to be entertained and to entertain. So yeah, actually developing relationships uh, outside of those parameters wasn't really my priority, and wasn't really anything that I was particularly trying to value, given the fact that I feel like I haven't been the best. I haven't been the best friend to the people that are already in my life that I find very important. Really, since the pandemic, I kind of became a hermit, and I just haven't. I don't know. I'm getting out of it. I am socializing more amongst those people, but my friends are far flung, man. They're all over the globe. They're all over the country and whatever. It takes a lot of energy to actually catch up. I usually do those things, that kind of housekeeping, on my birthdays that I celebrate. And I started celebrating my birthdays every decade when I turned 30, right? So when I hit 50, it was actually during the pandemic. And usually I do like something, rent something out and do like a whole like weekend of, whatever, of just people falling in and coming through. There's a big party, and then there's a smaller party. I figured the fuck out between me and my network, but the pandemic just killed all that, and now I'm stuck in this rut that I kind of built for a couple decades now, where I'm a little bit, you know, I can't. I'm in and out of these people's lives that I've known shit fucking forever, right? So anyway, with long-winded way to say that I've been a little bit like, unresponsive, not really that open to those kinds of experiences. But anyway, with the donaires, it's kind of changing that thing. Yeah, so and Nonito, I don't know if you guys know, but he has a fight coming up 2 weeks before Bud and Spence, and and crazily enough, it's going to be on the undercard of Frank Martin, as some sort of scheduling thing. But anyway, it makes the card for me really good because I get Frank Martin and I get to see the Donaires and yada yada yada. But yeah, but they make this week's list because of the controversy that they had, and they also have a fight coming up. So the live for me was, and it's about the dynamics of boxing families, and how fans interact with that phenomenon, right? Because it seems to me a lot of the times when the relationship is less than perfect, the first thing fans do is say, you know, do something else. They immediately separate the fighter from that fighter's like support system, really, like a really deep and important one, and maybe perhaps their first support system. And then if they don't do it, they start to ridicule both father and son. Um, but yeah, it's we're gonna get into all of those things. That's just my little preamble about what the show is about. We're gonna and let me put on my glasses and welcome some people into the building before I do my housekeeping. Let me scroll on up. We got Mr. Lightning, who's almost always first in the building. Let's see. I made a response video to what you said regarding my stance on Screw Stevenson. Okay, cool. I want you to go there and check it out. I don't know why. I'm sub to you, but I didn't get a notification or anything. Oh, there we go. Cool. You got the link right there. That's what's up. I'll figure that out in 1 second. We got Edgar Chavez. What's happening with it? Boxing Monster. Oh, yeah. Thanks for shopping by. We got Zone 60 Enforcer. My guy. What's up with it? And that's right. Oh, my God. I forgot. So for all of you that may not peeped that that little hint I dropped on the thumbnail. But those are all of the belts that I won over this past week. That's how my week started off on Sunday, was becoming undisputed for the roundtable boxing folks. And you know what? I gotta say, as much as um, as much as I have a fulfilled life, and I draw my what is it, my joie de vivre from any number of sources during the day, I have to say it does bring a smile to my heart and to my mind, to my soul, every now and again when I think of what it took for me to actually become undisputed at the round table. Um, and man, I feel like I'm building up a nice little legacy because there's the fight, and then there's the debates, and there's debates within the debates, and there's debates outside of the debates, right? And you have to you have to keep your wits about you. You have to find and keep your righteous mind, to quote one of my favorite actors, Denzel, in a movie that I don't really particularly enjoy, but it did have that great line in it, and that's The Great Debaters, which is so apt for this particular um, little nugget I'm giving you from my mind to yours. Um, yeah, I think that debate is an excellent way to work through some controversial and sensitive and polarizing topics, right? And debate also is really good because as human beings, the way our minds works, there's a word, heuristics, you may or may not know, and that is about the shortcuts that your mind takes in order to solve complex problems. What it takes, how everybody's minds work, so that we can actually survive, right? Because funnily enough, just waking up and going to the bathroom, you have to complete a bunch of complex functions and analyses, right? And your brain just does it automatically. And it's through heuristics. It's through the shortcuts that your mind takes. So you don't have to go, is there a ground to step on? Or where the table is next to the door, so you don't bump your foot so you don't jam your toe. Which way, turn right or left to get to the bathroom. The lights are like, you already know that, so you don't have to think, hey, those are heuristics, right? But sometimes that same mechanism can work for your worldview. So some information, but information changes outside of it. Unlike your house, where you can arrange everything and get used to things, the world is constantly changing um, with factors outside of your control, and you have to navigate those things. And so, for that kind of mental acuity, um, checking your heuristics, always being on top of the latest turns of information, that is a key to being productive, and also, like, in some instances, even survival. And debate is a great tool for always putting a mirror to your mind, right? To making sure that your stances are still up to date, that your positions and your information that you have is still relevant. So, right. So when it comes to debate, I like those things. I like that process. I like doing deep dives into a particular topic, and refreshing and jiggering my perspective on those topics, right? And I think that is I think debate is, like I said, a really great tool for that kind of edification, and making sure that your what you believe to know, and what you believe are properly, I guess, evidenced is the way to go, right? So anyway, I went through that process this past week, and that process has really been like a years long process that has a lot of other variables in it that don't have really anything to do with the roundtable. But yeah, I emerge in this moment victorious, and I got all the belts, right? And you can see that in this thumbnail, in the little itty bitty thing in the right corner. I have all my belts right up there. Ice. All right. So anyway, um, That happened this week. So this week's show, yeah, we're gonna talk about Teofimo Lopez, the new 2 division 140-pound champ. Yo, shout out to the TEOs. I'm still eating crow off that one. But damn, Josh Taylor look crazy. But we ain't even talking. We can talk about the fight later on. But really, what we're talking about is the fans' comments about Teofimo Sr. and how everyone was picking Josh Taylor, not just because of Teofimo Jr., but in a large part because of Teofimo Sr. Now, that wasn't my take. I wasn't like, oh, yeah, he needs to get rid of Dad, and Dad's messing him up and yada, yada. I was of the opinion that he wasn't really growing with the dad, and he should add some more wrinkles to his game. I was thinking, and I've said this for years, it should be Ismail Salas, right? And I still think that. I still think that he should add something. I was never saying get rid of Dad or anything like that. I was saying, though, you can, you, if your dad, if your father, right, is not one of these people who's just steeped in boxing, right? I don't think Teofimo Sr. has a history of boxing. I'm pretty sure he does not. I know Jose Benevidez Jr. totally does not have a history in boxing. He just wanted to make sure his sons didn't go down that path. I don't think Nonito Sr. has a history of boxing. I do know Coach Cal does. Devin Haney does not. So when it comes to Coach Cal, that's another thing. Like his situation is more close, more akin to just the guidance you give to those grown men afterwards. Like not afterwards, but outside of the ring. Like how do you address the whole person, not just the fighter? But yeah, before I get into all that stuff, sorry. I got a little bit sidetracked to Zone 6 and my newly crowned undisputed title at the round table. And if you want some, anybody, I'm ready for you. I'm ready for the debate. I already told you like how motivated I am to do the thing. And I feel like it is my responsibility. I've taken on this responsibility to make sure the debate is done in a particular kind of way and on YTBC and is always done when it comes to me. So you can pull up, call me out. You can figure something out. If I feel like I'd like to, mix it up with you, I'll pull up on you and call you out. And there's somebody, I would be remiss if during this story I didn't tell you there's somebody else out there. And I was at and I'm going to get to the link. I'm going to drop the link. Yeah, I know that sometimes I can ramble, it's stream of conscious, but we're going to get through this thing. We got a lot of time. But yeah, I was at Blood Boxing, retro documentaries. I think everybody knows who the hell Blood is. One of the OGs, one of the pioneers, the originators, all that stuff of YTBC, this boxing talk on YouTube. I was over his panel, and he was making a plea for Boxologist and I to get in there since Boxologist won the tournament, and I have the other established debate, I guess, league, if you call it that, if you want to call it for lack of a better term right now. And so he's saying since nobody else has claims to the titles, we should unify. There's nothing else. And I agree. I think we should do that. And then Boxologist says that he's looking for I believe he said knockout, BFTB, and D4 for the I don't know what the hell. Anyway, so right. I think my man is ducking, but I will say this. I'm going to back off of him. I'm going to give him a little bit of space because before the tournament, they said the winner of that tournament was going to be debating knockout before it even started, right? So I'm not going to jump in the process. I'm not Shakur Stevenson, right? I don't need to bring, I don't need to jump in, find somebody else's proceeds to like bring, to try to pressure them because I'm fucking up and what the hell I got going on. I can stay in my lane, in other words. So, yeah, good luck to you in the knockout debate. I can understand the BFTB just because I heard your meandering exception speech, and it's probably as I don't know if it's as meandering as my intro this morning, but I did hear it, and you were kind of on my bumper too, but you're on BFTB's bumper. If you want to go with him first, it seems like a little bit of it seems like a very big clout chase, but whatever. If that's what you want to do, I'm not mad at you. I'm not trying to remote control your boxing thing, but you've been yapping. You came over here yapping, and I have a solution for you. If you feel like you're pursuing things and your plate might be a little full, we can debate the same thing you already researched, right? We can just revise your championship debate. I was a judge in that debate. I thought Moni Brown got wholly fucking robbed. I thought what you did in order to get that victory was classless and a violation. And I'm pretty sure that posterity, that history is going to show that you're a fake and a fraud when it comes to this debate stuff. And you just used the rhetorical gimmick in order to win. And that might be cool. I'm not saying that for whatever the tournament, like, right, what they were trying to fulfill with the tournament, that's not fine. They just wanted to titillate and entertain, be sensational, and get some boxing facts along with it. Cool. That phenomenal. But Moni Brown fucking worked you over. That shit that you presented was bullshit. And that would never, ever, 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 ever fly at the fucking round table. You know it, I know it. So if you want the round table fucking belts, then you're going to have to do what the round table has going on. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to submit yourself to a detailed analysis, not that fucking bullshit, like 5 seconds, and then you get one rebuttal, and then they go crazy for that shit. Nuh-uh. You're going to have to stand up to the scrutiny, not just of your fellow debater, but also to the chat, to the judges. And then after all that, then you make your plea, and let's see if anybody believes the bullshit that comes out of your face. So anyway, so that's my thing for there. But I'm gonna cool off. He said, "Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself." Blood said that in order for it happen, after he rattled off his list of people that he would rather debate instead of me, even though he can't stop bumping his gums about me and typing about me, but he has other priorities. So Blood said I should call him out. This can work as a call out, but this is really just my live show. It is a call out, but it's not. It's not one that isn't part of something else. After you do your knockout, maybe after you do your after you do BFTB, if you even do BFTB or knockout, because I think you're actually just running from shit and using them as an excuse. But if you do, like, let's say after the knockout and I don't hear from you, maybe I'll start thinking about it, doing an official kind of call out, only by itself, like maybe make a video. After BFTB, if I haven't heard from you, I'll definitely do it then. Because, hey, if Blood says that's the way to go, I find it really weird that I need to like hunt you down even for a fucking debate about some shit you already did research for. But yeah, got it. Got it. I'm your guy. Like I'll give you a little bit of room to live. You got knockout. But if you are feeling froggy, we can do that debate at a moment's notice. We don't have to take a whole bunch of time. Like I said, it's already a subject you researched, apparently, since that's your championship round. But since that's also the thing that I won my belt on, you can see the differences in the level of sophistication and vision in your fucking arguments versus mine. So I'm good. And I kept my powder dry, very dry in that debate. Didn't have to do too much. Yeah, that's a warning. That's an invitation. You take it how you want to take it. I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to keep welcoming people to the building before I do my housekeeping. We got Ball Out Mixtapes. What's happening? Bruce Gas. What's up? Shit, I guess I got to call my man Uncle now. Uncle Bruce. What's happening with it? There's 06. Um, logistics is a real thing. I don't know if you're talking about how things are, the process of how an event or a good gets either made or produced, or either made or delivered. Maybe that's the logistics you're talking about. Not sure, but however that is, or if that's a person. But yeah, logistics as a concept, yeah, it's a real thing. Let's see. Grand Rising, what's happening, Black? What's happening with the Red Glove? My guy. Okay, Zone 6 is doing something. Oh yeah, there it is. There's there. I get it. Get this legacy, yeah, baby. And then yeah, Zone 6 over there. My man comes in, he floats in, he surveys, he figures out how he can what is it? How he can be edifying and maintain and also grow the YouTube boxing community. That's what Zone has done, and I think with his new endeavors, with his new vision, YouTube sports community, and making sure that boxing has a place within the wider purview of sports. I think that'll do wonders for the YouTube boxing community's longevity, as boxing actually goes through this transition from broadcasting to streaming. And I think this transition is going to be like a pretty rocky one. I think there will have successes and failures, and a lot of people a lot of fans will be insecure for a while. So anyway, I like what Zone 6's vision is right now. Check him out. He goes fucking early for me. So I always catch the last 5 minutes or whatever. But yeah, he's on the East Coast. That's all. So he's like just 3 hours ahead of me. But point being, if you guys are not subscribed to Zone 6 Sports, he's right there in the chat right now. Throw your link down there for me, Zone. Go over there and click on that and subscribe to Zone 6. That's what's up. And then we got Mad Dog. What's happening with it? I just hope you guys had a wonderful week so far. My my guy, Big Bro J Simon. We got Red Glove. You already know. Yeah, Victory, baby. These are the precincts of pain. A goddess lives here, and her name is Victory. Let's see. The other part, I'm not sure, but yeah. What's up, Puto? And we got Champ Ross. Here's another one. Oh, yes. Hey, so you're looking at the season 8 champ from the prediction league. And see, here's the thing I want to impress upon people. Is if you stay focused and you have a little bit of talent and you stay dedicated to the thing, yeah, man, cream rises to the top. I'm going to be crowned a whole bunch of shit before I'm done, goodness willing, and the creek don't rise. Let's see. We got Big Blunts. What's happening with it? I'm sorry you weren't there for the to judge the thing last week, but I put that on the tardiness of and just the general lack of preparedness of my my interlocutor, my my fellow debater. But yeah, we got YB in there. It was still a good session. Thanks a lot for even considering like doing it, Big Blunts. Appreciate you. But yeah, he was in the building. yeah. And for all the people who witnessed it live or on the playback, I definitely appreciate it. I think Zone appreciates it. And yeah, shout out to those roundtable brothers. All right. So I'm at the bottom of the chat. Let me go over to YouTube, do my housekeeping over there. Let me get the link pinned, and then we're gonna get into this week's topics. Right. Give me 1 second. YouTube Studio. Mm-hmm. Right. And then this weekend we have Progray staying busy and debuting at the Zone. And we have another fight that is slipping my mind right now, but I'm sure we'll get into it and whatever boxing news comes up. We're going to get into all of that stuff. You know how we get down, and probably a bunch of other stuff too. Oh, look at that. Jeez, I'm at 9:12. I don't know, man. Growing a channel is it's a very interesting experience. I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into that right now. That'll be a topic for later on. But yeah, let's get back to let's start at for the man or the duo of the hour, and that is Teofimo Jr. and Senior. We're gonna start there, and then I think we're gonna go to Nonito after that. Just because. Oh wait a minute, hold up, lives. Shit, I'm looking at this thing. Well, I think we're going to go to Nonito after, just because his family drama is kind of the oldest, and it may still be relevant. I'm not sure. There seems to be some kind of definitely like friction, like long-standing friction between father and son, and it seems like that's why he's not in the ring. I don't know if he's going to be in the corner in his next fight, but in the rematch he had with Monster, he was supposed to be there, but it just didn't go down that way. And since then, I've heard a lot of people talk about Rachel's place in the corner and whether or not she's a liability. The same way we've heard from about everyone else, but it seems that because of the uniqueness of Rachel's situation, you know what? I hate this fucking feature that they have. This little heart on the side. Why the hell do I need a heart in my studio? It's just like in order to pin a comment to the top, there's these three little dots that you have to hit. But if it's the thing that's on the bottom, the three dots are hidden by this fucking heart to put to the side. So if you guys can just type something, anything in the chat that would elevate my last comment over the heart, I can pin the fucking StreamYard thing. So say hi, say hey, hit 1, hit 2, hit 5. Don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be even English, but just can somebody post a couple things in the chat so I can get my thing. Thank you, Big Blunts. That's what's up with it. Fucking thing's a stupid ass feature. Got it. Okay, guys. Pin message. Booyah. All right. Cool. All right. So I believe the message is now pinned. People can join when they want. And we're gonna get into the man of the hour. Here we go. Oh, wait, there's my guy Zone. Hold up.
All right.
Oh, look at him. He got Aquabud. Let's see. What's up, Zone? How you feeling this Friday?
Oh man, pretty good, man. Been anticipating the show. I guess what you're doing, we all got used to it, man. And you're doing your thing. And I wake up on Fridays, I look around, and I'm like, you know what? Where is Smoke at? He's taking too long. So I find myself looking forward to the show on these fantastic Fridays.
That's what's up, man. And hopefully, I'll definitely. It is my plan to be dedicated and reliable on Friday. I even hope to, at one point, be closer to my proposed start time. Right? You're gonna figure that out.
But that's why it's Friday. That's why it's Friday, and you give us a lot. And two, I want to say this, man. The second, a lot of the housekeeping that you was doing, I agree. That's exactly what the vision is. Just to give everybody a fair shake on all sports. That way it won't be so tense with boxing. I absolutely agree with the purpose of debates and what features it may bring to the community. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. And another thing is the round table is just a thing that we just kind of caveat, but we really just YouTube sports community, meaning that what you did was brilliant. And that's I play around sometimes with people, but this is on a serious note. What you did, Smoke, on that format was absolutely brilliant. And I say this because the judges were asking questions that made me sit back in my seat and was like, whoa. And nobody's ever done it that way before. It's always from what we know, you get to talk back and forth, and nothing kind of get resolved, and we both may leave feeling still the same way we left, right? But this format that you contributed to and kind of helped design on top of performing in it was awesome. The judges was awesome. Everything about it was brilliant, and it's not a you're undisputed. There's no way around that. We've all seen what has taken place. There's not no knock on anybody else, but there's certain things that just can't happen, right? Like you can't lose a debate, then say I'm going to start a series, and then my series at the end of it, I'm the end all be all. That's just murk up the waters. Like that can't happen, right? And then you can't have a scenario in a situation where there's another guy that wants to debate the winner of the tournament, and that guy himself wasn't in a tournament or has never ever done anything of significant or notable note outside of his own wheelhouse. So we keep mentioning other names that I find not as credible. They're good, and that's fair, and they have their own perception of themselves, and that's fair. But no, dog, it's not you're the champion, okay? I wouldn't say that if you weren't. I would come on here and tease you and mess with you. But no, you got to get your respect, because what you did was awesome, and not just you. All of the debaters that have took their time to jump in that format and be questioned in that second round and have open dialogue. That shit is awesome. So no, man, you're undisputed. It ain't no lineal person out there. If somebody's holding a tournament, it's for them to be ranked, and that's the way that is. It's not that they're doing anything to be this type of whatever. It's like having a WBC silver belt or having the fucking IBO belt. Okay, but what you did is undisputed, and then you still are saying that you're willing to battle the tournament winner and the winner of that. And if you stay on that, man, I don't think they can move you off the platform. And I'll close with this. I know for a fact that people are going to be afraid of that second round, because I've gotten a pulse check outside of you. And that's why I have the two combatants kind of, hey, you guys get off so these guys can kind of talk, and we can really get a true feeling and a true temperature on the actual debate itself. And what I'm getting back in the background is that second round is going to be scary for a lot of would-be, should-be debaters. And those guys are just not going to want to answer to that. And I think you beat them all with all of the names that you mentioned, because I've heard them and I've been in debates with all three of those guys. And I just don't see, outside of Money Brown, I just don't see the win for either one of them. Neither one of the three that you named. It doesn't matter which one you face. I don't see you losing to neither one of them. That's just what I believe, especially with the judges like Bruce Gass and Young Billy. That second round is going to be telling, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, man, I definitely appreciate it. I had the concept in my head. I saw it, how it worked in the Truth. I think it was Dark Truth's name, and the Kush debate. I thought it was pretty good there, but I wasn't participating in it. I thought about it, but I had never actually done that thing before. Outside of just, that's the way it got kind of, it's like a little bit loosely the way that debates sort of organically form on YouTube, where people just do a topic and then they go back and forth, and then other people come in. So I was just trying to recreate what organically happens in YTBC debates with a structured format, and I think this is the closest thing to that process, and I really enjoyed it. They asked me a question, stumped me. Definitely had to go back and figure out. I didn't know if Ray Leonard had already been inducted into the Broadcast Hall of Fame. I was going to say I don't think so, I think it may have even, but I said it may. I don't think. No, what I said is he should be. I don't know if he is, but he should be. And given the other names that were in the Broadcasters Hall of Fame, that's what it was. That the question that stumped me was: is Sugar Ray Leonard in the Broadcast Hall of Fame? I didn't know at that point. I looked it up right after that. He's not in the Broadcasting Hall of Fame, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, that was a stumper of a question. Yeah, I really liked that whole process from beginning to end.
Yeah, I think you the man. I don't think there's, and I think that what you're saying and offering is reasonable and logical. I think that, hey man, those are good call outs. All three of those matchups will be great, and I'm going to support you 100% because I get to do that because I'm not a judge. You see what I'm saying? So see, you can't. There's no foul play here. I'm not involved at all. I'm just the guy that want to keep justice for the debaters and make sure they get their fair shake. And I think that's going to be another scary part of contingency, right? Although I'm not influencing debate, I'm going to make sure that there's order and justice. And with the pairing of you and I, just indirectly, not to say that we're a team, with your debate style in those rules and the judges, okay, whoever that may be, and then the pillar of justice looming over it, you're not going to be able to get away with too much of anything. And I think that's not going to be a good. What's going to happen is smoke. Is this what's going to happen? You're going to get a whole bunch of excuses on why you cannot, because they will try to refer to their past differences in thought processes about the person who's holding the balance of justice between the two combatants. Although it's the reason why I said I want to judge, I don't want to do anything. I want to sit back and just make sure that I'm communicating with the judges. And that's what I do. I don't even communicate with you guys during the debate. They're going to use that as a caveat to get out of the debate. Even if you don't agree with, let's say me, right? And you have some issue with me, we just don't see the eye to eye. That has nothing to do with the debate and the judges that you guys select in the process in which you guys come up to forming a debate. As you know, in all the debaters, I let you guys decide everything, the time, the questions, the topics, and it happens naturally. And you know that. So they're going to use it as an excuse. So before that happens, let me get ahead of the horse. I am not a judge. I'm here specifically to make sure that I check the judges. I am here to make sure that it's on time and that the maintenance is and the arena is fixed up, and allow these guys to do what it is they do and be a neutral channel. I'm no longer in debates, so I have no interest in making sure Smoke get to a good position so that I can come under him and say, hey, I want to debate you now. I will not be debating anybody because I like this role. And if I do that, it will tear the integrity of what I'm doing, and it will allow a lot of outs and a lot of excuses.
Yeah, man, that's what's up. For me, I want to make sure that debate stays healthy and a permanent feature of the YouTube boxing community, because, like I said, that's where that's where information and knowledge rules supreme. The bullshit walks. You can do all your like fancy little tricks and all that stuff, and maybe you can get away with that stuff if your person you're debating isn't sophisticated. But I can tell you, with me, it's not fucking going right. I don't think it's going to get past the judges either, but good luck with it. Let's see if you can snowball the judges the way you snowball your guy. And yeah, man, like I said, undisputed. I got that swag. People come around me always telling me, oh, I'm square. I'm not this. I'm not that. No, I did not get locked up, and I'm not interested in your girl. But what I will do is bust your fucking ass with some of these facts. That's what I do. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, we're in the debate zone, and I'm really excited actually, because for a minute it was a little dead. And then like shout out to KO for reviving the whole spirit of it. But the way that he goes about it is a little bit antithetical to the organic way that debates happen, but really good for having a format and structured debate. So you can't take nothing away from Knockout, but we can also make it a little bit closer to what the actual experience is debating one another here in the community. So I think this format mirrors that and maps onto reality a little bit more organically. Keep using that word, but it's the one that fits. And like, I'm excited. If you guys feel like you want to step up, come on. I know Blood is champing at the bit. I would never, ever, ever call out no damn Blood boxing to debate, but I feel like I might have to get my chops up because my man seems like he wants to come out of retirement. Bill Russell, I don't know if you got the knees, Blood.
Blood is not. He can't participate. Two people that cannot participate for sure. I can never participate in it at this point, and neither can Blood. Me and Blood kind of talked about that because we was kind of wondering where we was going to take this vision. And me and Blood was getting down to a point where me and Blood was just going to do one to entertain you guys and kind of just see what the old versus new would have been. And we would have we was going to do that about July. We was going to do Monzon and Hagler just in case it got dead. But you guys came through. You guys showed up and showed out, and you did your thing. And I'm going to say this. It's no knock on any kind of other debate series, but there's levels to this because now we're doing all sports. So we don't have to just keep the analogies within boxing. There's high school football, there's collegiate football, and then there's the professional NFL league, right? What you did to me was on that par, right? And the four guys that also participated, shout out to BVO, shout out to Kush, and shout out to Truth for stepping in there as well too. Okay, and I have a ranking system. Those guys are ranked now, with you being at the top of the hill as the champion. Whatever you accomplished in high school, this is a metaphor, in debates, and whatever you accomplish at the collegiate level has no bearing, although to be considered, on the professional rankings within a sports system. And what Smoke did and the other three guys did that I just named, that was professional, high-level debating. Anything under that was awesome, but it was kind of like comparing March Madness to the NBA Finals.
So high praise indeed. I didn't think I'd be getting this much joy out of this particular segment. I thought I'd mention it, but hey, fuck, let me pop it. You know what I mean? We don't turn down nothing but our collars out here, baby. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I can't wait to get those belts so I can put them on my wall, because something that you guys might not know. I'm trooping close to 1,000 subs here. Started putting out content in October. It's now June, and I'm closing in on 1,000. I don't know when I'll get there, but once I do get there, I'll be turning on my camera. And when I do these lives, you're gonna see me, fresh faced or bleary eyed, however it goes. But you're gonna see me. You're gonna see this wonderful face that I've come accustomed to, at least. Hopefully you will too. But I want to see those. I want to see my belts, my trophies on the back wall for all you guys to see that, these are the moments, the mementos, the momentous occasions that have happened between you and I, right? So yes, for me, these are priceless and precious moments, and I appreciate all you guys for sharing them with me.
Absolutely, you got my continued support, because as a guy who's doing this thing, you do need the support of unbiased support. And that's why I do enjoy taking myself out the occasion as opposed to playing your rival sometimes at times, right? I like being on this end of the stick because there's a bigger picture. And it's not always about an individual. It's not about me and, winning or trying to compete or anything like that. It's about the integrity of the system, which is YouTube. And if we're going to do sports and make boxing credible and merge them together to transition boxing into this era like other sports have, we have to mix in everything. And you can't wear too many hats. That's another thing that you cannot do. When you're building a system, there's natural checks and balances. And if you don't put those checks and balances in place, then you're naturally going to impede on the civil liberties of someone else. Wherever my civil liberties end, okay, is where yours begin, and whatever yours begin is where mine's end. So you can't play too many hats. You can't be a debater, a judger, a up and comer, a shit talker. You can't be all those things and then maintain integrity. So I got your back for that, and that's how it's going to continue to be. So whenever I see this debate stuff come up, just know that I'm going to come in, and if I hear some rumblings and trying to, people trying to discredit you, no, I know who these guys are. Um, and I know how they debate, and I've had experiences with all of them. So there's not too many people that can come over here and try to pick and poke with you, or just take you out of the equation. Let's say if it's someone else in this position, they're not going to be able to be fooled with, because I won't allow that to happen, because I watch everything for a reason, and I know where there's holes and gaps, and not to go tick for tack, but I know where improvement is needed.
And that's what's up, man. It is to me, it's refreshing, and I think it's totally necessary for people to have a vision on the health and the sustainability of the community. If all you're trying to do is get what you can out of it, I mean, shout out to you, but that's not the type of time I'm on. I want to make sure the community grows and is sustainable and maintain it. And also have it be exemplary, or else what the hell am I doing? Got other shit to do, really. Like, shout out to the better half who held me down through these last 3 weeks. Man, I was on some straight I couldn't even, how the hell you tell somebody when it's time to do family stuff? Oh yeah, I'm researching Sugar Ray Leonard. Man, come on, get the fuck out of here. So anyway, when you got grown people responsibilities, a support system for stuff like this is key. It is necessary, and my support system was awesome over this last month. And I do it for not just for us, but also to make sure their work, it doesn't go in vain, and I'm not wasting my loved ones' time and putting extra burden on them. Right. So it's not just about, I want to puff myself out and say I'm some debate fucking lord, and it's like I think we got a good thing over here in YTBC, because boxing, I don't know if this is, I think it's true for most people in YTBC. Like, we're the only people in our lives that know any fucking thing about boxing. And if you've been at it as long as I have, there's very few people, just period, who know as much about fucking boxing. So it just, the air gets really fucking rare up here, and I want to make sure it's like each one teach one. I don't get all big headed about the knowledge. I think it's just because of research, dedication, and fucking interest, right? So I want to spread all the knowledge that I have to whoever it is that's interested in it. And try to be here for one another. And I like the rivalries, by the way. Like, Zone and I went at it. It was fun, actually. It was pretty good. I never really did. Like, I keep it like boxing, all that shit. I was off on my constitutionals in the hills doing videos, talking about shit. Man, I appreciate Zone for bringing that out, that particular thing out of me. And I wouldn't do it for anyone else, by the way. I was like, you don't know this, but while you were gone, I was like, man, I got a lot of fucking haters, and they're all lame as fuck. I need I need a better class of hater. Straight the fuck up. And then Zone came in and did his fucking thing. And listen, ask and you shall receive. I'll just put it that way. And I feel I'm blessed and grateful. Appreciate the rivalry, appreciate the support. Let's get this fucking live going. Goddamn Teofimo. So were you one of those people that thought Teofimo Sr. should be gone from the corner?
No. This is a deep one. Oh man. First of all, as a father, there's something that's entirely different about that. I can speak to a real life experience, right? In football, coaching football, we have this term called daddy ball. For some reason in society, I don't know what it is, and me and you could comb through this together, and maybe you could offer some stuff. We call it daddy ball, and it's similar to boxing. You know, Shane Mosley dad was in his corner. You start naming some of the great guys. Kawasaki, Enzo Kawasaki was another one. You know how it go. You're a student of boxing. But it's this thing called daddy ball, right? And the lines get very, very murky. When and shouldn't something happen? Like when and should the dad be and how much? Man, that is an age old question, not just something that plagues boxing fans. I'm telling you, as a football coach and a person who watch other sports, basketball, I don't know, man. Maybe we can solve that and come up with some ideas together. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have the answers. Um, I would say this: you do have to let your son, if you're gonna play the role of trainer, manager, in multiple roles, right? Let's say we suggest that you do need a check and balance. You do need a wedge in there. Now, sports, when it comes to boxing, you can't. The mother is usually not going to do that. With baseball and other sports, the mother can wedge in there. Maybe granddad can wedge in there. But boxing, it is so sensitive because your child is taking punches to the head. You got to look out for them in all type of ways for us to training. But I don't think that dad should have not been in the corner. I think they need to sit down and restructure how dad should be in the corner. That I'll say that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I was like, just bring in like a boxing head. There's like no nonsense. It's gonna help him with his craft, maybe help with his defense. That was totally that's been my position while everyone has been calling for TEO Senior's head. And I wasn't one of those people who was saying, even though I made my jokes about TEO Senior's outside of his antics, I wasn't like, oh, TEO's gonna lose because of his antics kind of stuff. I was a little bit like he hasn't changed this dynamic. And it seems like this is the largest test of his life and he's doing the same old thing. But yeah, I was more just, for me, I just hadn't seen Josh Taylor look that fucking bad. So I was thinking that I was going to get a better version of Josh Taylor than I got. And that's what my prediction was based on. Got it wrong. I'm going to eat my crow. But while I'm chewing up on this tough ass bird, I'm going to welcome Marky Dan to the panel. What's happening with it, Marky? How's your Friday going?
It's going good, Smoke. It's going good. Shout out to you. Shout out to Zone 6. I'm trying to get more into the debate series, man. I really, really liked the first debate I heard from y'all when y'all were going back and forth with Jack Johnson and Rocky Marciano. So I'm going to try and get more in tune, especially now that y'all got undisputed champs and belts on the line and stuff like that. I'm definitely going to get in tune with it. With TEO and with TEO Senior, I was definitely in that camp of people who thought that he should be gone. And not necessarily from from the role of being a trainer, but from the role of being the manager of his team. Because a lot of some of the moves that he made put his son in a very bad position. You go to the Kambosos fight. Bob told him not to take that fucking fight. TEO Senior told him to, and look what happened there. I'm not sure who really picked Sander Martin, but that was not a good decision. So that's why I felt he should be gone. But from a training standpoint, I mean, he got his son to this point. Can't nobody take it. Can't nobody take that from him. He put his son in this position. He put his son in this position to compete for championships and whatnot. So I never felt that way about him as a trainer. Even though I'm not gonna lie, the first Kambosos fight, I don't know what the fuck he was on. I thought he was drunk in the corner, but I don't know, man. That whole team, like, I'm still fucked up about TEO winning this past Saturday. I really don't know how to feel about none of that shit. Like, I'm sitting there, I can't believe that nigga beat Josh Taylor. I thought he was gonna get smacked, Smoke.
Oh yeah, me too. I picked Josh Taylor by stoppage, and by the third round, I was like, "Who in the fuck? Who is this guy?" I would never pick that guy to stop anybody.
I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't.
TEO was flipping shots. He was countering.
No, I'm talking about what Josh Taylor looked like. I'm talking about he looked tentative, lost, no steam on his punches, no plan of attack. He just looked lost in there. Like, I was like, who's the champ and who's the child? That shit was fucking retarded.
He
Josh
got
Taylor
cooked.
used to be one of my. He's put in some of my favorite performances, and he was like a couple years ago one of my faves. And I couldn't. He was just unrecognizable in the ring that night as a guy that I would ever fucking support. That dude looked like
Do
a
you
whole.
think Do you think the weight has caused him to regress?
I think he is not interested in boxing. I don't know what the hell he's going through the motions. That going through the motion shit is not going to work at this level. I don't know.
No.
That was just a regression of epic proportions. I've never seen such a precipitous drop off as I witnessed from Josh Taylor. Like some guys are not prepared for success. I don't think TEO was prepared for success when it came to the Loma fight. They were looking forward to it for so long. They had a hangover and they partied about it for a really fucking long, for I think too long. And it looks like the thing has happened to Josh Taylor, but I don't know if Josh Taylor is even interested in boxing. I think that's just what he does, but I don't know if it brings him any joy. It doesn't seem like he has a vision for his career at all. He certainly didn't have a vision. Like it didn't seem like he even had a strategy really past. I didn't even know what the fucking strategy was for that fight. Pressure him. I mean, we know Josh Taylor's a front foot guy, but I don't know. Yeah.
But I mean, he was hitting. But did you see he was hitting TEO with clean left hooks, and TEO just stood there and looked at him.
There's nothing on the shots.
It didn't phase it. That's what I'm saying. The weight might be an issue, Smoke. That's what I'm saying.
No, but he wasn't turning the shot. I mean, the weight, sure, it could be. I'm not saying it's not a possibility that. But beyond that, it was the there was no urgent. There's some urgency. There's no intensity. It was like I don't know. He was trying to summon up something from the past. He just seemed like an old shot fighter, and he's not old at all. Like he's not that far removed from one of the best performances of his career, and building up like it was the Baranchik, Postal, Prograis, Ramirez, and then some other no-name dude. He just seemed like he was on a crazy fucking run, getting better and better. Then Catterall happened, and then he just lost belt after belt. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what hole he's in. I don't know where he is mentally, but that shit was fucking crazy to me. I can't think of another time where I saw such a huge deterioration from a guy in such a short time.
Yeah, Smoke. Man.
What's up, Marcus?
And TEO went ahead. Oh yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
No, you got TEO went ahead. Marcus can get in after. What'd you say? TEO went ahead. What?
I was just saying that now that TEO has vacated them belts, I think we can all pretty much assume that HANEY is going to go for the WBO title. That's probably the easiest strap. I checked the rankings last night. Jose Ramirez and Barboza are more than likely going to be who he fights. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what happens from this situation.
Yeah, one of those guys, Progress, fighting this weekend. Some guy, whatever. I think it's supposed to be a showcase, stay busy fight. Hopefully we see some good stuff out of Prograis. I don't know what that move to the zone means for him. I am waiting to see. I guess I'm cautious. I'm not even optimistic. I'm skeptical as to the success of that particular move. There's nobody at the zone. Nobody really has the zone. I don't fucking get that move, but whatever. We'll see. Maybe the zone is interested in letting Regis go and do what he wants. If he needs to go to another platform, they'll let him go or something. Fuck if I know. But yeah, he's fighting this weekend. So if you guys don't know, tune in, and maybe like later on in the broadcast, we'll chop up that fight, pull up his opponent's bona fides, and check out what the undercard's like and all that other stuff. But before we get
Wasn't
there,
he fighting Liam Paro?
I don't think he's fighting Paro. He ain't fighting no Paro this weekend.
Oh, that's great. That's what I thought he was fighting.
Nah, you know what? Now that you say it, let me bring it. I'll go look it up. I'll bring it up, and then let's welcome Marcus. What's up, Marcus? Happy Friday to you. How you doing? What you got on this? The stuff that we chopped up so far.
Salute, salute. What's up, Smoke? What up, Zone? What up, Marcus, man? How y'all doing today?
He's fighting Zorilla. That's it. Yeah. Go ahead, Marcus.
Hey, man. So the Teofimo Lopez fight. To be honest with you, I wasn't surprised. Before Teo moved up, I always thought that when he was gonna move up, when he had the titles before he lost to Kambosos, that just the way that Josh Taylor fights, I feel like he gives up his height. I feel like he's there to get hit. I feel like that overhand right at Teofimo was gonna put him down, but it played out kind of how I expected. Teo's a great counter puncher, and like I said, Josh Taylor, he gives up his size, and it didn't seem like he had his power. And I feel like he gets hit way too much. So, it was a good fight. I was glad to see Teo back. I don't know what's going on with him vacating. I was really looking forward to that Haney and Teo fight. So hopefully somebody come with some money and make that happen. But yeah, I wasn't surprised, man.
The vacate. So has he actually vacated, or did he just say he was going to?
No.
Well, the WBO president essentially confirmed that the title was being vacated.
Yeah, yeah. I think you were moving in toward it being a reality as of a guessing game and us being on top of it, right? And I think he's going to do it. And this is why I believe he's going to do it. I noticed some things that he said that I kind of was like, okay, he was in there fighting for a lot of other things that we didn't kind of realize. And I peeped out the fact that he was saying that he went through a divorce and that he was trying to fight for custody of his son. So I know, and most of us know in the United States, how things are tilted toward the court system and state marriages and so forth and so on. So I can understand the position that he's in, because you understand if he's on some type of child support or he's offering support to his child and he's not in custody of his child, obviously because he's saying he got to fight for it. I can see why T.O. doing what he's doing, man. I can see why it's been frustrating for him, because if he's going through a divorce, man, and he's a multimillionaire, and then there's child support and all those kind of things, that'll sober you up real quick with this system. So I can understand why he's trying to get into a more lucrative deal and a better position to try to get his child, or reconcile with his wife. So I understand him, and I empathize with him a lot more after hearing that. I mean, although he said some ridiculous things, I do empathize with him because I understand how that affects people's lives, and especially a father that's trying to be involved in his kid's life. So I understand.
Yeah. So as the business person in me, what really what T.O. said resonated with me. When it comes to the kind of work he's putting in versus the kind of work his contemporaries are putting in, and the difference in the gap in pay. He's definitely got to fix that out. If this dude is only getting $1 million purses, I would be feeling definitely some kind of way if I saw Ryan Garcia walk away with $30 million fucking dollars to get knocked the fuck out, to not try it, to when it became a good enough reason to get the fuck out of there and go to the bank. That's exactly what Ryan did for no damn belts. Dude never even fought for his fucking championship, and this dude is fighting, at least in some cases, some of the best. And another guy who was had the reputation for being a killer, at least going into the fight. You got to tip your hat off to the exploits of Teofimo Lopez inside the ring, and the challenges that he's willing to take. And I think the young man should get his fucking money. I'd never had to go through any sort of custody thing, raise my 3 babies. And yeah, so, I feel blessed and grateful in that regard that I'm actually ignorant about some of the stuff I hear on the internet. People are talking about, court systems and this and that, and I don't know their individual circumstances. But Teo seems sincere about being in his kid's life and this being a priority for him. So yeah, if he has if he has out of the ring fights that he needs to wage to be successful as a whole person, and also to be the kind of custodian his family's need for the next generation, yeah, knock that out. But really, if you're going to step into the ring, he should be compensated appropriately for the kinds of things that he's doing in this current landscape of boxing. Like, that's absolutely atrocious that guys like Jake Paul and Ryan Garcia are like bringing in lion's share of some cash, or even goddamn, I mean, listen, what is Cambosos had a good performance against him. He had a not so great performance, but Cambosos shouldn't be making 4 times the amount of Teofimo Lopez. The fuck out of here.
But why not, though? Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
Marcus, I'm going to second that. Why not? I get what you're saying in theory. Like, if you want to do a balance and just, but remember, these guys are independent contractors. This is not like the NFL or the NBA. These guys get to keep what they kill. And TEO had a good thing going. I like the Heisman Trophy pairing with his fights. I think he had a good thing going, the New York thing, as we can see. But I think that he stunted a little bit of his own growth, right? With a few setbacks. So you got to re-galvanize that momentum. Ryan Garcia is just a guy who he just got it, man. You can't be mad if somebody got it. Like, if girls like a scumbag, or these guys like this scumbag, or this guy who's lackluster in your opinion, but it doesn't matter. I mean, people gravitate toward him. People gravitate toward Tank, and he do all kind of crazy shit all the time. So Lopez just has to figure out how to galvanize what it is that he does and focus on what he has as opposed to what he don't have. That's what I think about Lopez. And I think that's the whole issue with his dad and him and his family dynamic. I think Lopez concentrate too much on all the other shit that's not important until it becomes important. Then he wants to scramble and throw a fit and make it worse. And he do the same cycle over and over and over again. For people who don't know, man, on a cosmic level, religious level, nature level, you're going to keep facing the same test until you pass it. You have an anger issue, you're going to keep getting tested. If you have a thieving issue, you're going to keep getting tested. And he has a meltdown, kicking and screaming type of, it is real bitchy, right? Just to say the least, it's kind of bitchy. And he needs to overcome that feminine type of behavior as a young man who's trying to look to get custody of his son. So it is what it is. He needs to focus on what he does have instead of what he don't have.
Right. So does he? All right. So how we get into this thing about deserve when it comes to the capitalist system, right? And I have my own theories about division of labor, but I also just, what's fair is fair kind of thing. You get like what's it when you are independent contractors, the way that they are, the way that boxers are, it is really comes down to your contracted terms, right? The clauses and contracts and what you're able to negotiate at that point, right? But when you're taking a step back on a macro level and you're looking at like the health of the sport and really what it is we root for, like how our own sense of justice and propriety, like in life, and that what should happen. For me, man, it's about fights, it's legacy things, and I get the other part, the business part of it. But for me, I don't understand how you can have the kind of impact of a Teofimo Lopez has on the sport without figuring out how to have this guy be better compensated. Like, and I'm not saying that he needs to be compensated like Ryan, right? Ryan has a whole bunch of stuff going on. I'm not saying he needs to be compensated by like Jake Paul. I'm just saying when it comes to the impact that Ryan is having on the sport, like for at least for people like us, Teofimo his name is mentioned right along those guys, even more often than those guys. And he is doing it the way that is more in line with the history and the traditions of boxing. And when your name rings out in boxing like that, you're generally paid on the top end of earners. And that's not what's happening with Teo. Not at all. Like, it could be very much due to his, his business acumen, and he has to maybe ride this out. But, renegotiate, sit out, do something. I'm just saying his pay don't make no damn sense if it's true he's only getting $1 million a fight.
Well,
and no back end or anything like that, right?
But the reason why you can't say that it's not what he deserved is because, one, he's already shown that he does bad business, and he renegotiated his contract after the Kambosos lost. In fact, before he lost to Kambosos, Bob Arum told him, "Hey, if you lose, we're gonna renegotiate your contract." Like he said, "I have a contingency plan. If he wins this fight, we make bigger fights. If and he goes up to Josh Taylor, and he probably could have commanded more money. If you lose, then we're gonna sit down and figure out, hey, you're not selling the tickets that he went to Triller. It was a big failure. They didn't sell the tickets that they needed to sell. Then it fell through. They went over to the Zone, and at the end of the day, he took money out of Bob Arum's pocket. So, I mean, you must have met a guy who's.
All I'm saying, Mark, and I don't mean to step on your wisdom. Sorry, are you done?
Go ahead. I want to hear what you guys say.
Yeah. The thing is, people have always had to leave Bob Arum to make money. Like, Bob Arum bitching about his fucking pockets is what this dude has done. This is why this is how he lost Oscar and Floyd and the Oscar and Floyd fight. Bitching about, being penny wise and pound foolish. That's just Bob Arum. That's fine. Everybody knows this about Bob, but maybe he needs to take a page out of Mikey Garcia's book. I'm saying when it comes to Teofimo, if Bob ain't gonna do right, and maybe you get shelved, but yeah, you got to fix this purse issue. The dude is just, to me, too important to how things have traditionally been done.
Yeah,
and the way that dude is putting it down. He don't deserve no fucking Bob Arum, goddamn bean counting bullshit. Like, fuck all that.
I mean, he deserves
But
it.
But do you think it was a smart idea to drop your belt then if you wanted to get a bigger payday in the future?
Yeah, if you're paid.
That's leverage.
Yeah, like the WBO is, affectionately called, colloquially called whatever Bob orders. That's a Bob Arum thing. Like, if you're trying to get away and renegotiate with Bob, why the fuck would you keep the WBO belt?
I just feel like you could get bigger fights. Like, I feel like dudes like Regis or Dev, they want belts. I don't feel like they'd be as interested in a fight with Teofimo if he don't have a belt. I'm not saying they wouldn't fight him, but I feel like the fight is bigger with a belt. That's just personally how I feel. And the bigger the fight, the bigger the purse.
I gotta disagree. And I'm a big the belts matter guy. I'm a Devin Haney fan, Errol Spence fan. They're going after the belts. But the reason why I disagree, and I'm okay with Teo dropping the belt, because I think he's going to get paid. He said that was his last fight with Top Rank. He just bet on himself and fought Josh Taylor. It put him in the spotlight. He had an impressive performance. He was entertaining, and he out there talking his junk. So if he's not on the level of Ryan Garcia, let's be honest, when it comes to popularity. But he's going to command some attention if he gets the right name in the ring. And I don't think he needs a belt to get one of these guys in the ring. I think it'll be a big enough fight where they could take it somewhere and get good money from somewhere else. And he's got his own promotional company too, so he's trying to go straight to the negotiating table. He's looking at Bud Crawford, he's looking at Devin Haney, he's looking at Tank Davis, and he's like, all right, let me figure out how to get some of that.
That was his last fight with Top Rank?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, he has 2 fights left on his contract. So now it seems like what he's saying is he's willing to wait it out. It's probably fights and time, right? It's like 2 fights over a period of time, and then if you don't take the fights, then the contract expires. And I think that's what he's doing. I haven't seen Teo's contract. That's typically how it works. X amount of fights over X amount of time.
So he's put himself on the shelf for a little bit.
Yep. The
more you fight, man, the more money you're gonna make, right? I mean, Teo is pretty solid. First of all, you should be active anyway. This 2 times a year thing, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I understand. But these guys are in their prime, they should be getting us giving us 3 fights a year. And that'll expedite going through your contract. And then more you fight, and as long as you stay successful and you just show a good showing of yourself, then you'll get out the contract a lot faster and you'll accumulate a lot more money faster so you can move to the next level. The thing is, I think these guys want to be compensated a little too much for doing what they're supposed to be doing at basic levels. These guys are spoiled. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't feel spoiled or want more and want more and want more. I mean, want all what you want, right? That doesn't mean somebody is obligated to fulfill your wants based on their needs as well too. So yeah, Bob Arum got a history of doing that, but Bob Arum also got a long history of promoting too. So he did lose Floyd, he did lose Oscar, eventually Cotto, and obviously eventually Pacquiao. So this is nothing new. But however, I think these fighters have an obligation to put themselves in the best position possible. And I don't think TEO does that well. That goes back to my original point to say that this guy's going to keep failing the same test. He's, instead of being proactive, he's more reactive. And I think he thinks that when he reacts a certain way, he thinks it's being proactive. Well, guess what? I'll just drop the belts and I'll retire and sit out. I don't think that's the best approach, because here's the thing about that. You still want to keep that relationship with Bob Arum in the WBO in the future, because you don't know what kind of opportunities that may open. You may have a better working relationship with Bob Arum for a big fight later on down the road with maybe Shakur Stevenson or something like that, hypothetically speaking. Who knows? But you still want to kind of keep those relationships somewhat tightly knit. I mean, you don't have to agree with them, but just tightly knit so you can have more opportunities. That's just what I think. That's what my opinion is.
Yeah, and as a general rule of thumb, I would agree, right? As an effective strategy, it just seems when it comes to Bob Arum, he seems to be a man at this point who's very set in his ways, and his way is in-house fights. So if you're on his roster, then you're on his radar, and he's moving and he's shaking with you. If you're not on his roster, he's not trying to do anything with you. I don't care how good your relationship is with him. He ain't fucking with it. That's not where his bread is buttered at this stage of his life. And I'm not telling the man how to do his business. I'm just saying that if you find yourself in a relationship that you don't think you can be successful in, yeah, these are the avenues. These are things that you have to do. And I'm not saying that TEO don't shoot himself in the foot. I'm not saying that he is the best or the most sophisticated businessman at this stage of his career, or that either him, like their team, knows what the fuck they're doing. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if they squander their money by not doing the right thing, to me, that is a different situation than being underpaid because they got whatever, because they were over leveraged or not sophisticated enough in the dealing. I get all that. You got as grown people, as adults, you have to live with the consequences of your own shortcomings until you get over them. As Zone was pointing out, you're going to be tested. Nobody's going to help you over to these things. You have to figure this out. 100% agree. On the flip side of that thing, how do you figure out what does that process and what does that journey look like? Sometimes you might have to say, and I'm not saying to throw the baby out with the bathwater or cut your nose to spite your face, but you have to show that these people that think they have leverage over you, they don't have that leverage. But you have to know your own worth. You have to know where it is the entire thing comes from. And I think Teofimo he has an idea about his own charisma. I think he has an idea about how he needs to win in the ring. Maybe. I'm not too sure. I'm not 100% on that. He might not really understand that journey, but he seems to be working on it, right? He seems to have the correct things on his radar. I'm rooting for the guy. I think he's doing things properly. So, like inside, as far as the way you're supposed to behave like a fighter and a champion, outside of the fact of the cherry pick, he's starting to feel a little bit like a cherry picker. And he's just in it for a cherry picker and opportunist. You got to be opportunistic, definitely, but you have to be willing to take on the big challenges and understand the opportunity in that thing too. And I'm interested in his growth, but I think the dude is being like severely underpaid, damn near. I'm not saying it's criminal, but it is. To me, it doesn't sit well with me. I don't like watching guys being under. I know that they're being underpaid, and I'm watching them get fucked up in the ring. It doesn't sit right. Ever since the Gerald McClellan fight, and that Nigel Benn. Like I've kind of viewed boxing like something happened to me in that fight, and now I just need for guys to be fucking paid if they're gonna step through the ring because you just don't know what's gonna happen. You're like rooting for it, you're expecting they're getting millions and all this stuff, and then they can't ever walk or talk again, and they're relying on the kindness of strangers and shit. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude.
I blame the sanctioning bodies.
I don't know. I just need to. I started interacting with these kinds of ideas just a little bit differently after that fight. That's all.
What does the metric look like? What does the pay chart look like, though? Smoke. How do you determine the value of Lopez? Like, if $1 million, let's say he's saying 1.0, right? That's not enough for you to fight Josh Taylor. Why? You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what's the metric. Should it be 2? Should it be 3? Should it be $700K? Like, what's a lot of money? I mean, because at the end of the day, I don't see how if you get underpaid. I get it. I got what you're saying. But at the end of the day, it is 36 minutes of work. I mean, 48 minutes in totality, right? So
for me, it's not so much about how long it takes. It's about it's about a couple of things. It's about how much fights the fight generates, and your cut in that fight, and how it generates, and how your contribution and into how much that fight generates. So each fight has its own economy. The way that I interpreted his words wasn't that he was just getting $1 million for Josh Taylor, but that his guarantee basically is $1 million for no matter who he fights. So I was thinking he was getting right. So so for me, that's not necessarily a bad guarantee. But then when you look at guys like Bud and Loma getting $4 million guaranteed from the same company, I'm not sure that like I've been to a Loma fight. That shit had like maybe 2,000 people in it. He wasn't bringing no fucking bank in there. Like, there's been a bunch of Loma fights where, like, so when he went over to England, right, to fight Luke Campbell, that was all on pay-per-view. Eddie Hearn was like, I was absolutely shocked at the lack of interest in fucking Lomachenko. I thought he was, bringing in that filthy looper. Turns out Loma is not that kind of draw. And then when it comes to Bud, like, when Bud tries to get paid, all of a sudden, like, Bob Arum is losing so much money he could buy a mansion in Beverly Hills. And so for me, it's just kind of like, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at it. Should it be 4 million? Maybe not. Should it be more than one? Given, through inductive inference, given what the hell is going on with other people, maybe. Given TEO's. What is it? Given TEO's, I feel like that fight with Lomachenko was gigantic. I think there is a ton of fucking money being generated from that fight, given the numbers, right? 4 million views. If you're fighting, legends for the most views that you get in years, I don't know. It just seems like a bad look to me for the fighter to then turn around and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm only getting $1 million a purse." And now you're second division fighting guys. And I'm not saying Josh Taylor is this huge dude. I'm just saying the guarantee seems a bit off. I appreciate the work that TEO puts in, and if he has a plan to make more money, I'm supporting the young man in that plan. Right? He's not one of these dudes that's taking shortcuts. Not too many shortcuts. He's not a throwback. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that he's done the work that will have me support his bid to get more fucking money for his purses. Like that's.
I'm just really still curious where the profit comes from, because I'm like, on the business side, I'm just curious, like, where is this money coming from?
How is money generated in fights? Or is that what you're saying?
Let's talk about TEO specifically.
Oh, how TEO specifically? I mean, you tell me what fighter since TEO got to top rank sold the fight. All TEO's fights. Who sold those fights?
TEO.
It's TEO. TEO every single time.
Yeah,
Loma,
he sold the shit out of those fights.
Dry, goddamn Sandra Martin, who gives a fuck? Like every single one of them.
Yeah, doing backflips, his outfits when he's walking in the ring. It's always a show with TEO.
Yeah,
no,
it's him.
That's not my question. My question is, how much money are they generating, and then how
But
much?
we don't know that.
Well, I know for this last event.
but his
Well, my
opposition
bad.
is making
I know
more.
for this last event, they said they did the revenue record for the small room at MSG. I know that, so they made something.
Yeah, it's just that, man. Listen, I'm not saying that Bob is jerking him or anything like that. What I'm saying is the dude deserves. He seems to be putting in the work. He seems to be putting at least as much work, if not more work, than other people who don't. Who are anyway?
So
These
Yeah,
people
Smoke,
might
yeah,
this
I
is this is
understand
fight
your
your
half
point,
the
Smoke.
fucking
personal.
entertainment
I get
and
your
half the
point, but
fucking meaningful fights. Like,
So
that's
Smoke.
not lost on anybody. But
Well, so hold
we
on,
talking
Smoke. Let me
about
ask Smoke
like
a
Bob
question.
Arum is like Warren Buffett. He's investing when the stock is low. TO lost. He renegotiated his contract, invested in him when his stock was low, and now he's back on the rise and he's profiting off of it. I mean, it's business.
Right. And Smoke, you saying this is your personal thoughts, right? Because I kind of don't see. I think he right where he need to be and what he's created for himself. I can't really see how $1 million or whatever on multiple occasions is underpaid. I can understand the need for a pay raise and a need for more, but I don't feel like he's. And you said it. He's not getting shafted that you know of, and he's not getting done criminally, right, wrong. So this is just your personal observation on what you feel he should get.
I, I I feel like if Tiafimo, I feel like if Tiafimo is feeling like he is underpaid, and that underpaid is $1 million a purse, I can feel that. I can relate to what he's saying. How he gets to the bag, I'm very interested to see this. This protest that he's doing in order to get his money. I don't know if it's going to be successful or not. I'm just saying I support the guy in this bid. I'm not one of these people that's saying, "Oh, Teofimo's being greedy." I'm not saying that Bob Arum is shafting him. I'm just saying that something needs to fucking change with this thing, given what I'm seeing, the effort I'm seeing Teofimo put out, and the revenue that seems to be generated from these fights. They don't really seem to be going to Teofimo Lopez. He seems to be the last priority.
I think T.O.'s plan will work out. I think him going straight to a network is exactly what he needs to do because these sanctioning bodies, if you replace those three letters with NBA, then you know that they're not doing their job. The NBA secures network deals, and then they bring advertisement, and that's where the money comes from. These sanctioning bodies have no advertisers, no ad spots, nothing. Where does the money come from? That's why I was asking you that
The
question. It
second
wasn't really
bodies are an
about
expense.
it
Yeah, the
wasn't
second
about
bodies.
it wasn't
Sorry.
about the gates. It wasn't about the tickets. That's for the owners. The owners make that money. But at the end of the day, who's paying to have their products in when the
Right.
fight
So
is on? And T.O.'s the first one to bring somebody big in. So I think he's gonna get a big deal. And I think he's gonna get a good partnership. And I hope the best one. But
all right. So one of the relationships that I've been very very blessed to have in the YTBC is with the Donaires, and Rachel Donaires have been very generous for the time and her knowledge about how the game works. And so, and Tiafimo, and Nonito also. And what they told me, and I'm going to go with the two of the, because this wraps up something Zone was saying also, and that is the 2 times a year thing. Turns out that part of the 2 times a year fighting has absolutely nothing to do with the fighters wanting to fight. It has everything to do with the promoters not wanting to actually invest in fighters more than that because of the expense that comes with fighters, right? It comes in throwing the event. So what the promoters would like to do is mitigate their losses and maximize and leverage the efforts whenever they put on a fight. And so they need some space in between those 2 fights. They don't actually want to pay a fighter to fight more than twice for the most part. So it's a system. It's not just the fighter's willingness to fight. There's a system in place and a framework in place, the way boxing is working, and everyone is in cahoots. So it's not just the promoter. It's also air time. It's also air dates, right? So TEO, if he's fighting more a year, that means somebody else on Top Rank is having fewer fucking dates, right? So there's that aspect of it. The other part of it, when you're talking about when it comes to sponsorship, the sponsorships that you get for yourself, and that's a great revenue. That's a great revenue source of revenue for fighters year round when they're not fighting, and then also to augment their purses and all that stuff, and whatever else income they may be generating. But the fighters' sponsorships take back seat to the promoter sponsorships. So if you're not wearing that logo on the trunks because it clashes with your promoter's sponsorship deal because it's some rival company, then yeah, you're SOL on that fight and those sponsorship funds. So it's not just as cut and dry as you go in and do a thing. And I'm not saying that you guys are saying that at all. I was just trying to provide a little bit of context as to some of the challenges TEO may be facing with the way that we're talking about what he should be doing, right? And like I said, I'm not calling Bob Arum a crook, and I'm just saying that I definitely what TEO says definitely resonates with me, and I'm interested to see how the young man goes about fixing it.
If it was me, I would just finance my own fight.
Does TEO have money to do that though?
He's in the contract.
He didn't make $1 million fighting Josh Taylor. He made upwards of $2-something million. And if it was me, I would take some of that money instead of paying yourself a purse for your next fight. Buy a fighter, a decent top 10 fighter, and pay him more than they made out of your own money, and stream it on YouTube TV and just get a bunch of partnerships.
Well, he definitely is talking about going the promotional route, but that doesn't really fix him as a fighter. That's not the fighter route. That is him as a promoter, and that's not bad. But all right, so I take fighters at their word. I don't really know what the hell they get, but maybe I missed an interview. Where are you getting? He got $2 million for the fight. Where did that come from? He got $2 million for the Josh Taylor fight.
I had to send you the video, Smoke. I was listening to it last night while I was at work. I
can't remember the guy's name. It's video. All right, but it wasn't from like TEO saying it or like some like.
No, I was wondering like where it was from an insider source, like
okay, it could be right, it could not be right. I was just trying to figure out, like, I don't know what the hell TEO makes. Like, I just know what he said he makes, right? So what he said he makes is the thing that I am speaking to, and how his whole presentation about what he is doing versus how he's getting paid. I had to throw up a fist of solidarity for that one. How he's going to fix it and how he goes about looking at that whole thing. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. If you're under contract, your movements are restricted to those contractual obligations, right? The only thing you can do when maybe you can sit out. They can't make you fight. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But anyway, that's the TEO. Apparently, you had the beat on the fight. I did not at all. I was sitting there. I couldn't even really enjoy the fight. I was too busy tripping out on how fucked Josh Taylor looked. Like, God damn, that's not this. I would have never rooted for this. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I would have watched this dude's fights if that's the way he looked. I don't think I would have. I don't think he would have got to this level, actually, if he fought that way at all. He wouldn't have been Josh Taylor. He'd never been undisputed if that's the way he fucking looked.
But I went back because I was never a big Josh Taylor fan. Well, back in the day when I was talking to you guys, I'm like, let me go look at Josh Taylor fight. And when I saw him fight, what's his name? Regis Prograis, I was like, this dude gets hit a lot. Like, he's way taller than this guy, and he's right there in front of him. He's right there in the pocket.
Yeah, I'm not mad at your assessment. You got it right. I mean, I hear you, bro, but Regis Prograis is way fucking better than Teofimo Lopez to me. He gets hit a lot by Regis Prograis. See, that's the thing. Like, I think you may be higher on TEO than I am. That might be part of this whole thing, but that's not even about it's not even being so much. It's not even so much me being high on TEO. It's just like, I'm not even talking about like personal feelings of him. I'm just saying about his ability, his boxing ability. I don't think he is anywhere. I don't think he's in the same neighborhood as fucking Regis Prograis with his boxing ability. But you do. So I mean, I don't know. You seem to be you were right about this shit. So I'm not saying like I know better more than you do. You seem to have your finger on the pulse a little bit better than me on this fuck when it comes to Teofimo Lopez and his ability.
I
But
don't think
I'm
that
not at this point. I'm
Regis
not
hitting
like
T.O. would be a good
I don't
thing,
see it.
but I feel like T.O.'s way faster than Regis. I feel like Regis is kind of basic. He looks basic to me. Like that fight, him and Taylor, I was like, these guys suck. That's why I was like, man, T.O. and Devin could probably pick them apart. That's why, when it came down to people saying T.O. was ducking Devin, but T.O. was saying he was gonna go up and fight Josh Taylor. I'm like, I can't call it a duck if you go up and fight Josh Taylor. Like that's not possible. And I could see him winning. So, it
Yeah,
didn't
no,
happen for this
I
year,
wasn't
but
mad. Yeah, I was. So it wasn't that I thought it was impossible. I just didn't think it was gonna happen. But yeah, it sounds like I was higher on Josh Taylor than you were, and it sounds like you're higher on Teo than I am. I think is just where that particular disconnect is coming from. But let me address the chat real quick before we get back into that thing and maybe move on to the next subject. Someone says, Sir Antbo, what's up, sir? I hope you're having a great Friday. He said, Teo better eat that opportunity to show some loyalty. Showing loyalty to Bob Arum, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know how or why that would be your way to about going about things. It seems like it worked out for Timothy Bradley. I will say that. But for the most part, the people that I think of when I think about Bob being associated with him, they fucking boned the fuck out and flourished once they fucking left. So, like loyalty to Bob. I mean, I guess Loma is also, but yeah, for the most part, Bud is getting a fucking bag. Bud's bag came after leaving. He was getting a bag with Bob. With Bob, don't get me wrong, but when it came time to show loyalty, Bud was like, "Peace, two fucking fingers, man." Like the hell, I already did that thing. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. I don't know why T.O. needs to kiss the ring of Bob. What he needs is a better fucking negotiator in these fucking meetings. It sounds like to me versus loyalty. But that's my fucking take on that one. And then Troy says, Uncle Troy, what's up, man? I'm glad, good to see you. Hope you're feeling and doing well. Happy Friday to you. He said Dylan White promotes his own fights, and for his big fights, he uses Eddie. That's because he is not under a long-term contract. And yeah, but he structured his deal at a different time when Matchroom is a different place and all that other stuff. Like T.O., what Dylan White does kind of has no bearing on T.O. moving forward at this moment, unless maybe it has something to do with moving if he leaves Top Rank. But yeah, I don't know. But again, I'm not in these meetings. Maybe Bob is amenable to any number of like deal structures for T.O., and they just need to come up with one. But yeah, you got anything left on the program? Oh wait, hold up a second. Were you one of those people that said Teofimo Senior should be out of the corner or he needs to be replaced or something? Were you one of those people, Marcus?
To be honest, I really didn't have an opinion on it. I don't like Teofimo Senior as far as like his influence on Teo. At times, I don't think that they had the best relationship, but sometimes you got to go through things with the people, in your life to figure out who you are and how you relate to them. So, it's hard for me to say, but as far as replacing him, no. I think he did the right thing firing his previous manager. I think that was part of the reasons they were making bad moves, but no, not really. What was the guy, McWaters? Yo, Smoke, you there? Or you on mute?
Oh shit, I'm all talking on mute. Yeah, I'm not that much. I'm not that well versed on the inner workings of T.O.'s team and all that stuff. So that sounds right, but I'm not sure. I wish this is a great time for Punch to be like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah, but Punch ain't here. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. That's what happened. but yeah, and do some research on that. You know what? Fuck it. We got a moment before we move on from TO, and that's how we do it here. We do the deep dive. We make sure that the information that we put out to people is accurate. We all get it wrong sometimes, and you were unsure. So let's see. You said Nick Waters.
No, Mick Waters, like MC Waters.
Mick Waters. Okay, like Mickey Waters. Mick Waters, huh? That's funny. It sounds like a slur for the, the beaches. What do you call that? Is that an ocean around Ireland? Is it the Channel? I don't know what that bottle of water is, but anyway.
That's
Okay,
funny.
let's see.
The guy looks like he steals money. Like he literally looks like the type to launder your money, and then you're like, "Where did we go? Where did all my money go?" And he like sent all the money to an offshore account.
Well, yeah. Let's see. Let's see. We got Mick Waters, TO.
You know
Who's
what?
that?
Dave McWaters. I think that's his name. Dave
Oh,
McWaters.
Dave McWaters. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Mick Waters seems to be an educator of some renown, but let's see. Let's see. Dave Waters. Twitter. Dave Waters first home mortgage. What the fuck? I don't want to find out. Rally during David Roland Waters. True confession. That doesn't seem to be his name. It's all cool. Anyway, I can't right now verify what that guy's name is. But yeah, that sounds somebody was making some fucked up decisions. I heard earlier it was Tiafimo's dad that was doing it. Maybe this is other manager that he's fired. But yeah, I think we all can agree, regardless of our knowledge of the inner workings, that they were making some bullshit moves out there, and that's hurt him. Yeah, man. So when it comes to this stuff, let's do a little bit of I don't know how much you've chopped it up. We touched on the subject a little bit last week and we chopped it up, but it seems to rear its head again this week for this topic when it comes to fathers and father figure trainers, and being able to address the whole person when you're in that kind of role, right? So we got Tank and Coach Cal. Of the guys that are on this list for the subject today, he is the one that is more of the father figure. He's not the biological father for Tank, but he is the closest thing to a father that Tank has ever had, and he calls him Pops. And when it came down to the judge doing house arrest, the judge sent him to his parents' house, basically. And Tank decided that, it was cramping his style. He needed that 4 seasons penthouse fucking, stretch your legs kind of thing to serve his house arrest in.
Right.
And the judge didn't really appreciate that too much. So, like, my question is, where is Coach Cal in all this? It's his house. There's really bad advice being dispensed and followed. And I know these are grown people and all this other stuff, but like, do you? And it's not like you can have, you can't take the agency away from a grown man, but the courts did that. If the court says to you, yeah, you don't know how to act around people, you need to be in the custodianship of your family, right? Of your father figure, then shouldn't that father figure be a little bit more tapped into like your comings and goings? I mean, I know it's a weird dynamic. It's an unconventional dynamic, especially when, the kid is the cash guy. But there's a certain point when these kinds of relationships, they need to be honored, respected, and like enforced, right? Like, I am now the guardian for you. And yeah, don't do this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, does that happen? Should that happen? Have you thought about this? Have you thought about Tank's situation in terms of like what Coach Cal is obligated to do given their relationship, at least from the outside looking in?
So I have a different take on their relationship. I know that Tank, he's very, very big on loyalty. Coach Cal has been there his whole life. They obviously have a great relationship, but I don't think that, although he looks at him like a father figure, that Calvin gets Tank to move a certain type of way. In my opinion, I feel like the best influence on Tank has actually been Floyd Mayweather. I mean, from what I remember, he was the one who moved him to Vegas to get him serious about, staying in shape, staying out of trouble, staying focused, learning how to talk in front of the cameras, not getting into too much trouble. And then as soon as he stopped messing with Floyd, here we go again. He's having baby mama drama. He had the whole situation with the run-ins, and now he's on house arrest and getting put in jail. I don't think that's by coincidence. I think that that's a trend. Coach Calvin, he strikes me as a super emotional guy and a little bit weak, to be honest with you. He is a good influence, and he knows how to get the best out of Tank in the gym in some aspects. But even during the fights, Coach Calvin will be talking straight to Tank, and Tank will be looking over to the side talking to Floyd. I think that's a perfect depiction of what's actually happening.
All right. So is it your take that Floyd was a better influence on Tank than Coach Cal has been?
I think Floyd showed Tank how to move while being in the spotlight. Floyd's not the best role model, but I mean, you got to look at where they both came from and what they both went through. I think Floyd has a blueprint and he knows, the game at the end of the day. Uh, Calvin came up with Tank, and neither one of them have been in the spotlight. And even though Calvin is there with him and they have a good relationship, I just think that Floyd is I think that he's the real man in his life. You know what I mean? Like they just at odds right now.
Okay, hold that. Yeah, yeah, living on a hill does have its drawbacks. Every now and again, my internet goes like, the hell you want to contact with outside world for? Anyway, yeah, I agree with you. You can hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me? Hey, Marcus?
Yes, yeah, I can.
What's up? Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. Floyd has definitely a blueprint for that. He seems to be a calming and stabilizing force, at least through a lot of what Tank was going through, and provide him some insight and some guidance. But Coach Cal was there the whole time, so like it's just kind of like I didn't know really who to lay that kind of success, whose feet to lay it at, right? But now it does seem with the Coach Cal, like with this particular thing, it does seem like it's more of Floyd's influence keeping him in check than Coach Cal's. But who would have thunk that, right? I just didn't know at the time because Floyd is such a wild guy, and Coach Cal seems to be a really grounded and down to earth guy that one would think in that situation, it was Coach Cal keeping, Tank's wits about him, not Floyd. But yeah, I don't know. This is just from the outside looking in. I was thinking about this the other day. When I was putting together this list of the father-son trainers and their relevance in the sport this week, just in general, right? So yeah, the Tank and Coach Cal situation just kind of jumped out at me because the house race was supposed to be at Coach Cal's house. And that's basically the judge saying you're too immature to handle freedom, right? You're not actually a mature adult in this regard yet. You don't know how to make the correct decisions. So you need to go back to your parents' house and let them instill some more of these like good life lessons because they're not, doing these kinds of actions. So, they're your role models for now. And it seems like there's some responsibilities there somehow, like maybe I'm just,
I can't put it on Calvin. I just don't think he's the guy for the job. Like, I get it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. He's like, Tank calls him a father figure, but I look at him like the big brother. It's like the older brother, like the older uncle somehow. You know what I mean? But like, you have to ask yourself if Leonard Ellerby was in charge of Tank's day to day after he was put on house arrest, do you think he'd be in jail right now?
Ooh, yeah, man. See, and what you highlighted is really key for people who may not. A lot of people go, there's like corruption or there is apathy or something or negligence. Sometimes incompetence is like really the thing, right? Maybe I think you might be right. I think Coach Cal is probably not the right choice. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's fucking bananas. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get off Tank. The dude's incarcerated. He's going through some real thing. Like his situation is different than everybody. Everyone else is just like boxing, how to move in boxing, all this other stuff. But it is also how to. It's not just how to move in boxing. It's how you groom the whole person. Because the trainer in general is just interested in. They're interested in the whole person as it pertains to boxing. But when it's your father, it's a different situation. When you're a dad, you have to, it's the good or the bad, no matter what the hell they do. There's that scene in Rocky where, Rocky gets the big shot from Apollo, and then all of a sudden Mickey shows up and wants to train Rocky. And he's like, you never said two fucking words to me before I got this shot. The fuck you around here fucking asking to help for now kind of stuff, right? Screaming at the old man. He did become Rocky's trainer, and all that stuff. But the point being is, and Rocky and Mickey was there, with Adrian and all this, making sure that, Rocky was in the right mind to fight. But your son, you just want him to be okay, period. Fuck the fight game. Fuck winning and losing if they ever box again. You want them to, you want their whole lives to be as best as it possibly can be. So it's a little bit different when it comes to the fathers and trainers, and that's what I kind of wanted to highlight, given TEO's success, given what just happened with Haney, what we just saw with Haney, what we just saw with Loma and Haney, actually, those, the father figures, and even how Loma reacted to the loss, and he put that on his relationship with his son. Yeah, it just seems to be that like there's a different kinds of dynamic that's happening here. And David Benevidez, his name is heating up, like attached to Canelo. And these dads don't really seem to have like fighter background. They're not from fighting families or anything. They came to boxing either late in life or through people who weren't really boxing people. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed with how far all of them have come. We're talking like every single one of them. These people we're talking about have being champs, right? And they all seem to have their future ahead of them versus the past, outside of Lomachenko. but maybe even Lomachenko is not. I'm not quite sure what he can muster at this point, but I think Loma can. He can definitely be champ. I'd be surprised if he wasn't champ again. I think he could be undisputed if he went to 130. But even Loma has still like a future ahead of him. So I figured this would be a great time to chop up this particular. But I thought this week, given some kind of slow boxing week, that would be a great time to discuss these young men and their relationship, and watch it unfold like right in front of us. So when it comes to let's do a twofer with the next one, Devin Haney and Lomachenko, that fight. During the course of that fight, we saw the first time in the ring, like friction between father and son, when they were trying to figure out late in the fight how to adjust to what Loma was doing, right? And a lot of Devin Haney's criticism lately center mostly around what Bill Haney is doing. So my question to you is this. Do you think at this juncture, Bill Haney is perhaps doing too much? And if so, what do you think that too much is?
That's a great question. I think he's wearing a lot of hats. I think that the level that Devin Haney is about to reach, they might need another person. And I'm not sure who that could be, to be honest with you. I think they need somebody with some experience. I think Bill does a good job of keeping Devin Haney's name in the rotation, media, content, all of that. But I don't know. I think that he's doing a bit much. I would say yes, he's doing a lot.
And yeah, I like the way that you put that. He's wearing a lot of hats. So yeah, so in your estimation, not like without going to the thing, like what would be the from the outside looking in, the easiest and quick fix for Bill to do, so he can be doing less, right, while having the same or like a similar impact on Devin's career? Like, what would be the first thing you would like address when it came to Bill?
One sec.
Yeah, you got it. All right, so let me catch up to the chat, and then I'll give you my thoughts on that whole thing. Let's see. TEO's a better opportunity to show some loyalty, and being loyal to disloyal people to end you in a world of fucking pain. That's what I'll say to that. Nice, neat, concise. Let's see. Dillian White promotes on fire. Oh, got that. You sign, you ride. Yeah. It's not like these are blood deals, right? You're not like making a pact with fucking Satan. Like, there are ways to get around the contract without breaching it. Maybe the terms get fulfilled, maybe you don't. These are like basically contracts are ideas between parties about how a relationship is going to progress, right? And you have within parameters, and hopefully all the conditions will be met. But if not, you have to figure out how to maneuver for your own self-interest without breaching the contract, right? And sometimes, yeah, you got to suck it up because you fucked up. You didn't read the signs correctly, right? But other times, you just find yourself in a place where, regardless of whose fault it is, you're not interested, or you're not willing to fulfill those contractual obligations. And then in those points, what do? Maybe sign and ride works. Maybe something else works. But yeah, you got to figure that part out, I believe, for yourself. I don't think that there is just one axiomatic like principle, like sign and ride to a thing. Sometimes it's like, fuck that fucking contract and let me sit the fuck down, figure some things out, and I'll come back twice as strong. Not saying that sign and ride isn't a good idea in a lot of situations, if not most situations, but it's not the silver bullet for every situation. Yeah, Troy says Prograis is 2 fighter, but he is seek and destroy fighter. Lopez is a multifaceted fighter, but he's right. 2 fighter? Is that top? You mean Prograis top fighter? Lopez is multifaceted. I do like him. I've been a TEO fan since since he was 7 fights in the program. Right? I've been watching the kid. I like him. I'm rooting for the guy. I think he makes some really weird missteps. I think he shoots himself in the foot, but at the same time, I just like the way he's developing. I don't think he's progressing as a fighter, though. I don't think he's going to have. I don't think he's going to have the kind of advantages that he's had, or being able to exploit the advantages that he's been able to as he steps up in competition and fights even more meaningful fights. It could be that he can catch guys unawares or, not at their best and all that stuff. And he can do, I don't know. I think that I would like to see, I don't want to see that for TEO. I want to see that guy be a polished and finished article. And yeah, just right. I do like when TEO's right. Whatever that looks like. Yeah, I like watching it. The guy is entertaining. I don't even know what right TEO looks like, really. It's been a while, right? Like Nakatani, that was a struggle. Lomachenko, once Lomachenko started fighting, that was a struggle. Is it Campo? I can't remember that fight. He had to figure dude out. It wasn't necessarily a struggle, but he didn't look very good. Santa Martin has been. I don't know. It's been a long time, I think, since I thought TEO was on his A game or that I thought that his A game was elite. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. I think he has some developing to do, though. But yeah, he's a top fighter. I think that Regis Prograis' A game is elite at 140 pounds. So let's keep it going. Yeah, Mr. Lightning, Teofimo is better at taking the belts than defending them. Maybe he dropped the WBC because he is superstitious. Okay, that's actually funny. I didn't take that into account. He probably is superstitious. I find people who are presuppositionalists, right? The people that that's wow, that's a little bit esoteric. Let me bring that down. Hold up a second. Let me rethink what I mean to say. There are people who believe in the supernatural causes for natural phenomenon. If that is the way that you view life, chances are you are superstitious. Right? I've seen pretty good evidence to support TFE was probably superstitious. Without knowing for a fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. If whether he dropped the belts out of superstition, I don't know. I do know that he hasn't been very good at defending belts. That's a fact. At this point, him and Shakur are like, yeah, he and Shakur are just killing the game when it comes to like being top fighters that don't really defend titles. All right, what's up, Jimmy? How you doing? Happy Friday.
Salute, Uncle Smoke. I hope you're having a good Friday. See, I was thrown off though because when I read the notification for your live, it said you were going live tomorrow at 3 p.m. So
Really?
that's why I was a bit confused. Yeah.
Holy shit! Maybe that was my bad on the scheduling. I'm not sure. I thought I got it right, but I was fucking distracted when I did it.
Because I checked. I'd say maybe 4 hours ago, and I said you're going live in 17 hours. So,
damn. All right, well, that's my bad scheduling. We're gonna have these kinds of errors from time to time. We work through it. What's up?
Do you want to see See, I don't think this kid is retiring though, because notice how he dropped the WBO belt, but why is he still holding the ring lineal title? Because he's got 2 years to be flexible with it. Because you can hold on to that belt for, I think, for 18 months before you have to fight someone in the top 5 to attain the position. You know, young Billy was telling me that he's going through a divorce. So maybe if he fakes a retirement, maybe the court case will be a little easier dividing up the properties, and he might want to try and rework his contract. But I'll tell you, I was shocked when I heard he only got paid $1 million. I mean, he's probably the lowest paid fighter out of everyone in those divisions, whether it's Taylor, Lomachenko, guys he's beat, or other guys like Shakur, Haney, Ryan, Tank. Like I get like Ryan or Tank getting more money because they are bigger ticket sellers, but for guys like Shakur and Devin and even Taylor and Lomachenko, like these dudes are averaging between $2 to $4 million a fight, and this guy's struggling to scrape $1 million. So I get why he's pissed off. I don't know what kind of deal his pops worked out with Top Rank, but I kind of get it, you know. And I feel like he's in a really good position though because his victory over Taylor was so dominant that his ghost will hang over the division for a good year or so, even if he stays retired, because he is the lineal champion. He's got the ring belt. He took out the consensus #1 guy who was undefeated, who was undisputed, who was on most powerful pound lists, who might be a Hall of Famer. And he did that as a big underdog, right? So I feel like that was such a massive win historically that everyone kind of understands that Teofimo is the top dog in that division. And to be the man, you have to beat the man, just like Teo did. So I think the Devin fight is a massive fight, you know, especially if he fights him next. Although it'll be interesting for Haney, though, because he dropped the WBO belt. So in his next fight, Devin Haney could fight like an Arnold Barbosa or a Jose Ramirez straight away for a world title. What do you think about that, Smoke?
I do think this win is going to age well. I do think he can dine out for a while on it, especially if he's having some outside of the ring issues. That is also going to be headlines. Shout out to whoever it was that gave me the Dave McWaters name because I totally butchered it. I didn't understand what Marcus was telling me. So I was looking at first I looked at Mick Waters, like literally a person named Mick, and then the last name Waters. And then I did Dave Waters. So it was Dave. Mick Waters is the guy. I found him. Thanks, Marcus. That's my bad, not yours. And I'm going to read about this guy, you know, in spurts. But it seems like it's Dave McWaters that did the deal and not Teo's dad. I don't know that for sure. I just wanted to I bring it up just because Teo Sr. catches hell from from everywhere. And I just want to make sure that when we criticize him, it's like fairly, right? It's for the shit that he actually does do, right? Because I think there's plenty that he does that is worth critique.
Yep.
Right?
I mean, Shakur just fought a low-key opponent, and from what I heard, he got paid over $2 million for that. And surely Teo fighting a top-level elite champion in maybe his final fight. I mean, the way he was an underdog, get $1 million out of that. So.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were tuning in earlier, but that was my thing. That's where Teo and I are in solidarity. I think it's a shame how much he's getting paid if what he says is true, and he definitely needs to address that. And I'm very, you know, I support the young man in his efforts to make sure he is getting paid somehow. It's not just the fights that he's fighting; it's not just the people that he's fighting. But it is the way that he's the one that's selling the fights.
Yep.
Like nobody is selling them. Like Loma didn't sell that fucking fight. Teo did. Teo created that fucking fight and sold it the whole fucking way through. Like every single one of his fights, he is the main guy out there front and center selling that fight.
I mean, same with the Taylor fight. Smoke, he was on the UFC show promoting the Josh Taylor fight. So I mean, he's trying, man. But I feel like this was a
crazy shit. He was saying crazy bananas shit, like fucking Josh Taylor was super milk boring and all that stuff, man. Yeah, you got to pay that young man.
The theater was sold out though, right? Because before they were struggling, it was half capacity. Teo went on his madman rants for a couple of weeks, and it was a full house, right? So clearly it worked, right? So
yeah,
crazy shit he was doing. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's promotion. That to me, that's what you got. He put himself out there in order to make successful events. And I'm just going to support. He's just doing the right thing, like within reason. Like he's not perfect, right? I feel like that Devin Haney shit, and the Tank stuff, I don't know. It seems like whatever, however he's moving with that thing isn't perfect, but
Yep.
he is definitely moving enough for me to support him in trying to get fucking more money. Fuck all that. No, like $1 million. That seems like he's being undervalued.
I think it was less though. I think it was 950, so 950,000. That's why I was saying it wasn't even a million. So, Smoke, do you think like Tank Davis kind of dropped the ball because he was in a position where he could have fought Lomachenko, right? Long before TEO stepped in. Same with Josh Taylor. I feel like he let those two massive legacy wins go, and he also let the Kambosos fight go to Haney. And I feel like at this age, when he's pushing 30, you feel like Tank Davis left a lot of legacy on the table.
I don't know. Like, I think it just has a different legacy. Like, not like every guy is going to be the same. And Tank seems to be doing something that I can't really liken it to another person. When I think about it, generally you don't get away with getting top dollar when you're considered one of the best to not be fighting the other people who are considered the best, and you just keep knocking out everyone who you can, like as a circus act. Like the guy comes across to me a little bit like the Harlem Globetrotters, like it's just the script, right? Like you're going there to see the crazy full court fucking shot, or the half court shot, or the confetti in the water bucket, or whatever the fuck you got. But it's like it's a script. It's almost scripted, his fights. And people are going to those things in droves, like it's wrestling. And I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to say about Tank's legacy. He just seems to be carving out a completely different path. And I think it'll get into the whole thing. So it's just kind of like, he's a one of one. He's a kind of a one-off.
Yeah. When I look at Devin, I think Kambosos, Lomachenko, oh shit, this kid's on fire. He unified all the titles in Australia. Then he fought, a legend in Lomachenko, right? Teofimo obviously moved up in weight, became 2-division lineal against Taylor, who was a top dog as the underdog, right? Before that, the Lomachenko unification, all that good stuff. And these are dudes that are quite a bit younger than Tank. When I look at Tank, it's like Rolly Romero, Isaac Cruz, Ryan Garcia. I'm like, dude, man, this is pretty low class, man. Like, your opposition is pretty weak. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, but at the same time, Teofimo, the guy they were praising, and the subject of this particular segment, this guy, he's trying to take a page out of Tank's book. He wants to deal with the network. You know what I mean? He wants to go the Tank route, and that is what I'm saying. Like, Tank is a guy that's blazing a trail for people who have some of his attributes. I think it'll be hard to mimic, but his business moves, they seem to be the thing that are at their cutting edge. Devin Haney has his way of doing things that's also unique, but that Teofimo wishes that he had right now this deal that Tank already has. Right?
Yep. But I thought he was under PBC though. Isn't he a PBC fighter under Al Heyman?
I mean, Al Heyman is his manager. PBC is a production company. All PBC is a company that puts on live sporting events. That's what the PBC is. Like, that's what Al Heyman runs. He runs a production company. So those live events that we're watching on those televised live events, that's what PBC does. And he also manages fighters, and he also advises fighters. But the whole promotion thing and network dealing direct to the network, that's Tank's relationship. But that's not Errol Spence's relationship. I don't think that Errol Spence has a direct, a direct TV deal. Right? I think Boots does, but Boots does, right? Boots is not under anything other than Showtime, and he just fights on PBC cards. So like Boots is ahead of him, Tank is ahead of him, and now he's looking at this going, like, why? Like, these promoters, I guess for TEO, he feels like he can do the job of a promoter. He wants to, deal directly with the network. And that's actually where the money comes from when it comes to Top Rank anyway. It's all the networks. They do sponsorship and all this other stuff too, but most of Bob Arum's money is like network deals, which is why you see him.
To be honest, for that fight with TEO Taylor, I mean, it was full of they had several sponsors on. It was full of them. You had Bud Light, you had Was it Boost Mobile? You had like several little signatures on there. So, but my thing is this though. I feel like if you look at the three biggest superstars in the sport, right? Anthony Joshua, uh, Tyson Fury, and of course Canelo Alvarez, right, being the biggest. All three of these dudes pretty much handle their business through promoters, and no one makes more money than them. So maybe it's just better leaving it to your promoter. I mean, do you really want to be juggling that many balls? You know?
Well, the ball juggling and without the we won't go into we won't go into
Or
the
spinning, or
homoerotic
spinning plates.
suggestions.
Or
It's
how
kind
about the spinning plates?
of we do we joke, we kid, but anyway, if you have the wherewithal to do so, I think it behooves one to do it. If you are interested in cutting out the middlemen and doing those jobs, and then also paving a way for other people, like boxing is one of those places that rewards that kind of skill. Handsomely, actually. So it's just it's not also do you want to do it? It's do you have the wherewithal to do it, right? Do you have the acumen? Are you built like that? So if he is built like that and he does have the wherewithal, then shit, go ahead and do that. It's always a good idea, I think. Once you understand the game, there is a benefit to Bob Arum, but there's also a cost to dealing with Bob Arum. And if that cost benefit is out of balance, then hey, it's time to fucking keep it pushing. A lot of huge fighters have made that determination and done very well after leaving Bob. So,
Yep, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, that Ring magazine belt, yeah, you keep that thing.
Yeah,
Figure
just
out
run
how he's
around
got
and
the ring antics. I don't like. He's saying that he wants to fight Tank. I'm hearing that he wants to fight Tank. I'm also hearing that he wants to move up to 147. I'm just interested. I like the young man, and I'm interested in what he's going to do. He said some really bizarre and wild things, some offensive things, some things that I've found to be unhinged. But hey,
yeah, yeah.
that's entertainment.
Oh, he's a cringy motherfucker for sure, and he's cheesy as well. But look, at the end of the day, as long as you perform and you make the fights you make, like it's like Canelo's one of my favorite fighters. But if you look at that dude's personality, it's like watching paint dry. Same with Crawford. Um,
Same with
but
Loma. Same with Loma. Same with Josh Taylor.
yeah,
Same with it's fuck yeah, man. These guys are out here selling these fights, man. Pay the young man, or figure out how to get paid, young man. Whatever.
yeah, I mean, he was making it because I was hearing that the theater, the arena, right? It was half empty. But when Tio went on his little madman run, it was fully sold out. So, hey, it's working, isn't it? And I heard the ratings they did. I think someone was telling me they did 2.5 million across ESPN, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes. So, 2.5 million views, man, it's pretty good. So, sold out
So
arena.
yeah, as a procedural thing, we don't really have a reliable way to track the internet views, right? We have a fairly reliable way to track the broadcast views when it comes to ratings, Nielsen and all that stuff. Like that's tried and true. That's been around for fucking damn near 100 years at this point.
Yep.
Like 80 years of fucking 80 years, 70 years, whatever. Doesn't matter. But fucking forever, we've had like television broadcast ratings. So when you do stuff like Deportes or ESPN, those numbers are fairly reliable, and we can get into their accuracy, but we understand that it's a parameters when it comes to those things. When it comes to like the digital views, they can pull those numbers out of their ass, like the pay-per-views. We won't fucking know. There's no way to verify it.
But even if it did over 1 million views or close to 2 million, because I know they were saying that the viewership for regular ESPN on cable was close to 1 million. But from what I heard, because of the app, the streaming service ESPN Plus, and with Deportes, the Spanish version of ESPN, the total numbers were over 2 million. And if that's true, though, I mean, that's a decent number, right? I mean, that's a good crowd. But like you said, it's really difficult in the era of streaming to really judge the ESPN Plus numbers. Um, it's crazy, man. Like, if he wants to jump up to welterweight, I mean, I wonder who he's targeting.
I think it's just a good time to be in the mix because with TEO, with Bud and Spence and locked in this 2-fight dance, chances of them sticking around the division after that dance is done, probably slim to none, right? And
Bud will stick around both of
at
them.
147, I don't think so. To fight like a young crop of guys, what for? He's gonna make more money than fucking God in these two fights. What'll be his motivation? He doesn't seem to be motivated by like he feels. I think that Bud is just satisfied with everything but his bank account.
Yeah,
I think win, lose, or draw against Spence, he's fine with his legacy as is. You know,
that's true. I think if Bud becomes the 2 division undisputed champion, the first man in the history of the 4-belt era, I think that accomplishment would mean so much to Bud and finally defeating his long-term rival in Errol Spence that I'm not sure if he would really care about fighting a Boots or a Virgil. I think you're right. Yeah, I don't think he'd really care.
Yeah, and I mean, whether he accomplishes it or not, he will be the first person to even try to get this undisputed in 2 division 4-belt era. Like, yeah, I think he's fine with his legacy. I think this is like he wins, he succeeds in the attempt to quote my man from the Special Olympics. I don't know what that guy's name was. But yeah, it is a profound statement because for Bud, yeah, I think this works. I think he's going to get paid. He's going to get his, cash out money, and it's a legacy, another legacy defining attempt at the very least. And if he achieves it, fuck, sky's the limit. Everyone's going to be talking about how phenomenal Bud is for years to come. Yeah, I think they will be already. I mean, they're kind of kicking dirt on Bud's name a little bit. I will say, like, for a guy that's that great, that's done that much, the people are not really appreciating Bud for what he is, for who he is. And I think that would change if he beats Spence. It might go. It might be an overcorrection, actually, but go ahead.
I think with both men, with both men, there's a lot of questions because even though both guys are incredibly talented and elite fighters, they really haven't ever fought an elite fighter between them. If I'm honest, the only other man that was around in that division who several years ago was Keith Thurman. He was the only man that was undefeated. He had 2 belts and he had a really good resume. I think that one of them really should have beat Keith Thurman, an undefeated version. I think the wins that they kind of picked up, like a Sean Porter, a Ugas, Cal Brook coming off of the situations he was coming off of, like they weren't really the kind of wins that are really going to be remembered well, So when you look at Manny Pacquiao's legacy, Ray Leonard's legacy, Floyd Mayweather's legacy, Muhammad Ali's legacy, they've got several standout fights. Even Canelo Alvarez, when you look at his legacy, like when you look at Errol Spence's legacy, or even Bud's legacy, I mean, you beat Sean Porter in the tough fight, but I don't know, man. It's like, can you see what I'm saying, Smoke? Like, there's no really, like when it was Ray Leonard, it's like, yeah, he beat Tommy Hearns, he got revenge over Duran. Like, but Manny Pacquiao was like, yeah, Barrera, Oscar De La Hoya, Ali was like Sonny Liston, George Foreman. It's like when I look at Bud or Errol, I'm like, I mean, Sean Porter for both of them. Like, I don't know, man. It's a bit like, I don't know. I feel like compared to what the past welterweight champions were, I feel like Errol and Bud kind of underachieved.
Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to the legacy of like the great welterweight champions of what are considered the best welterweights, but no one really brings up like Kid Gavilan's at all, actually, right? And if they do, it's because of like the bolo punch kind of thing. It's not because of like the the fights he had, and this is one of those sort of career defining ones, right? When it comes to guys like even Sugar, he has some career defining. We just don't have the footage from Sugar Ray Robinson. We don't really have the footage from guys like Charlie Burley or Jersey Joe. It'd be great to see those fucking fights, see him watch a fight with Joe Gans and fuck Sam Langford, all that stuff. But yeah, we do have this Sugar Ray Leonard stuff.
Yep.
We do have the Bud stuff. We do have the Spence stuff. While they've had good fighters, yeah, this will be completely legacy defining as far as the top level of opposition. And it's been a while since we got there. It is true. I mean, Zab and Floyd and Pat, I don't know. I don't know. Floyd at welterweight. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is a big one. These are two, I think we're saying that they're future Hall of Famers. That Bud is definitely a Hall of Famer right now. We think Spence is going to get in at some point, probably off the back of these fights, actually. But they are meeting as undefeated fighters for undisputed in 4-belt era.
Yeah.
That shit is. I don't know
I think the
how
reason.
people are like sleeping or whatever. I was having a conversation with you just yesterday on a panel about the fatigue of this fight and your interest in the fight. I don't share your sentiments. It's just straight the fuck up.
What it is?
I'm into this.
The closer the fight gets, it's because I spent nearly 5 years, especially out the last 3 years. And do you know what it is? I feel like as the fans, we were unfairly teased by the media because I'd say nearly it's been 2 years where I'm not going to mention any names, but there's been a lot of media members that have come on panels and promised me personally and other fans that the fight will be announced within the next 2 weeks, right? And the first 5, 6 times I bought it. But then when the fight finally fell apart last year and the Evanescent fight was announced, I kind of put my hands up and said, I'm done. And I'm still glad that the fight got announced, right? I think the welterweight division needs it. I think boxing needs it. But I felt like 3 years ago, there was just so much more spark and interest because it's like that hot girl you've been asking out for 5 years. Yeah, okay, when you finally get a date with her, you're happy. But 2 years ago, I mean, you would have been way more excited, you know? Like, you see what I'm saying?
All right, but 5 years ago, the girl wasn't that hot, right? See, 3 years ago, she might have been a hotter commodity to you, but like to the rest of everybody else, she wasn't just that dime, right? It was like, oh, this is how you get a diamond in the rough kind of stuff. But now, these guys have done pay-per-views. They've gathered all the belts. More importantly, that's the thing that's actually the difference between now and 3 years ago is Undisputed, and I think Undisputed is all kinds of sexy, and to stay within your metaphor, right?
Would you say both men are in their athletic peak, though? Personally, I don't think Bud Crawford is, and I'm not sure if Errol Spence is, though, either, with the injuries and surgeries and layoffs. And I'll be honest, against Dennis Ugas, the way he got hurt, that is actually pretty concerning. So I don't know what kind of punch resistance Errol Spence has got because Ugas isn't a puncher. And with Bud, I mean, that dude's legs have looked clunky for the last 2 years. So I don't know, man.
When it comes to the physical prime, I think that they were in better shape physically a few years ago. So on that end, it probably would have been a better fight if you're a fight fan. But a lot of fight fans, I think, also like stakes. They like for all the belts to be on the line. And casuals definitely like all that. It's just an easier sell. Undisputed is a way easier sell than these are the guys that we think are the best. Like when you prove that you're the number one and number two guy, that's a little bit better than people arguing that you're the number one and number two guy. And 3 years ago, they had not proved that they're both the number one, the top guys. Like they had to go through that process. It's taken longer than it should have. Like hopefully they could have wrapped it up faster for any number of reasons. But yeah, I'm glad it's here. I think they're close enough to their prime that it's still going to be one cracker of a fight, especially because of their temperaments and their style and the style clash. I'm looking forward to a fucking bar burner, man, like for real. And also, both of them are kind of wise about how they go about their business, even though, as you mentioned, Errol had a lapse in concentration and focus that could have been way costlier than it turned out to be, and it's probably going to be devastating if he has that kind of thing against Bud. But regardless, I would watch that shit. Like I'm going to be front and center, seeing if Errol can stay focused all 3 minutes, all 12 rounds, and in between rounds and all that stuff. That's going to be part of the interest for me and part of the intrigue in this fight. But let me welcome, fart sniffing goddamn Tyrese to the panel one more time. What's up, Q to God? How you doing, Poppy?
Hey man, respect on my name off rip. Respect on my name, man. I need that same intro I got last week, man. You slipping.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Last week I said something about Tyrese, but I don't remember what the entire intro is. But like every week we look forward to you, man. Like if you're not around, I would at a certain point I'm like, where the fuck is you? I look forward to seeing you in these during these sessions. But what the hell do you got on this TEO? I don't know if how long you've been listening, but like right now we're chopping up the Teofimo, the tale of two TEOs, right? Teofimo Jr., Teofimo Sr. Were you one of those people, first off, that thought Teofimo Sr. should be gone?
Nah, I never really spoke on it, nothing like that. I just felt like he just like attention, and as far as like people having their dad as a trainer, like, man, that's whatever. You want their dad as a trainer, that's cool. But just me across the board, how I feel about dads and trainers, always feel like dads should give their sons to a real trainer. Just like motherfuckers doing football, basketball, and all that other shit. But I ain't really tripped off like T.O. his dad. No, I wasn't with that. I wasn't with that. He was good. And his decision for keeping his dad, I never really tripped.
Yeah, and I'm sure and if you guys don't know, Q has his own channel, and if you're not subscribed to the Lost Art of Boxing, the lab, get that in your life. Q, before you leave, or throughout our broadcast today, just drop the link so people can avail themselves of your content if they haven't already. And I'm sure because you have a channel, you've probably chopped this shit up to death, but I haven't heard it yet. So what's your take on the fight and T.O. becoming a 2-division champ?
Man, I gotta keep it a stack, bro. T.O., this dude did his thing, bro. He proved me wrong. And one way of me measuring how someone is great is being an underdog and actually winning. So when it comes to T.O., 2 of his biggest fights, he was the underdog. The most stakes on him, he won. So me, I look at T.O. as being like a great fighter. I think he's way better than what I thought he was as far as like mentally, because that was one of the things people thought was just fragile about him. We thought he was this and that, or me. I thought he was just tripping. I thought he was sick in the head. And he proved me wrong by beating the fight out of Josh Taylor, bro. Something that I seen we just couldn't do. Like, it was crazy, bro. It was crazy that the performance that he was able to put on Josh Taylor, bro. Josh Taylor in the ninth round looked like he didn't even want to fight no more, be in the ring with that guy no more. And bro, T.O. styled on him. Shit. And man, that shit was crazy. I'm gonna be honest, bro. T.O., I ain't got shit to say about him. He could say, do all that shit, man. Man, he could do it, bro. Because at the end of the day, he get results. And the final result is a fucking unanimous decision over Josh Taylor, the best guy in that division. And man, you got to give him his credit, bro. Man, that shit was crazy, bro. You bringing it up put me back in awe. Cause that shit, like, I did not believe T.O. had a fucking chance, dog. I'm gonna be real. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, I've said already that I'll be eating crow longer than I do turkey after Thanksgiving on this one. I think I'm now, after hearing you talk, I now envision that I'll be eating this crow for decades. This is gonna be some long fucking standing crow. Damn, why do you have to tell me about the great fighters and being underdogs and all that shit, bro? Man,
it's true,
bro. They gonna be, bro. God damn, I've been eating crow for a long time on this one. Anyway, that's cool. But you said you were in awe. The thing that I couldn't get past was how bad fucking Josh Taylor looked. I couldn't even fucking focus on anything. I missed how I think about how good Teo is. He did this one step back uppercut and this one check hook. I was like, oh, look at Teo do his thing, kind of thing. But mostly I was just like, is that Josh Taylor? Like, is that like, why did I ever think this guy was?
Nah.
I couldn't fucking believe it, bro.
I was looking at that fight. I was saying, man, that's vintage Teo right there. The leaping in with hooks and the leap in jab, the showboating, the shoulder roll, and all that shit. That was vintage Teo to me. He fucked Josh Taylor right way, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I saw all that. I mean, you know, I saw the flossing. I was like, okay, yeah, but even then, I was just like, what in the fuck is going on with Josh Taylor? What's going on?
It was crazy, bro. It's like it's either like what you say, Josh Taylor looked bad, or it's Teo made Josh Taylor look that bad. And I mean, it could be a combination of both. But for me, the most part, I give that credit to Teo.
You have to.
That just negated Josh Taylor. Yeah,
you don't have to.
And I feel like we can't say no shit like that after. Like I ain't gonna speak for y'all, but I talked a lot of shit about Teo. So it's like I can't now come and say, oh, Josh Taylor was weight drained or he looked bad or this and that. Nah, like you got to give the boy his credit.
Didn't you have Teo winning before the fight, Marky Dan? Did you have
that's what I'm saying, though, Q. That's why I can't then come now and say, oh, Taylor looked bad and this and that, or it was, or I can't say it was more Taylor than it was Teo that influenced that performance.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm not even talking about what he made him look or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I just didn't see the Josh Taylor that I'm used to seeing. Period. Dot.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I was shocked by it. Right, and it's like that was not the guy from the World Boxing Super Series. He didn't do the same things. He didn't have the same. It just wasn't that guy. That was a ghost or a shell of that dude. And as such, for me, just as a dispassionate analysis, not about trying to take anything away or like justify my pain, because I wasn't one of those people who was saying like Teo's mental is gone. I was making a note of that thing, that he seemed to be distracted and having a lot of things going on, but he had that same thing happening in the lead up to the Loma fight. If you remember, famously, he was like, I wish my dad was just my dad. He was crying and breaking down 2 days before the fight. And I thought he was going to experience a huge adrenaline dump against Loma. So that wasn't the issue for me. I was chronicling that, but the issue for me was I saw Josh Taylor be a way better fighter than I've ever seen out of Teo. So I was just like, yeah, Josh Taylor's just a better fighter than Teo. Like, regardless of all this other stuff that's happening, he's just better. That guy that I just watched, not only is he not better than Teo, I don't think that guy's very good.
Hey, yo, facts though. I ain't gonna
Yeah, he not lying though, Q.
Josh Taylor looked terrible, bro. The dude didn't look good, man. Josh Taylor didn't look good.
That version of Josh Taylor, I think Regis will beat him. Matthias.
That version. But shit, Ryan might have had a good fucking shot at that fucking version of
Oh shit,
man. Wow, so that's how far Josh Taylor has fallen. Even Ryan Garcia could beat this nigga now.
I mean, I think that would have been a hell of a fight. You know what I mean? That version, you put that version against Ryan Garcia could have been fucking champ. You know, I can't
disagree, Smoke, but I don't want to say that. That's my thing.
I know it. I don't know. Listen, in dispassionate analysis, right? You talk about your own personal hangups, your own biases, so they're all out there, and then you give your state. Like I was on the panel with Nonito, and Nonito was like, "Yeah, in the World Boxing Super Series, he would have jabbed, stepped around, and he did this whole technical breakdown, like in a manner, of course, I could never do." Because I just don't have that kind of level of expertise and understanding like a Nonito Donaire. But I did have the level of expertise and understanding to know that's not the same dude I've been watching for years. That ain't him. This is a guy that if I saw that guy 3 years ago, I wouldn't have even been following him. I wouldn't have cared about what his name is. I'd be mispronouncing his thing. Like I wouldn't. Like I'm not into cans like that. I don't care if you like how everybody else is into that. That's not.
And so Smoke, I want you to get this. Oh, and my bad for cutting you off, bro.
No, you got it. You got it, bro.
O'Hara Davies. You remember him? The boy that Josh Taylor made quit. He was a big hype job over there.
I remember how he
Yeah.
got. He was part of Matchroom. He said some crazy insensitive thing about some internal riot that happened in England. Yeah, I liked O'Hara Davies. I remember that.
He's about to fight. Well, I don't know if he's about to fight Rolly, but he's been ordered by the WBA to fight Rolly. So ain't that shit crazy? Josh Taylor is off to the wayside, and O'Hara Davies, the nigga Josh Taylor made quit, he about to become champ. Because he's going to whoop Rolly's ass bad.
Well, I mean, you know that's boxing. You know that's boxing. You know that's how guys, contenders, most people think that when you take a loss, you might not never be able to do it. But man, to be honest, like most motherfuckers get 2, 3, 4 shots at a fucking title. Shit. And that's how I go. Look at Jose Ramirez. He could have been had a shot. He just chose to get buried. But he could have got his shot. Regis came around, got his shot. Fucking like what's his name? The dude Regis beat, Jose Zepeda. Like, they gonna get their fucking shot. You don't want to be a nigga like Ron who don't even take the fucking shot. You would get a shot, but you don't want to take it.
Hey, Smoke.
So,
Right.
Yeah, what's up, Mark? Yeah, what's up, Marky?
You hear me, Smoke?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, that's Jonathan. Okay, no, I thought that was Marky. That's Jonathan Jack. Yeah, we can hear you. What's up? Happy Friday. Welcome to the panel. What you got on?
Happy Friday. But do you think, I don't think that was a different Josh Taylor. Honestly. Because if you look, TO 175. It wasn't like it was a blowout. How everybody
7-5, I say 9-3.
I didn't have Josh Taylor winning a round after round 4. That's me.
You
might have won.
You can argue
7.
that, but I don't think it was a different Josh Taylor. I think that's the Josh Taylor we've always seen. He fought the same fight. You can't do that fighting a counterpuncher. Like,
nah, bro. Sorry. Not the me part of we. The you part of we, I'm not even arguing with. So other people have come with that same determination that you just said, and I'm sorry if I just cut you off in the middle of your thought. But when you said the same thing that we've seen, that ain't the same thing that I've seen. Maybe your eyes seem to be a little bit keener or sharper when it comes to that Josh Taylor than mine, perhaps in this particular thing. But I'm also not alone when people were saying like, well, he moves like this, then like, and just straight the fuck up. I got the Josh Taylor that fought Regis Prograis, knocking out the guy that fought the Josh Taylor that fucking fought TEO. But go ahead.
No, he's not fast enough. That's the problem right there. He got one style. He walks straight forward. He don't got legs. Like that's
No,
it.
I disagree with you.
I don't think. Personally,
I
I think TEO beat Regis because he's too slow and he take too many hits.
I picked Josh Taylor to lose, right? Based off all the reports I was reading in the UK, the newspapers, right? Every other day I turn the page and I'd see the sports section, an article of Josh Taylor being kicked out of a bar, Josh Taylor having issues with cocaine. I knew about the injuries. So maybe that wasn't highlighted as much in American media as it was UK. And then obviously
I don't want to hear about the cocaine. Mike Tyson beat plenty of people with cocaine.
No, I'm just saying it all adds up though. It's not just a singular entity, right? And I thought that was a good, like an okay version of Taylor. He came in good shape once fight, but bro, he did not have he had no spring in his step and he had no snap.
He never had spring in his step. Who has he ever fought that can move like TEO?
It's not a move like TEO. He had no snap on his shots, bro.
Who has he fought that can move like TEO?
Bro, it doesn't matter if TEO doesn't take the snap out of your. Hold up a second. When you were talking about the snap on your shot, that's how you punch. Okay, that's it. We're just talking about his shot, not whether or not like.
Let me say this, Smoke. He came in there with half his abilities anyway, because TEO cut that shit in half. Can we not say that?
I
cut
don't
every.
think he cut anything in half. I
Yes,
don't.
he
Yeah,
everything he does, he cut
yeah,
it
go
in
ahead, do
half.
your thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute. Just give your whole thing. Just let me know when you're done, because I've already interrupted you like 2 or 3 times. So get your thought out, man. Cook.
And we want to look at all his percentages over all the fights. Teo cut all that shit in half, so he was working with half himself anyway. It was the full Josh Taylor. He just never seen anybody that could stop him like Teo.
So when he
It'll
fought
be even
Brogan,
worse with Devin Haney.
okay, bro. See, when he fought Regis Prograis, Jose Ramirez, Victor
They're slow
Postol,
fighters.
did you not? No, but what I'm saying is when he was struggling, right, against Regis Prograis, how did he pull that fight out of the bag? He shifted through the gears. Josh Taylor is known for fighting harder and harder and
Who has
revving
he?
up.
Who has he fought that's fast besides Teo?
Regis
I see Victor
Prograis,
Postol.
Ohio
Regis is
Davies.
not.
Bro,
Regis is not fast.
Just hold up a second. Teofimo is not fast.
He's faster
Teofimo is
than
not
them.
some speedster.
He's faster than them.
Like Teofimo Lopez is not faster than Regis Prograis.
Yes, he
And
is.
if so, it's not
Regis
so
is
much
slow.
faster. Hold up a second. He's not so much faster that now Josh Taylor's cut in half.
Yes, he cut him in half.
I mean, great. Is that because he's some speedster? It's not like you turn to Shakur Stevenson out there or fucking Tank Davis.
No, Teo is slower than them. That's what I'm saying. He's
I know
faster than
Teo is
Josh
slower
Taylor.
than them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Josh Taylor hasn't fought anybody fast at all.
What I'm
fought
saying is, I
bruisers.
don't find Teo, and maybe this is another thing about like Teo and like the way that people view Teo and the way I view Teo, but I don't see Teo being significantly faster than Regis Prograis.
He's way faster. Regis, he's a good fighter, but he's slow. He's a bruiser.
I don't think. See, here's the thing: if you call Regis slow, I don't know how you're calling Teofimo fast.
He's faster. Teo's faster.
Like, okay, let me tell you who I think is fast, and you tell me where Teo, exists in this fucking thing, right?
Okay.
I think that Tank is fast.
Okay.
I think that Ryan is fast.
Ryan is slow. Slow feet don't eat.
No, he's got slow feet. He's got fast hands.
Slow feet.
He's got fast hands.
Slow feet don't eat.
No, hold up a second.
Slow feet don't eat.
Hold up a second. Canelo has slow feet.
Ryan has
terrible. Hold up a second.
Head movement.
Ryan has terrible feet.
No head movement either.
No, but I'm just talking about feet. We're just sticking with the fast thing. Okay. Ryan has terrible feet. He doesn't have slow feet. He has terrible feet.
Slow feet don't eat. Same thing.
Yeah, I got you. But his feet. It's not that his feet are slow. It's that they're terrible.
That's the same thing.
He doesn't have good balance with his feet. But I'm just talking about speed right now. Not how good his feet are. I'm just no, we're not, because you're saying he has slow feet.
Don't eat.
I know slow feet don't eat. You
That's the same thing.
I heard you. No, I got you. Hold up a second. Slow feet does eat, because Canelo has slow feet and he's fucking going to Hall of Fame, bro.
Let me
just like stick to the conversation. I'm trying to go past this thing.
Okay, does Ryan have head movement? Does Ryan have head movement?
We're not talking about that though. We're not talking about that.
Okay, but you can't say Canelo slow and he has one of the best head movements in the game.
We're talking about his feet, bro. Like, you're moving all over the place, Jonathan. Hold up, bro. Just hold up. Just calm down.
Slow feet, but good foot,
bro. For real, just calm down. We're talking past each other, trying to have a constructive conversation. Unless you just want to say your piece, and I won't interrupt and just say your piece. But like, when I think what we're missing is two things. We can say that Canelo has slow feet because he's got slow feet. What he makes up for with his slow feet is great upper body movement. Mm-hmm. Right, but he still has slow feet. Just because he has great upper body movement, that doesn't make his feet faster.
And what does Ryan have but a left hand?
Right. So we're talking about the conversation we're having. Speed.
Hand speed. You're talking about hand
speed in general. He's just a fast guy. The guy is fast.
I'm thinking
Tank is fast also.
When you say speed,
it took somebody with Tank's. It took somebody with Tank's both superior feet and superior speed in order to exploit. In order to
hand speed.
Okay, go ahead.
He has hand speed. If you're going to say speed all across the board, that's foot and hand movement. Now,
correct.
Go ahead and continue to name the list that you was naming, and then you know what I'm saying. Then I could put
Teo. Right. So the fast people, right? So when it comes to Ryan Garcia, he has fast hands and fast feet. He doesn't have very good feet. Like I was saying,
you said Ryan has fast feet.
Yes, his feet. The speed of his feet, bro. The speed of his feet are not the issue. His balance is the issue.
No, flat-footed fighters don't eat. What are we talking about?
Right, you're talking about you're talking about the placement of his feet, the speed of his feet.
he doesn't have speed in his feet. We can watch
Jim
all his
Stone,
fights.
he
doesn't
just
have
doesn't
speed in
have
his
good
feet.
foot placement, bro. The
It's
problem with
not
Ryan's
foot
feet.
placement. He
Okay,
doesn't
hold up a
have
second. The
speed.
problem with Ryan's feet is his foot placement and his
Cat.
balance when he throws, and his balance when he throws throws shots. He is out of position because he
Cat.
throws his shot. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if you're trolling. I don't
I'm
know if
not
you
trolling. I'm not
Okay,
trolling.
bro, then I need for you to stop interrupting because I can't, like, every third word I say and you say something, I can't hear what you're saying and it's just fucking up my train of thought. Okay? So, like I was saying, when it comes to the speed of his feet, Ryan's feet in general, the issue with him is that he throws his jab so hard that his head is over his front foot, so it's completely off of balance. He throws his backhand so fucking hard that his back foot leaves the canvas, and he cannot cut off the ring. None of that is about the speed of his feet. All that is about he doesn't have educated feet.
Okay, can you continue your list so I can tell you where TO is on that?
All right, hold on 1 second. Yeah, right. So we got Tank, Ryan, Shakur, Loma. Is that 5 people? Tank, Ryan, Shakur, Loma, another speedster that I would put in there. In those same. Did I say Loma? Oh, did say Loma. Yeah, that's 5. Those are top.
No, you already said Loma. You got a name.
I said Loma twice. All right, so you just missed
you said it twice.
Okay, cool. Another guy who is fast. I mean, 35. I mean, you got some fast dudes, but Keyshawn isn't particular. I mean, Keyshawn's got fast hands and fast feet. Hey, I'll throw Keyshawn in there. Fuck it.
You gonna throw Keyshawn in there over Devin?
I think Keyshawn's also faster than TEO.
You gonna throw Keyshawn in there over Devin?
Say again?
You threw Keyshawn in there over Devin?
And I'm just talking about in terms of speed. Devin's not the fastest guy.
Great footwork though. So
yeah, he's got great footwork. He's got great training. He understands situational boxing and what to do and great styles and all that shit. But he's just not the fastest guy.
Yeah, Devin's good at balance and angles, but
can I give you mine? Then I can tell you what TEO fits in there.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Shakir is number 1. I'll have Tank number 2. There, I don't really know which one I want to put. You don't have to
put in any order. You just name 5 guys.
Nah, I'll put it in order. So I got Shakir, Tank. Then I'm gonna put Devin right there because it's Devin. Then I'll put TEO at 4. Then I'll probably put Keyshawn. No, Loma then Keyshawn. That's how we're gonna put it like that. That's my list.
So right. So like I said, to me, those are the guys that like come front to mind when I think of speed. It's not Teofimo Lopez.
No, but you heard where I put him, right?
Did I hear Teofimo? I didn't hear Teofimo on your list at all.
You did.
I didn't. No, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm not saying you didn't say it. I'm just saying I didn't hear it.
Oh well, I put him. Where did I put him? I got him right after. I put actually 6 on my list because I put Keyshawn on there, but I got him right after. Right after.
So do we have the same top 5?
No.
Who was on your list that wasn't on mine? In your top 5?
You put Ryan up there. I wouldn't put him up there.
Okay, who'd you put instead of Ryan? Who'd you put instead of Ryan?
TEO's going before. He's better.
No, I'm saying but you didn't have TEO in your top 5. You said you had him number 6. So who did you have in your top 5?
No, I didn't. I said I had Keyshawn 6.
Oh yeah, Keyshawn. So you got TEO in your top 5, and you think Teofimo Lopez is faster than Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, footwork and everything.
Okay, I got you. Okay, that's cool. I'm not trying to argue the list at all. I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, no. I'm just saying I'm not trying to knock your list down. I'm just trying to get a perspective on what you're saying. Okay, I'm with you. Go ahead.
That's basically my list. So I got Shakir, Tank, and I got Dev, I got TEO, and I got Loma and Keyshawn. That's it.
So I think I know why he's got TEO ahead of Ryan. With Ryan,
I don't got Ryan on the list at all. Ryan's not on the list.
No, what I'm saying is maybe Ryan has better pure hand speed, but when he finally stepped up to world level, right, elite level, his speed was worthless. But with TEO, we've seen his speed be effective against Taylor and Lomachenko
Yep.
and Richard Comey when that guy was
Yep.
still, considered the top dude. But with Ryan, he fell apart technically so poorly that his speed was almost a non-factor. Maybe that's why.
I think
I
Derrick
mean,
James might help him, but
okay.
I don't. But I feel like once he get in a high level fight, you just gonna go back to what you know. So I don't think he's ever gonna have good footwork in a high level fight. You know what I'm saying? Ever.
No, right. If we're just talking about the efficacy of speed versus just natural speed, like that, I wasn't talking about
speed.
like,
Good
Ryan.
footwork is including speed. You know what I'm saying?
Not really. It isn't. Your speed is your speed. Like you can be fast as fuck and be terrible technically.
But we're talking about.
But you still, it doesn't take
light.
away. It doesn't really take away from your speed. But now, what you're adding,
We're talking about
what the wrinkle that you're adding is whether or not that speed is effective, and that is a different metric, right? Than just speed.
So what speed does Ryan have besides hands? Because I've never.
No, I'm just telling you, his feet move fast. They're just not correct. It's not the right movement. That's why he's. That's why
Ryan
he's
is not, Ryan is not technically sound. That's why the speed don't matter, bro. Like he can have fast hands and fast feet, but technically, if your feet crossing over each other, if technically your feet, if you fighting a southpaw, and you always, well, it's not always a bad thing, but in Ryan's case, it is a bad thing. You taking the inside, and you're not fighting for outside foot positioning. That's discipline. It don't matter how fast you is. Like it's just the technicalities of boxing. Once you have the fundamentals down, you work on the fundamentals to be sharp so you can use them when they're needed. That's why you call them tools. You bring out the tools when you need them. But if you don't need it, then you keep the tool in the bag. If you need it, you pull it out. Ryan don't even got the tools to, you know what I mean? Because he ain't fundamentally sound with the shit. So
he don't have
like, and it's the same with, and it's still the same with TEO in certain instances because he haven't looked like. So that's what I'm saying. TEO isn't. Okay, no, it ain't different level. I'm talking Sandor, Martin, and Cambosis. That ain't a different level. That I'm talking technically. I'm talking. Hold up, bro. I'm talking technically when you doing certain things. TEO got his off on Josh Taylor, but even in that same sense, TEO isn't just technically going. You know what I mean? He still got shit to work on as well.
Can I say this about the Cambosis fight? TEO never used any type of foot movement in the Cambosis fight. He was just trying to knock his ass out the whole time. So that foot movement was just irrelevant. He turned into a regular Mexican fighting Cambosis. I don't know what happened to him.
I think TEO is a guy that's still learning because he's only 25, right?
No, I think he is.
But it's like you said, man. He has shown a lot of technical flaws with the Cambosos fight. I think I kind of give him a pass on that now because the historic.
He didn't fight the same fight.
No, it's not only that though. He came in weight drained and rumors about injuries, and that fight was a 12-round war. That was fight of the year candidate, man. It was a slug.
He fought flat-footed and just was swinging the whole time.
But I think TEO definitely needs to, and I think TEO is the kind of kid, right, on the big stage where he's a big underdog and it's a historic event, like fighting the Lomachenko for the belts, fighting Josh Taylor for the belts, where these guys are sort of long-reigning elite champions, on the pound-for-pound list, future Hall of Famers or whatever. He kind of really steps his game up. Maybe that's a mental thing for TEO, because he's looked poor against guys that really can't hold Lomachenko or Josh Taylor's jock straps, to be honest. So it's kind of a funny thing with TEO. When it comes to the biggest fights, like when it comes to fighting Tank Davis, I'm pretty sure he beats Tank Davis. I think he showed enough against elite southpaws, combined with his size and his physical strength and power. And I've seen enough of Tank from his fights with Barrios and Rolly Romero that I kind of have a judge on how that fight would go. I think it'd be a really good fight, and I lean TEO 60-40. But I think he'll beat Tank Davis.
If he wins that one, I think he'll just. If TEO wins that one, I think it'll be off of experience because Tank hasn't been in a big fight yet. So that's the only reason why I think he might win that one. Well,
I'm
Tank
not sure. I
never.
think Tank had more fights though.
Who?
Doesn't Tank
Who?
have more professional fights? Tank is at 29, isn't he? Compared to TO's who's 25.
I said big fights. He hasn't had any big
Oh,
fights. What are we talking about?
I mean, he had a big fight in Ryan, but Ryan's just not a good
Come
fighter.
on now, man. I like Ryan, but I ain't even trying to hate on him. Like, let's, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. You're talking about elite champions. Yeah, I get what
Yeah,
you're saying, bro.
he had. That's the only reason why TO might win, because he's fought on the elite level, so he know what he has to do in those moments. That's the
No,
only
when I
reason
look
why.
at Tank,
You know what I'm saying? I'll
no,
give him
when I
the
look at
edge.
Tank, so when I look at Tank, I think, okay, Tank. Tio's already proven that he's really effective against elite Southpaw champions, right? So when I look at Tank, does he have the slick footwork and the broken rhythm style of a Lomachenko? I don't think so. Does he have the size of the firepower of a Josh Taylor? I don't think so. Is he
The
the experience?
firepower. I think he's strong. I think he got more power than Josh.
Oh, I just think Tank is a smaller dude, though. I just can't see it, bro. I just don't see how Tank would win. I think Tio Fimo that
He got a chance. He got that bomb. He got 2 bricks in both hands. So
I know, but Tio's shown a pretty good chin so far. I mean, he has been hurt, but no one's ever been able to put him away. And if Tank Davis was intimidated by Roddy Romero, trust me, bro, he's
he
really
baited his
intimidated.
ass.
No, but for 6 rounds, he didn't do anything. No. The reason why he didn't throw any punches for the first 6 rounds is because he was intimidated by Rolly's size and punching power. But if Rolly was able to intimidate him, come on, bro. He literally did do nothing for 6 rounds. Well, why do you think that is?
Because he starts slow in every fight. What Tank fight has he not started slow? We can name all
Bro,
of
he
them.
is not.
He started slow
Bro,
in every fight. Tank is
no,
always
he hasn't.
down on the cards when he gets knocked out. Look, we can look it up.
No. The fights that he's been down on, the fights I'm using to tell you why he'll lose.
Okay,
Because he doesn't.
Barrios, he was losing. He knocked his ass out.
Yeah. And Rolly, he was losing, and he
Knocked
knocked
his
him out.
ass out. We can
But they're
go. We
not
can
that good.
keep going. We can keep
I don't,
going with the fighters. You know what I'm saying? He's always
no,
I don't
but
down
think
on
he
the
was
cards.
losing against Rolly, but he was up on both 2 judges' scorecards. One of the judges had Rolly up 4-1, but the
okay.
other 2 had Tank up.
Okay. I just think it's like I was saying, Smoke, I think Tank would beat. Sorry, not Tank. Tio would beat Tank because I think Tio's got enough experience with elite southpaws.
Yeah.
Tank's pretty basic. Like he'll circle you on the outside looking for big counter punches, right? He's not as broken rhythm. He doesn't have the angles, the broken rhythm of a Lomachenko, and he doesn't really have the size of the punching power of a Josh Taylor.
The only reason I give him a chance though, because I think he throws more when he fights a Teo or Devin or Shakira, because he has to. He has to keep up with their work rate.
But why didn't he keep up with Rolly? Broly's work rate.
Because he knew he was gonna knock his ass out. Everybody knew he was gonna knock his ass out. He was just waiting.
Tio and Tank, that fight like a 50-50 fight. That's a
That's what I'm
50-50
saying.
fight.
Yeah.
I think all those fights 50-50.
Cause again, like, and I'm just talking skill set. When you add in the other factors in, you can add in the other factors. That's cool. But Tank, that motherfucker, and I think Jimmy said it, bro, about footwork, bro. Tank got, bro, some of the best footwork, bro, in that up and around that division. Like even compared to Lomachenko.
Yeah, I
That
got him
shit
number 2
is
on my list for footwork.
Lomachenko's or better. Like, so I mean, that shit just real. It's 50-50 because I look at it like this. Tio and his daddy do have come with good game plan, and and Tio was focusing on tasks, then he could play that game plan out. So when it comes to Tank, dude is a prolific boxer. Like, he can box. So he should have an answer for everything technically. Just not adding in the factors of how we feel about the power and all that shit. That's different. But it's really like, as far as both of them getting in the ring, bro, it's that shit. It's gonna be a good fight. I think both of them gonna take some punishment though. I think both of them take a good punishment.
The reason why I agree with Jimmy though is about 60-40 is because of that experience. That's what I agree with him on. T.O. do got him on that experience.
I don't think the fight will happen.
I don't know, but that ain't good enough. I mean, I put it like this:
Like,
that fight could happen because I see how T.O. moved, and I heard what T.O. said. Bob is over with. The reason why T.O. don't want to be with Bob because Bob cheap as shit. This
Yeah.
the second, third, whatever time it is. He talking about his monies and shit. He don't want to be with him because Bob not gonna overpay for no money. T.O. feel like he a star, and like T.O. said, bro, he might be looking for a motherfucker to buy him out of his contract. So if Showtime and whoever Al Heyman feel like T.O. and a tank fight worth it, because we did hear Floyd Mayweather say he want to see T.O. with tank fight. If they
Yeah.
feel like that shit one of them, buy that motherfucker out of this fight and set that shit up with Tank.
I think he
You
fucked
know
himself with the money part though. I think that's his fault that he fucked
how
himself.
we fuck yourself up with the money.
Cambosos. That was because you had the money fight next.
I mean,
That's
T.O.
where he fucked himself at. And he know it. That's why he
nah,
keeps saying
they
he know he
fuck
fucked this.
they fuck themselves because they think every fight they worth all this money. No, it matters who you fighting is worth money.
No,
So
he didn't
T.O.
start
so
complaining about
no
money till after that.
no. T.O. when he won the belts, he thought he was gonna be able to fight fucking Cambosis for a gang of money in Australia for the simple fact, oh, I got the belts and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. No, matchups still matter, and you still gotta sell that shit. Motherfucker just not gonna give you $15 million just because you got all the belts and you gonna go over there and do it. That shit don't make sense. Bob not that type of motherfucker, dog.
He probably would have got a whole bunch of money if he had all the belts, but he didn't have all the belts.
I mean,
No, but
even if he had all the belts, bro, he still wouldn't have got it, bro.
Yeah,
A
He would have
belt
Charlie
don't
would
probably,
get
bring
I
you
mad,
say
right?
more
two.
fans, bro.
Yeah.
I say
Belt not
two.
gonna bring you more fans, bro.
No, I say he would have got like two though. It'd have been justified to give him 2 million.
Man, hell no.
Yeah.
He would. If the price is the price, bro, the opponent is why he got paid that.
Shit,
Cambosis ain't shit.
he running away from his money fights. He ran away from his money fights. You know, when he had the
He ain't
chance
run
to
away
fight
from no
him,
money fights. Bob
he
not paying for
did.
no fight. Bob not paying for none of them fights that he think. And the main motherfucker that he possibly could make and sit down and make that deal with is Devin Haney.
Yeah.
He hate that motherfucker with his whole
I
heart,
don't.
bro. He
I don't think
hate
he.
Devin Haney, nigga.
I don't think he want to take that fight because I think if he
Bro.
lose to him, he ain't gonna recover.
I think Tank is a bigger money fight. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Devin, but I feel like Tio and Tank on Showtime, or maybe cross promotion, the same way they did with Ryan and stuff. I feel like that could be the biggest money fight for both men. Tio's coming off such a media firestorm and great performance, and obviously he's the ring lineal champion now, even though he dropped the WBO. Tank obviously coming off a big event with Ryan. I feel like them two dudes meeting up in December would be the biggest fight for both of them. My only issue though is, would Teofimo accept a catch weight? I don't think he would though, because I think Tank's team would want that, and I'm not sure if Teo would come down in weight for that fight. What do you guys think?
I don't think. I don't know. I don't think he'll take that Tank fight because he was talking some bullshit on the. I think it would be a great fight, but I don't think he's taking none of them fights. I think he really not even gonna come back till next year because he retired so he can get out this damn contract.
Yeah, maybe that you're right. He's
Yeah,
also getting divorced. Young
yeah,
Billy
that's
was
what I'm
telling me
saying.
that
I say next
he
year, a year and a
yeah,
half maybe.
Young Billy was telling me that he wants to settle his divorce settlement case
Yeah,
before he signs a new contract. So he's
he,
probably waiting for his old contract to run out, clear up his divorce, and then sign a big new deal, which makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
he had to give that bitch half his money after he won.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's why he's trying to, I think, wait out his contract.
Yeah, I
So once the
would too.
divorce,
That's the best option.
so once the divorce is cleared up, once your ESPN contract runs out, then that's it, man. You can go to the highest bidder. It's open season. You can go to the Zone. You can go back to ESPN. You can go to Showtime and work out a much better deal. You can say, look, I've still got the ring belt. I'm the lineal champion. I just kicked the shit out of
Josh
an
Taylor.
elite champion. Yeah, as the underdog. The same way you did to Lomachenko as the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that's the best option. At first, I was like, man, why he retired? But I'm like, well, you know what I'm saying. Once I started hearing about his contract, I'm like, well, hey, he really had no choice
Think about
but
it, bro.
to
Say if he signs a
retire.
new mega deal. Think about it, bro. Say he signs a new mega deal, right? Where he's getting paid, I don't know, $5 million a fight. Bro, his divorce case hasn't settled yet. His wife is gonna want half of that. You see what I'm saying?
That's why I think he's gonna wait about 16 months. It
Yeah, I
should
think
be
he'll
all
chill.
done about then.
I think he'll chill for a year. I don't think
Yeah.
he'll come back this year. I
But
think because
if he chill, who you think he'll come back and fight? Because he's not gonna come back and fight. He gonna have to get like maybe a tune-up or something. Who is his tune-up be?
look, I think the win was so big and the media firestorm on social media, on ESPN, and all that stuff was so massive. Even if he chills for a year, when he comes back, I think boxing world will welcome him, and he'll still have the ring belt, right? He'll still be the lineal champion. So I think if he comes back, he'll try and fight someone like a Jose Ramirez,
Mm-hmm.
or a Barbosa, and then after that, try and fight Tank Davis. And I think, yeah, he'll be in
Yeah.
a cool place after that.
But he better hope by the time he come back, Devin Haney didn't just take all the fucking belts. He better hope.
No, I think the Devin Haney fight would make sense as well. If Devin Haney picks up the
No,
vacant WBO, because I remember Bill Haney and Tio Senior was saying that they want to get the fight on. So
no, I'm just saying. I'm saying, if he stays out too long, Devin will probably have two belts by then.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I mean, if he stays
The,
with
the reason
ESPN,
the reason why that shit won't matter, because I mean it could matter in small
Money.
aspect.
I'm talking about
No,
money.
no, 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 no. I mean, so that's what I'm talking about. Selling a fight. Because even in that aspect, Tio still gonna say he the fucking man. He
Right.
retired just like they did with motherfucking Tyson Fury, saying he the
yeah,
lineal champ. Ain't nobody beat him in the ring. Tio gonna
Mm-hmm.
say the same thing. Nigga, you ain't shit. I don't give a fuck how many belts you got. I'm the man because I beat the man, nigga. You gotta beat me. And that's gonna
yep.
sell the fucking fight in an
Mm-hmm.
aspect as it is. I don't give a fuck how many belts you got. You know what I mean?
No,
Because
I'm
Tio
saying
gonna
is,
come around with his shit.
I'm saying I get that, but I'm saying he not gonna get. If he let Devin get two belts at 40, he definitely not gonna get the most out that pot. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, we'll see, man. I mean, it really depends, bro. There's a lot of moving parts. You've got Regis Prograis. That's a very dangerous fight for Devin, bro.
I think he
You've
beats
got
him.
you've got Jack Catterall. You've got obviously you got Matthias. You've got obviously Haney's moving up. I mean, you got a couple of other people as well. So that division is not easy. Obviously, Teofimo, Ryan Garcia still lurking around. That's an easy payday. Whoever wants it. Um, so this is a good fights. I mean, Devin Haney, would he beat Prograis? I don't know, bro. This guy's a history of getting clipped by left hand southpaws. And no offense to Jojo Diaz or Lomachenko, but they don't have the physical strength or the punching power of Rodriguez Prograis. They don't have the size either. So I don't know how he goes in that fight, man. To be honest, I think I might pick Prograis to beat Devin. Jack Catterall, that's a very difficult fight for Devin Haney, because I'm hearing that Catterall and what you call it again, Prograis might meet up soon for the WBC belt. So you got Subra Matias as well. I mean, if he clips Haney, it could be good night Vienna. Um, I think Tank might move up as well because at 135, I mean, unless he wants to fight Shakur and get completely destroyed, I don't think there's really he's better off going to 140 and fighting those dudes up there than
I just
getting
think
destroyed.
Devin Haney just too ring smart for all of those guys. Like he just gonna find a way.
Maybe I think Devin might be better at 140 though. I think he'll be bigger, stronger. He might have a better gas tank and he might be sharper as well. So, but I'll be honest, bro. I feel like Devin Haney looked pretty bad in his last fight. If I'm 100% honest, against Lomachenko, and Lomachenko's a small dude who's old, so
You said
he
he
doesn't
looked
really fit well.
bad. You said he looked bad.
Yeah, he did, bro. Most people thought he lost.
You said he looked
So
bad.
it was a good fight, but I mean, would you say that was a dominant victory?
It doesn't have to be a dominant victory. You say he looked bad, or was that just two fighters came on the A game and got it on? That's what I looked at it like. I don't think he looked bad at all. But
Yeah, but I have to be honest, man. I think Riga's progress would squash Lomachenko. So, I mean,
Loma wouldn't fight Regis, so that's not even realistic.
no, but that's what I'm saying, though, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I think Riga's
think-
progress would crush Lomachenko like a cheap supermarket grape.
I don't think that would happen because he's too fucking slow. If we want to be honest, like he doesn't.
No.
Regis is straightforward. Like he
Prograis
goes
is slow.
straightforward. Yes,
You think Prograis?
Prograis goes straight. He's a good fighter. He goes straight forward though. He doesn't have. He can't fight off the back foot. He's an inside fighter. That's it. Like he's straightforward inside. That's him.
Okay. So, what makes Devin Haney a better fighter technically than Prograis?
Defense. That's the whole key right there.
So how good was his defense when Jojo Diaz and Lomachenko were lighting him up?
You have to give some. I mean, you got to take some to give some. So if I give you that overhand left, I'm taking something away from you.
Who do you think's got the better?
The overhand left, and if you look before the fight, his dad even said they was gonna give him that overhand left before he even fought.
So when it comes to punching power and a chin, who do you think's got the advantage?
Devin got a chin. I don't know why people keep saying he don't.
No, I'm just asking you. In your opinion, who do you think's got the advantage? I'm not saying he's got a bad chin. I'm saying.
I think Devin got the. I think Devin probably had a better puncher for you.
Oh, come on, bro.
No, I really do because
it's got a better chin. Come on, bro. You think Devin Haney's got a better chin than Prograis? The motherfucker that did the chicken down.
I think he's better. I think he's better than him all the way around.
No. This is why I'm breaking down the attributes, right? You think he's got better? See, with me, when Linares made him do the chicken dance, and Lomachenko made him do the chicken dance as well in round 11. So I just don't know why you think.
He never got wobbled in that fight.
Yes, he did, bro.
No, I looked at that fight. I watched the fight 5 times. He never got wobbled or anything. He never got hurt.
Come on.
He never got hurt.
Come on, bro.
He never got hurt.
He didn't get hurt.
If he
He didn't get hurt in round 11.
If he got hurt,
he didn't get hurt in round 11.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. If he got hurt, it would be a video blasted out. Devin Haney got hurt right here. He never got hurt in that fight.
So his knees never buckled. when he was on the
knees never buckled. He never buckled.
All right, bro. Anyway,
you could drop it in the back chat if you want. I didn't see.
Like I was saying, he clearly was hurt. I mean, the whole world, when I was on Twitter at that time, the people that watched it back, the whole world was saying the same thing. So I don't know where you were or what you were.
Who's the whole world? Because majority of the people saying he lost are retracting their statements. So
not really.
Yeah,
a lot of people are saying it was closer. But Shakur and Tim Bradley, they didn't come out and say Devin won, though, did they? They just said it was closer. So
no, Tim Bradley said I can see Devin win.
Yeah, but he didn't say
he watch it back.
No. He said I watched it back.
He said I got an argument. He said I have an argument for both. So you saying, Loma just won? No, he didn't just win. That's not true.
Why do you think robbery was trending on Twitter?
That because people are dumb and don't know boxing. That's what it really is. A robbery was was the week before that.
Yeah, but no one cares about that.
But you don't care about the old man.
Bro, that was a non-factor though. You're talking about Rolly Romero.
A non-factor. That was for a belt.
A vacant title. Yeah.
That was for a belt.
Yeah, they stripped Josh Taylor to give Rolly Romero a free title.
Josh Taylor, he dropped the belts because he didn't want no smoke. Let's be honest.
The dude, Rolly Romero. Oh, bro. That's a good one. You didn't want any smoke with Rolly Romero. I good you, man. You got good jokes. The motherfucker that went toe to toe with Prograis and Ramirez, that Rolly smoke was too much, man. Who was it? Was it Rolly or the old bum he fought? Who was it? Fucking hell. That's a belter, man. Josh Taylor was ducking Rolly Romero. The motherfucker that's a fake fighter. I mean, I thought the Jackson Marinas robbery was bad, but Jesus.
Yeah, Josh Taylor, he didn't want no smoke, so he dropped the belts.
You're right. Yeah, he didn't want it with Rolly. I got you, bro.
No,
He was
not
scared of
even
Rolly.
with not with Rolly. He didn't want it. He didn't want it with everybody else. That's why he dropped those
Oh,
belts.
no, I got you, bro. He won the tournament, unified all the belts, but after cleaning out a division,
Yeah.
Rolly Romero,
He
the Rolly,
cleaned out the division, winning all 50-50 fights. He never really clearly won any fight that he won all the titles. Did he really win that fight?
It was a close fight, yeah. I mean, that could have gone either way.
That was the same fight as Loma and Haney, right? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Catterall. Josh Catterall. What happened with that? Bro didn't want no smoke. He didn't want no smoke. Yes.
No, I agree.
He dropped the belts because he didn't want no smoke. As soon as he dropped the belts, I took his ass off my pound for pound list. I said, you don't want no smoke.
Okay. So in your opinion, Jack Catterall and Teofimo Lopez are lower quality fighters than the Rolly.
You said what?
Yeah, I'm seeing a resurgence of the TEO fans, and I like to see it.
You said I said what, Jimmy?
Are you talking to me? Jimmy
Jimmy said I said something, and I don't think I said. You said
You said Josh Taylor dropped his belt because he was scared of Rolly Romero, and I disagree.
No, that's not what he said, and that's not what he said. He said he dropped the belts because Josh didn't want smoke, and then you went to then he went to the Rolly as if you was talking about Rolly, but really the smoke was with Paro, not Rolly.
Yes.
I don't want no smoke.
But it was still funny. But the idea was still like the linkage was still.
I mean that's the guy that got the belts. I thought it was Rolly.
Because both things are still true, right? But like not both things are true. He probably would have taken the Rolly fight. Probably.
Yes, he would have took that.
Yeah, right. So I think we can agree that we think that he probably would have taken that fight. But it's also true that he didn't take the Paro fight, so he didn't want smoke, right?
Yeah, if we gonna talk boxing, we ain't gonna talk Rolly. He shouldn't even be a boxer. But I just want to say good. I want to say goodbye to Smoke because I'm about to get off the panel. Thank you for letting me on the panel, Smoke.
No, man, you're very welcome. I like your contribution. It's a little bit rocky at first, but I haven't really seen you around, so it does take a little bit of getting used to the structure on it. So I won't hold it against you. The rocky moments, but yeah, man, you put it down. You're welcome anytime.
All right, all right, Jimmy. Thank you for the little debate we had. Maybe we could do it again whenever Smoke live again. But I just want to thank y'all for your time.
Yeah. Have a great weekend, man. Thanks for stopping by.
All right. You guys have a nice Friday.
Yeah, you take it easy, bro. The stream will be going for a while, so hop on back if you got time or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought it was Rolly, though. See, I thought it was Rolly because he got the belt. So I don't know the way it worked out.
No, it worked out that Pardo was the guy. All right, so Pardo was the guy that Taylor was supposed to fight. And then that went to a fight. Pardo won his fight and became champion. He was supposed to be fighting. He was supposed to be fighting another guy. But Pardo was supposed to be fighting Gary Antoine Russell, and Gary didn't want to fight, and so Rolly got the fight. But then Pardo tested positive for a banned substance, and so they put in this old guy in Pardo's place, and it was a vacant title.
See, that really pisses me off though with Gary Antoine Russell because I feel like the kid is very talented, but it's so fucking frustrating. Like, dude, why did you fucking turn the fight down and say you're looking for bigger? Like, come on, you're looking for bigger things. Blast the bum out and get the belt, and you're in an excellent position. Like, come on, this is fucking ridiculous, man. Like, I can't believe you turned down the fight. Like, this is madness, Smoke. He turned down an opportunity to fight for a major world title in one of his easiest wins. Because I think Antoine Russell would have beat the fuck out of any of those dudes. But he turned it down because he was looking for bigger things. Dude, what bigger things? What are you going to do now? I doubt you'll even fight this year. What a terrible fucking decision.
He completely disregarded the fact that it was a title shot. He was like, I'm bigger than Paro. You may be bigger than Paro. I mean, I wouldn't argue that, but are you bigger than the belt? No,
Yeah,
I mean
I
this
mean,
is this is like shades of Dillian White to me.
well, you know what? I'm so fucking upset with Dillian White Smoke because this motherfucker just turned down an opportunity to fight Joshua again. And look, me, I don't know how much money he wants, but like, come on, man. They offered you probably several million. And I mean, how much do you think this guy's worth? What, 10 million? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the difference between Dillian White right now and Gary Antoine Russell is when he feel the way that he does his white privilege. Um, is he gets fucking paid. He doesn't fight for titles, but he definitely fights for checks.
Yeah.
I don't know that Gary Antoine Russell's out here getting paid like fucking Dillian White, or even the 140-pound equivalent to
But
Dillian White,
Smoke, if you
right?
grab that belt, Smoke, if you grab that belt, imagine this. Surely Antoine Russell's bargaining power would have been more because he would have walked into every negotiation as a world champion. Like, I mean, what leverage do you have now? It's just such a terrible decision. I really don't know
He is still
who's
from a
guiding.
fighting family. His name still carries some weight. Um, he's still a fight that people would want to have. Like I get him. I get the fact that his name is bigger than a power fight. I don't know that his name is bigger than a belt. I think his name will
Yeah.
get him other title shots against better opposition, sure. Um, but yeah, I don't know what happens in between there. It just seemed really misguided. It seemed to be a misstep, but maybe it's a really strategic move because the whole family might just be in rebuild mode after the death of so many family
Yeah.
members.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I take that back. Then maybe he just was not in a good place. And if he's not, man, God bless that guy. Because I always thought, Antoine Russell could have really done some great things at 140, but then he kind of fell off the map. And Dillian White, I mean, I've defended this guy many times over the last several years. And even when it's been difficult, I've defended him. But like, bro, surely you don't think your market value is the same today as it was 4 years ago? Like, dude, you cannot sell out the O2 Arena anymore fighting, whoever. You're not doing the pay-per-view numbers you were doing. Like, surely you can't be commanding the kind of money. I don't know, man. You know, Eddie Hearn says the gap is just so wide from the what Dillian White wants and what's available that he doesn't think the fight could happen.
Yeah, the Antoine, I give him a little bit of leeway. I'm cutting him a little bit of slack just because they had a death in family. And right after that, his brother, we saw what happened with the fighting brothers. You saw Russell lose his belt, fighting one arm and shit. You saw his other brother get knocked the fuck out. You saw Gary Antoine look less than stellar against Francis Bartholomew. I'm just like, okay, this might just be a convenient, like a nice public face to put on it. I'm bigger than Pardo, but maybe they're just in like rebuild mode.
Shout out to Dillian White though. I mean, he's
Yeah.
got me laughing though. Apparently, offering Dillian White $8 million is an insult. I mean, that's chump change.
Hey, listen. The thing about Dillian White lies is it like when the rent comes due, the fucking excuses just evaporate. It's like, man, he was talking about all that fucking money he was made. Right, he was talking all that shit. I should be the Mando. I should be the Mando. You guys need to go like flood Mauricio Suleiman's inbox. I'm a sue. Mauricio Suleiman said, "I already told you what the fuck was up. Stop sending these people to my fucking phone, or we gonna have some problems." And what did Dillian White do? He shut right the fuck up. There was no lawsuit. They stopped all that fucking bullshit. They just kept whining ostensibly about 600 days. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. You weren't mandatory. Fuck off. And then he went from that to making all this money. The first time he was offered the rematch, like after the April 15th Wembley date, right? He was supposed to slide in.
Yep.
But then, 7 million. That's not enough time for testing. Now, this is to fight for 3 fucking belts.
Yeah.
And I heard people at that point talking about, oh, nobody since Harry Wills has been in a position for so long without getting a shot. It's like, man, Harry Wills wasn't turning down no motherfucking title shots. Get out of my face with this shit, dude. This dude.
Smoke, it was 7 million plus. It was 7 million plus pay-per-view points. That motherfucker would have cleared 10 million easy and 3 titles. Come on.
Yeah, and he was like, but it was all about how Wilder was ducking White. I was like, if you guys don't get this white privilege shit, the fuck out my face. But anyway, and I use it because it's Dillian White, not
the name
it seems
right.
like it's race bait, but I got it a whole bunch of. I got White Lies, I got some White Hope, I got all that shit when it comes to Dylan White. But yeah, my man, he said there wasn't enough testing, and he suggested that the reason why he didn't take the fight was because AJ is a drug cheat, right?
Even though he's the one with the failed tests.
Yeah, and then he talks about how much money he's making. $5 million here is not enough. Go. Then I need more money out of when he finally gets his title shot and he takes it as a mandatory position. He wants more money. They open the books. Turns out this dude ain't making shit. 80-20. He might be making something under the table, some other shit. He may be finagling the way his checking and his savings, works.
Yeah.
Maybe it's only 400,000 on the book. I don't know what the fuck this dude got going on. But it just seems like whenever the fucking lights come on, all of his fucking claims scurry into the darkness like fucking roaches.
The only is, I think he pulled a fast one with the WBC. So all he was doing was he was given his base purses, which was maybe like $500,000 or whatever it was. But he'd never add up the full purses. So because his fights were on pay-per-view, right? So whatever extra money he'd make from pay-per-view points or sponsors or whatever, which add up to 4 or 5 million or whatever it was, he'd never register any of that with the WBC.
Whatever the hell, Tyson Fury said, chump change. I don't care if it's your pay-per-view numbers or whatever the fuck you got going on. Big bank take little bank. Your shit's full of shit.
I mean, he still got paid. What did he get paid? $8 million? I mean, that's not exactly for a guy that's never fought for a world title, never been a champion, and that's not, in the top 3. $8 million isn't really chump change, though, is it? Compared to what guys in White's position would be making. You know what? I have to be honest. I think the media hype went to his head when he started headlining pay-per-views and selling out arenas, and he got a bit of a cult fan base, and he was making good money compared to most fighters in that division. Maybe he just got an ego. He'd say, this is how crazy it was. He'd say, why is Anthony Joshua offering Deontay Wilder 40%, but he's not offering me 40%? I'm like, obviously that's undisputed. Like, come on, he already knocked you out. Like, how the fuck are you guys in the same? Joshua is giving you a voluntary fight for 3 belts, and by the way, he's already knocked you out. Deontay Wilder, undefeated champion for all the belts. So you want in 60-40 with AJ, even though he brings the belts. And this was a time when AJ was probably 10 times the star that White was, or even is now, to be fair. That was crazy. But I do think he had an obsession with Deontay Wilder, though, to be fair. I mean, Dillian White was obsessed with Deontay Wilder for a very long time. And I think he did want the fight, Smoke. But
hold up. There was scapegoating. Like that. Here's what you do. When you're not trying to do anything except for take an easy touch, what you say is, and I'm having this happen right now, right? You call out one guy, and in this debate shit, you feel like you've earned a shot. You feel like you've earned like a space to throw your weight around. So you call out one guy, but that one guy that you call out, that guy says, okay, cool, do the thing, and then we can get it on. You go, nah, you're ducking me. I just called you out and you're ducking me. And then somebody else said, I deserve a shot. And somebody else says, okay, do this over here. I'll fuck with you over here. And then you go, nah, I don't like the terms of what you're saying. This other guy owes me a shot. So what you wind up doing is pitting both offers that you say you deserve, the shot that you deserve. You're not going to either do what it takes to get the one that you say you want, and you're also going to blame the other party for, actually say it's their character and it's them being unfair for the reason why you're not going to take the second shot so that you can, get pay-per-views against Derek Chisora. And then those pay-per-views against Derek Chisora are supposed to be some hidden river of money that nobody can fucking verify. I'm good. I'm good with it. Whatever the fuck it is you're doing. I love the fact that you are figuring out a way to get money in boxing and not fight for titles.
Yep.
I do like that a lot from Dylan White. I can't knock the hustle, but it's a little bit full of shit. It's actually more than a little bit full of shit. So at this point, the Gary Antoine is he's carrying the Dillian White prize for trying to slick talk his way out of fucking title shots and still be relevant. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I was always confused though about the White situation He was ranked number one in the WBC for 3 years, and that shit was always bizarre to me. Why they never called the mandatory? Like, how can you be the number one contender and hold several belts, WBC silver, interim, diamond, and all that stuff, and never making the mandatory?
Because they already had a mandatory, and and Wilder fought that guy. But in between fighting his actual mandatory, he had fights that had done more in the sport than both of those guys, both Dillian White and his mandatory, who was Dominic Brazil.
Okay.
So,
No, I thought it was still.
Suleiman was like, "Well, if you're fighting fucking Tyson Fury, the fuck would I get involved in that and order a Dominic Brazil fight?"
Yeah. I did think it was a little unfair. Like the Joshua fight, you're right, he completely fucked that up. The same way he's fucking up now. But I mean, Bermain still weren't getting another title shot, and then Luis Ortiz getting two. I thought, fucking hell, surely you could squeeze Dillian White in somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Not really. Like that's the thing. Like Dillian White, like tried to bully his way to a thing. Like first off, they're using Dillian White as a way to throw the scent off the AJ fight. Let's be perfectly honest. While he's trying to fight fucking AJ, they're like, your profile's not big enough. Fight Dillian White, and he says, okay, fine, I will fight Dillian White, and if you put AJ on the contract, oh well, no, that's not how it works. All right, dude. Like I was born at night, like last night. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. That's where Dillian White is even introduction into our fucking consciousness was with that. Was him trying to run interference for fucking AJ in the Wilder fight. But then it turned from that thing into him saying he was Mando, which he was not. It was Dominic Brazil. And I don't really like the whole chain of events that led to Dominic Brazil being a Mando. Let's just say there was a string of fucking failed drug tests, right? And that's what led to the Bermain Stavern, a string of failed drug tests and Don King. And without going into the twists and turns of it, that's how Dominic Brazil became Mando. But who the fuck wants to see a Dominic Brazil fight? Like he didn't do shit. Even Dominic Brazil was pulled out of fucking nowhere for AJ's first title defense.
Yeah.
Right? It's just kind of like Dominic Brazil is kind of like lucked his way into a thing, but he hadn't done shit in the sport. So if you have a guy like, Luis Ortiz, who was supposed to be fighting Klitschko for the belt, instead Klitschko went with Fury instead of fighting Ortiz, and then the whole like AJ, he was supposed to fight AJ, but he had that heart pill thing, and Eddie Hearn decided that he was going to have Luis Ortiz stripped of his mandatory fucking position in the WBA. But the WBC wasn't tripping off that. They got their doctor's note. They're like, okay, this guy's been a WBA interim champion. He's supposed to have had 2 title shots. Yeah, this guy is ahead of Dillian White. They actually ordered the fight between Ortiz and Dillian White, and Dillian White didn't take that shit either. Instead, he fought Pulev. And then that shit went to purse bid, and he didn't fight Pulev either. Then he went to a, whatever. I'm not even going through this whole fucking litany of things. Like Dillian White, like journey is his journey. Like God bless the dude for being able to get some millions out of it, because the guy loses in spectacular fashion. So like if you're gonna just be getting knocked the fuck out when you step up, I feel you on your reticence, your hesitance to actually step up, and you want the conditions to be exactly fucking perfect. I'm not mad at it.
It's kind of funny though, because when you guys, so if you're Dillian White hater, right, any of the haters out there, you've got a lot of material to work with, right? I mean, this guy's been knocked out cold 3 times, so I think I don't think even the haters want to see Dillian White anymore, because they've already seen him get short circuited 3 times. So
no, bro, but it's funny. It's fucking funny every time. Like he loses unlike anybody else. Like people talk about like Wilder loses, like seeing flags first and blood leaking out his ears. Like Wilder loses is kind of weird ways too. But god damn, it is entertaining the way fucking Dillian White gets knocked the fuck out. Man, Jesus Christ. I would pay good money for that in a fight that I think he like has a shot in. I'm not just trying to see him get knocked the fuck out. Like Klitschko, I wouldn't care. Like I like seeing that dude. Like I don't like Vlad Klitschko. I do like Vitaly. I didn't like Vlad. I didn't like the way he was like a trust fund baby, how he was completely protected and only praised, even though he was moving in a really bullshit fucking manner. And then the way he treated his opposition. That Povetkin fucking fight was absolutely like I was all the way out on him after that fucking fight.
You just a hater, Smoke.
I
That's
am a
all.
hater, man. What you know? You know, you the town. It's town biz, man. Where do you think the
Hey
phrase "play a
man,
hater"
look,
came
I
from?
had to pop on your channel,
We got
bro.
two phrases that pays that came out of the Bay: play a hater and fucking hella.
Yeah.
That's the Bay for you.
I
That's
had
what
to
we do
pop
out
on
here.
your channel, Smoke, and eat my crow like a grown ass man.
Yeah, yeah.
I picked motherfucking Josh Taylor. I was definitely wrong.
Oh yeah.
Josh Taylor got his ass mollywopped.
Yes, sir. Hey, yes,
He
sir.
got beat the
You and I
fuck
will be enjoying that crow for decades.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Jimmy got it
beat.
right.
Yeah, Jimmy, you got it right. He got beat the fuck up. That shit wasn't even close, Jimmy.
Yep.
Look, there's Retro. There's my guy. So Shelton made it to the judges' booth, and he asked some really good questions. He was a little bit, I guess the moderator found him a little bit harsh with his
Yeah, he didn't like that.
suggestions, with his
He
advice.
didn't like that. Well, he walked
my
himself
fellow
into that. Is that Puro right there?
Yeah, that's me. That's me. What up? What up? What
Puro,
up?
I got you, bro.
Happy Friday, but to both of you guys.
Happy Friday,
a great
Puro.
weekend. I didn't
Happy Friday, brothers.
Yeah, I got you, man. I owe you that $50.
All good, brother. I know
Yes,
you do.
sir. Josh Taylor just got destroyed, bro. He got mollywopped.
Yeah, man. I didn't think it was gonna be that bad.
Shocked.
But,
I was just shocked at the scorecards, though. I'm like 115, 113. How?
Yeah, I know.
How?
They was tripping, bro. They was tripping.
How? This motherfucker might have won 2 rounds.
I don't know. I gave him like
Josh
3
Taylor
rounds.
might have won 2 rounds. If you were generous, he won 2 rounds.
I give him 3.
Wait, Shelton, you owe YB a bet as well, don't you? Because you bet him $100 that TEO would never become champion again.
Oh yeah, I gotta pay YB too. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that bet. I forgot all about that bet. I hadn't seen YB in so motherfucking long.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's back.
Yeah, I picked TEO, and I'm glad you proved me right, man. I think 2-time lineal,
Yeah,
and
TEO's the man, bro. TEO is the guy. TEO Fimo.
both times.
Teofimo Lopez.
What do you think of him vacating the title, though, Sheldon?
But the title of the show,
I think he's a fucking weirdo.
Teofimo Lopez, and he is the star of it, right? He's coming fresh off. He's now the newly minted 2-division champion, and we've been chopping up his journey to this moment, where he is in this moment, and what the future may hold for him. But we're actually looking at it from the terms of the trainers, right? Because we have a whole bunch of fighters and fights that are coming up where the dad is the trainer. There's a father figure who's the trainer in the position. And so my question to everybody coming in is, were you one of those people that said Teofimo Sr. should be out?
Yes.
I didn't say out completely, but out as in step aside to bring in another trainer.
Yeah, I thought he should have gone with Eddie Reynoso, because I felt like that kind of style, that front foot counter punching style with a slick defense would have really suited him really good. And I think they were in talks as well to train with Eddie Reynoso in the Canelo camp, but it just fizzled out, I guess.
Phantom?
What up, Phantom?
Oh, what's the deal? What's the deal?
I just realized my question helps me spread the crow around a little bit. Let me see if I can share some of this goddamn crow. I have to eat.
Ate my crow already, Phantom. You missed it.
Well, I don't think I have
What's
to
up,
eat
Phantom?
crow.
Happy Friday, man.
I think I changed my pick based on the way T.O. was talking that last Friday on Smoke Show. So I think I'm in the clear.
No, you picked T.O. I said I ate my crow. I ate my crow.
Yeah. Phantom's right. He did change his pick. I was on the panel. Yeah, he picked T.O. to win. And I think you were on Mad Chads as well. And you were telling me that type of mentality he's got, kill or be killed. You thought, yeah, man, I remember you.
That's what's up.
Is he going to have that kind of mentality in the courtroom next week?
Probably not.
He better.
I'll have no rap like a woman.
Well, we don't know. See, because I know in California, Phantom, right? You have to be married like 10 years for it to get half.
Okay.
Well, it depends. Every state's different as far as that divorce shit. So
yeah.
Oh wait, that's his baby mama as well. Nah, it's gonna be worse actually. Yeah, it's gonna be worse.
I don't know how New York works though, Jimmy. I don't know how they do it out there. Is it a fault state or a no fault state?
I'm not sure.
Because see, California's a no fault state, No fault meaning that you can, if your wife decides she wants to fuck another dude and you got pictures of her getting plowed in the ass, that doesn't mean anything in court. They don't care about that. Can't even introduce that shit into evidence.
Yeah, California's not trying to get involved in the twists and turns of your fucking tryst at all.
They look at the facts. This is how much you make. This is how much she make. You make 4 times more than her. You're gonna pay her this much.
Yeah, but it's good that you seek joint custody of the son, which means the settlement won't be as bad because, it'll be okay for him. If she got sole custody and he was just given visitation rights, again, I'm not sure how it works in America, but just off my general knowledge in the UK, if they share custody of the son, then she won't get as much financial pull in the courtroom. And also, I mean, look at him. He retired, didn't he? So whatever new contracts he's going to sign, he's probably waiting until after his divorce.
Smart.
One second, before we get into the intricacies of divorce, I mean, let's bring this back to YTBC. One time show. Give me 1 second.
Think about that. That's fucking smart.
I just want to give a shout out to Retro. I mentioned you in my intro early this morning about how you said you wanted to see the debate between Boxologist and I. And then Boxologist saying that he has some pressing debates ahead of him. And I should do the call out, right, to make it happen. And I'm going to give my man a little bit of grace period because before the tournament even happened, they said that he was going to do knockout. So I'm going to, knockout's going to do the winner and all this other stuff. So I'm not mad necessarily at that right now. But I gave him an out. I'm like, he can debate. We can debate the same subject that he got his title off of and I got my title off of. And we can clear that shit up and you don't have to even do any additional research. We'll see what his response to it. We'll see if that gets back to him. We'll see if it shows up and I'll present that to him like on the face. But I'm going to let him live a little bit and then I'll take you up since, you are one of the...
Yeah, man. I didn't think about that though, Jimmy. That is fucking smart, man. That's a smart play.
I'll bow down to the Godfather and go ahead and call that dude out. At the appropriate time if he don't fucking step up. But shout out to Retro.
Hey, y'all heard me though. That was a smart play.
I don't know if you heard all that. I think I cut out for part of it, but yeah, just to summarize, I'm gonna give this dude a slack for a little bit, and then I'll be on his helmet since that was your suggestion, Retro. And I don't want any controversy out there as to what the hell is going on with Floyd Mayweather, Sugar Ray Leonard, and who understands the intricacies of a rhetorical contest. As you guys were with the divorce shit.
Yeah, I said that's a smart ass play though, wasn't it? I didn't even think about that. That is a smart play because if he retires, that means he has no income.
Yeah, because if he signed a big contract with ESPN, she would.
He ain't signed shit. That was his last fight on the contract. He ain't signed shit.
No, it wasn't his last fight on the contract. He's saying he won't fulfill the rest of the contract.
Oh well, if he retired, like I said, boxing doesn't have a retirement plan, which means he has no income. That is actually a smart play.
Not really. They're just that's just kicking the can down the road. The judge is gonna say as soon as you come back, because he's 25 fucking years old. He's a multi-millionaire. That kind of brinksmanship only works for so long. They'll be like, we'll revisit this topic later once you resolve your career issues and kind of shit. Like,
they were only married for I think was it less than 2 years. So I don't know what kind of mega.
Yeah, she might not get much anyway. Smoke only a couple years. She might not get too much anyway.
Shit, that fuck it. But they're gonna, bro. The lion's share is not the alimony. It's going to be that child support. It's a fucking 18 years of the shit, and they're gonna be adjusting that shit a gazillion times before it's done.
Yeah, child support's a motherfucker. Yeah, he gotta pay child support.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep. She's just gonna keep petitioning whenever he comes back, whenever he gets a big fight, all that shit. All he's doing is kicking the can down the road.
Hey, Smoke. What I believe that he did good is by him sitting there and saying that he's gonna retire. I think it's a benefit because he could say he's gonna be at home for his kid more. So then he can be able to try to deal with that joint custody, which, as you just said, that's his best move.
Yeah, I think like we talk about, there's a lot of information that goes on about how hard it is to get custody. I think that a lot of that is from a bunch of deadbeat dads not really trying to get custody and them just like bitching, right? Or them feeling like they need to be entitled to a thing because they don't like the woman, so they should just be given some sort of special entitlement. But no, you have to prove your worthiness and all that shit. But the truth of the matter, or not the truth of the matter, the data seems to suggest that fathers that actually want custody and fight for custody actually get awarded custody. It's the guys that it's really a lot of people don't fight for custody.
Or show up in court and start talking crazy and not letting their lawyers speak for them.
Yep.
Those are the other ones.
Yep.
Your Honor, I'm going to aim for death because that's where life begins.
Hey, listen, I'm not saying my man is the most eloquent speaker or like you can follow his deep and esoteric philosophies just for his bumper sticker phrases. It seems like you have to, maybe apprentice for years at the feet of the master before you understand the wisdom of life beginning after death. I mean, I know it's for Tupac and for Biggie.
For Biggie,
it was definitely life after death. That was a hell of an album. I might bump that shit right now.
He was listening to the second album. That's where he made that shit up from. He was listening to Life After Death.
But damn, Biggie made a lot of money after death.
Yeah, exactly.
Tupac might still be dropping an album next summer. We don't know.
Yeah, you never know. He come out with an album every year, don't he?
Shit, you never fucking know. I'm just saying, I'm not necessarily. I find all of that entertaining, and that's part of the, I think, marketability of TO anyway. So, yeah. Good luck to him. It seems like he's got some trials and tribulations ahead of him, but also the future seems kind of bright. I like because of his outside the ring issues, and he doesn't seem to. Okay. Let's go back to my first when I first noticed there was a problem between the TOs and Top Rank.
When did you notice that, Smoke?
Say again.
When did you notice that?
I noticed it in the build up to the Loma fight. They had the fight signed according to the TOs, but Top Rank didn't do shit. So it made the TOs look kind of crazy. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this fight happening? Is it not happening? And all that shit. TO Senior was like, they're not promoting this fight. They're not promoting my son. That was before the Loma fight, right? And
maybe because they don't like you. Maybe they don't like you, TO Senior.
It could very well be. It could be that they're just entitled. They're putting the cart before the horse. But I think that TO is one of the more charismatic guys in the sport that needs charismatic people, right?
I don't think Top Rank wanted that fight either, though, right?
Say again?
I don't think Top Rank wanted that fight either, right?
Right. I mean, Bob seemed to be doing the least amount. It was like the least effort. The TOs had to work. They had to bitch and moan and call out Loma for years in order to get that fight. Take a short end of the stick, renegotiate their contract with the network because Bob told them take this or fuck off. They've just been.
Let me ask Piro a question. Piro, in your opinion, does Bob like TO or no? I don't think Bob likes TO.
What's up, Mark?
Shit, I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, I don't think Bob liked Bud either.
I don't think Bob. Well, first, let's be clear. I don't think Bob likes anybody. First,
right?
Except for Loma.
You better get it right.
Loma. He likes Lomachenko. He likes him for some reason.
Yeah, right. He likes Loma. He likes Shakur as well.
Loma or Shakur. I think he's trying to usher in the Eastern European market the same way he did the Latino market. And he liked them for that idea, for that like business move.
Yeah. That could be it. Because Bob does. I know one thing I do know about Bob is he don't have no personal attachment to no fucking body.
But Smoke, here's the problem though. Like with the Latino community, that was probably the biggest minority group in the United States, right? Or around there, right? The Eastern European, I really don't see any mega community that loves boxing and will come out in droves in the millions, whether it's to buy the pay-per-views or to buy the help of the gate receipts, right?
I don't know.
I think really he's just saying. Okay.
Pollock's got a little bit of
I want to throw this out there. I'm gonna throw this out there. I want to know where did all those Loma fans come from in this last fight?
They came from the fucking Russians and the Ukrainians. Apparently, like those dudes are rabid fans. Like those were not American. Like listen. And this is just from the outside looking in, growing up. I didn't check. I wasn't checking IDs at the fight. I didn't even go to the fight, but from television, when they did those close-ups of those fans, those doesn't look like Americans to me.
Yeah,
Like,
those is
whatever you
Americans.
say about the ethnic group, the nationality
You,
didn't seem American.
hey, my man,
Say
you
again?
know why? You know who them motherfuckers was. You know why they was rooting for Loma. Come on, man. You know, Smoke might not want you to put it out on the channel,
Yeah,
but you
I mean,
know.
I get it. He's a national hero now, bro. Like, there's a geopolitical conflict going on. This dude like volunteered for. Now he doesn't
The
just
same
have
reason,
he doesn't
even
just
though I don't
have
rock with the
dedicated
dude, right,
fans.
Smoke?
He now has radical fans. Now those guys are radicalized now. Like,
But
Bill
look,
Haney
the same
got a
way,
fucking
now
beer
you know I
bottle
don't
thrown
rock
at him
with the
because of what
dude,
the judges did.
but you know I don't rock with the dude, right? The same way we had a long reigning American heavyweight champion, and the whole world was rooting for Tyson Fury.
Yeah, so that's what I was going
You
to
got
say about this
rappers
other
coming
thing,
out
right?
saying
So
Tyson Fury.
that's where I was going with the Jimmy part of it. So to
Yeah,
answer
come
Jimmy's
on,
thing
man.
about the
Y'all know
Latino
what,
community,
bro.
to answer Jimmy's thing about the Latino community, the
Yeah,
majority demographic in America is white people.
it's white
And
folks. It's white folks.
what Bob is saying is we have an underserved demographic, large demographic that I could probably exploit, and he's trying to use the Eastern Europeans as knockoff white Americans. It doesn't really work out very well, like
Yeah,
because of the cultural differences and also the histories of our peoples together, right?
right.
So I don't know. It's a weird bet. Maybe it'll pay off over time, but Tyson Fury is at least closer to the American sensibility,
Come on.
right? But yeah, these guys that don't speak English and fucking boring as shit, like that's not really gonna be the thing. But they can fight and they can lay the groundwork. Like nobody really goes about talks about Michael Carbajal, right? But that was the guy that Bob Arum used to usher in this whole Latino
Fucking
boxing era.
monster. Michael
Yeah, but
Carbajal was a beast, though.
yeah, but he was a beast. Yeah, Little Hands of Stone, right?
Yeah, he was a
And
beast.
Yes,
because of Julio
that
Cesar
was my guy
Chavez.
right there. Leave him alone, Smoke.
Yeah,
That was
right.
my
All
guy
I'm
right
saying
there.
is, everybody knows who the fuck Oscar De La Hoya is, though. So yeah, Loma might have his fucking moment in the sun, but it's not the Loma that he's looking for. He's not looking necessarily for the Michael Carbajal. He's looking for the Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, he's trying to find one of those. Now, you know, and yeah, you gotta remember that, Jimmy. It's more white folks in America than anybody else. Don't ever forget that.
Yeah, but I just feel like the history of America with the obviously the Cold War, the Soviet era, is so the like resentment has been so deep for so many years. To come and market a former Soviet fighter who doesn't share your history, your language, your culture,
That
plus
don't
with all the
matter.
bad blood.
That
But that
don't
doesn't
matter.
matter, Jimmy. He shares the same skin tone. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
I
So
think
you're
most
gonna get
white
some.
fighters.
So the other part of it is we have some Eastern European communities depending on where you are in fight cities. Like New York has a pretty big fucking like Eastern European, a bunch of different communities, right? Whether
Tell
they're
him about
Polish or
Glendale,
whatever the fuck.
Smoke. Tell him about Glendale, our little
You're
Armenia.
right. If you right, it fights out of L.A. L.A. has Little Armenia. And we got Russians. We got all this fucking thing. Like he can finagle it to the point where he can just build the market up. But who else does he have? He has Better Beef, right? Another
Yep, the
fucking dude
Serbian.
that's like kind of a like he's just building up he's building the tent. Like call these the tent spikes, right? But he's trying to build up a underserved demographic. I think that's Bob's ultimate goal. Is just his closest
We
he's got
see,
to it so far is Tyson Fury and fucking Lomachenko.
we like
also play him
Viterbiev,
well.
boxing fans. We like Viterbiev because he's a monster and he's beating motherfuckers up, right? We like him for his boxing skill, his power, his tenacity. We like him for that. But them other folks, they like Viterbiev because he's a white boy beating the shit out of everybody. They love that.
You know what? I thought Golovkin got that, but I'm not sure if Beterbiev gets that because Golovkin was selling out the Madison Square Garden and the Staples Center and doing crazy numbers and headlining
Why?
pay-per-views. But
Why?
Beterbiev,
It was
Why?
Cuts for
Why
Triple
was
G.
Golovkin? Hold on. Why was Golovkin doing that, Jimmy?
because he was clout chasing Canelo, in my opinion.
No.
And the Mexican.
No. Because he was a white guy beating the shit out of everybody.
See, I don't really agree with that because when
You
he
don't
fought
have to agree with it. It's what it is.
No, let me
You don't have to agree with it. That's what it is.
Yeah, but Sheldon, he had a banner called Mexican Style. But he was fighting an Armenian. There were no Mexicans on the card. You know what I'm saying? And they sold
Did
out.
you hear what did you hear what I said, Jimmy? He was a white guy beating the shit out of everybody. They love that.
See, I think Conor McGregor brought that in, the white dude that everyone wants to
No,
jump to. But
because Triple G was way before him. Triple G was way before Conor McGregor. Yes. Conor McGregor didn't get popular until like 16, 17. Triple G was already the man before then.
No,
like 2010, early 2010s, it started coming up.
Yeah,
I think Conor was a superstar.
And speaking of Conor, he about to go to jail or pay out a whole bunch of money.
I mean, I just don't see it, man. I think
that guy's are you talking about the mascot?
No, I'm talking about the sexual assault he got at the NBA Finals.
Oh,
yeah,
damn,
he are a woman apparently.
Damn. Maybe I'm just not in America. I can't speak for the racial climate, but I know in the UK, if some white dude randomly showed up from Russia and said, "Hey, I'm knocking everyone out, but like stand behind me," no one would give a fuck. But I mean, I don't,
That's the UK. It's different.
Well, I can say
this country was built and founded on racial inequality.
What up, Troy?
Yeah, what's up?
It was built and founded on.
Yeah, I'm listening to the conversation, and I can tell you that Lomachenko was not accepted, just like the Klitschko's weren't accepted, simply on the fact that he's not American. He might be white, but he's not American. That's part selfishness, but that's the truth. You could be white all you want, but you have to be white American. Like, okay, Tommy Morrison. We all remember Tommy Morrison.
Yeah, knocking everybody out.
Yeah, he was viewed as the second coming up of white hope or whatever. Even after he got mercilessly knocked out by Ray Mercer, they still had high hopes for him because he was American.
He's from where's he from?
Somewhere in the heartlands. I don't remember. He's supposed to be some kid to George Wayne and all that. Man.
He was from Oklahoma. That's right.
And he was white and American.
Yeah, he was very white. Very white. He even had a mullet.
Yeah, and then when it comes to Oscar De La Hoya and Mike McCollum, a lot more people. Oscar was on a bigger stage, but Michael Carbajal, Michael Carbajal was more beloved based on how he fought and who he fought and what he did. He was the first fighter at that weight class to have $1 million purse, and he fought like a Mexican, so to speak.
But you got to remember, Troy. And they love Oscar. The bitches got Oscar over. The bitches loved Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they loved Oscar.
What is it? Media. What do you call media? Media loved him. White America loved him. He had that look. He was pretty.
Remember Joe Smith? You can't forget Joe Smith. Like
Joe Smith. Joe Smith could have been.
Did he ever really get over? Did he ever really get over, Troy? He never really got over, did he?
No, but I'm just talking about Bob was trying to do some business with him. I'm just saying
he didn't win a big fight. That's why he never got over.
Bob was trying to build. That's all.
Yeah, because he had the perfect thing. Father and son actually own a business together. Joe Smith Jr. and Sr. They own a business together. He has the perfect background to be a white American superstar, but he could not get over the hump of winning a big fight.
Yeah, that's it. You're absolutely right, Troy. Absolutely right. They was trying with Joe Smith, but he knocked Hopkins out the ring. They was trying.
They were trying hard. They're cool people too, man. Because I had a conversation about getting him on the show. Him and his father are cool.
Yeah, Joe Smith's a good dude. And even around boxing, I've talked to several boxers in interviews, and they all say Joe Smith is a fucking monster. He's a beast.
Hold on, Jimmy, before you get in here, I just want to address Mark Nash's his comment. I'm gonna put it up on the big screen so we can talk about it. So at least I can address it. If you guys want to jump in, you can, and Jimmy, you can be the first one and wrap your thing up and take it around the panel. But I think it's a good one. Serena Williams would get booed by foreigners in America because they were white and she was black.
Facts.
Right.
Facts.
So right now, I would while I totally understand the racial or ethnic part of that thing, I would say that there's also a cultural difference between the king sport in tennis and the blue collar fucking sport that's boxing. It's a little bit different. The Polish fan, if you are one of these people who are deeply connected to some foreign community that doesn't speak English, you will get some percentage of white people, but I don't think you're going to break over. I don't think you're going to cross over into the wider, like that mainstream fucking money that Bob Arum is hoping to build with this, like, you know, underserved white public. I don't think Lomachenko gets you there. I don't think Better Beef gets you there. Tyson Fury is pretty good. I think in this climate, Toni Morrison would be Tommy Morrison. Yeah, Tommy Morrison would be the Toni Morrison is the author. Shit, man.
And she's black.
And that's the sister.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, not the Nobel Literature Peace Prize winner Tony, but Tommy the fighter. If he was alive today, even with his personality, that wasn't the best, but it wasn't like Joe Smith. Joe Smith's personality, god damn, he has a personality.
It's like a trash can. It's like a lump
worker, like a blue collar, just show up and do your job, fucking worker. That's his personality to a T. But Tommy Morrison had a little bit of flash to him, like the ladies and all that stuff. Rest in peace. He would have teamed up with this fight. Bob tried Pulev, right? Pulev kissing the fucking person, and he's trying. My point is, Bob is just trying to serve this fucking demographic, and he doesn't have the goddamn inventory just yet.
I got a question for the panel. When in the history of boxing has any white foreigner boxer ever been good in America, like been a superstar in America?
A foreigner? A foreigner?
A white boxer from another country ever been a superstar in America?
Yeah, never.
Exactly.
I mean, the Tyson Fury is the one that's the most that comes to mind readily. But that guy, like I said, was represented by Bob fucking Arum. But I'm just telling you, that's what I'm seeing, Bob, what he's trying to do. I see the business that he's trying to build, and I see that he's just trying to replicate what he's already done, which is an amazing feat that brought him probably like billions at this point, right? In total, in gross revenue. But I want to hear what Jimmy, because we interrupted this whole shit for Jimmy.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
About Mark Nash's question. Me personally,
whatever you're gonna say, if you have something to say about Mark Nash's or whatever.
Yeah. So Serena Williams, to me, she's probably one of the most marketable female athletes in the world. I've never seen a female tennis player, and I don't really even follow tennis that closely. Even I know who Serena Williams is. So I mean, I think she is a star. To say she's not a star, I mean, I don't know.
No. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that at her height, when Serena Williams was crushing everything on the court, who was making the most money? It wasn't Serena. Do you remember
it was
who it
the Russian girl, right?
It was Anna
Kournikova. Well, he's also saying that the Americans did not
it wasn't her. It was the pretty one. It was a pretty blonde one that was there.
Anna Kournikova. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Sky Sports would run segments on Serena Williams and during things that were non. So I think she was. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if she was, maybe there's a more bigger racial element. But see, this is the point I want to make to Shelton Williams, right? About the establishment wanting Eastern Europeans. If Sergei Kovalev and Lomachenko heading into their fights with Andre Ward and Devin Haney, I feel like if there was like an underlying strong desire and love for Eastern Europeans to take over the American boxing market, I don't think either of those guys would have lost their fights to Devin Haney or Andre Ward, because those are two of the most contentious decisions among the boxing world of the last decade. And I feel like if there was a sort of a foundation of trying to bring in the Russian era, there was no perfect time than that, given Lomachenko the decision against Haney and letting Kovalev keep his titles against Andre Ward. So a lot of people think the Americans were given gifts, a lot of fans, in those situations, just for the fact that they were the American, they had the American flag on their back, and the Russians were seen as the bad guys. So I completely disagree with Shelton, because I feel like those situations are so strong and so many fans agree with that I would really have to see some kind of hardcore proof for me to.
Well, you can't put Kovalev in there, because Kovalev was a drunk. He was raping bitches. He had charges going on. Kovalev had a lot of shit going on. That's why he was racist. Like him. Yeah, he was racist. Calling people niggas and all that shit. So Lomachenko ain't done none of that type shit. He ain't done none of that type shit.
No, but then why didn't he get the call against Devin Haney? Because it was a close fight, and if the establishment wanted Lomachenko to be the savior and this new era of white boxing,
okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Jimmy. Hold on. Let me ask you this, Jimmy. Listen to me. So you gonna hitch your wagon to a 35-year-old guy who's on his way out, or a 24-year-old undisputed champion who can only go up?
Youth and marketability, like I said, youth and marketability.
Who you gonna hitch your wagon to?
And he's American.
That's my point.
Who you gonna hitch
There's
your
never
wagon
been
to?
a-
I mean, Jimmy, as a businessman,
Yeah, young
who you gonna hitch your wagon to?
And
The
that's a
young
different. And
Americans.
Kovalev was a Kathy Duva person, right? That
Yeah,
wasn't Bob.
Kathy was his manager. Yeah.
Mm. Main events.
I mean, even Felix Stern. Even
Main
Felix
events
Stern
used to
was
be
for
the
Oscar
thing
De
back
La
in the
Hoya.
day.
Yeah, Canelo Golovkin. I mean, I thought it wasn't a robbery, but 99% of the world were telling me I was wrong. Canelo
It was not a
Golovkin won.
robbery. You talking about the first fight?
Yeah.
That,
I'm talking about the
yeah,
first fight.
that really
Well,
should
I
have been a
agree.
draw because neither fighter took over the fight. It really should have just been a draw.
I thought it
No,
was a
no.
draw.
I'm saying I
I
agree.
thought
But most of the
Golovkin beat his ass personally.
Nah,
see,
nobody got their ass beaten that fight. Nobody did
I thought
anything.
Canelo
Nobody
beat
did
his
anything.
ass. I thought Golovkin beat his ass in the first fight. I thought he beat
Nobody
him like
dominated
8-4.
in that fight. You can't
I
name
thought
me
it
a
was a
round where
draw.
anybody dominated. Nobody dominated.
Talking about in the Triple G.
The first
Canelo
fight,
won.
first
The first fight.
Yeah, I had Canelo winning that 8-4. I thought he won the first 4 rounds, last 4 rounds.
I had it a
No,
draw.
I had
I
Golovkin
didn't see
winning that
nobody
fight. I
dominating
had
that fight.
the opposite way. I had the opposite way. Smoke. I had Golovkin winning that fight.
I think they both gave each other too much respect in the first fight, and then nobody dominated any parts of that fight to me, so it was a draw.
I think
It was
Canelo.
one round where I think you give the Triple G, which is the first. Other than that,
If you actually
it's a draw.
if you look at Canelo's boxing game, though, in the first fight, I thought he fought a lot more sophisticated with the angles and the movement and the counters. In the rematch, he fought a lot more basic, but obviously walk him
He
down,
was
push him
clear
back.
in the rematch.
Yeah, but in the
Yeah,
first
he fought.
fight, Canelo couldn't get out of the way of that jab to save his life. That jab was eating him alive.
Because somebody had a bad fight plan for him. That's why. When the second fight, he was free.
That jab was killing him.
Thought they were both close fights, but the first one was a draw in my eyes.
Absolutely.
Well, you think Better Biev was a draw, so we can't listen to you, Puro.
Better Biev was a draw. Against
You
who?
think Bivol? You think Bivol was a draw, so we can't listen to you.
I never thought Bivol was a draw.
No, that was me. Shout out, that was me.
That was you who thought that dumb shit?
Yeah, that was me. Not one of my final moments. You know what? They were trolling Canelo so hard. I jumped in the panel.
Bivol is
You want to
beatable, though.
Everyone was trolling Canelo so hard. I jumped on the panel and thought, yeah, man, I scored the fight a draw. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Everyone went insane. Oh, Jimmy, you fanboy. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because you wasn't believing your lying eyes. Your eyes was lying to you.
No, sure. No, I thought it was 8-4. I thought Bivol won the fight.
Guess what I'm watching, man?
8-4.
Guess what I'm watching, y'all?
A sunset.
Yeah.
I just watched Mark Too Sharp
Paint
Johnson
dry.
get dropped by Raul Marquez.
Yeah, no, I just recently saw that fight too, Shelton. Both.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
That's
fight.
what Too Sharp was on top, too.
Is in the hall,
Who won
baby.
that fight?
I think it was a draw, Troy.
Yeah, that's when Too Sharp was on top, too.
Shelton,
Or no, I think
Shelton, I
Marquez
didn't
won.
get your
I
opinion.
forget.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Shelton, I didn't get your opinion on this. What do you think about Canelo jumping up to cruiserweight to fight Badou Jack?
He's not
I
going
thought
to
he
do
would
that.
get slaughtered. I think he gets slaughtered.
He's not going to do that.
What they say the
I think
deal
he
is
gets knocked
90%
out.
done. So, I mean,
He gets knocked out if he
Not by
fights
Badou
Badou
I
Jack.
think he's still fighting Bivol.
Yeah, he fucks with Badou Jack. He gonna get beat up.
I
Leave that dude alone.
strongly doubt that. I strongly doubt that.
Yeah, leave that dude alone, man. Don't fuck with him.
But Badou Jack's at the twilight of his career too. I don't think he's gonna knock him out. He could beat him, sure, but I don't think he's gonna knock him out.
Badou Jack can knock him out. He knocked Cabo out here, knock him out.
Shelton, he's got 10 weeks. Shelton, he's got 10 weeks to gain. I said he's got 10 weeks to gain 35 pounds.
No.
Yeah,
But that fight will
don't
never
do that,
happen.
Canelo. If you listen to this podcast, Canelo, don't do that to yourself.
No, but Sheldon, it's all a hypothetical conversation. That's not happening whatsoever.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself.
No. Troy, Eddie Hearn.
We got Butch, the Can Man collections still on your bumper, Mr. Sheldon. Got to put his thing up. He's dedicated
This
to
motherfucker ain't sent me no nothing. So I'm not fucking with Butch.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm not fucking with Butch. Butch ain't sent me shit. I done gave Butch my number 3 motherfucking times. Butch is full of shit.
Right, so, okay, Bush, you need to come. Listen, we will because both of you guys are friends of the show. Like Sheldon already, I can't even. Whatever. I got that dude phone number. I call him up right fuck now.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're across the pond, but you.
I ain't say call. I just say
no
text me. I'll tell the nigga to text me your cash app 3 motherfucking times. I ain't got it yet. So
okay, so
I don't know.
Listen, like what I'll say is, I will pause the show to work this shit out for you guys. If you hit the link when you get a chance to, and Sheldon's still here. But like right now, we're talking this boxing. And put your fucking comment up. Fuck that shit. Let's get back to what the hell we were talking about.
Exactly.
No, but wait, what happened? Smug. What's the beef though? I don't get it.
Ain't no beef.
They're just trying to settle that. There's no beef. They're just trying to settle that.
Yeah, ain't no beef. Okay. Ain't never no beef for Butch. That's my guy. I keep telling the motherfucker to text me, and he don't. So. You know,
yeah, what he does is every Friday come up here and says some shit.
Yeah.
Shouts out everybody.
I don't know what else to do. It's not like pushing them down the street and I can drive to his house.
Smoke.
It's not like he's here.
Say again?
No, I do the same to Southern. No, I do the same to Southern T. Whenever he goes live, I ask him, "Bro, why did you duck Smoke? This is embarrassing, bro." And he keeps fucking putting me on time. I keep saying, "When you gonna debate Smoke?"
Damn, Too Sharp, you're supposed to be better than that, baby.
Man, yeah. Wait, he forgot to fight.
Damn, Too Sharp, you getting beat up, man.
Listen, Raul Marquez is in the Hall of Fame, baby.
I know. I'm just talking shit.
You know, that's a Hall of Fame fighter right there. That's not a slouch.
Damn, you knocked my man Too Sharp out. God damn it.
Yeah,
it's
anyway,
Rafael, not the other name. Anyways, did you guys hear?
Wait,
Bob Arum is negotiating the rematch.
No, Raphael, my bad. Raphael. That's Raphael Marquez.
Bob is negotiating the rematch between Haney and Loma.
What?
According to Bob, yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
According to Bob, yeah.
Come on, man. Nobody want to see that shit again.
I do.
Bro, I don't want to see Devin. I don't want to see Devin Haney fight at 135 pounds ever again in life.
Shelton, the media fire. I don't know where you were, Shelton, but for a good month, there's been a fucking massive media firestorm on Twitter, on YouTube, on mainstream media, whether it was TMZ, ESPN. I'm telling you, even celebrities, for God's sake. Nelly came out, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Now, where have you been? There's a.
I don't listen to them motherfuckers, man. Especially no goddamn Jean-Claude Van Damme. I damn sure don't pay attention to his boxing knowledge.
I didn't even know fucking Van Damme watched boxing.
I thought he was definitely a Belgian kickboxer or some shit like that.
Yeah,
that's what I thought he was. Oh well, I guess we got Haney and motherfucking. I don't want to see that shit. I don't give a fuck. That's like Cambosis too.
Oh, come on, that was a great fight. Come on, Sean. That was one of the best world lightweight title fights I've ever seen.
I don't want to see it again.
Hold up a second. Before you get too into it, I want to let me welcome Dave Tassain to this panel. What's up, Dave? Hope you're having a great week. Hope you will have a great weekend, and you're having a happy Friday.
So salute, Smoke. Salute to the panel.
What's up, brother? Go on, cook.
Shelton.
Salute.
Shelton.
Go on, cook, man.
Yep.
Nothing personal. Welcome. I'm not sure who you are right now, but they're welcome to the channel and the panel. Get in where you fit in. Happy Friday. Yeah.
Man, OGs. I just want to say, I think Errol Spence won that press conference tour, bro. I think EJ won it, bro.
Nah, motherfucker, whatever. That's Bush.
Who cares? Is he gonna win the fight? Is he gonna win the fight?
Is that Butch? Nothing personal, is Butch.
Hey, listen. Just so we know, I know how you guys are like what happens. The sparks fly and there's fireworks, but you know how we do it over here. You have your little sparks for a minute, and then get back to the subject and keep that shit pushing. All right, don't let it derail the conversation. Let's go.
Yeah. Man, I just think, bro. I think EJ got more confidence than Terrence Crawford, bro. Don't tell me that he won undisputed before. That don't matter, bro. He didn't fight nobody, and we really like
He
EJ for
fought the
better
motherfuckers who
competition.
had the belts.
EJ took the belts from real fighters, good fighters,
What do you
better
mean real?
fighters,
What do you mean real fighters? That don't even make
better
sense. What do you
competition.
mean real
Just better
fighters?
competition.
What do you mean real? So Ndongo wasn't a real fighter. What was he? What was he? An android or something? What was he? A hologram?
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So Ndongo goes to Russia, takes that
I'm
dude's
trying to
belt.
say elite
Then
fighters.
he goes to England to Ricky Burns' house. To Scotland to Ricky Burns' house. Take his belt, and he's not a real fighter.
Now I think they are real fighters. I was trying to say elite fighters, elite.
Well, what elite fighter did Errol Spence beat?
Nah, bro. I'm telling you right now.
I'm asking the question. No. I'm asking you a question. You came on here with this EJ Smoke. Hold on. He came on here with this EJ Smoke. Tell me
young boy,
what elite fighter did EJ beat?
Sean Porter is elite. All the guys that EJ took them belts. Ugas is elite.
Crawford knocked him out. Crawford knocked him out.
That don't matter. That don't matter because he ain't gonna knock EJ out. I'm telling you right now. That knockout streak is gonna end right now. He ain't knocking EJ out, and EJ's gonna come out on top. He's gonna win that fight.
Hey, that's your opinion, bro. Hey, I respect it. I respect it. I don't agree with it, but I respect it.
I respect your opinion too. I will never try to change your mind. If you go with Buddy, go with Bud. I'm going with EJ all day. Win or lose, I'm gonna be loyal to EJ. I'm a loyal fan of EJ. I'm not gonna switch up to be a Bud fan if Bud wins. Nah, I'm gonna stay EJ fan regardless. I like how EJ fights.
You have to.
So yeah, I'm a fan of both fighters. Bud is my favorite active fighter. I don't have Bud winning this fight. I think this is a bit too much. But I think, like I said, EJ's a big dude. I don't know if you guys have been watching this fucking press conference, but EJ is a whole fucking load. It's not just a big dude. It's a bruising dude that has been taking coconuts from the Charlo brothers on the way up. This is a tough road to hoe for my guy.
He's been taking coconuts from the Charlo brothers.
Let me enlighten you on one thing. I'm gonna shut up. Let me enlighten you on one thing, Smoke, and I'm gonna shut up. Big dudes get beat up too.
Yeah, a la Horn. That was his first fight at 147 pounds. Horn, who turned out to be a 160-pound fighter.
Too,
and Spencer's not bigger than Horn. He's actually better than Horn.
I think EJ's going to fight at 160 pounds. I don't think Horn is as big as Spence. I don't think Horn is going to be able to.
Bigger than Spence, exactly.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying to you. I don't think that Jeff Horn could compete at 168. I think when it's all said and done, EJ will be competing at 168.
No, he won't be. He'll get destroyed.
I didn't say he's going to win at 168. I said he's going to compete at 168.
He's not. No, you got to understand that those dudes are cruiserweights that shrink down. He's not going to fight.
I mean, I hear you. I'm just talking about when it comes to the relative size, and then when it comes to the size thing, like Bud Spence is just a big fucking dude. I think he's too big for Bud. Right? If you were going to choose a guy, to combat the size thing, and I get it. All you guys want to keep doing, just let me get it out. I'm gonna go right back.
Let me get it out.
You can do a thing. So, like I was saying, if you were to go for the size thing, to me, it wouldn't have been Jeff Horn. It would have been Jose Benevidez, because that dude's big as shit, right? But my point actually is,
he got knocked out.
But Errol Spence is way better at what he does than those two fucking guys, and what he does is goddamn debilitating. Like,
what does he do?
I'm talking about the body
I'm talking about his activity. I'm talking about his body control. I'm talking about the fact that he is a bruiser. He'll hit you anywhere. He don't mind to hit you low. He'll hit you on the hips. He'll hit you on the elbow. He is like that dude. He is a whole fucking load. That not Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn doesn't even have a jab, much less work behind one.
Okay, first and foremost, Errol
What's
is
up,
not
Jay Side?
really
What's second, Troy? Then you get it. You got first and foremost right after that. I want to just welcome Jay Side to the panel. Hope he's having a great week so far, and hope he has an excellent weekend. Happy Friday, Jay Side, my big bro. Go ahead.
First and foremost, Errol Spence and these current welterweights are actually smaller than the ones that came before them and shorter. They're not really that big, man. I mean, I could see maybe going to 154 if he pushes it 160, but I wouldn't even put him in 160. He's not those guys up there are just entirely a different size of big. Sure, you can make the weight, but that doesn't mean anything. You're fighting way bigger men. You understand me? So now, when it comes to both fighters, Crawford and Spence, both of them are very, very good fighters. But to me, Crawford does more. He can counterpunch. He can switch to southpaw. He'll work the body. He'll fight you outside. He'll go inside. I think Spence's game is more of an aggressive game where he comes at you and he just tries to wear you out. But he doesn't have, I don't think he has all the tools that this guy has. He has great timing too, but he doesn't have all the tools that Crawford has.
But EJ's a better jabber though. Bud don't jab like EJ. I'm telling you right now.
Doesn't matter. Errol Spence doesn't move
He
his
does
feet
better
like
jab.
I don't think what Troy said. I don't think anybody disagrees with though. Like I think
No,
everybody.
nobody disagrees.
Yeah, I
Nobody
think everybody
disagrees.
thinks that Bud has more tools, right?
So what's going to happen? What's going to happen when Terence Crawford starts getting into a rhythm? He downloads what Errol Spence is doing on the front foot. You know what I'm saying? Because Errol Spence is very predictable. You get me? His punch placements, his punch selection is very methodical. You know what I'm saying to you? And he's not really good at fighting on the back foot. Obviously, we've seen him get pressured off the back foot through people that are not on the advanced level of aggression as Terence Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying to you? And when Terence Bud Crawford smells blood, he's taking him out. He's taking him out. I don't think you can say that Errol Spence's pressure and this jab and this and that, but once Terence Crawford takes that jab away, which with his longer reach, by the way, and faster hands, by the way, what are you going to start doing then when he starts catching and shooting? What Errol Spence has to do? Come on, man.
How can Bud take away his jab? I mean, he got a 2-inch reach advantage. 2 inch, bro. And EJ's even taller than him, bro. That long reach ain't gonna do nothing to EJ because EJ's a bit taller. He ain't short like Sean Porter. EJ's way bigger than Sean Porter. So that long reach ain't gonna do nothing because EJ's already taller.
Hold on. You're talking too fast. You got to pick one. First, you just told me 2 minutes ago that Sean Porter was elite. Now you're saying Sean Porter's too small. You got to pick one, bro.
Nah. I'm talking about EJ now. What makes EJ different?
No. You understood.
I'm talking about EJ. I'm talking about EJ right now. And I'm telling you right now,
Sean Porter's feet is better than Errol Spence's. Sean Porter's a better athlete.
I'm telling you, bro. They would win 12 rounds.
He neutralized what Sean Porter was doing. He's a better athlete than Errol Spence. He's got better feet than Errol Spence. Sean Porter does. So if he couldn't work on the inside and Bud Crawford frustrated Sean Porter like he frustrates everybody else, what do you think he's going to do to Errol Spence? That's what I'm asking you, David.
Butch, what I'm saying is, if Bud fought the same Sean Porter that EJ fought, it would have been a different story. They would have won 12 rounds.
What do you mean the same? This and same that? It was the same man. It was the same man. It was the same guy.
Same guy.
Even Sean Porter's dad said, EJ will beat.
Sean Porter said he was training in the mountains. Sean Porter said he was training in the mountains for this fight. He said he was training in the mountains. He said he's going to a training. He said he's going to a place that he's never been before. What are we talking about?
Hey, Butch, let me ask you a question. Did Sean Porter make 147 pounds? Did he make 147 pounds? Yes or no?
I mean, yeah, he did.
I'll answer it for you, David.
If he made 147 pounds, that means he trained, bro.
But the thing about that show, the reason why Kenny Porter was so upset with his son, because Sean had found an outside entity to do his training and conditioning. That's something that his dad always did. His dad was over everything when it came to camp. Sean went outside of that. His dad was upset with that because he was salting the whole camp.
Right.
Also, Sean Porter was getting over COVID during that fucking thing. He was working. He thought he was doing the appropriate amount of work, but his dad did not think he was doing the appropriate amount of work. And he said as much while he was doing the training camp. Like this is not some post facto, some after the fact justification. He said this while it was happening in real time.
And all that shit, and that's good. And all that shit to me, I'm just saying from my opinion. I ain't talking about nobody else. All that shit sound like excuses to me. All that shit.
It's not
very well be. I mean, it could very well be depending on the subject. Like literally, depending on how it is, depending on the topic, what it is we're talking about when it comes to that fight, it could be an excuse. But if you're talking about how he was prepared for the fight, I think it's just part of the conditions. Like if you want to actually be objective about what the fuck Sean Porter was stepping through the ropes, then you can't leave that out.
I don't care. I don't care what Sean Porter stepped through the ropes. He signed a contract. He stepped through the ropes. Whatever happened is on him.
So what I think why that's important is that lets you know that you can't set a barometer for Porter and compare that to when Earl fought him. So you can't set that barometer.
Why not? See, because why not? And this is why I say that. Because I wasn't in the training camp. I wasn't in the training camp with Earl when he fought Porter. I wasn't there. I wasn't there in training camp with Sean when he fought Earl. So I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did in Buzz training camp because I wasn't there. All I know, and for a fact, is that the fight was contracted at 147 pounds. The man made the weight comfortably. He came into the fight and he said he was supremely confident. I'm going off what he said. So all that other shit you talking about, I don't give a fuck about it.
Now, what you just said. Now, since I wasn't there and you wasn't there, we know he was there. Porter's father was there and Porter was there. So now, based on what they say, we're going to use that. And by using that, because they're the fighter, they're the trainer, then what we're going to do is that lets me know not to make that a barometer for a fight with Errol Spence because they didn't say that when he fought Errol Spence.
Exactly.
If that
Shelton, let me ask you a question. What makes you confident that boy's going to knock out Spence? Shelton. What makes you confident that
because Crawford's two best attributes to me are distance and timing. Bud controls the distance and he has excellent timing. He's either gonna catch EJ in between a shot because he punches when you punch. He punches in between your shots because he has a longer reach and you think you're out of range, but you're not. So he's either gonna catch him in between a shot or he's gonna turn him using his footwork and walk him into a shot that he doesn't see coming. Because Errol Spence fights one way. He comes forward. He's a flat-footed, come forward, volume puncher. That's what he is.
The thing that
it's very effective. It's very effective. He's won 3 titles.
One thing you missed from that analysis, and you continue to miss because I agree with most of it, is that Errol works behind the jab. He is a come forward pressure guy, but he's a come forward pressure guy behind the jab.
Yes,
he's not just running into it. You know, like coming in from no fucking Errol. Like,
but how many fights have you seen? How many fights have you seen? Hold on. How many fights have you seen? How many fights have you seen with Crawford? How many fights have you seen with Crawford where the guy starts with the jab and Crawford takes it away? How many times have you seen that?
Zero. Absolutely zero. You know what?
Oh my God. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Now you live up to your name.
Hold up a second.
I think David never needs to touching.
I had more than just zero. It wasn't just a one-word answer. Hold up, David, and then I'm going to let you have it.
Go ahead.
First off, the people that fucking Bud fights, none of them are known for the jab. None of them even have a decent fucking jab.
Kell Brook was.
Kell Brook has a good jab. He has an okay jab. And at 147, back in the day, he had a pretty good one. And he was actually winning that fight off the jab. But Kell Brook has been a right-hand guy. His jab is okay, but it's the right hand. His chocolate brownie, that's been the thing.
Right.
I guess he's... But
I mean, Spence, do you want me to name the fights where he took the jab away? Do you want me to name the fights where he took the jab away? I can name them.
I mean, at welterweight, they would have to have a jab in the first place. Like, what are we talking about?
You know how many times EJ throws a jab per round? You know how many times he throws a jab per round?
It doesn't matter.
87.
It
doesn't matter because
you can't take it away.
Ain't nothing coming back at you. In this fight, every time you open up and throw a jab or a right or whatever you throw, something gonna be coming back at you. This is gonna be different. This is not Porter. This is not Danny Garcia. This is not Ugas. This is going to be different. I'm telling you, it's going to be different.
And then this is the best counter puncher in the world. He about to fight. He about to fight the best counter puncher in the world in Terence Crawford.
No, he's not.
Hey, look, it's not.
Wait, hold up a second. Everybody, just chill out. 1 second, just chill.
I'm chilling. Go ahead.
If this is Wayne talk, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the panel, bro. I hope you've had an excellent week.
You've been waiting for Wayne talk, too.
I hope you had an excellent weekend. No, what I'm saying is The Terrence Crawford fans are thick today, man. I'm feeling it, man. My fellow Bud fans. But these are my fellow Bud fans that actually pick him to win the fight. So I'm a Bud fan. Like I said, he's my favorite fighter right now, active. I'm just not picking him to win this fight. Wayne Talk is about to. I'm sure he's about to drop some hot ones on us.
What you got on Wayne? Drop some knowledge.
Hey, this is what I want to say. This is what I want to say right here. I get it that Errol Spence has accomplished a lot of things, and I'm not going to take anything away from Errol Spence because I want Terrence Crawford to get all his credit when he do stop him, because he's going to stop him. So,
Fact.
Yeah. He's going to stop him. And the reason why, I'm going to tell you the reason why he's going to stop the man. Errol Spence's greatest strength is going to be his greatest weakness in this fight. I ain't saying other fights, but this fight against this generational talent that Terrence Crawford is. Because Terrence Crawford is a generational talent. So when Errol Spence come in here, usually Errol Spence like to set the table with his jab, right? Terrence Crawford can actually minimize his jab, if not kind of take that jab away from him. As soon as Terrence Crawford minimized that jab, which I would say it won't take maybe a couple rounds to do because he got to figure out the speed, the angle, how Errol Spence is stepping backwards and forward with the jab. As soon as he does that, Errol Spence is on the clock for getting stopped. So Terrence Crawford is going to do this. They're going to kind of switch roles. Because I think people think that Errol Spence is going to come in here on his front foot, walk Terrence Crawford down, mow him down to the body, and just beat him up. No.
Big mistake.
Because if Errol Spence tried to walk Terrence Crawford down, he's going to get stopped in 5 or 6 rounds. Because you know why? Terrence Crawford has no problem punching with you. Terrence Crawford will punch with you. Terrence Crawford gets there first because his punches are straighter. He's faster than Errol Spence. He's twitchier than Errol Spence. His counter punching ability is something that Errol Spence never seen. Because I actually seen Errol Spence get countered plenty of times versus Sean Porter, versus Kell Brook, versus Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia's feet are so slow, but he was able to counter Errol Spence with power shots, people. See, this is the thing. He was able to counter punch him with power shots. Well, when Terrence Crawford counter punches you with power shots, it's only a matter of time before you get out of there. And I don't care how good his chin is. I don't care how durable y'all think he is. If you get hit by too many counter power shots, everybody can go. Everybody. So I'm not saying it's going to be an easy fight for Terrence Crawford, but 5, 6, 7, it's going to start getting a lot. It's going to start getting easy. Errol Spence is going to be a moving target. He's just going to be a target. Because what can Errol Spence do to Terrence Crawford as far as hiding himself? And what I mean by hiding himself is he can't hide himself because his greatest strength is his greatest weakness. He likes to fight on his front foot heavy. He likes to put a lot of weight on his front foot because Errol Spence likes to try to land hard body shots. And when you put a lot of weight on your front foot versus a fighter that's faster than you, how are you going to be able to get out of the way of the punches? Errol Spence doesn't bend at the waist. Errol Spence doesn't bend at the waist. When have you ever seen Errol Spence elude people in mid-range bending at the waist? Never. Never,
ever.
He put up his high guard. He's a high guard fighter. Terrence Crawford can punch around a high guard, man. You can punch around a high guard. There's ways of punching around a high guard. So what is he going to do to hide himself? He cannot hide himself. All he can do is try to fight harder. And the harder he fight, the more he's going to get hit. But I'm going to let y'all take it over. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. Like for me, that was just a discussion about a particular range. From the outside, that's fine. If the fight takes place on the inside, all that shit is fucking done because Terrence Crawford's arms are too fucking long. When on the inside, he's losing shots. So unless he's going to be tying up, it's going to turn into him, hooking off the jab. And I don't think he's got the legs for a hook off the jab fight against Spence. And also, I don't even think he has the kind of mentality. If we had the same, if Bud had the Victor Postall legs, right? If he went in there with that kind of attitude, I would pick him to win this fight. But if he had that, if I felt like he had the leg to still be able to do that for 12 rounds, I'd pick him to win this fight. But I think he sits down like Bud, the welterweight guy, fights you. He stays in the pocket. He's a little bit too stationary for me to think that he's going to be able to just keep this thing at range. It's going to collapse into a mid-range,
I'm going off your point.
and I think I'm almost done. And in those kind of fights, the shortest point between the distance generally fucking wins. That looping shit ain't gonna fucking get the job done. Go ahead.
So here's your point, Smoke. To your point. You said if the fight takes place on the inside, which you are correct. But here's my question to you. Can Errol withstand what it's going to take to get on the inside? Because you're not just finna walk T-Bud down. You come up in there, it's going to be something waiting for you.
Does he have the willpower to make it a fight on the inside?
Yeah. Because he take the shots. Is he able? Is Errol going to be able to take the shots? He's going to have to take to get to the inside. That's where I think the fight's going to be won at. He's going to get caught with a counter. He's either going to get walked into some shit that he don't see coming, or he's going to get caught in between the shot, and he's going to get stopped. Because you got to get in. That hot shit's coming at you, and Crawford got power in both hands. He's going to stop you.
I agree with what you're
saying. There's a flip side to this. Let me say this. There's a flip side to this, though, right?
Go ahead, Troy. After you, I think Zorn wants to chime in.
Right.
Go ahead, Troy.
Can I answer that? I want to answer that real quick.
Right, because I was going to say there's a flip side to this equation. Crawford is known as a slow starter, so in that space and time, Errol does have a chance to oppose his will and win on points. If you remember, Porter was winning on points before he got stopped. He's a notorious slow starter, so that's where you say that he might have trouble with Spence because he starts slow. But as soon as he hears that he's falling behind or something's going wrong, he'll come out like a monster, and that's when we'll have a fight.
Go ahead. Somebody wants to answer a question. Go ahead and answer it.
It was Mr. Wayne talking. Say something. I wanted to reply to a question, but Mr. Stone 6, I wanted to hear his take.
I hear some noise in the background. I was listening to noise in the background. I don't know. Somebody got to mute or something. It's crazy. I already spoke my piece on it. I got Terrence Crawford on different levels. I got Terrence Crawford beat him at the outside level, right at range. I think Terrence Crawford beat him at the mid range. I will give the inside game to Earl Spence because that's what we know, kind of. You know what I'm saying? I think Earl Spence could do some damage to the body. He's a committed body puncher. That could come with some consequences because when you're focusing on the body, you could get hit in the head. But at the same time, those body punches does take its toll on you. And that can slow down Terrence Crawford movement. So let's say, for instance, Terrence Crawford come in and try to fight too early on the inside, and Earl Spence was to bust that body up, it could slow Terrence Crawford down from having the ability to be effective from the outside and make him slower on the mid-range. But if Terrence Crawford kind of go from outside to mid-range and then later on down the line, break him down with fighting on the inside, I think that's the 1, 2, 3 step process to break Earl Spence down. And I think Earl Spence might want to start on the inside, go to the mid-range, and then eventually chase him down on the outside. I think that's where the difference is. And I just think Terrence Crawford stop him late.
I think he's going to TKO him late too. I think he's going to keep his knockout streak going.
Because
if you realize in the last couple of fights, Spence did lose his focus in those fights. Like he has a habit of losing focus just for a second or so. Like that's how Ugas caught him. That's how Porter was constantly catching him.
Yeah, well, one of the things I wanted to kind of add is one of the things I had to do when I was analyzing the fight. I don't see Bud as a knockout artist, and the reason I say that is because I don't just go get stuck in the welterweight. I go and look at what he was before that. So he was never a knockout artist before.
He's not a knockout,
right? So that's what I had to say. I hear people keep talking about knockout. Bud is not a knockout artist.
No. What he does is he finds your weakness
And then once he finds your weakness, that's how he takes you out. He's not a naturally gonna knock you out one punch type of guy. He's not that knockout. He's not that guy.
But
But he finds your weakness.
he's still a knockout artist.
Yeah,
Just
no,
because you don't,
he
just
still
because
has
you
the
don't.
power to knock you out.
Hold on, sir.
But he's not going to take you out with one punch. You know, that's
hold on, sir.
That's actually a knockout artist.
Just because, hold on, sir. Just because you don't take someone out with one punch doesn't mean you can't still be a knockout artist. I would like to consider Triple G as a knockout artist. He did take guys out with one punch, but he
didn't.
Yes,
he didn't take anyone out with one punch.
Yes, he did, sir. Martin Murray took him out with one punch.
Who?
Martin Murray took him out with one punch.
I never seen him take anybody out with one.
Multiple guys with one punch, but that's not his output when it comes to not being a knockout artist. Terence Crawford is a knockout artist. There's different ways that you can be a knockout artist.
No, okay. I'll give you a perfect example. Mike McCollum versus Julian Jackson. Both of them had extremely high KO percentages when they fought each other. Julian's, of course, was a little higher. Mike wasn't a knockout artist. He wore your body down, and then as you got weaker, he would TKO you and stop you. Julian Jackson, one punch. Wherever he hits you, he shut your nervous system down. That is a knockout artist. Crawford is more or less like a Mike McCollum type of guy. He finds that weakness, he wears you down, he stops you. He's not the guy that can knock you out with one punch and hurt you every time he hits you.
Yeah, so for me, that's the first thing I had to throw out. And then when couple things that I went back and looked at about 4 of Crawford's fights. A few things, and I'll touch on one big thing. When he clinched, and we talking about against Green Machine, Gamboa, but Benevidez, Ondongo, he doesn't punch once he clinched. So, and he doesn't punch out of the clinches.
Nobody punches when they clinch.
Okay, give me a moment. I watched 4 straight fights where he didn't do it. So then that told me, wait a minute, but Earl does. So now I took that. The other thing that I took time to do is, as what was just discussed, is the jab. He paused with his jab. He's a pawer. He doesn't have, and I can't even say a good jab, because out of all 4 of those fights, he was not, and then what he is saying, his best competition. He was pawing with his jab. Now, so I got to look at what I saw in his best fights. But then when you go to Earl, so to me, when I'm looking at it and I'm looking at this fight, I'm hearing what is said about him countering. That's what I saw. Out of all 4 of those fights, I saw the counter punch. So to me, my whole assessment of it is, he can probably.
Excuse me, sir. What 4 fights did you watch? What 4 fights did you watch?
The Gamboa, Benevidez, Green Machine, and then Dongo fights. Now,
so why did you watch the Kell Brook fight, the Sean Porter fight, or the Amir Khan fight?
Great question. The reason I didn't watch the Kell Brook fight, because he was old.
No. Excuse me, sir. He wasn't.
Give me a moment.
No. Hold on.
I want to explain myself. The reason I didn't watch that, because I don't watch. I look at fighters and their trajectory. If a fighter is young, I know they're on the come up. Then when they hit their peak, and then I noticed that when I see them coming down, like Kell Brook, we do know that what happened with him is he came all the way down to fight Terence Crawford. We do know his trainer wasn't with the program, so he left him. And we do know that he was physically damaged.
That's got nothing to do with Terence Crawford. So he was physically damaged when he fought Errol Spence. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So when I looked at him, he's not a barometer. The same way I'll say that Porter is not a barometer, because once I seen Porter and I seen which is obvious, he retired. So he ain't at the peak. Okay. He's not at the up and coming. He was finished. And his father and him both said there was an issue with training. So I'm not going to use that as a barometer.
Okay, sir.
No, sir. No. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Do you give Errol Spence for beating Ugas? Do you give him credit for beating Ugas?
I give him credit for beating Ugas, and the reason I give him credit for beating Ugas
Hold on, sir.
Let
You said
me
Kell Brook. Hold on. You said Kell Brook was old.
Okay, hold on.
Ugas was way older than Kell Brook.
No.
Yes.
I didn't say old in age.
You said he's old. You just said old, so I'm assuming that you're speaking about age.
Remember, I described. I look at fighters as, are they up and coming? They at their peak? Or are they going down? And he fought a champion. Bottom line, he fought him. Now Bud could have fought him. Now the question is, why didn't Bud fight him? So back to your question. He fought a champion, so he gonna get credit for that.
Can I say something once you're done, please? I want to. So can I say this? When it comes to Kell Brook, I'm going to talk about both when he fought both men. When he fought Spence, he was coming off. He came down because remember he just fought Triple G. He came down and he was damaged. Remember that?
No.
Now,
okay.
When he fought, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. So I'm not done, sir. When he fought Crawford, he was on a 3-fight win streak. He came down. So in which fight was he more damaged? When he came down from Triple G or when he was on his win streak and came down to 147?
Okay, I'm going to answer that. He went up to fight Triple G.
That's why I said he came down.
Wait, he was the IBF champion who went up to fight
I said he came down to fight Spence. Yes.
Okay, hold on, wait. He was the 147 IBF champion that went up to fight him. Then he came back down as a champion, and you've seen that Spence took the belt. That's how Spence got his first belt. So now, using the same thing with Crawford. Crawford didn't get no belt. Crawford wasn't fighting for him for a belt. He didn't have a belt. And he was considered, and Kell Brook was considered the best welterweight at that time. So I answered your question.
No, you talked about belts. I said both times he fought either man, he was damaged in both fights because he was damaged when he came down. No, listen. No, you didn't. When he fought listen, brother. When he came back down to weight, which he's a really big guy coming back down to 147. He was damaged when he fought Spence. He was so-called damaged when he fought Crawford, and both of them beat the same damaged individual. So why is it that one is more First of all, how are you damaged when you're on a 3-fight win streak as opposed to being more damaged while getting your eye socket broken in a fight that you lost? Maybe you could explain that. 3-fight win streak, damage eye socket, fighting a guy that's 2 weight classes bigger than you. So maybe you could explain that.
You must have forgot when Kell Brook. You must have forgot when Kell Brook said he was in the best shape of his life. Kell Brook said he was in the best shape of his life. So that you can't say that he was damaged. He said he was in the best shape of his life.
Can I answer this question real quick? Okay, so when Kell Brook eye socket got damaged, he took off 9 months, about 9 months, whatever. It don't even take that long for an eye socket, but he took that off in order to prepare himself for that fight. Now, that's one eye socket. When my man fought him, again, now you had Earl Spence that damaged the other eye socket. Now, also, remember what I said. He was kind of at the end of his career. That's why his trainer didn't even come back with it.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Let me finish. I got me 10 seconds. Level of competition matters. So Kell Brook was not the same fighter that fought Earl Spence. So I'm going to keep telling y'all that it's always it's not who you fight, it's when you fight them.
Okay, look. I'm gonna say this. Hold on. Let me say this because everybody keep on having all these excuses of why Terrence Crawford versus Kell Brook was not a good win. Let me tell you this: the way Terrence Crawford beat Kell Brook had nothing to do with his eye. Zero to do with his eye. Because you know why? I know. Kell Brook said, "I never been countered like that before in my career."
Thank you.
It had something to do with. Hold on, Terrence Crawford beat him technically. It's not like they was in it. They got in there, and all of a sudden, Kell Brook couldn't see out of one eye, or he couldn't see out of both eyes. No, stop it. Kell Brook was actually doing good in the fight. He was actually doing good in the fight. So when you sit up here and say he wasn't the same person, let me ask you a question. When George Foreman knocked out Michael Moore, was he the same fighter he was in the 70s?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Okay,
now
well,
hold
hold
up
on,
a
hold on,
second.
stop,
Hold
hold
up a
on. Let
second.
me
Okay, can I get in
answer
here?
that.
Is that a
Let
question
me
to be
answer
answered,
that.
or is that rhetorical?
No, let me
Exactly.
answer that. Let me answer.
Absolutely
No, that was
not.
a
No, I
question.
want to
That
get
was a
in here.
question.
I have an
That was a
actual answer.
question. That was a question.
Okay, great, awesome. Michael
So,
Moore absolutely has fuck
hold
all to
on,
do with fucking.
smoke. Let me finish, man. Let me finish.
I thought you were. I thought you were posing a
My
question.
point. It's my
You
point.
weren't.
Let me
You
finish.
weren't. Okay, got it. You
Let me
posed a
finish.
question. You want to keep talking. Go ahead.
Respectfully. Let me finish. Respectfully. Let me
No, you
finish.
got it, bro. I thought you were when you
Okay.
posed the question.
Okay. So we all know that fighters can win fights when they're not at their best. You don't see the thing about greatness is being able to win when you're not at your best, man. So I'm not gonna get up here and give Kell Brook an excuse for getting in the ring with two eyes that we say is messed up, even though when he fought Earl Spence, he came down from fighting Triple G getting his shit cracked. He only had about less than a year for it to heal. By the time he fought Terrence Crawford, at least both his eyes at least had 3 years to heal.
3
So
years.
I'm not gonna give him a reprieve because he got in the ring. He said he was in the best shape of his life. I'm not taking your word for it. I'm gonna take the fighter's word for it, but that's his body. He said he was in the best shape of his life. And the reason why he got beat is because Terrence Crawford actually beat him technically. So and your boy, and I ain't gonna say your boy, but Kell Brook actually said, I never been hit with a punch like that before. So I'm not finna it's no excuses, man.
That's
Terrence
because he
Crawford
caught
has
him at the end of his punches. That's why Terrence caught him at the end of his punches. That's what his
Right.
problem was.
Right. We don't need to pile on, right? So I would like to counter what he just
Nobody
said.
piling on.
Just because you've never been countered that way doesn't mean there's not something wrong with your eye. Right? Those two things,
It
like
was
what you just said, has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not we all know that this dude has two compromised fucking eyes.
what
We
was
all
wrong with
seen
his
it.
eye in
We
the
all know.
fight?
I'm not done, Troy. I didn't interrupt you when you're cooking. Please don't interject. If you need to put yourself on mute because you're going to be triggered by a lot of stuff, let me give you a trigger warning for anybody, because I'm going to say about to make a bunch of technical things. For anyone who thinks that Kell Brook was the same guy and that we don't need to be talking about guys in different phases and stages of their careers, and you just want to flatten this whole thing, like guys don't take damage and have miles during their career. It's a bunch of horseshit. Like, first off, yeah, his eye hit healed. That doesn't mean that just because his eye healed, it was 100% the same fucking eye that before he fought Earl or before he fought Triple G. That's a load of shit. The other part of it is, yes, he can still be counted like he never been counted before and have compromised eyes. What I saw, even though he didn't get knocked out to the fourth round, and Kell Brook, I felt like was doing really good up in the first 3 rounds. In round 2, I saw Bud hit Kell Brook in the eye, and he started blinking then. One fucking shot is all it took for him to start to have what I could see visible fucking eye problems. I can get back into. I'm not even talking about excuses at this point. I feel like when somebody has a preconceived notion about a fight, then they start like discounting relevant fucking data. Right? The truth of the matter is, the dude had 2 broken eye sockets and hadn't fought at 147 in years. I don't know why. I didn't say it wasn't a good win. I don't know anybody who's saying it wasn't a good win. They're just talking about the circumstances in which the win happened. That doesn't make it not a good win. So I don't think anybody up here is saying that Kell Brook, like Bud beating Kell Brook, wasn't a good win. But the idea that just because he was countered like that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with his eyes, give me a fucking break. The idea that you're going to say Kell Brook wasn't old, but given the miles and the wars that we've seen from Kell Brook and the injuries and how long it had been since he fought at 147, give me a fucking break. Go ahead.
Okay, I can say this. None of this is going to matter after July 30th. We'll have our answer then. That's my statement.
And let me say, and I'm gonna throw this out there for all of us, man. When I gotta give Bob Arum his kudos. He's a great matchmaker. And that's what that's why people's perception of who they're fighting, what Bud has done is so different.
Sorry.
Let me
bullshit.
just finish.
That is
That's
bullshit.
why. Because that's why I took time. Let me go and look at this man's fights with not listening to the announcers, because he was a great matchmaker. And again, I'm the guy who's gonna tell you.
Such a great matchmaker that he's never fought 135
Let me just finish. I'll be done in 1 minute.
Nonsense.
I believe
Nonsense.
Hold on. I believe Bud is capable, because he's a great counterpuncher, and possibly knocking Earl out if Earl is not focused and leaves his head straight and don't do and leave stuff out there, I believe Bud is capable of a possible knockout. But I'm picking Earl to knock him out in 10 or win on points based off Earl's jab, based off Crawford does not, and when he get clinched up, does not hit. Earl does.
Nobody clinches in a clinch.
Whether we want to or not, there's going to be an inside fight.
There's not going to be an inside fight. You know why it's not going to be an inside fight? I'm going to tell you the reason why it's not going to be an inside fight. Terrence Crawford is going to be the one walking down, not Earl Spence. I'm telling y'all right now, Terrence Crawford is going to be the one walking down. He's going to be on his front foot walking down because Terrence Crawford understands like I understand. He's the faster man. He's the quicker man. He throws the straighter punches. He's the better counter puncher. He will be walking forward. He's going to force Earl Spence into mistakes. He's going to force him to punch and make. Okay, like I was looking at that Ugas fight with Earl Spence. I know he stopped Ugas and all that, but Earl Spence was punching over his feet without his feet following him with the punch. He was leaning over his feet. And I seen Ugas counter him in those particular times. Just about every time he made that mistake. You cannot make that mistake versus Terrence Crawford. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, because y'all going to come back and say, well, man, you was right. He was a great counter puncher. He is going to stop this man, beat him up, and then stop him because it's going to be a moving target at the while. And then everybody going to talk about the fact that Earl Spence got thrown out of a car. He wasn't the same fighter. We're going to hear it again. We're going to hear it like we heard about Kell Brook. No, hold on. Hold on. Stop it. We're going to hear it like we heard about
Can we get the fight first, bro?
Hold on.
Before you start talking about, before you finish.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. And you can get it. Let me finish and you can get it.
I'm just saying people are champing at the bit to give their opinion of the fight, not the aftermath of the fight.
Okay, hold on. No. Well, let me talk about what I want to talk about, though. Come on, man.
I know. I just want to say, like,
hold on.
That's all I'm saying.
We're going to hear about the same thing about Sean Porter was on his way out. We're going to hear about all this stuff because y'all never going to get this man his credit for his wins. That's my
position. Smoke.
Listen.
Now, hold up. I've been waiting for Zone 6 for a minute. I want to hear what Zone 6 got to say.
Yeah,
sorry, respect everybody. I'm waiting for this.
Y'all can cook. I just need to know whose position is what before I start talking because I don't like people to play both sides of the fence. So who got Earl Spence winning the fight and who has Terrence Crawford winning the fight?
I think Tremaine and I are the only people who have Spence winning the fight.
I got Terrence Crawford putting him in the Dallas dirt bag. He's gonna put him.
I think only Tremaine and I have Spence winning.
It's me and Smoke.
Oh yeah, so David. I thought only I didn't know you were still on the panel, David. But there's three of us. David, Tremaine, and I have Spence winning.
Okay, good. Okay, I just wanted to see who we're gonna be saying what. All right, cool. So Smoke, you got Spence, and then B-Talk, you got Crawford. Okay, all right.
Correct.
So here's the thing. Here's the like. I wouldn't be surprised if Bud knocked out Errol. Like the only reason I'm picking Errol to win is because I think he can take the shot, not because I don't think the shot's gonna land. I know for a fact the shot is gonna land. It's just about how Spence is gonna take it. I think he has the wherewithal. I think he has the attributes and the experience and all that shit that is not going to be the same result that Bud is used to getting once that shot lands. That's why I'm picking my pick is the way it is. Not the technical breakdown. I think that there'll be times when Bud does have Spence on the back foot. And it'll be for a variety of reasons that he has him on the back foot. But I think there'll be ebbs and flows to that fight. I think Errol Spence is a different fighter going on the back foot, and that's Bud's best way to win the fight. But I think, getting inside of Bud's power is the best way for Errol Spence to win the fight. For me, it's not about Bud. For Wayne's, the way that Wayne sees it going versus the way that I see it going, there's a speed issue, but I think there's also a motor issue, right? I think that Errol Spence's motor at this point is embarrassingly high in comparison to fucking Terrence. The last version of Terrence Crawford we saw against David Avenesian. You want to talk about knockout artists? That was a one-shot knockout from Terrence Crawford, and I think that depending on the level of competition, you can pretty much book a stoppage. That to me is a pretty good determinant determining factor for whether or not you are a knockout artist, right? But whatever but besides all of that, all I'm saying is, for me, the reason why I'm picking it is because I don't see Crawford taking away the jab. I don't see either guy getting stopped, and I think Spence's work rate and his motor is too high for what the hell Bud is putting out at this stage of his career at welterweight. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that all that what you just said is a fantasy. All that is a fantasy. You just said that his motor is this and that. Terrence Crawford got a great motor because I never seen Terrence Crawford tired in the fight either. So they both got great motors. They both got high endurance. It's not going to come down to anything with their physical preparation. This is going to come down to Terrence Crawford is technically, as far as well-rounded, he's a better fighter than Errol Spence. Period. And that's not even me being just a fan of Terrence Crawford.
No, I think everybody agrees with that.
If I
think literally everybody agrees with that.
Hold on, man. Hold on, because
no, I'm just telling you, everybody agrees with that.
No. I know you're getting triggered.
I'm not getting triggered. I'm telling you, I'm agreeing with you. Everybody agrees with that.
Okay, well, I don't care what everybody agree with. I'm just
saying. They just do.
So we know that he's a more well-rounded fighter, right? So Terrence Crawford has, to me, all the advantages except for height. He got the arm reach, which y'all not even talking about that. He has the arm reach. He has the faster feet. He has the speed. He has the quickness. He has the counter-punching ability. He even got a great jab himself. Nobody talking about Terrence Crawford jab. The way to take away another man's jab is a jab when he jabs, or jab and keep him offset. So y'all don't think Terrence Crawford has the ability to come in here and jab with Terrence Crawford and take away his jab? No, nobody is talking about that, because you know why? You know why we're not talking about Terrence Crawford jab? Because he got so many other ways of winning the fight. All y'all talking about is Errol Spence and his fucking jab, which I have seen in a lot of his fights.
You're gonna have to land this plane, bro. Like right now, you're just hogging the mic with your passion. You're gonna have to land this plane.
You got triggered. You got triggered.
No, I'm not. I am triggered, but I'm triggered by the fact that you're filibustering right now.
No, Smoke.
Like, for real, bro. You gotta land this plane.
You gotta
land this plane.
You got
it. Okay, great. The fantasy is you talking about Terrence Bud Crawford being a better jabber than fucking Errol Spence. That's a fantasy. When it comes to the motor, I was not talking about his stamina. That's endurance. I was talking about the speed in which he works and his work rate. That's what I meant by motor, not whether or not he has endurance or stamina.
So my question is this: Wayne, talk how long? Because you told me you was gonna get on here and call Smoke out. I've been waiting, and y'all sound like y'all got a disagreement. I'm finna get off because you capping. That's what I'm here for. I ain't fuck all that.
Hey, man.
He told me he was finna come on and call me out.
Look.
What you wanna do? I'm finna go do something else because you told me.
You can get off. You can get off.
You want to chill.
Hey, Wade, let him talk. Let him talk, bro.
This how I got here. I'm finna get off and you can do what you want to do. You told me that you want to get smoked and you want to get. So I said, okay.
Get off if you're gonna get off. Back to smoke. Hey, hold on. Hold on. Back to smoke.
You've been talking, bro. Let him talk, bro.
So hold on. So
don't
you mean to tell me that Terrence Crawford didn't hit?
Hold up. You all this is a preamble to a call out? Fuck the dumb shit. Get to the call out.
Yes, the call out.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, everybody, hold on. Everybody mute. We can go at it right now. Everybody mute. Everybody mute y'all phones. Everybody mute y'all phones. So you telling me the call out is right now. We can do this right now.
The call out's right now.
Fucking Errol Spence. So hold on.
Hold on. I gotta talk to the champ. I'm not talking to the challenger. Smoke. Okay. I'm gonna go get paper and I'm gonna go get pencil, and whatever you decide to do, that's what I'm gonna write down. I don't know what he's talking about. He said he was gonna do this, so I'm waiting. Smoke. I'm gonna get paper and pencil to see what y'all can come up with.
Yeah, in response to what I'm gonna talk to you and him at the same time right now. whenever after he's done whatever it is he wants to do today, if we come up with a time and date about a real fucking topic later on, or even the topic we were about to chop up in once we're done right here. But this is like if you want the belts, it's a time, the date, the venue, and all that shit. We need to do it correct. But, yeah. So
I'm gonna
anyway,
crush you
we'll
anyway.
see what he's talking about
Crush
right
you.
now, and then maybe
I don't
later
need
we'll
your
see what's
belts. I'm
happening.
gonna crush you. I don't need your belts. I'm gonna crush you anyway. I don't need your belts. I'm gonna crush you, and then you can have the belts. But I'm gonna crush you.
Are you saying you're going to crush Zone 6?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, that's
going to
fine.
crush.
All I'm saying is the time and the
I'm
date.
going to crush you. You can
Yeah, I'm
have
talking
the
about the
belt.
time of the day. Like right now, you're trying to hijack my stream in order to feel better about the fact that I already crushed you. That's what all you're trying to do is save face right now. That's fine. That's cool. But like right now, my live is actually about the title, bro. It's not really about. It's not like you said. You don't care about my belts. I got you, bro. I'm not done, and I'm not gonna. And I promise I'll do my best to not interrupt you, as long as you're not filibustering. But like I said, I'm making points.
Man, let your live be about the title.
Okay, listen. All right, cool. I mean, it can be. Like, we're just going off of Terrence Crawford and Bud right now. This is a big fight, and everybody's excited about this fight. I'm hoping to be there. I already bought my tickets. I'm hoping that now, like, that Nonito's having a fight, I can work out anyway, I love this fight. I like to talk about Bud and Terrence. Terrence, he's my favorite fighter, Bud, and the Spence fight is a huge fight that don't have shit to do with my title right now, or what the subject of this stream is supposed to be about.
Okay.
But so if what we're about to do is talk about, if we're about to debate right now about Bud and Spence, I got you. It's all good. If you want to debate right now about anything that's about my title, anything about my title, I got you. I'm all good for that. But if you want to have some other kind of debate about, that's other stuff. Yeah, this whole crushing thing, we already know what happened. We've already done this thing. You can't crush shit when it comes to me. Not at all.
I'm about to crush you right now.
Cool.
Right
I
now.
know. Wishful thinking. Fantasyland. Let's get to it.
So you think you can crush Zone 6 and OG Smoke?
What? Who is this talking? Who is this talking?
Who is this talking?
Who is this talking, man?
That's my guy, Bush. He's running the waters right now, but go ahead. You guys go at it for a very limited time before we get back to this action.
Who is this dude talking, man?
I want a piece of you. I want a piece of you.
I'm only here for Smoke.
Man, hey, look, man, sit back and relax.
No,
I want a piece of you. Don't tell me what to do.
Hey, bro, I'll just hit you up on the back end zone. If we get a time and date after all this fucking craziness, you go do your life. I'll hit you on the. I have your number.
I'm talking football. I'm talking football tonight. We're not doing boxing tonight. He said what he said. Then we got Butch and him maybe having an argument, but I think they both agree about.
I ain't gonna have an argument with Bush. I don't even know.
What I'm saying is, Smoke clearly got Earl Spence. You're the number one Bud content creator on here, and besides Cam the Baptist, that seems to be a natural flowing thing. You said you was jumping on here. That's why I came on here, because I thought you was going to do your.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt that man like that. I wanted to get it. I was going to say it. I didn't want to interrupt that man.
No, it's good, bro. Like a call out about a future debate. That's what we're here for. Every Friday.
Right
now, you understand. I'm going to talk to you. And I'm,
right here, right now.
Just cool out for 1 second, Mr. Right Now. Can you cool out for 1 second?
Crawford crushing Earl Spence.
Awesome. That's
any
a prediction.
Way you want to do it.
Great, awesome. This is just a prediction. That's fine. Like, we can do this right now. I am all down for having a debate about that right now. If you think you're going to be able to crush somebody about their prediction, can I get through this? If you think you're about to crush somebody in their predictions, then there's no way in hell you're ever going to be beating me in any kind of fucking debate. I'm just telling you that right now. That's what I'm telling you.
Man, come on, man. Look, man, either you want to discuss it or you don't want to discuss it.
Well, who wins and why? That sounds like a question. What else? Who the judges? What y'all want to do? Or he trying to just do it now?
Listen, if the debate is who wins between Terrence Crawford and Bud and Spence, then we'll just do that right now. You ain't got to waste your time with this shit. That's no fucking that. We don't need to.
All right, I'm with you. Okay. Go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah. Do you guys want to? Wayne Talk and Butch, are you guys done with your back and forth?
I don't even know.
Yeah, cool. You guys want to get to know each other? You got to
I
take
don't
a
even
couple
know
minutes,
Bush.
check
I
a
don't
couple
even know
ticks
Bush.
out.
Bush is
Work
I
that
don't
out.
know.
Only
I don't know
KE.
Bush.
All I wanted to do is ask. All I was asking him
Man,
was,
I
can
don't
you
even
tell me
know
his bar?
Bush, man. Bush got some. I don't know what he doing.
So Smoke, go ahead and crush dude, man.
I just wanted to get the
We want to
confirmation.
battle you.
All I wanted was
Hey,
confirmation of what was
hey,
going on.
hey, everybody else. Hey, look. Let me say something about this. Let me say, hey,
He
look.
was he was telling us
Hey, look,
to
y'all
mute.
don't have to.
He was telling us to
Hey,
mute
look,
all our
just mute
mics.
y'all phones. Y'all don't have to be
That's what I'm
cheerleaders.
saying.
We
You
gonna
was
be
telling us
cheerleaders
to
for
mute all
another
our
man.
phones, and I didn't understand
Just
why.
delete your phone. I mean, just mute your phone. Sit back and listen and learn something.
Well,
So I'm saying,
let the man talk.
what's this man talking about? What is this man
What
talking
Man,
they're
about?
sit
about to
back and learn
learn,
something, Bush.
what
What
they're
is
about to
this?
learn
What is
is
this man talking about?
why
What is
Wayne
this man
Talk will
talking
never
about?
beat me in a
You're
debate.
gonna get smoked.
Some people already witnessed this shit, but there's other people have not. So yeah,
Hey,
that's
Wayne
all
talk.
he's saying to you. He's talking this
Hey,
shit.
hold on.
He's
See,
talking
these
this
people
shit,
don't know.
and
Hold on,
like,
Smoke. Hold on,
listen, you
Smoke.
ain't got to mute
Hey,
your phone,
Smoke.
but
Hey,
just what he's
Smoke.
saying is don't interrupt.
Hey, Smoke.
Let's
Hey,
get this.
Smoke.
This
Don't
one
act
on one.
like Hey, Smoke. Don't act like we ain't never had discussions outside of being recorded on YouTube. We had plenty of discussions. So don't do
I
that.
know.
Hold
They don't
on.
know.
No,
They
no,
don't
don't
know.
do that.
No,
Don't do
listen.
that. Don't
They
do
don't
that.
know that. They don't know.
Don't
You
do
don't
that.
listen. The straw men aren't gonna work, bro. I never said
Don't
anything
do
like that.
that, Smoke. Don't do that.
Okay, so I
Don't try to
never.
put up a
Not
smoke
only did
screen.
I not do that, I wouldn't do
Don't put
that.
up
There's
a
no
smoke
purpose to it.
screen.
What I told
Don't
them
put up a
is
smoke
that we've
screen.
to the contrary. What I've already told everybody is I've been fucking crushing you and I'm about to crush you again.
Man, you ain't
And
been
then
crushing me.
and
You
not
ain't
only
crushed me
that, not
not one
only that,
time in
that's what
your
I've been
life.
telling them.
You
Not
ain't
only
shit.
You
is
ain't
that not
crushed
what I've
me
been
not
telling them.
one time in your life,
I'm trying to
You
homeboy.
help
ain't
you
shit.
out.
That's it.
You ain't
I'm trying
crushed
to
me not
co-sign.
one time in
No,
your
man.
life.
Get your guys, dog.
We had plenty of discussions offline. You ain't never crushed me not one time in your life.
Well, we
So
had
why did you? So
You
why did you
forgot
think
that I
that?
got my belt off you. You forgot about Oscar De La Hoya versus Floyd Mayweather. You forgot my first title came off your head.
Why? Hold on.
I guess you
Hold on.
forgot about that.
I never
That
debated
never happened.
no Mayweather versus no Oscar De La Hoya. Hold on. No. When have I when I debated Oscar De La Hoya versus
No,
Mayweather? I
what
was
was it?
never picked.
What was that debate about? I think that's what it
It was
turned on.
never about no
It was
Oscar De La
about
Hoya, no Mayweather.
Floyd and something else. I can't remember what it was.
No, it wasn't.
But
It wasn't.
actually, we got Zone 6 here. So
It
can you clear this
wasn't.
up? Do you remember what the debate was about? I
you
know it's
guys are
Floyd
here
Mayweather
now.
something.
You did lift the title off him, and you guys are here now, so I'll let you guys do your thing. And I have the paper and pencil ready if y'all want to set up an
Yeah,
official.
there it is. There it is. Yeah, he's not going to be our memory for us. But I do remember the concept. I remember the
Hey, put the
conversation was
video
about
up. Put the
Floyd. I
video
don't
up.
remember
Put
his.
the
I don't
video
remember
up.
what the exact topic was.
Put
But
the
I do
video
remember I
up.
got my title off of fucking you. So you
Put the
saying I
video
never
up.
crushed you
Put
in
the
your life?
video up. Put the video
Whatever,
up.
dude. That shit is on. What
Put
did
the
my man
video
say?
up.
It's on live in HD. The
That's what
internet
I'm
is
saying. Put it
undefeated.
up. Find it. Go find it.
Whoa.
Go
Okay. All
find it.
right. We already got
Nothing
Yeah,
to
go
corroboration.
find. There's
find it.
nothing to find, man. Zone 6 confirmed that
Okay,
you
we'll
got your
find
head
it later. We'll
crushed,
do
man.
Go
that later.
find it, man.
We'll do that later. We're not
Shit,
going to
go
interrupt the
find
Zone
it.
6
stream to do
confirmed
that.
that you got crushed, man.
Hey, Bushwick Bill. Come on, man. Shut up, man. Calm down, Bushwick Bill. Calm down.
Hey, well, this
Calm
some
down.
funny shit,
Man, hey,
man.
look,
I know
little
what you're
dude. He don't
talking
need
about.
no cheerleader.
You're just
Hey,
upset that your belt got
one
sucked.
thing. Hey,
You're
look,
just
one.
upset. You're just upset that your belt got sucked, man. It's all right, man. It's all right, man. Just eat some Texas meat slowly,
Thing,
man. It's all right, man. Eat it slowly, man.
Hey,
don't
Wayne
Take
cheerlead
talking
for
your
light
L
another
like a
work.
man.
man.
Don't
Take
ever
your
do
L
that.
like a man.
Don't
Take your
ever
L
do
like
that.
a
Wayne
That's
man.
talking light
unbecoming of
work.
a man.
Take your
Don't
L
ever
like a
do that in
man.
your life.
Smoke said,
Don't
take
ever
your
do
L
that
like
in
a
your
man.
life.
Smoke
Don't
can take it
cheerlead
in.
for another man.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
ever
not
do that in your
cheerleading for
life.
nobody. I
Hey,
don't
no,
cheerlead for
cheerlead
nobody.
for yourself.
I
Cheerlead for
cheerlead for
yourself.
realness. I
Don't
cheerlead
know.
for realness.
Cheerlead for
I
yourself.
don't
Don't
cheerlead
cheerlead
for
for
nothing.
nobody else.
I don't cheerlead for nobody.
Yes, you do.
You
Yes,
told
that's
us
all you've been doing.
you
That's all you've
excuse me,
been
sir.
doing.
Excuse me,
That's
sir.
all
Excuse me,
you've been
sir.
doing.
Excuse me,
That's
sir.
all
You
you've been
told
Hey,
us.
doing.
Butch.
Excuse me,
Hey,
sir.
Butch.
You
Yeah.
told us to
Hey,
mute our
Butch.
mics. You
It
told us to
was
meet on. Hold on.
That's
light
all
work.
you've been doing is
You told us
cheerleading.
to meet on Max.
This
You
dude's
told us
light
to meet
work,
on
bro.
Max. No one knew why,
Hey,
or I didn't know why. So I
let
wanted
this man
transparency
challenge
onto what
Smoke.
was going on.
Hey,
Hey, hold
let the
on, hold
man
on, hold on.
let the man
Hey,
challenge
wait,
Smoke.
Whoever
talk.
It's
this
light
is
work,
right
bro.
here, the bottom
Hey, wait,
corner,
talk.
talking about
The champ is here. All right, this is my shit right here. The champ is here. This shit is crazy. The evil genius. Green Lantern. The champ is here. The champ is here.
why you keep on muting me, my dude?
Hey, I want to see that again. That was dope. Dope too.
Why you?
The champ is here. All right, this is my shit right here. The champ is here. This shit is crazy. The evil genius. Green Lantern. The champ is here.
Man, stop muting.
Yes.
Hey
Yes.
man,
That's the champ. That's the champ.
This is a crushing, man. I mean, come on. We need
How
to
you
move
gonna come to
on.
my channel? Then what do you think?
He
You
got
think I don't have
crushed,
moments?
bro.
Man, you know how many traps and boobies?
Hey,
Man,
hey,
listen,
hey,
I'm Macaulay
hey,
Culkin
see,
in
hey,
this. You
see,
trying to get in
hey,
my
see, I
house?
don't do,
What
hey,
the
look,
hell?
hey,
You
look,
better
hold
get
on,
out of
hold on,
here,
hold on,
man.
hold on, hold on,
Say what
hold
you
on,
got to
hold
say,
It's
but
on,
you're in the
over,
wrong
man.
place.
hold on.
It's
When I, hey, look,
over.
hold on, Smoke, hold on, Smoke. You've been on my channel plenty of times. I don't mute you on my channel. I don't mute
No,
you on my
that
channel.
bro, that was a drop.
I don't
You
mute
don't
you on
see the
my
video.
channel, man.
Hold up a second.
I
Wayne
don't,
talk.
I don't play that pussy ass shit. I don't mute
Wayne
people
talk.
on my
You
channel.
missing it, bro. You
I don't
lost
mute
yourself.
people on my channel. I never ever in my life ever
It's
muted
over.
somebody on my channel ever.
He's knocked
I let them
out. He's
talk. I let them talk.
across from him tonight, and he was very respectful. And I think that needs to be lauded because a lot of times we get the opposite.
He's knocked
Man,
out.
you
He
lost, bro.
knocked him
You
out.
lost right now.
He knocked
You,
him
you, you just
out.
lost,
That
man. You
nigga's a
don't know what's
clown.
happening.
Hey,
You're
Butch.
dizzy. You're dead, man.
Hey,
I'm trying to
Butch.
tell you.
Fraser.
Take a standing eight.
Down goes
Hey,
Just chill
Butch.
out for a
Fraser.
second. I'm trying to tell you, man.
That dude's light work, man. That dude's
Yeah,
light work, man.
it's about time I saw your face,
He
King.
can't fight.
Why you gonna try to act it? Why you gonna come to my house and show your
It's
ass?
about
Like, what
time
are you
you look me
doing?
in the face like a
That
man.
nigga's a clown, bro.
Hey,
It's about
hey,
time you look me in my
down
face like a
goes
man, baby.
Fraser.
Yeah,
What?
let me see your face. Hey, bring your face here. Let me see your
And where
face.
he
It's about
go? He
time.
left.
Let me see your face. It's about
Hey,
time.
boy. Hey, he going to eat some ice cream.
You ain't ready for it.
Wayne
Hey,
talk.
Smoke.
I am not just muting you, bro. I'm muting everybody because I'm doing drops. You need to look at your phone, look at your device. I don't know if you understand this. I'm not just muting you. Everybody's muted when the drop comes. I didn't
Yeah.
do StreamYard. This is not directed at you. I'm just making fun of this dumb shit that you're on right now.
Hey, Smoke. Smoke. All I asked the man was why he asked us to mute our mics. I needed transparency onto what was going on, and then he got into his feelings and said, "Oh, it's not true. Oh yeah." And then Zone 6 confirmed that he got his head busted by you, and he won the belt off of him, and he got into his feelings. That had nothing to do with me. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Smoke's telling me cool.
But hey, Butch, that was light work, bro. Hey, Butch, that was light work
Oh,
for you,
man,
bro.
light work. Hey, boy, that wasn't no work, boy. That's like
I'll
going
put my money. I'll put my money on Butch or that nigga.
Wayne, listen, he can cook now. Don't get it twisted. He just acting fool. But listen,
Yeah.
Wayne, so Phil IOTBA to get the belt. Phil dropped the belt. Wayne talked and it out and smoked out the belt. That's how that happened. You know what I'm saying? And right now, Smoke is the undisputed champion. Ain't nobody can get around. I don't think a lot of guys like that for some reason. You know, getting all these calls talking about I'm gonna do this to Smoke and these. I'm like, man, just go on the show. I'm just had a paper and a pencil ready.
Man, I don't know what's up with all these whiskey muscles, man. Like people feel like, man, I've been here. I go around to people's channels. I hear all this kicking dirt on my name, and I hear everything but let's debate. You're literally the only guy who call me out and showed the fuck up for the debate.
Hey,
That's
what's your
no
name?
sick. Yo.
Yo, you know you ain't right. You should not have done that. You wrong. You wrong.
Listen, I was minding my business. Only thing was, I want the belts. I said, oh, here we go with this shit. I said,
Hey, boy.
I'm just telling you, look. I said,
you the one who used to get the kids beat up back in high school.
I don't know what these guys' stink is about Smoke having the belts. But they need to stop with Smoke. I just said, here we go with this shit. All right, Smoke is on live now. What are you trying to do? Tell him that. Right now, it's on the stream.
Somebody got a terrible win. Yeah, if you're not zone 6, mute your mic. They zone get through this.
That's Hill. I know it's Hill. Hill out there be lifting them weights. I'm gonna be having a good time, listening, enjoying it. And see, here's another eyewitness now. Phil, come on here. Don't try to neutral shit. Phil will tell you how we got here. Phil said, and I'm gonna come on after you guys because I want to see what's going on. This is what B Talk told us. That's how we got.
I like you. Hey, bro, ping me anytime you coming back on, because I gotta be on there.
Yeah, man.
Hey, this is the best show you done had, Smoke.
Well, you always want your best show to be the one that you're having, right? Go ahead.
Hey, that championship pedigree got smoked good, man. I'm telling you, man, that's been a wonderful thing for him, man. And I don't know why these guys. If I was them, I would sit down and watch 2 of these shows 2 weeks in a row. Get an idea of what Smoke is talking about. Then I would come on the 3rd week and try to engage a little bit. Then I would take notes and then figure out if I want to debate them. That's what I would do if I was these guys. But they got something against Smoke having these belts, but they don't want to debate. Boxologist crashed his stuff. He came on my channel and cried and jumped off. Like, it's crazy, man. I told you, Smoke, you're undisputed, and they know that. That's why they're angry. In regards to what tournaments they win, they know that you the man because you did it the right way, and the community knows that the judges asking questions in that second round makes it more solidified than everything that has ever been done, and they know that. That's why they want you, Smoke.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's what's up. Peace to Phil. Happy Friday to you. I hope you had a great week. I hope you will have a great weekend.
And just to testify on what he said, I remember over a year ago, and I happened to run into your show. And I don't know if you remember, just the intellect and the savvy and the openness for conversation and debate is what got me on your show. So I just want to give kudos not only to you, but also to everybody who comes on the show and members like him that recognize that it's a learning way. Is that the best way to say it? It's a learning way. So I'm just learning.
All right, man, let's crank it up, man. That go Big Hill. I see that's one of my partners, man, that I be having coming around too, man. He a big, strong guy. You know, he one of them.
Yeah, I'd like me some Phil. Like, so, and the roundtable don't know this, but I chopped it up with Phil on some different shit, on this different thing. Shout out to Brooklyn Child, wherever he is. But yeah, Phil and I we put in some work that is just, for me, it is not just unprecedented, but it's unmatched, right? I don't have another experience with people like that I'm still kicking it with. Like, shout out to you, Phil. But anyway, go ahead, Cook.
Yeah, man. You know, can y'all boys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right, bro. Like this, so this is the thing. Now, I will say this now, because I don't want to get on here capping for B Talk, but this is what I will say. B Talk just told us that he wanted some smoke with Smoke. That's what he said. Zone dropped the leak. He said, well, I'm finna go over there right now. You know, B Talk say, man, I'm in the queue right now. I'm finna pull up on Smoke. You dig? So, I mean, that's what happened. I don't know what just happened, but that's what he said before he got on there. You dig what I'm saying? Now, I'm sure B Talk will debate Smoke, but I just gotta say it didn't go too well for him in the last couple of minutes. You dig what I'm saying? Hey man, look, when you pull up on somebody's show, you need to be prepared to understand that it's their goddamn show, man. Like, what you doing, bro? Like, you should have caught Smoke on somebody else's shit when you was on somebody else's shit, and then you had a little more. You could have had a little more free range, man. But you know that's a mistake Wayne just made. And yeah, man. Hopefully he don't make that again, because that was like the Goonies movie, boy. That was just ugly. That was ugly. And Wayne talk, my boy, just like Smoke, my boy. But they already know what it is with me, man. I'm gonna keep it straight up and down. And if your shit looking bad, then I mean I gotta keep it G with you. That didn't look good.
Oh man,
I didn't have. Listen, Phil is voted against me in debates, and I had no issue with having him as a judge in my very next debate. None at all.
Hey, Smoke, I'm gonna tell you what the OGs used to say: call the police.
Man, listen, at Wayne Talk, gather yourself back. I like this debate. I love to talk about this stuff. And I like your passion. I like your mind, your boxing mind. I'm down for the debate. Just understand that I wasn't just muting you. It wasn't anything personal. It was just you were on some certified bullshit and you were in my fucking house, bro. Like, come on, man. I got the doorknob seated up here. I know where all the creaks and stairs are. Like, what are you doing?
Hey, Smoke. Let me say this. Murder is personal. It's very personal.
Shit, not if it's Murder Inc. Then it's just money, right? I'm just saying, this is just business as usual.
Don't be scared.
Man, B-Talk, man, if you're listening, man, you need to come back, man. You're about to be a meme on Smoke Channel. He finna change his icon and put the B-Talk, the Wayne Talk crying face on there. You gotta come back, man. Come on, man.
Phil said, come on back. Phil said, come on back. Phil said, come back, man.
Yeah, no, it's the water's fine, bro. I was not there. I know what you think happened. I know what I understand why, and I can appreciate why you would have some righteous indignation, right? But you just got it wrong. That's all.
I'm finna explain to you what a drop is. Let me explain to you what a drop is. He dropping it so it mutes everybody. Just look, man, don't talk me to death. He on here with everybody. He's on it. He's on the thing, man. Why you telling me? I'm finna hang up and let you get on the thing. I gotta go, man, because you live.
Yeah, now we live, bro. Don't let Wayne look bad. They go off camera, mute the mic. We're not trying to have him look bad. We're not trying to make it. We want the praise. Listen, it's not praise. It's okay. Hold up. We would like Wayne Talk to come back.
I've never seen a dead man talking.
And let my man say what he has to say. I'm telling him that I wasn't going to mute him specifically, like while he's talking, and I'm not going to kick him backstage. I'm not trying to high post him. We were just having fun in that moment, and it was about everybody not speaking. You said everybody mute their mics. Everybody's mics got muted, and guess what was happening? The shit that you were saying, I was just put it. I would just do a cliche. Pictures speak 1,000 words. So a video is fucking hilarious.
Zone 6, you started some stuff today, boy.
Listen, I didn't say this. I was talking about something else.
I don't know. Hey, I don't know where you live at, but you tell me your city. When I come through, I'm picking you up. You my dog now, boy.
Listen, I told you what I said. He said, I want smoke. I said, oh, here we go with this shit. Because I knew what it was. These guys, look, you know what it is. Smoke the champ. Smoke, and they know what to do. I don't know what to tell them. And now he's come back.
Hey, really, man, Smoke the 2-time champ, 1-time undisputed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my Karate Kid, baby, 2-time.
Yeah, he 2-time champ, baby. Yeah, Smoke really 2-time champ, not currently undisputed champ. You know what I mean? So, Smoke handling his business out here, man. So.
I don't know what B-Talk want to challenge somebody today. This ain't working out for him. I'm trying to figure out what he's going to do.
Come on back, bro. The water's fine. Let him know. Like, let him know I'm not just going to mute him and like not going to bully him on my thing. That was just the call out shit talking from phase. Like, this ain't the debate. That's not what's about to happen.
Hey, and Smoke, it's only Friday. He gotta live through the whole entire weekend with this.
Oh man, listen. Apparently he forgot that last ass whooping he got when he stepped up. Like that was so fucking bad. He repressed that memory. That's just gone. Okay. I feel you, Punchy. Come on back.
Hey. Oh man, come on, man. Smoke, don't do it like that, man. Smoke, we all friends, man. Don't do it like that.
Yeah, we are. This is some really shit talking. About what we just experienced and what we're currently experiencing. But we gotta have some fun, man. You know me, I don't have any swag, so I take these moments to let you know who the fuck I is.
Oh man, he said Punchy.
Hey man,
hey,
Wayne Talk, man.
Hey,
Wayne Talk, you gotta come back, family. You got to, bro. You got to.
I gotta get off here. I gotta get off here, Smoke. I gotta get off here, Smoke him at a birthday dinner. I just want to say thank everybody for this great show.
Yes, sir.
Oh man, y'all crazy, man. Oh man, he said punchy. Hey man.
You know, every now and again, you know, we make it happen. We make it happen. But yeah. Until Wayne Talk does come back, while I got you, Phil. I didn't hear your take on the TO and Taylor fight, and I would love to hear what you have to say about it. But my question to you is: were you one of those people that said TO Senior needs to be either gone or need to take the back seat? What did you feel about TO Senior's role in his son's camp?
All right, before he go real quick, I'm listening to you guys. I'm finna go make some dinner runs. And it's Friday, you know how I go, but I can't wait. I'll be back on a little bit later as we get through this. So I'm listening to you guys. Y'all been cooking today.
Yeah, that's the sub zone. Till next time, baby. Phil always takes a step away. You can never tell that guy wears a lot of hats, got a lot of responsibilities. Hopefully, he can work through those and give us his thoughts on the TO stuff. But we're gonna keep it pushing. Wow, we hold that. Someone's backstage. Give me a second, guys.
Hey, Butch.
We got a Zachary Hills. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the panel. Hopefully, you don't show a dick pic. Yeah, who are you, Zach? Let us know. Well, happy Friday. You're breaking up. Your audio's not so good. One more time. You're breaking up.
Smoke. Can you hear me?
What's up? I can hear you loud and clear. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah.
What's happening? Not much, man. I just I thought I was gonna get to see a debate. I don't know if you scared old buddy off, but I thought I was gonna be able to see a good debate.
Yeah. That was a misunderstanding. That was just a misunderstanding. I hope it is not too deep. But yeah, some good natured ribbing, a little bit of shit talking that happens. I was ready for man. I love the Spence Crawford debate. We've been having that shit like straight the fuck up. I was on a panel yesterday where this dude was arguing about how nobody cared about Spence and Bud anymore. That there was no interest in this fight. There was no excitement about this fight. I did not agree with him, and this show is the perfect fucking example of how much excitement there is still today to talk about what happened, to surround how we got here, who our picks are, what's gonna happen. Like this fight is still a big fight, and there's a lot of energy and a lot of momentum behind it.
Yeah, I like your take, man, on the fight. I like your take on the fight where you said that, Spence has a better motor. I knew exactly what you were saying. You were saying that Bud Crawford has a slow start, and Spence keeps his same momentum round by round. So I was understanding what you were saying, but then it just all went hectic from there. So
yeah, that was that's some fun. If you actually know all the twists and turns of the channel of like this particular thing, like a couple of people know exactly what the hell just happened. That was classic. I have some classic moments that not very many people are privy to, but yeah, that was one of them. Like, hey, YTBC, shout out to you.
Yeah. So who you got winning the fight, Smoke?
Yeah, I got Spence winning that one. I think that's where the friction is and all that stuff. And yeah, I got Spence winning that one. Like Spence is my favorite fight. Like this, here's the thing that people find it hard to wrap their heads around. That Bud is my favorite fighter, and I don't have him beating Spence.
Dang, that's deep.
Yeah, stars make fights. Yeah, can happen, bro.
Yeah, like people don't understand like the nuances of this game, and also like what it means to like a fighter, how to like a fighter, how to support a fighter. Like people think that if you just like a fighter, that means he's supposed to be able to beat God, right? Fuck, I don't. That's not me.
Yeah, like if I was a Devin Haney fan, I'll be realistic, bro, and say Shakur can beat Haney, but I'm still a Haney fan. That's
I don't think that Shakur beats. I don't think Shakur beats Haney. Anyway, I don't think that Haney is very good at 135 anymore. He's all right, but I don't think he should be fighting at 135. He might have something for Shakur at 135. I don't know, man. He's just not a lightweight fighter. I don't know what the hell we're doing. He could get some lightweight money, but that is not. I think it's time to move the fuck on. I think he has something for Shakur. I think Tank knocks him the fuck out at 35.
So if you don't have Shakur beating Haney but you have Tank knocking him out, do you think Tank's the best at 135?
Nah, it's the styles makes fights. I'm not sure who wins between Tank and Shakur. I need to see that fight.
But I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like Tank's the more accurate puncher than Haney. I think he's more faster. I think Tank doesn't waste punches. He's the only guy in that division that can really touch up Shakur. You need to be fast.
It's that weight cut. I think it's showing up late in fights. If what I think is the case, and he stays at 135, and what happens to him in the 9, 10, 11, 12 that's been happening like lately in his fights, Tank's knocking him smooth the fuck out. Tank is gonna cruise in the early rounds, lose all them shits, not trip and all that shit, and just wait till round 7 to actually start fighting. Round 6 and round 7. He don't care about how many rounds he's down and none of that shit. He's just waiting for that moment where the weight cut fucking shows up and he's gonna bip him. And go home and get another paycheck.
Don't see no way.
I'm watching Spencer and Kell Brook right now, and if Bud wants to win this fight, he has to watch that fight. Like how Kell Brook was counter punching Errol Spence's jab with his own jab in the orthodox stance. Whenever Errol Spence was throwing a jab in round 2, Kell Brook was throwing his own jab and hitting.
It's not help that won't help him. Kell Brook is a big fucker. That's why all that shit was working, because of Kell Brook's size. You can't use Kell Brook's game plan if you don't have Kell Brook's size.
But he got that reach though.
He needs to do his own game plan. Like Bud has way more fucking tools than Kell Brook. He don't have to fight Kell Brook's fight. He can take like some takeaways from that shit, but like Kell Brook, nah. Kell Brook's size is giving Bud problems.
Yeah. I try to look at both ways. That's why, bro. Even if I'm rooting for Errol Spence, I like to look at both ways, like how Bud can win this fight and how EJ wins this fight. I like to look at both ways.
Also, like while that was happening, I was remiss. I don't know if Kyle's still around, but he showed up. What's up, Kyle? Boxing Section show through Oakland's finest right here. I mean, sorry. That's the cops. Oakland's best right here. Let's put it that way. Shit. So yeah, that's a shout out to you, Kyle. Yeah, the Bud Spence thing, man. Like I have a whole cavalcade of guys who are who are fighting and are heating up that's like the Bud Spence, but nobody want to talk about them shits. No one cares about David Benavidez and Canelo. That shit ain't science. Nonito's is the smaller guy. He's a Hall of Famer. When his fight gets a little bit closer, I'm probably going to do another Hall of Fame show. And what am I talking about? I'm definitely going to do another Hall of Fame show for Nonito, right?
You heard Canelo might fight Jamal Charlo?
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Andre and Jamal, they had this back and forth on social media that I haven't watched, and maybe I'll get back into that with the fighters agree. But neither one of those do. Like, there is Lions-only promotions, so I feel a little bit better than that. But and since Andre is on PBC, it seems to be like a reality. But I'll wait until they actually have a date and all that other shit.
I'm talking about Canelo and Jamal Charlo.
Canelo Jamal seems to be fighting Andre. That seems like that's the next fight.
But Michael Benson said Canelo and Jamal Charlo is being discussed. Like they're trying to negotiate or something like that.
I don't know. I feel like there's more deserving guys at 168.
Yeah, I feel like Canelo's trying to take advantage of Jamal Charlo's layoff.
Really, he's just taking advantage of his, arguably face of boxing status, that he gets to move around and fight whoever the fuck he wants, whomever he wants, and everybody's going to take the fight, which is probably true. But it's just that there's guys who have earned their shot at 168, and Jamal Charlo is not one of them.
Yeah, but I don't think Canelo's the face of boxing right now, bro. I think
I just said arguably. Like, I'm not trying to have the argument. I don't really give a fuck about it, but I'm just saying you can make the argument that he is.
Man, Canelo, bro. I mean, he's ducking these guys now, bro. And I feel like Benevidez should just go and fight Daniel Morrell, bro. Morrell Jr. David Morrell, bro. I think Benevidez is ducking Morrell, bro. But he's trying to add like Canelo's ducking him. Like, stop being a hypocrite, bro. Like, fight one of those guys, Morrell Jr. or Canelo. If Canelo is ducking you, which is clear that he is, go fight Morrell Jr. Then I think you should just go and fight Morrell Jr. And I put Morrell knocking him out though.
He's got both guys, right? Both guys are named David. Neither guy's named Jamal. That's their issue. They're not named Bivol. They're not named Dimitri. They're not named fucking Jamal. They're not named Badu. Well, Badu is actually in his own weight class, but whatever. All the guys at 168, they're trying to like get that fucking work for all those belts.
Yeah.
Cool your jets. There's guys there who deserve a fucking shot.
Yeah, I feel. And why does Canelo want to fight Bottle Check at a catch weight? Like that dude, like the things that he does, bro, it's crazy because he's not trying to risk his own belts, like his own undisputed belts. You know what I mean, bro? You know that the only way he's gonna stay relevant is by keeping those belts. In my opinion, I think that's the only way Canelo is gonna stay relevant right now, bro. At this stage in boxing, is by keeping those belts, which is why he's not risking and fighting David Benevidez. They offered him 50 million and he turned it down. 50 million.
David, you are missing the forest for the trees. Canelo Alvarez is bigger than every single belt in boxing. To the point, they created a belt specifically for him.
The franchise. Yeah.
He doesn't need a belt. He's just holding. I don't know why the fuck he's holding on to belts. Actually, that's just beyond me.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Just like Tank, I feel like Tank is in the same shoes. Like he doesn't need a belt. But
yeah,
what
like
I'm
certain
saying,
guys, like they get to a status where they don't need it. Like Canelo has had so many belts, so many like great legendary nights. He's already done some historical stuff. The fuck is a belt gonna like? Why you just hold like? To me, it seems a little bit like Smeagol or Smog or something. He's just holding. He's obsessed with the shit. Let them shits go. Let somebody else fight for him, and then go knock those person off because then it's another champion, right? At this point, the only champion is you.
I think it's because of the pressure. Like there's guys like David Benavidez. They call him the Mexican monster. You know that it's the pressure that Canelo has against him. You know what I'm saying? Like he wants to be the guy in that division. If he doesn't have the belts, he's not the guy. It don't matter if he is the face of boxing or he got lots of Mexican fans. If he doesn't have none of them belts, bro, or all of them, he won't be like called as the guy in that division, bro. There's a lot of dogs in that division, so he wants to stay relevant by keeping all those belts. Just like Devin Haney is. I think Devin Haney, by keeping the undisputed belts, that's the only way he can stay relevant in boxing. Because if he moves up to 140, I think Haney's full right there. I don't think Haney's like relevant in boxing if he moves up.
So the issue, yeah, you got to just understand the landscape. 140 pounds has been a desert of both fame and fortune, but it's been a breeding ground for fucking gladiators, right? That is where you just fight and nobody gives a fuck against dangerous guys, and you do all kinds of dangerous shit, and no one even fucking notices for the most part. That's what 140 pounds is. So if you take a guy like a Teofimo Lopez or Ryan Garcia or Tank Davis or even a Devin Haney, and you drop them off into those kinds of in that kind of environment, everybody, it's like, you know, it's red meat to a pack of wolves. They of course they want notoriety. Like you don't even have to any belt. Like every single guy 140 wants Devin Haney. They want a piece of Devin Haney.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, even Ryan Garcia wants a piece of him now.
You know, that's just it. That's just what it is. Like the only guy who is not trying to get that shit is guys like Rolly Romero. Like facts, guys who like snuck in the fucking through the side door and shit. Like
Rolly's just
it's like even guys like Ryan Garcia who like fakes the funk and is just trying to stay relevant. But like the real 140 pounders, not guys who came up and like trying to bring their notoriety from 135 to I mean almost a thankless division at 140. Yeah, those guys, they are the ones that are not trying to fuck with Devin Haney. But all those 140 guys, those fucking sharks out there, yeah, they want to bite. They want to nibble on Devin Haney.
Yeah. But I think Ryan Garcia really does want to fight him. I think Ryan Garcia wants some real smoke. He just called out TEO. He went on his DMs and he told him that he wants to fight him. And TEO said it after the Errol Spence and Bud press conference that he turned down the fight against Ryan Garcia. He says Ryan's clout chasing. How can you say Ryan's clout chasing or trying to get some money when he just fought a guy who's bigger than you, Tank Davis? And he's gotten one of the biggest pay-per-view, like 1.2 pay-per-view buys. And you've never fought on pay-per-view. How can you say that Ryan Garcia is trying to get some money, but he got more money than you? It doesn't make any sense. I think Teo's
it's not about the money, bro. He's clout chasing because T.O. has way more accomplishments than Ryan. Ryan ain't done shit in the sport of boxing, but made some money.
I understand what you're saying, right? But
That's
I'm
all
talking
he
about
does.
when it comes to money. I think Ryan Garcia is bigger than T.O. It doesn't matter how he got big. It doesn't matter how he got big. Like he didn't do nothing in boxing, like as far as T.O. for sure. But it doesn't matter. He got the fame though. He got the fame. He got more privileges in terms of fighting on bigger stages than T.O. And T.O. gotta respect that though.
T.O. ain't gotta respect shit. When has T.O. ever respected shit?
Okay. If
When has
T.O.
he
thinks
ever?
he can beat Ryan Garcia, that's a big fight for him though.
T.O. will
He can
beat the
make
shit
money.
out of Ryan Garcia. So Ryan Garcia is not very good.
I'm not saying that you won't, but Ryan Garcia could catch him though. He got dropped by Cambosis, and Ryan, he's harder than Cambosis.
Tiafimo will beat the shit out of Ryan Garcia.
But Ryan Garcia
Ryan
is
Garcia is
trained
not
by
very
Derrick
good.
James now. Derrick
He's
James
not
gonna
very
make
good, bro. He's
Derrick
not very
James.
good.
Derrick James gonna teach him the fundamentals. He's gonna.
Then he gotta show me. He ain't showed me that yet. All he's shown me is a guy with slow feet, fast hands, who leaves his chin in the air and he gets clipped. That's what he's shown me.
But Shelton,
Now, when he
we
showed
seen
me something different,
Anthony Joshua.
when he shows me
Anthony
something
Joshua,
different,
he fought
I'll
better
think
the last time I
something's
saw him.
different.
Anthony Joshua
When he
though, he
shows
came
me
back after
something,
trained by Derrick James.
Joshua didn't
I
look
still
no
better
different.
than Anthony
He
Joshua.
didn't look no different. He didn't look no different. He
He
didn't look
looked
no
better
different.
though. He fought. He
You
fought
look
more
just the
forward.
same guy that fought Usyk is the same guy that fought Franklin. Same fucking guy.
No. I think this time
Yes,
he took more
yes.
risk. I think he took more risk this time. He fought. He came forward this time. Like
He
he
took
didn't
more
just.
risk because he's fighting a lesser guy. What are you talking about? Franklin ain't no goddamn Usyk.
So
No
you don't
way,
think?
shape, form, or
You don't
fashion.
think that he can get better though? You don't think he can get better?
We gonna see at 33. I doubt it.
Man, I think Ryan Garcia already got the talent, but he just needs to learn to be a boxer. I think Derrick James is gonna make Ryan Garcia a better boxer.
We
And,
have to see that.
which
have
is
to see
why
that.
Ryan Garcia is confident that he can beat T.O. And I like that energy. I like that confidence, bro. You wanna
Okay, well, go
if you
ahead
wanna be the
and
best,
fight,
you gotta
make the
beat the
fight.
best.
Then. See if he
Huh?
can pull T.O. out of retirement and make the fight. He should fight Ryan Garcia and be the most money he ever made.
Man, I don't think T.O. retired. I think T.O. trying to like make some money or you know what I'm saying, come back. He says he gotta get paid more money to come back. That dude's delusional, bro. T.O.'s
Why is he
delusional.
delusional? He beat the number one guy at the time at 135, right? They said Lomachenko was the number one guy, am I right?
Yeah. I
He beat him.
I think T.O. got a better resume than all the guys at 135. Yeah.
He went to
For sure.
140. They say Josh Taylor was the number one guy. He beat him, right?
For sure, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, what are we talking about here?
But like
If he fights Garcia will make him the most money he's ever made based on popularity.
Fact. That's what I'm saying, Shelton. You agree with me, though?
Yeah, that's what he should do. But the thing is, will he fight the guy? Will he come out of retirement? I think he will because he's gonna need money after this divorce. He gonna need some money.
You see, style wise, I think
Okay, that dude don't have any other prospects outside of
I think T.O. versus Regis Prograis is a better fight than T.O. versus Ryan Garcia. But a bigger fight would be Ryan Garcia and T.O. than Regis and T.O. I think
that's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Just like Shakur and Haney, it's a good fight stylistically, but either one of them fighting Tank is a bigger fight.
Anybody fighting Tank is a bigger fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You know, it also comes down to the fans you got, bro.
But we gotta
T.O.
let Tank get out of jail first. Tank gotta get out of jail first.
But bro, Coach Calvin doesn't want no tune-up fight for Tank when he comes out of jail. He's calling out Devin Haney and Shakur. And I like that. Tank is my favorite fighter. I don't want to see Tank fighting no tune-up fights. I want to, just like Errol Spence. Errol Spence doesn't want no tune-up fights. He came from a car accident. He fought Danny Garcia. He just came from a 1-year layoff and he's fighting Terence Crawford. So I respect EJ for that. He doesn't want no tune-up fights.
I don't count
like
Danny
Tank.
because Danny was a tune-up.
No, you're capping, bro. No, you're capping.
Danny was a tune-up.
Danny Garcia, tune-up?
Tune-up. He's a tune-up.
No, he's not.
Tell me this. Answer me this question. Tell me who the fuck did Danny Garcia beat at 147 pounds? Name one guy.
Doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really matter. But
Who did he beat?
But he's at that level though. He's not like a tune-up
Who did he beat? Who did he beat?
Okay, the way EJ beat him off a car accident. What do you say about that? EJ punished that dude.
Because he's not very good.
Now you're just saying that just because you're going for Bud, right?
Okay.
No,
Hey,
because
just
every
so we
time he
understand
stepped
each
up,
other, David, I think you need to understand. Let me give David a little bit of background in this convo.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore picked fucking Danny Garcia to lose against Jose Benavidez.
Hate Danny. Not very good.
Yeah, you see that, bro. It explains now. That explains it.
Danny, every time Danny stepped up competition at 147, tell me what happened.
But bro, he got beat for sure. But you got to give him his
Not
props
every
though.
time because he's a former champ.
No, beating the damn near 40-year-old Robert the Ghost Guerrero don't count in my book.
I mean, it is a new division. I won't say it's a step up in competition. Yeah, you're right with that. It's a step up in divisions, not necessarily quality of opposition. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we talking about Robert the Ghost Guerrero who came from 130. He started at 130.
But Shelton, the guys that Danny Garcia lost to are elite though.
Well, you just told me one minute you said Sean Porter was elite, the next minute you said he wasn't. So you got to pick one.
I never said Sean Porter not elite. When did I say that?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said that Terrence Crawford didn't fight an elite Sean Porter. You said Errol Spence did. That's what you said.
I said EJ fought a better Sean Porter version than Bud 2 years ago. Like it was 2 years before.
Okay,
so just 1 second. I just wanted to shout out to Traveling Fools. What's up, my man from the South? He's I think he's right. He plays the violin, but but Grand Ole Opry style, I think. But anyway, shout out to you. Welcome to the channel. Yeah. Anyway, you guys, as you were.
So let me ask you this: was Sean Porter elite when he fought Crawford or not?
He was elite. What I'm saying.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we can kill that argument. All right, cool. Go ahead. Continue.
I mean, like once you're elite, you're always elite, bro. Doesn't matter.
No, not true. Not true. Not true.
Okay, who was elite and then stopped? Who was elite and then stopped?
I'll tell you who was elite.
Manny Pacquiao was always elite. Manny Pacquiao was losing.
Manny Pacquiao at one time was elite. He's not anymore.
But while he was elite, he did lose though. While he was elite, he was losing. He got knocked out by Marquez, and he came back and won some great fights.
Marquez was elite. Marquez was an elite fighter.
Just like Danny lost to elite.
Is Marquez not in the Hall of Fame?
That's my point. That's my point.
Is Juan Manuel Marquez in the Hall of Fame? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did he get in on first ballot? Yes or no?
You what?
Did he get in first ballot Hall of Fame? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you think Danny Garcia gonna get in first ballot?
Nah.
Okay. There we go.
But there's a difference though.
Is there a difference?
There's a difference. In Marquez's era, like there was, bro, there was the Floyd Mayweather's. There's a lot of elite fighters there, bro. That in Marquez is a dog than Danny Garcia, in my opinion. He's more of a dog. He's more of a dog than Canelo too, in my opinion. He wanted to fight. He wanted to fight the best, and I respect that.
Okay, I'll ask you this. I'll just ask you this.
All right.
Antonio Margarito, Danny Garcia, who wins?
I'll root for Danny.
You root for Danny. I said who wins.
Man, I don't know.
I know.
I don't know. Who wins?
I know.
I already know. Okay, why don't you like Danny, bro? Just tell me, OG, why don't you like Danny? There's something that about you that doesn't like Danny Garcia.
Because Danny is in the same position for me as Sean Porter. Every time, not one time, not 40% of the time, but every time he stepped up in competition, he lost. That doesn't make you elite.
Broner, though. He stepped up against Broner and he beat Broner. Broner was elite. Adrian Broner.
Yeah, but has he lost it? I have a question for you, and I understand that.
Danny Garcia never fought Broner.
Wait, hold on. No, he didn't fight Broner. That's Mikey Garcia. That's Mikey Garcia. That's Mikey that fought Broner. But hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Smoke.
Yeah, he lost to Sean. I mean, officially he lost to Sean Porter, although that was a classic back, like who really won that fight. But
yeah,
on the books, it's Sean Porter. But my question to you is: has Danny Garcia ever lost to a B-level fighter?
No, I don't think so.
Right.
I
So
don't
it
think
does
so.
take. So the question just is, what level of A level is he?
He's A
It
minus.
could be. I
He's A
mean,
minus.
listen. You can say what level of a B level fighter is he too, but we haven't seen a B level fighter beat him. Unless you want to talk about the Herrera fight.
Yeah, well, B-level fight. Yeah. We can't say
Right.
that, but
You can say that. But then you got to
Smoke.
talk about
We
the
got to
Sean
be
Porter fight.
objective. What do you tell me all the time, Smoke? You say I got to be objective, right?
I mean, we're just looking at the ceiling and the floor of it,
Yeah,
right?
we can't be objective. We got to be objective. We can't say he lost to Herrera. We can't say he lost to Herrera because he didn't. He won.
Right, but that's the same thing that goes with the Sean Porter thing, right? It's like
right.
You can say with it, like both of those fights, it's a gray area. But we already said that Sean Porter's elite, even on his last fight. So losing to an elite fighter, I don't know if that means you're not very good. When you're beating guys who are good.
Well, I'm just saying that. Now I give it to him, man. 140, he was a problem. Danny was a problem, but he did avoid post-all.
I mean, Brandon Rios. That was it was a shell of Brandon Rios, and Brandon Rios was never the best guy.
That wasn't Brandon. That Brandon was beat up by the time Danny got him.
Yeah, and he was never the best guy at 147 anyway.
Yeah, he was just a big punching bag that had power.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not that, and then Colazzo, whatever, he was done.
Yeah,
he was also never the best at 147, or even particularly good at 147. I mean, he's got some names at 147, quality of opposition, but you go in next step and say that he's not very good. But then you say it's a problem 140.
He was.
Maybe you need to square your language with saying that you don't.
He was a unified champion at 140. But I use that.
But the way that you describe him, when you say that he's not very good, I think what you mean to say is you don't know how good he is at 147.
He's not very good at 147. Yes, I do know how good he is.
Well, you said he's not very good.
Not very good.
He's not as good as Thurman.
I mean, he'll beat the B-level guys. Yes, he'll beat all the B-level guys and the second-tier guys. But when he steps up to the A-level guys, he doesn't have success.
But those guys are elite, though. But those guys are elite. Everybody, like, who wouldn't say that Thurman was elite at that point? We all agree that Porter was elite at that point, and we all agree that Errol Spence is elite. So you got to be elite, not just A-level, but elite.
Yeah, Errol Spence is an elite fighter. Yes, he is. He is the best of the best. But that fight was so one-sided. I mean, damn.
You say Errol only fights one way. Danny Garcia made him fight a different way. Now you can talk about maybe he's coming off the layoff and maybe he was insecure.
I mean, he walked Danny down and pounded Danny out.
That's not what happened. He took what Danny gave him. He took what Danny gave him and beat Danny up, sure, but it wasn't no walk down, and he was doing that shit from the outside. Danny was hitting him with them fucking right hands, and Errol was like, I don't want to take too many of them shits.
I didn't see that. I saw a guy who landed 90 total punches, or like 92 total punches in a 12-round fight. So he didn't do much. That's what I saw. I mean, you can tell me, correct me if I'm wrong. He didn't even land 100 punches in that fight. So
I don't know. I don't do the CompuBox thing. I was just looking at because I was used to a specific kind of Errol. Like I saw Errol fight differently in two fights. One of them was the Lamont Peterson fight, in which he was just in which he was just showing off against the ghost of Lamont Peterson. So I didn't put anything in that, right? So I didn't put any. I was just like, okay, that's kind of interesting. He's fought he fought differently in the Mikey Garcia fight, but that's little Mikey. So I was like, okay, whatever. But Danny Garcia made him fight that way. It wasn't a choice. He was like, it was a choice. It was a business decision. I felt like Danny put him to a business. Like, how much punishment do you want to take? And
I was like, damn. I was actually disappointed because I was expecting I ordered that fight pay-per-view. I was expecting a really good fight, and what I got was a one-sided ass whoop.
I mean, you might see that against Bud.
I'm not going to see that against Bud.
I don't think so, but you might see it against Bud. Bud, listen, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, like you are putting a whole lot of stock in Errol Spence not being able to take Bud's shot. If Errol Spence can take Bud's shot, you're going to see a one-sided ass whooping.
I don't think Errol can box with Bud. I mean, you do. And that's what I'm saying. I think Bud is going to outbox this guy and possibly stop him. I don't think Errol is the boxer people think he is.
I don't
know that Bud can take the punishment that Errol Spence dishes out.
I don't know if Errol can take Bud either. Do you?
That's what we're talking about. That's where it comes down to. And that's
exactly.
where
we don't know.
We don't know. Exactly. That's my entire prediction hinges on that.
I'll give you another perfect example. I'll give you another perfect example. An older fight. You might not know about this, D. You might be a little too young for this. You Smoke. Do you remember Hagler versus Durant? Hagler versus Roldan? Smoke.
Yeah, he probably went off somewhere. Yeah. But hey, Charlotte, I think EJ got more power than Bud.
If he did, he'd have more knockouts.
You do have a higher percentage though. He has less fights. He have a higher percentage.
If he had more power, he'd have more knockouts.
What do you mean more
knockouts? I don't buy that.
What do you mean he has way less
fights? He should have knocked out Mikey. You don't think Bud would have knocked Mikey out?
Okay. Let's talk about the same fights that fighters they fought.
I don't know.
EJ dropped Kell Brook and made him go on a knee. Bud didn't drop him. He just got stopped. TKO.
All right, so here's the thing. Hold up a second. Wait, David, I know you guys. Hold up. Before we go to another thing.
What I'm trying to say is,
hold up, David. Hold up. Well, just hold it. Just keep your powder dry for 1 second. I'm gonna come back to you.
Go ahead.
Who knocked Mikey out?
Nobody.
Thank you. So I don't know why we talk about Bud. Bud came from 35.
Bud would have knocked out that 26 pounder.
Hold up a second.
That 26 pounder would have knocked out.
Hold up a second. Hold up. Bud also came he didn't come from as low as fucking as low as weight class as Mikey, but Bud came from them lower fucking weight classes too.
135.
Like, listen, a guy that didn't knock out Victor Postol, right? Like, I am not picking this dude to just stop fucking Mikey. Like, nah,
well,
I'm not doing it.
How many guys has he stopped at 147?
Did he fight Mikey at 147?
How many? That's not what I asked you. I said how many guys at 147 pounds?
I think it's 7. I think the total is 7 at this point.
Okay, how many fights has he had at 147?
I believe the total is 7 at this point.
Okay, there we go. But what I was asking you, Smoke, before you stepped off, a parallel to the point we was making earlier. Do you remember Marvin Hagler versus Juan Roldan?
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. The Roldan fight. Was that the was that the one? No, that's like right after. I like vaguely like refresh my memory. There's something about that fight that was the thing, because didn't like Hearns fight Roldan too?
Yeah, Hearns fought Roldan.
Right? So I remember, like, that's the fight that's like, I think he fought him to become the 4-time division champ was against that. So that's like the fight that's like sticking in my head. I'm not remembering the Hagler one.
Right. Well, the Hagler fight. Remember, Roldan was like 50-2 with like 47 knockouts.
Yeah.
He's knocking everybody out. But nobody thought he could outbox Hagler. We knew Hagler could outbox him. What we thought was, can Hagler take his power? Right?
Bro, if you're about to fucking compare Hagler to Bud, I've got to.
Oh no, I would never do that. I'm just saying the fight, the synopsis on the fights is similar. Bud Crawford is in no way, shape, form, or fashion the fighter that Marvelous Marvin Hagler was. None of these dudes are. Let's get that clear. There is nobody from 160 to 147 today.
But I'm talking about the guy that like really. When do we know that Marvin Hagler to be hurt? We know Bud to be hurt.
Oh, he got hurt. Now he got hurt in the Mugabe fight.
In the Mugabe fight, right? The Mugabe fight was hurt. But that was like at the end of his thing.
In the Hearns fight, he was hurt
in attrition. But that was against John the Beast Mugabe. I'm saying when the Roldan fight, up until the Roldan fight, when did we know him to be hurt?
Never.
Well, have you known Bud to be hurt?
He was
guys
hurt.
who are in the hurt business like Bud, but like Spencer's. But Spencer's in the hurt business. Spencer's not playing with these guys.
Willie Monroe hurt him now. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go back and take a look.
Willie hurt him.
I don't remember. These two fights. I wasn't a Hagler fan. I got to tell you, I was anyway.
So why you didn't like Marvin? Come on, man.
Like, I'm trying to tell you, there's holes in everybody's game. I miss
why you didn't like Marvin though?
I missed Larry Holmes and I missed Marvin because I was a Ali fan. I liked it, man. I like finesse. I like the sweet, you know. I like my shit, you know. I like a little bit of game. All that like mean mugging and shit, and mad and bitter at the world and shit. I'm not like that, man. I go through the world happy. Like, and Marvin Hagler was not that.
Though, you know, you had to live in that. And you couldn't compare. Ali was just something so different. It is just.
That's what I'm saying, bro. The great ones did it to me. And so when Matt Hagler came around, just Matt banging at breakfast, like that dude seemed like he woke up on. There was no such thing as the right side of the bed. Like even when he had satin sheets, that was the problem.
All the time.
Like that dude, like could not. Like listen, he reminds me of like Kevin Durant, right? Like just just all the talent in the world, and nothing will make this dude happy. I'm not like that wasn't my shit.
Yeah, Marvin was just fucking mad at everybody and every motherfucking thing.
That's not how it goes. You know, I'm a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. I'm a happy killer.
I get it. I can understand that. But Dave, I just don't think that the question for me in the whole fight is who can take whose power. Because if Bud can't take EJ's power, it's gonna be a long night for Bud.
Yeah, for sure, bro. I think EJ's a punishment, bro. I think EJ
sharp shots. If EJ can't take them sharp shots, it's gonna be a long or possibly a short night for EJ. Because Bud is precise, and Bud is excellent at punch placement.
I hear you, bro. I think the only way that Bud can win the fight is by killing EJ, and EJ ain't gonna die, bro. EJ ain't gonna die, bro. I'm telling you right now, EJ, bro. I've seen EJ getting rocked, bro. He still keeps the same energy. It still comes forward. He doesn't change it.
You, Bud, might as well just not show up then, right? Bud should just stay home.
That's the only way. He just gotta duck him then. He ain't gonna win this fight. I'm telling you, bro. They're gonna fight twice this year, and I see EJ beating this guy. I see EJ hurting Bud. I think Kell Brook got hurt fighting Errol Spence than Bud, bro. Even though it took way more rounds for EJ to stop him, that dude just went on the knee, bro, and complained about his eye. That hurts
motherfucker
more,
quit.
That hurts
when
more.
Bud hit that motherfucker with that, what was that smoke? Was it like a jab hook? What was it?
Well, the thing was,
it was a jab. It was a jab hook.
The thing that shocked Kell Brook when he got hit by Bud was like, did he hit me with that punch?
It was a counter jab. It was a counter jab.
And how is it affecting?
I see.
Because it didn't look like a
That's
punch.
all right. It's over now, though. It's done.
It didn't look like a punch.
It was so fast, though.
It didn't look like a punch. It didn't look like a punch that I'm like, because I was even like, it don't look like Bud hit him that hard for him to react the way he reacted.
But
hey, he said he been in the ring with everybody, all the guys. He said he never been hit like that. That's when it came out of his mouth right after the fight. So you tell me what that means, D. Tell me what that means.
I mean, it means that he got caught with a hard punch for sure, but then he got punished by EJ. That was what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, I'd rather get knocked out than get punished like that, bro.
Well, he didn't see, but against Bud, though, he really didn't get knocked out. He fucking quit. He said, "I'm cool. I don't want no more. I'm stressed. I'm sticking my head through this."
No, he didn't quit. He didn't quit. The referee stopped the fight. The referee stopped the fight.
When you stick your head through the ropes, that means I don't want to fight no more. Am I right, Jay Simon?
And you stick your head through the ropes?
Yeah. When you in the ring and you bend down, stick your head and the upper body through the ropes to get away from a punch. What does that mean?
You looking for mommy. Means you looking for mommy.
That means I don't want to fight no more. Right?
What's up?
It means you looking for mommy. Mom, where you at? hey, salute to the panel. Salute to Smokey. Salute David the Same. Salute Mr. Shelton. And salute Mr. Simon.
What's up, brother?
Hey, gentlemen, can I step in for a minute and rewind? I just want to rewind. This might be a little bit directed at Mr. Shelton, because the question about Marvin Hagler ever being hurt. And before I bring that up, or we go to that, let me just ask this. You know, there's variations about this. He was hurt, because some people think, yeah, he was hurt, and some people think, no, that nigga wasn't hurt. He might have been stunned. and some people consider that hurt. But anyway, so I don't, refresh my memory, Mr. Shelton, because I'm 71 years old. I'm always the senior around the motherfucking community.
You even older than me. I love that. Even older than me.
I'm saying, and the memory is failing. So
a little bit, just a little bit.
In my memory about the marvelous Marvin Hagler, I don't recall anybody ever hurting him or him ever being hurt.
Well, Tommy had him hurt.
What kind of hurt we talking about?
Tommy split him wide open with that right hand. And he was
but come on, Mr. Shelton.
He was on
Wait a minute now.
that first round, but he recovered.
Okay, hold up. No. Listen, you know you can cut me. You can cut me, or you can cut anybody, and they might not even know they cut. He was stunned, and for a minute
he was on Bambi. Go look at the fight in that first round. My man, the marvelous one, who I picked to win the fight, by the way, was on Bambi legs. Tommy almost had him out of there. That's why
now.
He came out in the second round. He said, "I gotta get rid of this dude because I can't take too much more than right hands." But he didn't know that in the first round, Tommy broke his right hand.
Is that right?
Tommy broke his right hand. Yeah, he fucked him the last 2 rounds with a broken right hand. He said he kept on it though. He kept on it to keep that motherfucker off me. I kept on it.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm not. I'm in disagreement. I'm not sure, and I don't think I want to go with Marvin was hurt. I'm going to go with.
Now you go. Wait a minute. You go tell me that Mugabe didn't hurt him? Because Mugabe damn sure hurt him.
No. See, no, he didn't. No, he didn't hurt him. No, he didn't hurt him. He stunned him. And be a muff, just like a, what do you call that? What do they call that? When a motherfucker hits you and you ain't looking.
Right.
That kind of stunned. You know what I mean? Like you're stunned. Like for a minute, you might even black out. You might not even be able to see, just for a second or two, and then you got to regather yourself real quick. But that's not that. That's not that kind of. You know what I mean? Let me stick my head through these motherfucking ropes because I'm hurt. Not at all.
That's not the Kell Brook, huh? That's not the Kell Brook.
Yeah, and that's not a disabling kind of hurt. You know what I mean? That's let me gather myself real quick. It'll only take a second or two. Now I'm back on my feet.
So let's kill the argument. Jay Simon, was Marvin Hagler hurt, number 1, against Tommy, and number 2, against John the Beast Mugabe? Jay, you still there?
There's your answer. Look here. If you got to think about it, the nigga wasn't hurt.
Jay Simon, you still there?
He wasn't even there.
You can never tell with Jay side. Sometimes he just lend us his, he's here in spirit.
Smoke. I'm gonna give it to you to kill our argument. Was Marvin hurt in that first round against Tommy? And was Marvin hurt in that 7th round against motherfucking John the Beast Mugabe? Yes or no?
I think he was hurt in the Mugabe fight. It's hard as we got to define hurt a little bit because I think wow, fuck.
Isn't that a tricky one? That's a tricky one, man.
Yeah, that is. It
is a tricky one.
It's because
I think he was hurt.
It's because I think Hagler said something about being hurt in the Hearns fight. Is the thing.
Well, wait a minute. Hey, smoke. But look here. The punch hurt. I can say that. I beat that nigga's ass all the way to Kingdom Come. And at the end of the fight, I can say, damn, that nigga hurt me with that punch. But that's what I'm saying about hurt. When we're talking about hurt, we're talking about I disabled you enough to be able to take finish you off.
No, well, really, you have them thinking, right? Instead of being, right? As soon as they need to like react to something or do a thing, now you have momentum. Right, and that's what the whole thing. Like you can hurt somebody with it's just because you changed the momentum of what was happening in either the round or maybe even the entire fight with what you just did with that shot you just landed.
Okay, but here's what I'm saying. Okay, let's go with the Marvin and Hagler fight. Okay. All right, let's say he was hurt. I mean, I'm gonna go with that for a minute because I'm gonna go with the other part which they wasn't hurt.
Yeah, no, we're doing ceilings and floors. What you did was the most extreme. I think I did the least extreme, right? So in between, somewhere in between what you said and what I said.
Yeah, because the hurt is, damn, I wasn't expecting that, motherfucker. Let me shake my head for a minute. Well, in the meantime, right? Well, I'm serious. In the meantime, this nigga, and by the way, when you hurt somebody, see, because here this is another cutting it down the middle of the middle of the road. When you hurt somebody, everybody's supposed to know it. Everybody's supposed to know it. It's supposed to be real recognizable. So if Tommy Hearns hurt that motherfucker, why didn't he know it? Why didn't he recognize it? And
I
you know
don't
why
even
he
know
didn't?
that everybody
There's a
needs.
reason why. There's a reason why. There's the reason why Tommy didn't. And the reason I say Tommy didn't know it is because he didn't take advantage of it. Because when you hurt a motherfucker, you're supposed to get on that right away. Tommy didn't. Matter of fact, Tommy was up against the ropes, and Hagler had Tommy up against the ropes, and he was what Hagler was doing was holding him, disallowing him from doing any further damage. I need to gather myself real quick because this nigga hurt me, stunned me. I'm saying stunned me, right? And I got to stop this motherfucker from doing any further damage while I gather myself real quick. And then what happened after that? Immediately after that.
Look, I'm gonna kill this right now. I didn't just queued it up. I got the first round right here. So we gonna find out. We finna find out.
Okay.
I believe he was hurt.
Hey, Shelton.
serves me correctly. He was
Okay.
hurt.
And Mr. Shelton, let me tell you this. You know what I mean? Look for what's his name? Look for Hagler's vulnerability during that moment.
Okay, I'm looking.
That's another sign of somebody being hurt. How vulnerable are they at that moment? Are they defenseless?
Okay, he came out smoking. Hearns jabbing the shit out of his ass. Ooh, good body shot from Martin. Ooh, he clipped Tommy. Ooh, Tommy got him. He on baby legs. Yeah, he was hurt. Oh, hell yeah, he was hurt.
Keep on describing what you're saying. No. Keep on describing what you're saying.
He holding on like a motherfucker. Oh, yeah, he was hurt.
No. Wait a minute. Hold up now. You got two men in this motherfucker. Keep on describing what you're seeing.
He just caught Tommy, though. He came back. He just caught Tommy. Yeah, Marvin holding again. Oh, he hit again. Oh, he just caught Tommy. Oh, Tommy caught him again. Oh, he got him on the ropes now. I don't know what you're talking about now. Yeah, he got him on the ropes now. Now Marvin rushed at him, ran right at him. Tommy hooked him again. Tommy caught him with the right hand.
Yeah.
Caught him again. Marvin caught him good. Marvin got him now.
Hey, Victor, welcome to the welcome back to the panel and the channel. I hope you had a wonderful week. I hope you have a wonderful weekend and having a happy Friday. The question of the day is, what did you think of TEO Taylor? And were you one of the people who was thinking that TEO Senior needed to be replaced or augmented? What were your thoughts on that relationship going into the fight?
Well, you know what? After T.O.'s fight, this last fight with Josh, I'm starting to think, okay, maybe because you know what, Smoke, when a fighter is a pure, and I believe T.O. is, you know, these mental deficiencies or whatever have come up that have kind of slowed him down and backtracked him and you know what I mean, depleted some of his capabilities that he had before all this shit came up. He was a good fighter, a damn good fighter. Now, if a motherfucking fighter is a pure fighter, the trainer in the trainer and even the corner man, because a lot of times if you watch Tank's fights and you watch when they go into the corner and you see what's his name, you know, his corner man, goddamn, I forgot his name. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Just repeat what you said.
Calvin Ford. I'm really not talking about Calvin Ford, but I'm talking about Tank. But what I'm saying is a lot of times in between rounds, when you go into the corner, when they go into Tank's corner, if you'll notice, Tank's not paying no attention to Calvin Ford. He's not paying any attention to Calvin Ford. Calvin is trying to get his attention, to get him to focus on what he's saying. Right? And Tank's looking all over the place. So I'm not talking about those moments in time or those incidents where Floyd was outside the ring and he was drawn between two people trying to get his attention. I'm talking about Tank. To some degree, he ignores Calvin Ford, because in my reading of it, what he's saying is, I know. You know what? He even said one time when they were saying, look, Tank, you got to do this. And what's his name? The other corner man, I think his name is Kenneth. He was wiping him down. He said something to him. He said, calm down, man. Because everybody was rubbing on him and yelling at him. Oh, goddamn. He said, calm down. So what I'm saying is, when a pure fighter is a pure fighter to a minimal degree, he doesn't need his corner man. He doesn't need all that advice and shit. He's figuring it out on his fucking own, right? And you can give him a pointer here and there where you might say, you might not have solved this, but this is what he's doing. Keep your eye open for that. But all that, do this and don't forget to do that and go to the body and go to the... Well, the motherfucker half the time is ignored. So the point I'm trying to make is, at this stage of the game, I think TEO has come back to the point where he might not have to focus his attention on whether or not he should retain his father as a trainer or not, because now he's regathered himself and now he's back to being a true fighter. That's what I'm saying. That's what a true fighter is. He really doesn't need the corner man. I don't know about the trainer and camps and all that kind of stuff, but he really doesn't need him. He doesn't rely on him. He's relying on himself. And in the fight with Josh, he proved that out. And I think he won that exclusively. Man, he started toying around with that motherfucker in the last 3 or 4 rounds. So, yeah, he won that fight decisively and deservedly so. Because I don't think Josh Taylor is all that motherfucking tough either. He's a good fighter, but I don't think he's all that. He doesn't rate in my bag. He doesn't rank that high. You know what I'm saying?
Think about back in the day, though, Vic. We used to watch the Ali fights. What would you always hear in Ali's corner? You remember?
Dundee.
He would say, "Shut up." Ali would say, "Shut up." I know what I'm doing. Shut up. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? But I will say this though, just as a side note.
Wait, remember though. Hey, hold up a second. Just one. I'm sorry, Vic.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Smoke.
You know, Ali he wanted to stop the fight and expose the liniment in the eye, right? The quarterback.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and stay away.
Yeah, he said run.
The quarterback can save you from yourself.
Yeah. And you know what? And that's what I was getting ready to say. Dundee. Woo! Yeah. I'm gonna listen to that motherfucker. I'm paying attention. It's something about Dundee that he knew what the fuck he was doing at any given time.
He saved Ali. He saved Ali in that Henry Cooper fight. You know that, right?
I understand the gloves and all that. Whatever.
He saved his ass. Ali was out. He was out. So Angelo Dundee cut the glove. So they had to go back to the locker room, get another pair of gloves.
Give some more time. You can't do the counterfactual thing and rewrite history. What he did was give his fighter the best chance to win. That's what our trainers are all supposed to do. We don't know what the hell Ali. We don't know what Angelo done. What kind of brilliance Ali could have shown us that Dundee with his bullshit antics robbed us from. But all I'm saying is, as a trainer, you're not trying to do all that. That's not your job. Your job.
He came out and knocked the man out.
Yeah, I got you. I got and guys go on instinct, and you never know how grace rise under pressure, and especially an original like Muhammad Ali. I'm not gonna just be like, oh yeah, he's gonna be.
No, I think that was a smart move though. Cut these gloves, give this motherfucker some more time.
Ali is one of those guys who's shown to be extraordinary. So I could, because he has a track record extraordinary. I don't know that he would have pulled off something that was unlike anything we've seen, and Angelo Dundee robbed us of that moment. But what I will say is he did his fucking job. His job was not to have those moments, actually.
He damn sure did his job.
Yeah, but you know what? And you know that kind of speaks to, especially the one with listing and the ointment. I'm not so clear about Cooper, but that ointment, for example, because from what I understand, it was said that Ali was almost saying, "Hey, I can't go back in there. My fucking eyes, you know what I mean? I can't see."
He said, "Cut the gloves off. Cut them off."
Yeah. But you know what? Here's what I'm trying to say. This goes to what I was trying to say. But they put Ali in there. Yeah. Even though he might have said, "I don't want to go back in there, I can't see." When they put him back in there, him being a pure fighter, he went to his natural capabilities under the circumstance. In other words, I didn't want to come back in this motherfucker, but I'm in it, and I've got to do what I know how to do to protect myself. And then after he overcame that, then he said, "Now let me go ahead and do this other thing I know how to do, which is win this fight." But his pure fight, you know what I mean? They made him rely on his natural instinct.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, Ali was the best. I understand why Smoke can say, I didn't pay no attention to other motherfuckers. I was too busy looking at Muhammad Ali because he was an attention grabber.
Nobody ever done it better. Whoever did it better? Nobody's ever done it better.
You know, with all of the athletic, I mean, all of that stuff that you can bring into the ring, nobody since Ali has been able to bring all of that in the ring. He's the only one that was able to bring all of that in the ring: the athleticism, the showmanship, and all of the other attributes and accolades, speed and quickness and defensive, and ring generalship, the whole shebang.
And tenacity, and would come and get you.
Yeah.
And would come get you.
Yeah. And he was a master at knowing what to do at the right fucking time, such as, you know how motherfuckers say he's taking a break. It looks like they're taking a break. They're not throwing punches. They're not doing much. And Ali knew how I need to take a break in here. So bring your motherfucking head over here.
Lean on your head for a little while. I'm gonna lean on you for a minute.
Hey, but you know what? And we talked about this. I believe it was on this panel. We talked about this too. Again, just to mention, since we talked about Ali and his intelligence about Foreman, you know, because there's some who in the fuck am I thinking about, man? I was thinking about this the other day, and I said that is today's Foreman. Who in the fuck was I thinking about? That okay, this is one of these young fighters. Goes back a few years. I think J-Rock took beat him and took a belt, if I'm not mistaken, or a championship from him. But he's a big boy, and he's what I consider to be well, I don't know if he's still fighting, but at that point was today's Foreman.
Jared Hurd.
Absolutely. That's today's Foreman right there. Because he's just a big, strong, powerful swinger. But I'm only going back to Ali and Foreman just to say that, once again, to know what to do. I mean, just think about that, gentlemen. I'm going to win this fight, but guess how I'm going to win it? I'm going to win it by not doing much of any motherfucking thing. Just watch him do all the shit he does. Then when he finishes doing all the shit he does and he expends himself, then I'm going to hit the motherfucker a couple times and win the fight. Just think about that kind of genius, man.
Do you remember the build up to that fight? If you remember, because I remember. He was telling you the whole build up. He said, this dude ain't built but to go 3-4 rounds.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when he hear round 7?
Yeah.
Round 9. Round 13. You take him to deep water and you drown him. That's where that saying come from.
That's exactly.
I'm going to take him to deep water and I'm going to drown him.
Exactly. It was a beautiful thing to see.
And he told you he was going to do that. Now, none of us believed it. We all thought Foreman was going to kill him.
Yep.
Because Foreman had been killing everything.
And I thought Foreman was killing him on the ropes.
And he pulling Foreman's head to say, that's all you got? That's all you got? They told me you was tough, George. They told me you hit hard. That's it?
Yep.
Ooh, George. You running out of gas. And ain't a gas station in sight. You in the wrong place to be tied, George.
Hey, Mr. Shelton, and you know what? Just think about that too, man. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I focus in on, man. Just think about that. And this kind of like goes to what we were talking about whether or not Hagler was hurt. Just think about that you hurt yourself in a fight. You understand? You're trying to win a fight, and you hurt yourself. You literally punch you. I mean, you can feel it, Shelton. You know when you're getting tired and when you need to say, "Whoo, shit, man, this motherfucker, man, I can't take this. Let me take a break here and get my win. Let me get a second win." He never thought about that, man. He was hitting, like I said before, that last round, he was hitting Ali. He couldn't even bring his arms up to Ali's head to hit him in the head.
Couldn't. He was tired. Dog tired. So he punched himself up.
He did that to himself.
Foreman said himself. He said, I hit him in the 5th round. I hit him with a good body shot. I know I got him good. He put my head to me. He said, George, that's all you got? George said, I said to myself, yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. What's next, champ?
He said right there, I knew the fight was over. So I knew the the 5th round.
Hey, Shelton, and guess what? This is significant too. When he hit him, it wasn't necessarily a knockout punch. You guys were talking about this earlier about whether or not Bud Knox is a knockout artist. Well, in that Ali fight, that wasn't a knockout punch that Ali hit him with. He hit him because the motherfucker was so weak, so exhausted that when he hit him, he went down. You get a blowing him down, right? And guess what?
You know, Ali could have finished him, but he didn't finish him. He just let him fall down.
You just let him fall. You're right, because when he hit him with that last one, he looked at him.
Yeah.
And watched him twirl himself into a circle. And you know what? When he went down, he couldn't even get up. They had to come over.
Couldn't even get up. Smart. You're right. Genius. Smart. And I know I can't outfight this dude, but I can outthink him.
Yep.
I can outthink him.
That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. So therefore, now moving forward, going back to the last most current issue, which is Bud and Spence. Bud is not a knockout artist. I'm gonna go with that one. Bud is not a knockout artist. He can catch you.
No.
Okay.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. Go ahead. I agree 100%.
Okay. So now, if and him not being a knockout artist. And then couple that with, you got to couple it with, you can't take that alone. You got to couple it with the possibility that Earl can take his punch.
Possibly, right? Yes. Possibly,
okay. Yes. Then if you can, and so therefore you can't keep him off you. Now, let's talk about somebody said, I think it was David said, and it's true, it's a fact. Somebody misinterpreted it and thought maybe he was saying that Earl is a knockout punch, a knockout artist, and Earl is not. But you know, Earl doesn't aim for the head. Earl utilizes his power for that body. Earl doesn't, I mean, he'll hit you in the fucking face if you put you like he did Danny Garcia. He hit Danny Garcia in his face all night long. And Smoke is right. I don't know, well, maybe I better not go that far. I don't know if Danny made Earl fight that fight, but Earl, it was an easy fight for Earl, easy for him to do. So he chose to go ahead and do it that way because, oh, this is a lot easier. I don't have to do all that, other shit that I'd be doing. But the point I'm trying to make is that Earl hits hard, but he doesn't use that for knocking niggas out. That's not his fight. His fight is to hit you in that motherfucking stomach, in them ribs, in that chest, even on them goddamn arms. That's where he wants to use his power because he thinks I could hit a nigga in the face and it might not hurt him. It might not take him out. But if I beat that motherfucker's body to death, he won't be able to hurt me. And if you can't hurt me, nigga, that's your ass.
Right. Now, here's the thing, though. But here's my caveat to that. Now, to get in range, because we know Bud has the reach, right?
From what I understand, Earl has the reach.
No, Bud is 74 inches. Earl is 72.
Okay.
So to get close enough to get that body attack off, you got to walk through some shit. Because Bud's a counterpuncher.
Okay.
Can you withstand what it's going to take to get in range. That's my question. I don't know if he can take what it's going to. I don't know if he can take the shots he's going to have to take to get in range to get that body attack off. Because every time he open up, Bud gonna catch him with something. Because Bud catches everybody.
Okay, all right, but that's fine. But what I'm saying is, that's where the question comes in. Why does everybody lean towards when Bud catches Spence, it's over for Spence? Why do we think that? I don't know.
Because of the 7 fights at 147 pounds, and none of those fights have went the full 12 rounds. None of them. None of them.
Okay, well, you know what? Shelton. You know your famous your famous line. Put him in there.
Put him in there.
You don't know. Put him in there.
Hey,
right?
Look, and that's what I tell people. That's why I tell people when we going back and forth, right? That's the reason why we want to see the fight, because we don't know. We want to see.
Okay, that's all. I don't want to push the envelope, but I'm saying because I've got to see, and that's why I don't get me wrong. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. 'Cause I just can't do no better. I'm trying my best. I've been looking at some shit, going back and watching Bud's fights, going back and watching Earl's fights, and I still can't say conclusively, get out there on that limb and say I know who's gonna win this fight. I just can't do it, man. I don't have the I guess I don't have the intellectual capacity to be able to cipher through what I'm seeing between these two niggas and come to a conclusion. And I always proclaim my motherfucking eye test. I can look at look at a motherfucking fight sometime, and in the second round, I can tell you who's going to win the fight sometime.
Right. But see, here's the thing, man. This is the thing that people get mixed up with me, right? I've never said I know who's going to win this fight. I said, based on what I've seen from both fighters and what I've seen in their previous fights, Errol Spence don't have the tools to beat this guy if this guy's at his best. If Terrence Crawford comes into this fight at his best and focused, he got too many tools for Errol Spence, and he's going to beat him, possibly stop him.
Okay.
But I don't know that. That's why I want to see the fight. Because if I knew who was going to win, I wouldn't even watch the shit. It'd be like wrestling.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm expecting from what I've gathered and all the research and looking back on things that I've done, that it's going to be a long, lengthy battle of attrition. That's what I'm looking at. And I've seen Bud pop motherfuckers, and that Avenetia, I don't know how much credit I can give to that, where he knocked that motherfucker out and he was laying down on the ground with his eyes still wide open. Have you ever been knocked out and your eyes still open? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I've seen Bud do that, but for the most part, what I've seen Bud do is catch him on that button, because he's quick and he got that sharp eye, and he can get to that, like I've said before, he can get to that opportunity before it gets away. I've seen him do that, but that kind of devastating power, that tank type power, where if he hits you, you're gonna be wobbled. When you get up, you're still gonna be wobbling. Or when he hits you, and if he catches you clean, you're gonna get down, and they're gonna call in an ambulance and try to resuscitate you. or that kind of power where you hit a bigger nigga, and when you hit that motherfucker with your power, he goes back on his ass, his feet go up in the motherfucking air like Shaquille O'Neal, and he slides 2 or 3 feet. That kind I ain't seen that kind of power exhibited by Bud. And
I haven't seen that power exhibited by either one of them.
Yeah. So then you
I haven't seen that from either one of them. What you describing?
but Earl has got he's got endurance, he has power. That's what really what I was going with Earl. He's got power, man.
He breaks you down systematically.
Look, you know what? I forgot what fight that was. It was a fight where Bud he got cut. I don't know if the cut was from a headbutt or whatever. But was that Porter? Okay. Porter. All right, then it doesn't count because I think that was a headbutt. But this is what I'm saying. Let's suppose that Earl is able to hit Bud in his motherfucking face multiple times.
Right.
Now what?
From what I've seen from Crawford, if he hits Crawford in his motherfucking face, Crawford is gonna step to him and hit him back in his motherfucking face.
Okay.
That's what Crawford does.
Okay.
Crawford has that little bit of Holyfield in it. Well, remember Holyfield? Holyfield would start off boxing, am I right?
Yep.
And as soon as he got hit, what happened? A motherfucking fight broke out. Am I right?
Yeah. Okay, I get you.
Now we fight.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's one of the things I admired about Holyfield when he fought Tyson. Because I said about Tyson, I said, you know what? These motherfuckers spend too much time avoiding Tyson, and you ain't, and like everybody says, you got to make that motherfucker respect you. And that was one thing about Holyfield. When you hit that motherfucker before he went back, he was gonna make sure that his glove touched your motherfucking face too.
Yeah, he gonna give you a couple shots. He gonna hit you. He gonna fight you. And see, that could be to Bud's advantage, or it could be to his detriment.
To his detriment. Because listen,
depending on the power of Errol, because we know one thing for certain and two things for sure. When Bud get hit, Bud gonna fight.
Yeah. He's dogged that way. But again, if Earl hits him clean the way he wants to, if somehow he figures out a way to get in there and put that fist in Bud's fucking cranium. I mean, not cranium. That bone around that eye, like he did Usyk, and he does that a couple times, and that motherfucker swells up quick. Because sometimes you get hit hard enough to where that shit swells up within a matter of minutes.
Right. That's true.
Or he got that kind of damage. Or he does that kind of damage.
And see, that's the beautiful thing. That's why we want to see the goddamn fight.
Shelton, Bud's about to get cooked, bruh. Sorry to tell you.
Puro, stop saying that dumb shit.
He about to get cooked, bruh.
Bud ain't never been cooked. Who cooked Bud?
About to get cooked.
Okay. All right. I want you here on the 30th to reiterate that statement.
Yeah, I will be.
And the one thing I like about you, Pure, you're gonna be like, damn, I was wrong. Fuck.
Yeah, man.
Damn, I was wrong. Fuck. And that's why we want to see this fight, man. With the fan bases go back and forth and say bullshit and crawfish and drunk Spence and kissy fish and all that bullshit. But the bottom line is we want to see the fight because these are the two best guys at 147. And somebody's O has got to go.
Yeah, man.
Somebody's O has got to go.
Unless it's a draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And to tell you the truth,
I wonder who's gonna have the balls to put their money down on a draw, and then how much are they actually gonna put down?
Exactly.
It has draw written all over it, and that makes you feel like a fool once they take your money.
I don't see this fight going 12 rounds. I just don't know who's going to get the stoppage. By what I'm saying, by what I've seen, I think it's more likely Crawford, because Crawford either walks you in the shots or he punches in between your shots and catches you. So he's more likely to get the knockout.
You're looking at some Leonard Hearns thing in your mind.
No. I'm not looking at that because neither one of these guys on that
level. Two undefeated fighters, undisputed. Somebody get the stop.
Right. Yes. I just don't think by the way they fight and the styles collapse, the styles clashing and the way they fight, and from previous fights and looking at their history, somebody going to sleep.
I can see it being like a Leonard Hearns too, where there are times when Bud is on the front foot, but making forcing Spence backwards. There's times when Spence is on the front foot, forcing Bud backwards, and there's times that they're trading, times that they're clinching. Like I can see all of that ebbs and flows. I can see it going like that. I just don't see a stoppage because that
And
he
you
hurt.
know what,
I heard
Smoke?
like they don't have
And you've
15
been
rounds.
consistent with that. You've been consistent with that since I know you, bro. You've always said I don't see a stoppage. You've always said that.
Yeah.
I said the same thing.
No, I mean I did see a stoppage all the way up until the Danny Garcia fight. And then I was like, well, I wasn't sure after the car wreck. And then the Danny Garcia fight, I was like, nah.
Yeah, well, Jay Simon been consistent with that too. Jay Simon told me since I met him that he don't see a stoppage, right, Jay?
No, I don't see a stoppage. I don't see a stoppage.
And are you talking about all kinds of stoppages, or are you including all the stoppages like referee stoppages?
Hey, he said that Mr. Moore thinks that maybe a towel's gonna get thrown in. That's what he's maintained, right? I think it's
they're gonna stop the fight. I think the ref is gonna have to step in because if Bud hurts him, he jump on him. He's not going. If he's looking for his fucking partials and his mouthpiece like he was against Ugas, he cooked. He finished. You bend your head down, look for some shit in that ring with Crawford if you want to. You go ahead and do that.
Wait a minute. Wait, you know what? I don't know why Earl did that. There was something about that referee fucking around in between those guys, and it gave Earl the impression that the ref was saying, "All right, break up, whatever," and he thought, "Okay, this is a moment where I can reach down and get my mouthpiece," and he got confused. The ref really wasn't stepping in, because a lot of times the ref he gets ready to step in, and then he sees because a lot of times he say, "Quit holding him, all right," and he slaps the arm down because they hold him. And then, so sometimes the ref will get ready to step in, then he'll back out because say, okay, they let go, so let him keep fighting. Because a lot of times the refs don't like to interfere if they're fighting clean, not clinching and holding, because then somebody will complain and say, hey, motherfucker, quit stopping in my fight. That's my fighter's fight. He fights inside and you fucking him up. So the ref is hesitant to do that, and that's what I think happened is Earl thought the refs getting ready to step in and unclinches. They weren't necessarily clinched, but there's something about him getting that signal from the ref's body language, and that made him think, well, let me step. It's just like when Floyd fought that what was that guy's name, that Hispanic guy, and he butted him. So the ref
Victor Ortiz.
Ortiz, yeah.
Right, and Ortiz was stupid enough to, after the ref had already did what he was supposed to do, and then he said, all right, go ahead and fight. And this motherfucker said, oh, let me put my hands over here and say, I'm sorry, I did that. And Floyd said, fuck you, nigga, we're finished with that shit. Bam.
Well, protect yourself at all times. That's the number one thing in boxing. But Puro, do you see a stoppage, Puro?
I got Errol in 11 or it going the distance, but yeah, I see a stoppage.
Okay.
Always have.
Why? Tell me why.
Because of the style matchup.
Okay.
I mean, do you think that those guys are like? I think that both of them are businessmen in the ring. Also, that's the other part of it. I don't know that their fighter nature is really going to take precedence over there. Like we have a 2-fight deal.
You think they think I'm still gonna be thinking? That's what like shit.
More money.
I saw, man. Once I saw Errol Spence make a business decision against Danny Garcia in the ring, I was like, okay. and I see the way Bud fought Porter. Oh, I'm losing? Okay. Yeah, man, these dudes, nah, man, they fucking going through the motions until they feel like they have to. And that's probably going to be the second fight if it's going to be like a style thing.
I see that, and that's where I'm conflicted because
when it comes to stopping,
people keep forgetting, right? This is a big point for me. People keep forgetting that Bud is 35 years old.
Yeah,
that prime is not gonna last forever.
That's why I say after this fight,
no more
or whatever. I don't see his guys fighting too many more years. I don't see, especially Earl, who's the bigger guy. I don't see Earl accomplishing too many things in other weight classes because I don't think he'll be fighting that much longer after this fight.
Yeah, he's 33 and he's been through accidents and surgeries, and I don't see this dude fight maybe once or twice more. I don't see these dudes.
Because the
both
money,
of these
the
dudes.
money,
I
the
see him
money,
fight maybe
the
two,
money they're gonna
maybe
make,
3 more fights max, maybe
the
3 max.
the money they're gonna make, and the money that they're gonna generate between the two of them and stuff like that. They're not just gonna want to fight title defensive type of fight where they're at the stage of their career. You can leave that to guys like Boots and Virgil Ortiz that's in their 20s. Win a title, defend the title for a couple of times and stuff like that until a major fight come up. I look at these two guys, they all become undisputed at 147. These guys are gonna be looking for match fights. That's why Earl is talking. If I'm victorious, he could see him fighting Canelo.
Right.
These guys want to max out, man, because they know they're towards the end of their career. They want to max out. And they ain't gonna just be looking for any time they can have where I can make $1 million here, $2 million here, off of what they're gonna make with each other. I don't see that happening. That's why I can't see. That's why I can't see Earl going to 168 because he ain't gonna be fighting that long to get to 168. Just imagine if he would fight at 168, he'd be what in his late 30s, almost pushing 40. No, because he's 33 now. He hadn't been to 54. He hadn't been to 60. So by the time he gets to 68, what he gonna be? What, 37, 38, 39 years of age? No.
Yeah, ain't nobody doing that. Them dudes ain't gonna stick around that long. You're right.
No.
If Bud wins this fight, he gonna go up to 54. He gonna take the Charlo fight, and that's gonna be it. I truly believe that. Bud will be retired by 2025. Bud will be retired by 2025. I believe
this
that.
right here is undisputed. But also this right is they finally got their biggest payday.
Exactly.
The biggest payday. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. Yeah, it's for undisputed and it's for legacy, but it's also their biggest payday. So what other fight after this, like I said, whoever wins or lose, can they garnish the same thing? Where they at in their career? And ain't none of them gonna say, well, I'm gonna fight Boots or Virgil and stuff like that.
For what?
What if they're 54? If I can't get the undisputed champion, I'm gonna fight a who?
For what? Exactly.
Who
For what?
Who I'm gonna fight?
For what?
For what? Who I'm gonna fight?
I think if Bud wins a close one, he's gonna knock out Earl in the rematch, and then he's gonna retire.
I think he's gonna retire in the next 2 fights. I think he got 3 fights left. If he wins, depending on if he wins this fight, he gonna fight the rematch with Errol. If he wins the rematch, he gonna go up to 54 and fight Charlo and then retire. If he loses this fight, I don't think he fights again. Honestly, if Bud loses to Errol, he may fight the rematch. He may not. But if he loses this first fight, the rematch will be his last fight.
Because I'm looking at both these guys, and it seems like both these guys are looking for the future, and that's without being fighters in the ring.
I don't see Bud going out on a knockout loss, though. Oh, my bad, Jonathan. Go ahead.
You know, they look, because I hear Bud talk, and I hear Spence talk. Now that Spence is a promoter and stuff like that, where they at in their career, it's kind of hard to mix and match. I'm a fighter, and I gotta stay at this top elite level, and I'm also a promoter and a manager now. That's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a lot of work, man. Because that's why he made the statement about the sanctioning bodies, and I applauded that. He put that out for a reason. He put that out for a reason because he said, "Wow,
yeah,
I don't want to let my fighters that's under me when I'm gone to have to deal with that situation. So I want to make it better for the next ones behind us. I want to make it better for them. That's why I don't see him in the sport as a fighter too much longer after this fight, and maybe another fight. And that's it. For what?
Am I the only one, fellas, that like the fact that both of these dudes leading up to this fight, they both look supremely confident? Both of them.
As they should be.
They both look supremely confident. I like that.
The press conference was kind of oddball, right? Yeah, I don't know. This generation is kind of a little bit weird with it. I think, but I think the mean nature is going to take over in the actual fight.
Yeah.
I think there's, like Pearl was alluding to earlier, that the style matchup is going to, equal fireworks. I expect fireworks. I just
Right.
think that both of them are good enough to avoid the kind of like damage that would get them knocked the fuck out, unless Errol just can't take his shot. Because Bud is the one that can like strike out of nowhere with something you can't see, and if he doesn't take that kind of shit well, then it's a wrap. But if he can feel it, instinctively, or take the shot as it's delivered, those guys are gonna outbox, dance around, hold, clinch, whatever. I don't see it getting a coach. I just can't.
Yeah, I just don't think we're gonna get a Mayweather Pacquiao. I don't think we're gonna get a Mayweather Pacquiao.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think it's gonna live up to the standard of a Hearns Leonard one either. I think you'll get somewhere in the middle.
I can get behind that. Yeah, they just a little bit too savvy, a little bit too. I don't know. They're just not that hungry. In my estimation, right?
Yeah, people saying that Hearns Leonard,
all that stuff.
I'm gonna tell you, I love both of these guys. Bud Crawford is my favorite fighter fighting today. Neither one of these guys are on Hearns and Leonard level. It's not gonna be like that. They not them type of guys. They're not them type of guys.
Yeah.
So people can get that shit out their head.
That's why I can't compare this fight to Hagler Hearns. I can't compare this fight to Leonard, because for one reason why I say that, the mentalities.
Yeah.
You cannot get a Hagler always. They didn't have that in their time, but you cannot get either one of them guys to talk to each other on the phone and talk about family and know we want to knock each other's head off. That just wasn't the case back then. You couldn't get them guys.
It would have been no fucking 5 years back then.
Yeah.
What?
Right.
You say what?
Well, actually, Leonard and Hearns, though, they kind of came up like there was like that '76 Olympics team. Like Hearns was one of the alternates. He got beat by Pryor, right? But
right, twice. Yeah, he got beat by Pryor twice.
Yeah, and also they got beat by Davis. Like Davis beat Pryor.
Howard Davis. Yeah, Howard Davis.
But part of that, Leonard was in the Crunk gym. Like it's just Hearns was young at that point, and he didn't have the backing of. He was down there with Pryor and Davis, but he was like the Crunk was like a little bit surprised at the way that Leonard approached the fight, because they considered him one of their own. But you know how it is when you're successful. Everybody's like, "Oh yeah, my party did a success," but whatever. They felt a little bit slighted about the way that Leonard treated Hearns. It's a little bit. They thought it was cozier than it turned out to be, at least for the
right. Yeah, I just don't see the guys today, bro. Just for me, this is just my opinion. The guys today, they don't have that competitive nature that them old school dudes had.
Yeah, because Leonard Hearns, man, was killer.
In the 70s, 80s, the early 90s, you couldn't be running around here with a belt in my division saying you the man. You couldn't be doing it.
And they also fought killer after killer after killer after killer, bro. By the time they faced each other, bro, they were battle hardened, man.
Yeah, but the thing about those guys too is that their skill levels, and I guess you guys have already touched on this, but their skill levels were way
higher.
Oh hell yes, man. Hell yeah. I mean, look, you know what, we were talking about somebody getting hurt, and for example, that one fight where Leonard fought Hagler, you know, and we were talking about earlier, like I said, about Hagler being hurt with Hearns when Sugar Ray Leonard fought Hearns and he hurt him. He beat within a matter of seconds. You know, Sugar Ray Leonard was elite at that too. Is that when he hurt a motherfucker, then oh man, he you know what I mean? Just that 15 seconds that he sat there and hit that motherfucker 5, 6, 8 times and finished him off. Finished him off right then and there.
You know what surprised me the most about that fight? I went into that fight thinking that Sugar Ray was the boxer and Hearns was the puncher. And it turned out to be exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
Because Sugar Ray could not outbox Tommy. He tried. He couldn't.
Yeah.
Couldn't get past that jab.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Tommy was whooping his ass. All Tommy had to do was stay away from him. But that wasn't in Tommy's DNA.
But that's the thing. Well, Sugar didn't allow him either. Even though he couldn't get past that jab, he kept coming at him with something. But when he heard that motherfucker and saw that he was stunned, he jumped on that with fury.
Oh yeah, he got on it. But you heard what Emmanuel Stewart told him at the beginning of round 14, right? You got to fight. Stay away from it.
Yeah.
Stay away from him. Yeah. And Tommy couldn't do it. Tommy had to go
you know what? Hey, that's the same thing he told Hearns when he was fighting Hagler. He said, "What are you doing? Use your jab. Stay away from him."
That wasn't in Tommy's DNA. Tommy had to go fight.
Well, you know what? He gave it a couple shots when he fought Hagler. He gave it a try, but he did. You know what? He did those legs that he had when he tried to do that, staying away from him, because you got to keep a good distance from Hagler, because Hagler will leap at you. That's how he won that fight.
That gazelle jab, that leaping jab. Yeah, he had that leaping jab.
Man. Shit. So he couldn't stay away from the motherfucker, man. He couldn't get enough distance from him, you know.
Yeah, I don't see, I've been hearing that online all over the place. It's gonna be like Hagler Hearns. No, it is not. It's not.
No, it ain't gonna be like that. They don't bring that to the table.
Yeah, they don't bring that to the table. It's gonna be like Leonard Hearns won. No, it's not. It's not gonna be like that. It's gonna be somewhere in the middle. It's gonna be a cross between Manny and Floyd and Leonard Hearns won. It's gonna be somewhere in the middle.
Right. But it's still gonna be something to see. It's still gonna be something to see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be no holding and grabbing. It ain't gonna be no Klitschko. It ain't gonna be no Floyd Manny where they holding and grabbing and it ain't gonna be none of that. That's what's not gonna be.
Yeah. And by the way, when I said it's going to be a lengthy fight, I didn't mean that it was going to go all the way to 12. I didn't necessarily mean that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you something else too about mentalities, attitudes, so on and so forth. You know, a lot of boxers, they say I viewed or whatever they say the other fighters' fights to see how he moves and his punch output, all of that kind of stuff. They watch the other fighters fight their opponents' fights before they get into the fight with them. Well, when you do that, the purpose for doing that is to be well aware of what that motherfucker's bringing to the fight. And I think that Earl is well aware that Bud is a catcher. He
gonna punch with you.
Yeah,
he punches with you. He punches with
you. So I think that he has to have two approaches, which is I gotta prevent that from happening. But what two ways do you prevent that from happening? You either gotta box and be able to use a matching jab and keep your distance, or you got to get at him before he, avoid making yourself vulnerable and get at him. Not to listen. I said this before. There's opportunities to do what Bud does. There's opportunities to do what Bud does in every round, in every fight. But some motherfuckers just can't get those opportunities. They can't. So what I'm saying is that Earl's got to think, I can't give this nigga 12 rounds, 12 opportunities, 12 times 3, 36 minutes of opportunities to catch me. I can't do it.
Right. And also the thing is, when you got a guy that's longer than you and a little bit faster than you, the science of boxing says you got to take that space away. You got to get in his kitchen. You got to get inside and take that space away. Don't give him a chance to set his shots up.
Yeah,
I think that's what Earl has to do.
Yeah, Exactly. That's what I'm
You
saying.
can't keep it at distance or mid range. Because you keep it at distance or mid range, Bud is gonna punch with you, and eventually he's gonna catch you if you don't stop him first.
The whole thing about someone was saying take away the jab earlier. And the thing about Errol doing everything behind the jab, he doesn't throw his jab the same speed. He doesn't throw it for the same purpose. He doesn't throw it to the same spot. He doesn't throw it the same direction. Like trying to figure out Errol Spence's jab, you're already probably going to be behind the 8 ball before that shit happens. Someone said it's going to happen in 2 rounds. Yeah, good luck with that shit. But yeah,
that had to be method. That had to be method saying some dumb shit like that.
No, it was somebody earlier today. It might have been Wayne talk. It might have been somebody else. I think it was. But yeah,
2 rounds.
To figure out Errol Spence's jab in 2 rounds. Whatever. I'm just saying the closing the distance is going to come from working behind the jab, which is what Errol Spence does brilliantly. You may say it's only one way, but that fucking thing right there, like that gets you a long way in the sport of boxing. Talking about the science.
Hey, it's very effective. He's won 3 belts with it in 28 fucking fights. He's very effective.
With it. That's what I'm saying. That's what working behind your jab, doing everything behind your jab is how you fucking get not just the Hall of Fame.
The only question is, Smoke, is it gonna be enough against this guy? Is it gonna be enough? We shall see.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about whether they take the shot, because the shot's coming, it's gonna land.
Yeah.
Can he take it? That's my estimation, right? I say yes. Other people say no. Like most people are picking like Bud by stoppers, and I think it's because they don't think he can take that shot.
But we're gonna find out.
Yeah, we are definitely gonna find out.
You know, the only thing that
I certainly don't disagree that it's gonna land. I'm not one of these people. Oh, that shot's not coming. It's not gonna land. No, that shot's gonna land. Tripping. Yeah, Bud loves to catch you slipping. He knows how to do that one.
The only deficiency, so to speak, that I see that Earl might have is that Bud knows how to use those fucking angles too, and he knows how to pivot real well, and he can get around you and turn you real good. See, and that's where I think Earl might have some, that might be his kind of like Achilles heel. You know what I mean? Where he's gonna. It's just the way Teofimo fought Lomachenko. He turned with that. Lomachenko tried to turn Teo, but he turned with that motherfucker and kept him from getting that goddamn pivot on him or that angle on him. And so that's what Earl is going to have to do. He's going to have to make sure that he can turn with Bud when Bud gets to using those angles and pivoting on him and trying to angle him.
All right. So this is the Father's Day edition stream, and we were talking about the TEOs. But really, the whole thing was about father figures as trainers and how they figure into the development of not just the fighter but the whole person, like a father is supposed to be, and how in recent memory, in recent boxing history, we've had some important fights. Like by recent, I mean last few months, last couple months, and then we also have some that are coming up that feature these kinds of guys with these kinds of pairings. And one of those pairings, and the fights coming up is friend family of the show, Nonito Donaire. It's got his fight where he breaks his chance to break his own record as the oldest bantamweight champion in boxing history. It's coming up on July 15th. And yeah, he had his own problematic relationship with his dad as a trainer coming up. And we saw how that kind of manifested in the Monster Inoue rematch, right? Where dad was supposed to be, they planned for dad to be in the corner, but turns out he wasn't able to be there for whatever reason. And we all know what happened in that fight. So Yeah, we got David Benevidez and Jose Benevidez Sr. We got Tank Davis and Coach Cal to chop up. We got, of course, Haney, the Haneys, and of course the Lomachenkos. And I'd love to hear you gentlemen. I feel like everybody has the experience to chime in on this one. What do you guys takes on these kind of these pairings and these specific guys that we mentioned, and any other guys who are like making noise that I might have like overlooked?
When you have a father boxing training relationship, I think especially as a dad smoking, everybody who has kids and stuff like that, it's hard in a way to separate the two. What I mean is, I'm your dad, but I'm also your trainer. Am I able to separate that? A lot of times when you have problems with father and son in this boxing, a lot of times the dad that's in the situation, it's hard for him to separate the two, because I'm not just looking at you as a fighter. You're always going to be my child. And some things that I expect from you might not be the same from somebody else. My expectations that I have for you supersedes anybody else's expectations, because why? They're not your dad. They're not your father. So I guess it's like, it's an interesting dynamic and stuff like that. And when it comes to TEO and his dad, I think TEO is in the position to where I know you're my trainer, I love you, but I kind of want to separate the two when it comes to my career. Let us be boxer trainer when it's time to fight. But outside of that, let's be father and son as two totally separate situations, because once my boxing career is over with, I'm going to always be your son and you're going to always be my dad. And I want to keep that long-lasting relationship that we have. That was one of the reasons why Roy separated from his dad. It was like the father side of my dad, Roy Jones Sr., overwhelmed the fact that he was also my trainer. And it started becoming hard and stressful and frustrated, because no matter what I did, it was never good enough in his eyes. And he said, I used to tell him, Dad, you're looking at me as a fighter, or you're looking at me as your son? Because you're always going to be my dad and stuff like that. But as my trainer, how are you looking at me in this situation? How are you looking at me? Because I'm a professional boxer now. How are you looking at it? At some point of time, I'm going to have to grow and be my own man. And some of the decisions that I'm going to make or have to make might not be in your best interest, but it's going to probably be in my best interest. So that's how I kind of look at that dynamic. Teofimo is young. His dad is headstrong and stuff. I don't know if his dad got other fighters. I never heard or seen his dad training anybody else. Maybe the dynamic would be a little different if his dad had other fighters to train and stuff like that. So that's just my take on it.
Hey, well, you know what? This is what I'll say about that, Smoke. Starting from the mentality aspect of it, and then maybe trying to use a particular one of those that you mentioned to justify it or whatever. But I agree with Mr. Simon, and that is, and I mentioned this earlier for a different reason, but I mentioned earlier, is that the fighter has to be a pure fighter, and that means within himself, relying on himself. You're not going to be successful. They call it confidence and all that kind of stuff, but it's you relying on yourself. You know what I mean? And depending on yourself. But when you get into the father-son or parental relationship, the fighter has to compartmentalize, and he has to be smart. He has to know when the father is giving him some advice. Again, like I said before, you get in the ring and you're doing some shit, and shit's flailing all over the place. And there's something, this goes along to with what I said about there's always opportunities to touch a motherfucker in every round, but sometimes you can't take advantage of it and might not even see it because you're paying attention to all that shit that's flailing around, grabbing, holding, them fists coming at you, and so on and so forth. And you're so focused on that you don't see that in between shots, like we always say, there was an opportunity. You missed it because you was like, well, that shot's coming. As I've said this before, a lot of times there's an opportunity when a motherfucker throws a right overhand. There's always an opportunity to get that motherfucker while his hand is forward, his chin is open, and he's leaning forward. And if you that's an opportunity if you're quick enough to get it or to anticipate it. And the example I've used it before, and I'll use it again, as when Charlo fought J-Rock, and J-Rock was winning that fight, and they threw 2 times back to back within a matter of a fraction of a second. They threw a right, both at each other at the same time. And the motherfucking commentators even said something about that. Said, oh shit, did you see that? Both those niggas threw that right, aiming at that head, but they slipped it, and they slipped each other's right. And then within a matter of a second, they did the same motherfucking thing right over again. All right. So anyway, they're swinging at each other. So in that last round, J-Rock swung that motherfucker at Charlo. Charlo anticipated, because they were doing that to one another, so he anticipated, and he said, I'm gonna lean like I did last time with all them other rights coming at me. I'm gonna lean and I'm gonna block it. But when he leaned and he blocked it, he saw that fucking chin wide open, and that quick being able to take advantage of that motherfucker, right? So anyway, back to the subject. So he has to be able to compartmentalize, and I'm saying that to say that sometimes there's things in there you don't see unless you got a keen eye and you're quick enough to get it. But he's got to compartmentalize. Now, what happens with the father-son relationship is, what goes wrong is that the father tends to say and reiterate, so to speak, but he does it with this kind of temperament. I told you to do this, goddammit. I told you to do this. And I'm saying that's a mistake. When the fighters your fighter's doing something, your fighter's doing something, and you're instructing him to do something, and you didn't see him do it in there, what happens is they get back to the corner and the motherfucking father disciplines him. And that's where he's making his mistake, because you got to realize that guy, your son, the fighter in that ring, he's got to rely on his own natural reflexes, his own vision, his own ability to see things, get away from things, get on things, so on and so on. You got to rely, and you got to rely on that too. Even if you're the trainer or the father, you got to rely on that too. And you can help him out by giving him some advice and say, look out for this, because he's doing this over and over again. You might be able to get that. But when you tell him to do something in particular or specific, and he doesn't do that because he's seeing something else, and he comes back to the corner and chastising, I told you, I told you. That's where things start to break down, man, because that's where
I don't like it, because I mean, let's give credit where credit is due. Now, Kenny Porter took his son to the mountaintop twice. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Most fathers don't even take their sons around the goddamn block.
Yes, sir.
He took his son to the mountaintop twice.
Yeah.
But it gets to a point in any relationship when it comes to sports, father, son, coach, player, that sometimes after you hear the same thing so much, human nature is you start to tune it out.
Okay.
I don't think Porter realized the point where Sean started to tune him out, because he been hearing the same fucking shit since he was a little boy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why do you think in the NFL coaches only last so long?
Okay.
Because players eventually start to tune that shit out. They don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
NBA,
and you know what? Shelton, and you know what? That's what I was trying to say about Tank. If you look at Tank's fight, most of them I'm not kidding you. Most of them. Look at Tank, and then you can hear Ford. He's he's got Tank, and he's tapping him on the belly too. Like, and then Tank has to tell Ford, "Hey." Look, he points down at his belt line. Pull my motherfucking belt out so I get my breath, nigga. You doing all this? Do this, hey, Tank. Now, and Tank has to stop him and say, "Hey, man, pull my belt out so I get my breath like you're supposed to," because Ford is so concerned about Tank winning the fight, but also about him getting hurt. He don't want to see him lose. He don't want to see him get harmed in any way. He don't want to see him lose his fight, and he don't want to see him get hurt. So he's focused on that, but he's, you know what I mean, in the process of doing that, because he's trying to be overprotective, he's missing some of the things he's supposed to be doing, such as pull that nigga's belt out so he can get them deep breaths. See what I mean? So Tank had to remind him. So that's an example of where somebody tunes out the corner man, so to speak, because he's like, oh, or that calm down, that kind of thing. See what I mean?
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying is
you can look at Porter and his son in the Crawford fight. Now, people don't want to admit this, but what happened was Porter, number one, Kenny Porter know his son. You know what his son capable of. Number two, Kenny Porter knows what the guy he's fighting is capable of. And I think that's at that point is where Kenny Porter took his trainer hat off and put his father hat on.
Okay, all right. Now, I'm glad you brought that up.
I don't want to see my son get hurt.
Okay, now
He's been down twice.
Okay.
I don't want him to get hurt. I'm going to stop this shit.
Okay, I'm with you. And that's exactly what happened. But do you think that was fair to the fighter? Remember, you might be his father, but he is in there defending his honor, his manhood, his pride, his tenacity, all the things that once he walks into that ring, he brings in with him, his whole humanity. And you throw the fight in because you say, "Oh, I don't want him to hurt you."
I understand that, but you got to understand this too. This is something else you got to understand. That's not, that's my son in there. And sometimes it's going to be hard to differentiate between the two. That's my son. That's not my fighter. That's my son.
I understand.
I know this dude can hurt my son. I don't want my son hurt.
Okay,
we're not going to win this fight. We've been down twice. This is a close fight, but we had 2 knockdowns in this 10th round. That makes that a 10-7 round. That's 3 points. We ain't going to win. We ain't going to win.
All right, now listen to this. Okay, now wait a minute. Hold it. Okay, I got you there, Shelton. Now listen to this.
Yeah.
We've had a couple fights just as of recently, and the Garcia one was an example of that. Tank and Ryan, and the motherfuckers at the end of that fight was calling Ryan a bitch. Get up, you motherfucker. Get your motherfucking ass up.
Right.
Huh? Okay. Now. And then here's another thing too. We're back to this hurt thing. We're back to this hurt topic. See? Now, what kind of hurt are you protecting? That beast. There's no motherfucking denying that Porter is a beast. He's a beast.
Right.
And he is an elite fighter. And he's a big, strong motherfucker. And by the way, when he listen, here we go with the hurt thing again. Yes, Bud caught a Porter twice in that round and dropped him. And he didn't knock him. It wasn't that kind of, I'm saying this thing about hurt, same thing about being dropped. That drop, like you hit me on the chin. Now I'm a slightly wobbled, but I'm off balance. And so now I don't quite know where my footing. My footing ain't under me, and I dropped. But you know what? That wasn't no knockout, a punch. That wasn't no knockout, knockdown.
You've been watching boxing. You've been watching boxing a little bit longer than me. You've been watching boxing a little bit longer than me. You've been watching boxing a little bit longer than me. So I'm gonna ask you this, in all honesty: the second drop in that fight, in that round, in the 10th round, came with 1 minute and 46 seconds left in the round. Do you think, based on everything you've seen from Crawford, that Porter was going to make it out of that 10th round?
I'm going to go with what I feel what I've seen about Porter's tenacity and capability, yes, I think he could have survived that round if he wouldn't have been egotistic and said, let me survive this round and get me a fucking rest period. If he'd have got up and said, no, fuck that, this motherfucker, then he would have got clipped. But I'm we ain't got to where I want to go. But anyway, I think he would have survived the round if he would have been, I don't know, humble enough to say, okay, I need to go ahead and try to survive this last minute and just get out this motherfucking ring. I mean, out of the middle of this ring for a minute so I can sit down on the seat, see what my daddy got to say, catch my breath, all that shit. If he'd have done that, I believe he would have got out of that round. But once again, I want to take
canvas the way he did, punching the canvas the way he did after that second knockdown, he was going to get up and fight. He was going to get up and fight.
Yeah, he was going to get up and fight. And he'd have been literally knocked out.
But he wasn't going to fight foolishly. Even if he did, he wasn't going to fight foolishly. Goddamn, what are we saying about Porter? He's a dumbass.
But here's the thing, though, Victor. Nobody has ever did that to Sean Porter. Nobody. You don't understand that what these trends looking at, I know what's on the other side of that ring. And what's on the other side of that ring is nothing nice. I know what's on that other side. And then the thing about it, Bud didn't even have no animus or venomous or ill will towards Sean Porter because he still didn't want to fight the dude. Brother. He said after the fight, inside the ring, he said, I did not want to fight him. Sean is my brother. Kenny Porter is like my dad. I've been knowing him since I was a kid. There wasn't no animus because you could see the punches that Bud hit him with. It was nothing devastating. And that's why I said the way Sean Porter kept going down and Bud wasn't really hitting him with major shit. That was enough for me.
Yeah, well, you know why? But listen, again, see, this is where we got to make the distinction. What Bud caught him with wasn't knockout shit. It wasn't disabling shit. What he caught him with was enough to snap his head, just enough for him to lose his equilibrium, not have his balance under him, and touch the canvas. He didn't knock him out or down.
You know what I looked at, Victor, when the fight first started? And everything, all the buildup that's going to the fight, I said Sean Porter is going to have a major problem. It had really nothing to do with Bud. I said because Bud is not taking this fight personal. I seen a back and forth between Sean and Kenny. That was the problem.
Right.
Sean and Kenny had the issue more so than Bud hitting him and dropping him twice. It was really Sean and Kenny Porter that had the problems.
And if you look at the build-up to the fight, Victor, what was Bud's constant theme in that build-up? You remember Jay Simon, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want this fight. I never wanted this fight. He pushed for this fight. He get in this fight because he asked for it. He begged for it. He pushed for it. I did not want to fight this guy. But since he wanted, I'm going to give it to him.
Give it to him.
Okay. All right. Well, now let me go to the other part where we're talking about the father-son relationship and this fight. We're going to stick with the Porter and Sean and his father fight. And let me just say this, I just think that the father, even though he's being the corner man, he has to take his son's I don't know. I can't think of the words that I'm trying. My mind is, but he's got to think of his son's reputation and his son's need to display. Let's put it that way. To display and, like I said, fight for his honor. So now, okay, I'll say it this way. He throws the towel in. And then Sean says, well, what did you do that to me for? Now I got motherfuckers saying, yeah, you know what I mean? Sean gave up. Sean didn't do this. Sean didn't do that. And then we can always say, well, his daddy did it for him. And so then motherfuckers can move to, well, yeah, he had to do it for him because Sean didn't have and Sean couldn't, and he knew better than Sean and all that kind of stuff. And so he stripped that away from Sean, man.
Let's move to this fight. Here's another example for you. Let's move to this one. Okay. Matias and that Russian cat. You remember that fight, Jay Simon?
Yeah.
Now, we all watched that fight. That Russian dude was in that fight. Am I right? Mm-hmm. That fight was competitive. He was in the fight till the end.
He was dropping bombs on Matias.
What did Buddy McGirt say about the aftermath of that fight? He said, damn, I didn't stop the fight because he was still competitive. He was still in the fight. I asked him, did he want to fight? He wanted to go. He said, in hindsight, I would have rather him be mad at me now than now his family hating me forever because I should have stopped that fucking fight.
And so you think that Sean Porter was going to endure that kind of goddamn damage?
Yes.
Mark Crawford is going to finish you. He's going to finish you. He's going to finish you. And we all know, especially you, because you older than me and Jason, it only take one shot the wrong way to finish you off. Ask Gerald McClellan.
That's right.
Ask Michael Watson.
That's right.
The list goes on and on.
Yep.
When
all right,
you see as a trainer, my guy done got dropped twice, and he ain't got no chance at winning this fight. He's down 3, maybe 4 points on all cards. Why continue? It's not going to get no better.
For Sean's honor, man, for his integrity. Listen, when them guys get in there with that fight, there's a mentality they're going in there with. Listen, Shelton and Simon, you know goddamn well to be a motherfucking boxer takes a special kind of narcissistic and what's the word I'm trying what's the goddamn word I'm trying to find? Oh, I can't find it. But in other words, a kind of twisted, distorted mentality, right? You got to know that.
I get that. Let me ask you this though.
Let me say
Do
this
you
right
think
quick,
Ali
Sheldon
would have
Dixon.
rethunk some shit? Do you think Melvin Taylor? Do you think Muhammad Ali would have rethunk some shit in hindsight? Do you think he would have stopped fighting after the Foreman fight in hindsight instead of fighting for 5 more years? Do you think that Melvin Taylor wishes somebody would have stopped that motherfucking fight before they did?
Well, okay.
Do you think Wilfred Benitez would have rethought some shit in hindsight instead of sitting in the wheelchair right now shitting and pissing on himself?
I understand that, but you're talking about, wait a minute. You're talking about this elongated, especially in Muhammad Ali's case, and I understand that it's valid, but this elongated, endured damage.
I give you another one.
About one fight,
Adonis Stevenson only took one shot. One shot fucked him up for life. True.
And McClellan, McClellan, he was hurt, mentally damaged. I'm talking about literally the brain itself. Way in, you know what I mean, in the beginning of that motherfucking fight or round, the round before that, 2 or 3 rounds before that. So he was taking endured damage, by the way, and he went down on his knees. He didn't get Stevenson down. Huh?
But Adonis Stevenson wasn't. Adonis Stevenson wasn't taking vicious shots like that. He got hit one shot, one time, and it changed the whole course of his life.
Okay, well, listen. All right, let's go to the eye test.
Benny Kid Perrette back in the day. Benny Kid Perrette didn't get no beat down. He took one shot too many.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Shelton. Let's and Simon. Let's go to the eye test. I'm going to ask it again. I already asked it, but let me do some build up to it. They didn't have that many more rounds to go, if I'm not mistaken. You understand?
That's the 10th round. 10th round.
Okay. That's one. 2, we discussed this already about Bud and motherfucking Earl, and that is that Bud doesn't really have knockout power. And then, last but not least, I believe that Porter is a tough, physically, anatomy, all that shit, a tough motherfucker that he can endure a little bit of damage and not be, taken out on a stretcher or go end up like Muhammad Ali 3 years from now. I'm asking you, after all having said that, once again, you think that that's the risk Porter was at by staying in the fucking fight?
I'm gonna give you a full
go ahead, Jay Simon. Let me finish. Let me say this.
Okay.
Do I think that that's the risk Porter was at? I think that's the risk any fighter is at whenever they step through those ropes.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a full and breakdown illustration of that fight. Not only did Sean get dropped twice in that round, Bud was coming on stronger. He fought like the stronger fighter. He started walking Sean down. Sean didn't have nothing to offer back to Bud. 2, you had a minute left in that round. That's a lot of time. Then you had 2 more rounds. So I'm looking at it from this standpoint. My son got dropped twice in the same round. We got a minute and something left in the round, and we got to go 2 more rounds of this? No. Because you're not doing nothing right now for me, not just a father, as a trainer. What I'm seeing, you can't get this dude off of you. There's nothing that you can do to prevent this dude from doing what he want to do to you.
Wow, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Now, see, the first argument on that concept was you ain't going to win the fight. What's the point? That was the first concept. Now we've moved away from that. I mean, no, you were talking about this, but I'm saying the emphasis now is, well, the damage that you're going to endure, that I'm going if I let you go on to the fight, means you're going to get hurt. Let's just leave it at that. Now, and once again, so I asked that question. And then, and what you're saying is, no, it's not that he was. Oh, well, I mean, Shelton did say, if you get in the ring, you're in danger, and that's the fact of the matter. That's the truth. Can't avoid that. But that's an anomaly. What do you call that? A thing that happens very rarely. You know what I mean?
Anomaly. It's an anomaly.
Anomaly, yeah. And by the way, once again, just to repeat, if a nigga wants to get in the ring knowing that's the motherfucking risk he's taking, that's a nutty kind of motherfucker. And in some cases, being nutty and psychotic, that's what I was trying to find earlier. Psychotic sometimes it works for you. It doesn't always have to work against you. Sometimes it can work for you.
But here's the thing, Victor, you're not seeing the picture. They're gonna have 2 common opponents. July 29th, Sean Porter. The fight with Bud wasn't like Spence Porter. That fight went down to the wire. Earl fought him to the end. Porter fought him to the end. This wasn't the case with Bud. He wasn't fighting that way. Porter got knocked down by Spence with a flash knockdown. He popped straight back up, and he won a split decision. This wasn't this kind of fight.
Right.
The man had a minute left to take punishment in 2 more rounds. Sean Porter was done.
I understand.
Whether we want to accept it or not.
No.
Done. He was done.
No. Well, wait. Now let's get that word. Let's dissect that word. I'm not saying he could come back and win the fight. What I'm saying is what everybody requests from their fighters or a fighter when they're in the ring: go out on your motherfucking shield. Boy, that was permeate when it was Wilder. Wilder said, "You motherfucker, you motherfucker, you." My ear's bleeding, I know it. He done probably broke something in my goddamn earlobe, I know it. But you throw the fucking towel in on me, I'd have whooped your motherfucking ass right here. And everybody wants the motherfucker to go on the shield. Yeah, but you're gonna chicken out on that. We're gonna drop that. Because oh shucks, he got knocked down on his knees. He can get back up. He ain't like the referee didn't want to count him out and say 1, 2, 3. But we better throw in the towel because he might really get hurt.
Let me ask you a question, Vic. Let me ask you one question. How many kids you got? How many kids you got, Vic?
3.
Okay, you got 3 kids.
But they ain't kids. They ain't kids though. I'm 71 now.
Let me ask you this. This one question. Because I know the answer for me. If that's my son in there with a known killer like a Bud Crawford, you think I'm gonna give a fuck about public opinion? Or I'm gonna give a fuck about my son?
No, I'm not saying public opinion. I'm saying that's what the nigga wants. That's what the boy that's in the ring wants.
I'm his daddy. I don't give a fuck about what he does. I'm gonna save him from himself. I'm gonna save my son from himself.
Let me ask you a question. Y'all knew the great Phyllis Trinidad, huh?
Yes.
Do you think Tito had the word quit in his body?
Never.
How that fight ended with him and Hopkins?
His daddy saved him from himself.
No, Tito won the Oscar fight.
No, Hopkins.
Oh, Hopkins. Oh, Hopkins.
His dad, not only did his daddy stop the fight, his daddy got in the ring and waved the white flag because he knew what kind of he knew what type of fighter Bernard Hopkins was. And when he got dropped early, just like Sean Porter in that 12th round, it just happened. Sean got dropped in the 10th. They had a lot of more time left in the fight, and nobody had done that to his son. Yeah, Tito has got dropped and got up and ended up winning fights by knockout.
Him out. Yeah.
Okay.
This wasn't the same situation. He'd be like, nah, my son is not reacting right. Nah.
Okay. Now let me challenge you on this. How about this? You guys mentioned, I didn't know this, but you mentioned it. You said that Bud didn't want to fight in the first motherfucking place. And Bud didn't want to fight in the first motherfucking place because that was a nigga he liked, a nigga he was fond of, his friend. You don't want to fight that nigga, but he took the fight anyway. So, you know what I mean? Maybe Bud might have said to himself, I got the fight won. I don't have to beat up my friend. I don't have to do no more damage. And then secondly, when the motherfucker got up on his feet, matter of fact, didn't even get a goddamn chance to get up on his feet and get the 10 count, and then look over at his corner at his daddy, and his daddy said, "What you want to do, nigga? What you want to do?" He didn't even give him a motherfucking chance. And I'm saying, you think that this is what the reason Smoke brought this up is because you think, and maybe his daddy thought, oh man, that's my son. See, it turned into that's my son now. And that's where the danger comes in, because you forgot your son has a goal, has a reputation. Your son has to go everywhere he goes without you sometime. He has to endure your decision. Yes, now he's got to endure your decision for the rest of his life and his professional life, when and referencing to him as to whether or not he had the what do you call it, the shield or not. No, now he's got to defend himself on your fucking decision. And I
would rather him defend himself on my decision than not be able to walk around and be sipping soup through a straw. I would rather that.
There's Wilfredo Benitez, that guy, great fighter. He's wandering around the streets of New York right now. He doesn't know where the fuck he is. His dad pushed him too hard, too early. Did not give a fuck. We saw the punishment that dude took. It's an unforgiving business.
Mildred Taylor is in Philly right now, homeless, smoking crack, talking to himself.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm going with you. I mean, make no mistake about it. I understand exactly what you're explaining to me and the mentalities that occur when we got the father-son team. I understand that. I'm disagreeing with you wholeheartedly on the fact that his father and you gentlemen are suggesting that if given his chance, that he would have endured the kind of damage that you guys are referring to. I think you all made a mistake, man.
Hold up a second.
He would have got carried out of that ring. He wouldn't have walked out of that ring. He got finished.
I can play the clip again, but I played this clip from the Shorter Way podcast when Jamel Herring came on there in preparation for the Carl Frampton fight, where Jamel Herring was talking about retirement, and before he even faced Shakur. When he was talking about face Carl Frampton, he was talking about
right. That was his retirement fight. Yeah, I remember.
And then he goes,
they threw a bag at him and he fought Shakur.
Yeah, so Sean Porter, they asked him, like, before Jamel Herring even gets there, they in the intro and they like setting the table for the show. They asked him, how you doing? How's COVID and all this stuff? He's like, I'm all right. I got a little bit of cough, but I'm back training. But he talked about his dad, Kenny, and how disgusted Kenny was with him and his performance training. Right? He's like, he stopped training. He started wanting to train this other dude in the gym. He's like, that's what you're gonna do. I'm gonna go do something else. Shit. Like Kenny Kenny was not feeling Sean. Period. In this fucking fight, I think it goes back. Probably even before that little anecdote. That was just them asking about how he felt from fucking COVID, right? But like Kenny knows, you know, Sean since Sean was in the womb, and then he knows Bud since Bud would, you know, it had the short curlies.
9, 10 years old, 11 years old, yeah.
It's like, he knows these boys. He's like, nah, I'm not seeing this. This is not that you out here frustrated. You didn't do the shit you need that I wanted you to do. Fuck this. Not sending you out there.
Especially not with a fighter with the mentality Bud has. Different with Bud and Sean Porter. Sean Porter is strong, tough guy. He's a physical guy. Bud is in kill mode. When Womack told him in that corner, "You down,
you lose."
And the look in his face, it like it totally changed. Like to say, you know what?
How?
Hell,
okay.
That's my brother.
Okay.
That's my friend. The hell with this shit, because he felt embarrassed. I'm losing. When I seen that look, I said, man, he's going after Sean Porter now. He's going.
Okay.
He's going.
Let me ask you that. Yeah, speak on that, Vic. Speak on that. They told that man he was losing. What did that man say? I'm losing. He's up. How? Okay. All right. You knew that. You knew right then. This is gonna get bad. This is gonna get bad.
There wasn't no boxing. There wasn't no. I'm gonna keep my range. I'm gonna touch your head, touching that. Bud walked straight to him when that bell rung and started throwing punches. And Sean couldn't do nothing to keep Bud off him. He couldn't do nothing to stop those punches from coming, and he kept falling easy.
Okay.
Basic 1-2 punches. Basic 1-2. Bud was hitting him in, and he kept falling. I said, man, this fight is not going to last too much longer.
All right, then.
I never seen that happen to Sean Porter.
Okay. So then let's go on that. This fight ain't gonna last that too much longer. Bud's gonna knock him down one more time, and the motherfucker's gonna be. It's gonna be it. Maybe even Porter might not get up. But throw in the motherfucking towel. But throw in the towel before the nigga even get up and get a 10 count.
There's no 3 knockdown rule, Vic. The international rules of boxing. There's no 3 knockdown rule.
Like I said before, they had a minute left in that fight for the undisputed middleweight championship. Philip Trinidad Sr. said, enough is enough. My son is not reacting to the punches he's being hit with, regardless if he's tough and you want to go out on his shield. He's not reacting the right way to these punches.
What do you mean reacting the right way?
Like I was telling you, he wasn't throwing nothing bad at Bud, nothing back. He was just getting hit with punch after punch after punch, and he kept going down. Hooks, uppercuts, overhand right hands and stuff. It was just like he was target practice. He was getting hit too clean with punches. Like I said, it wasn't a situation with Spence. Got up and they fought all the way to the end. Sean Porter wasn't looking like that. Now, if his daddy would have done that in the Spence fight, great fight, went to the wire, and he got dropped one time and threw in the towel, now I'd have been upset. I was like, nah, man. I said, your son fought too well to end up like that. I didn't see that with Bud.
Okay.
It wasn't that kind of fight. I didn't see it.
Well, like we said, like we've always said, or like we always say, styles make fights. And because of the 2 different styles that were matched up between Earl and Porter and Bud and Porter, Bud had the better style for Porter. Gotcha. I'm with you. But I'm standing on it. And you know what? Let me tell you this. You think I want to? Let me just say this. When it comes to Earl and Bud, make a confession. I've made it before. I don't want to see neither one of them motherfuckers lose. I am in such admiration and such fondness even for both them motherfuckers. I don't want to see neither one of them motherfuckers lose that fight. I tell you the truth, that ain't gonna happen. But that's the way I feel about them. I feel the same fondness, respect, and admiration for Porter. I don't want to see him get hurt like that either. I'll throw in the towel. Fuck his dad. I'll throw the motherfucker in if I can see that he's going to potentially endure that kind of crippling damage where somebody's going to take him out on a goddamn a stretcher, or the nigga's going to be spitting up blood for the rest of his life. I didn't see that.
Well,
and let me add on to that. Let me add on.
Go ahead.
Now,
go ahead, brother.
His dad said that he already came into the fight ready to throw in the towel.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what?
That's the point I was trying to make, is that the dad was disgusted with him in training. It wasn't even about all of that is just to set the context for he understands these two guys really well. Kenny Porter does. And so in training camp, he was like, the hell am I looking at? I know this guy is not going to be like, you don't have what it takes. In my estimation, you don't have what it takes to beat Terrence Crawford. He made
so let me ask you this. So since you said that, let me ask you this, Smoke. If Kenny felt so strongly that the camp was shit, why did you even continue walking him out to the ring and work his corner in the fight? You should have quit in training camp. You ain't doing what I want you to do. I'm not fucking with you.
Right, because if you say
why you didn't do that?
Because of the way that Sean Porter said, he was like, Kenny feels like I should do one thing. I feel like I'm good enough here. It's my thing. It's my career. I'm the guy. I'm good enough here. I feel like I can do it. He thinks one way. I think another. What do you do when you have a difference of opinion? Once that difference of opinion, once you see that, you've seen enough to see who's right about that, right? Yeah. I feel like he saw that it was enough. He's seen enough.
Okay, so
that I was correct.
Okay, so there goes. So there goes that.
Let me add on to this. Okay, just like before, a few minutes before, we was talking about the daddy and the son relationship.
Right?
And I got a son. Right. Okay, I'm teaching my son how to play basketball.
Right?
He think he know. What I do is put him out there. So put him out. Okay, I was trying to show you at the house. I'm not gonna argue with you, but we're gonna go to your game. So we go to his game. When he don't perform the way he need to, then I let him have to see it. And so what his dad did is, and that's dad and son communication. His dad let him see himself. You see yourself. Now you see yourself on that floor, on that canvas. Now let me throw in the towel so you can really see yourself. Because
okay.
What Porter was going to try to do is cover up what happened in training camp. So now him and his daddy, when they talk, his daddy can always tell him, you wasn't ready.
Okay. All right. I got you. And there's a flip side to that. I'm glad you brought that to my attention, because I was going to get around to it and it slipped my mind, because I'm 71 years old and shit slips my mind. But there it is. Listen, hey, look, there's a flip side. Flip side of the same coin. On the other hand, they in training camp and Porter's dad is saying, nigga, what are you doing, man? You're fucking around. You getting ready to go in here. You know you getting ready to go in there and fight. What you fucking around for? Get the goddamn work. And he says, look, Dad, you know what I mean? I'm the motherfucker that's going to do this fight. I know what I'm doing. Get off my goddamn neck. I don't want to be dragging your heavy load in this fucking fight. So get off my neck. Say, okay, fuck it. Now, he gets in the motherfucking fight and he gets knocked down 2 or 3 times, right? And then the dad says, now, nigga, see what I told you? Yes. See what I told you? And that's why. And you know what? He's throwing in the fight. You know why he's throwing? You know why he's throwing in that towel? He's throwing in that towel as discipline, as punishment.
Yes.
But I'm of a different opinion. I'm of a different opinion. See, my opinion is this: I really don't give a fuck what version of Sean Porter was in the ring with Terrence Crawford. Wasn't gonna be.
I understand
there is no
that.
Version.
Yeah,
there
I
is
know
no
that,
version of Sean Porter.
I understand that. I mean, I understand
that. He can go to Russia. He can put the log on his back. He can crunch through the snow. He can pull a car. He can run 27 miles a day.
Right.
He ain't gonna beat that dude.
I understand that, and
no matter what you do.
And that's not what I'm disagreeing with.
You can dig up Eddie Futch. You can dig up Ray Arcel. You're not gonna beat that dude.
I understand that, Mr. Shelton.
You can do.
I'm not disagreeing with you there, Mr. Shelton. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with. I'm not disagreeing.
Eddie Futch. You might have gone too far with Eddie Futch. Eddie Futch might have
hey, wait a minute.
That guy could do. Smoke.
Yeah.
You can dig up Eddie Futch. You can go get Ray Arcel. God damn it, you can get Jack Blackburn.
Yep.
Right.
Go get Jack Blackburn.
Okay.
Ain't nothing you can do.
All right.
This dude too good. He gonna fuck you.
All right. I got that. That's not what we're arguing about. We're arguing about the theme is how do we assess the complexity of the father-son relationship in a goddamn fight? And what I'm suggesting to you guys, what I'm trying to suggest is sometimes the father can be damaging, harmful, or be in the motherfucking way. And by the way, controversy. We've seen a couple fights just as of recently where the judge, who happens to be the referee, because motherfuckers always talking about how the judge gets in the way or how the judge got the scorecards all fucked up. But the referee is a judge too. That nigga goes in there and makes a judgment as to whether or not to stop the whole fucking fight and give it to the other motherfucker. That's a judgment. So what I'm saying is that we consider those controversial. We consider those when we're talking about the cards, when we're talking about the referees, we consider those decisions controversial. So at a minimum, since you have two valid reasons why that man stopped that fight, you guys are saying because he didn't want to see his son get taken out on a stretcher, or he didn't want to see him, spitting up blood for the rest of his life. And I'm saying now that Smoke brought it to my attention, it's controversial. He might have been simply disciplining him.
Amen.
Maybe he wasn't gonna get hurt. Maybe he didn't throw that towel in. Maybe he didn't throw. No.
Yes,
Maybe he listen.
Amen. Yes, Lord. Exactly. That is the truth. Thank you, my brother. Amen.
But listen,
and both of y'all, and let me ask one question. Hold on. Let me ask one question. And both of y'all picked Sean Porter to win this fight, didn't
you? No. I didn't pick anybody to win this fight. And I knew that Sean Porter was losing this fight. At that point, I knew it. All I'm saying is, couldn't he have gone out on a shield? And why did he throw that towel in on that man? There should have been more thought given to that before he threw that towel in on that man. Just like the motherfucking
it wasn't gonna help that man. It wasn't gonna help that man. That man was gonna lose, regardless.
There wouldn't have been no controversy. It wasn't going to the judge's card. The only thing I could
none of that shit that you talking about was gonna happen.
If Kenny Porter
he wasn't making it out of the 10th round. That's what we trying to tell you.
Wait a minute, man. See, he
wasn't making it out of that round.
Hey, guess what? Wait a minute. Hey, hold up. Listen, this. Remember, I got to remind you guys. We're talking about the complexity of father and son relationship in that fucking ring. Now we're gonna come up with a. Wait a minute.
Why you think Mosley got rid of his dad?
Listen.
Why you think Roy Jones got rid of his dad? Huh? Why you think Mosley got rid of his dad? Why you think Roy Jones got rid of his dad? Why?
Did you mention Floyd Mayweather?
Floyd didn't get rid of his daddy. His daddy left, and his daddy came back.
Well, his daddy
Mosley got rid of his daddy. Mosley broke the contract, got rid of his daddy. Roy Jones told his daddy, "Get the fuck out my gym. You ain't coming around here no more."
Well, that Floyd told his daddy to get the fuck out of this goddamn gym too,
and brought him right back.
All right, okay. Well, you know why? And you know why? Wait, but you know why he brought him back? Why did he bring him back, Floyd?
I don't know, because he got daddy issues.
I know.
Why are you talking about my daddy wasn't there for me? My daddy went to jail. He wasn't there for me.
He brought him back. He brought. Hey. He brought him back.
Why did Roy Jones' dad come back?
No. But Floyd
Roy Jones' dad didn't come back.
No, I'm saying no. I'm not saying
Roy Jones got rid of that nigga. That nigga never came back.
No, I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about they were estranged. I'm saying what bridged the gap in their relationship, not what brought him back to the corner.
Right. Floyd brought his daddy back because.
No, Roy Jones.
I just want to suggest that Floyd brought his daddy back simply because he was his daddy. That's why.
Yeah,
Just
that's
because
why.
it was dad.
The thing about it, that situation with Floyd and his dad coming back, Floyd said for two reasons. One, Uncle Roger was getting sick.
Yeah,
he couldn't put it to work with me. And Floyd Mayweather is a high intensity training when
right.
He said my Uncle Roger was getting sick, and I called my daddy. He said, "Cause I started getting hit too much." And it was in the Cotto fight. After that fight, he called his dad.
Exactly.
He said, I'm getting hit too much.
Well, actually, the dad reached out. The dad saw the Cotto fight and said he was getting hit too much.
Getting hit too much.
The other way around. Yeah, it was Floyd Sr. that said, or is the elder Floyd. Put it that way.
Yep.
So the dad.
Yeah, because that's the way Roger fought, though, right? Roger was a come get you type of guy.
So Smoke, the dad took the lead role again. So we're talking about dynamics. What we're talking about is dynamics of the relationship, and that the outcomes can be the same or different, but the dynamic is still the same. And just coming back to what we were just talking about, Porter. Before the fight even happened, there were dynamics between the father and the son that had an issue where the father had an issue with the training or lack of training and level of training that the son was doing, and the son disagreed with the father. So as they went into that ring, so that's the only reason I tell you that it is when I hear people use Porter as a barometer to tell between Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford, that's two different things. If you listen, again 2 weeks ago, I just watched the fight. Him and his father was on one accord. Training was great. They were on one accord in training and when they came out of training. And the last part, Porter wasn't looking to retire. So we gotta look at these dynamics and understand that they are not. That is not a barometer. When I'm looking at this fight, I'm not thinking about a Porter, especially not a Kell Brook.
Yeah, see, that's the whole point. The point is that it's too complex, and everybody thinks they got the answer. And there's a variety of answers that's in that motherfucker that you could resort to and say, no, he did it for this, he did it for that. Some people think he did. That's controversy.
So actually, it's just complexity because it could be all of them.
That's right.
That's the thing about it. Like when you're looking for like motivations for why people do things, all of these are the variables that probably entered into the equation, and some other shit that we don't know about.
That's right.
So bottom line is, let's get to the nuts and bolts. Who you got in this fight and why?
We did. I think we did Errol Spence. This is about the daddy stuff. This is not. We weren't even talking about Spence and Bud, although it seems like it. we get sucked into the vortex of that fight. But no, we're actually just talking about this Father's Day edition, right? It's Friday. Sunday is Father's Day, so.
No, because my man said he can't use Porter as a barometer. He said he can't use Porter as a barometer.
Yeah, but he was saying, I know, I got it. And he was saying that earlier. That was in reference to a conversation we were having earlier when we were talking about the fight.
What Smoke is getting at, y'all, what our point of view on the dynamic, good, bad, or in between with a father son that's in the same corner. You got the son the fighter and the father the trainer.
Yeah, I want to talk about Haney. Can I talk about Haney?
I still believe that a father, especially a father that's been involved in his son's life since the womb, is going to be able to resist the temptation to protect his son. I just don't believe it.
Let me ask y'all a question.
I wouldn't be able
y'all
to.
Put yourself in Kenny Porter's shoes. I've been supporting my son as an athlete from ground up. Sean Porter played football. They say he probably was good enough to play football on the college level and so on. But he turned to boxing. And I've been in his corner from day one. And I was a part of this scenario that he had the opportunity to make it to the top of boxing. Became a name in the sport of boxing.
Two-time champion.
And at the last minute, my son decided, after everything we've been through, all the work and everything that we just saw, around this stage of our career as trainer, boxer, not father and son, trainer, boxer, in a fight of this magnitude, he went in a different direction.
Right. Hey,
Kenny Porter got a little salty because he figured I'm the best trainer for my son because he did everything. Trained him in the gym, made sure that he ate well and healthy. He was his strength and conditioning coach. Then at the last minute, my son decides to make a decision that he feels as a man. And as for my career, I'm going to hire a different entity for this fight. How would y'all feel?
Okay, now listen to this. Let me run this by you. You know, people have different attitudes towards fighting itself. And we talk about fathers, so let's stick with that. Men and fathers have different attitudes, dispositions towards fighting. So you got a kid comes home, your son. He comes home and he say, what happened to you? Why you got that welt on your eye, or why you crying, whatever. He said, well, this nigga at school, and the one dad will say, let me tell you something, boy. When you go back to school tomorrow, you find that motherfucker. He didn't say if he fucks with you again. No. Say, when you go back to school tomorrow, you find that motherfucker and you whoop his goddamn ass or don't come home. That's why some niggas do that. And then some niggas say, what you doing, boy? And he say, oh, well, this nigga did this, like we was fighting. He said, what you fighting? What you doing out there fighting? I taught you better than that. You wouldn't be out there doing that so stupid shit, right?
Yeah, but
we all there?
This was no get back type of situation.
I understand. But what I'm trying to say is that some, or maybe I say it in short term, some other father that don't take all the motherfucking intricacies out of it. Don't say, well, that if you use that scenario, some other father, then that really wasn't his father. No. I'm talking about some other father wouldn't have thrown that towel in.
More so Sean Porter, I didn't let Ken Porter's energy. And Smoke knows this well. You can't pass a one-liner. You need a Shelton, a one-liner, a headline. We still on top of all that. If you go back and look at the pre-fight and the build-up, every time they interviewed Kenny Porter, he was like, y'all familiar with Terrence Crawford? You've been knowing him since the amateurs. Number one fighter in the world pound for pound. A dangerous fighter. 100% almost knockout ratio since she's been a welterweight. If the fights get rough, as a trainer, can y'all make the proper adjustments to be victorious against a fighter of this caliber? Know what Kenny Porter kept saying? I'm stopping the fight. And that did enough for me, because he had been saying that all throughout the build-up. If it got too rough for his son, he was stopping the fight.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. And that is not saying I'm gonna stop the fight because he might kill my son if I let it go any further. That ain't that. That is, I told this nigga, and he did listen to me. Now he can see, now I'm gonna go ahead and stop this motherfucking fight, stupid ass nigga. I told you that.
It's just like saying the number one card in the real or athlete don't want to say or shouldn't say. It's better off to keep it to yourself. When an athlete starts saying retirement, that word retirement, that's it. Retirement. Your mind is in a whole different direction. When Kenny Porter came, it was 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks out before the fight came, and he was already talking about a stoppage. Exactly. If it get too heavy and too rough for my son, I'm stopping the fight. Exactly. He was saying that before the fight happened. We didn't know that the fight was going to break out like that. We didn't know Bud was going to do what it did to Sean Porter, because we never seen nobody do that. But when you're a trainer, regardless if he's your father, before a fight of this magnitude, you're saying, I'm going to stop the fight.
Okay, well, I would venture to say that if your son came home, Mr. Simon, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just venturing to say, if your son came home and he said this nigga was fighting me and he beat me up or whatever, and you say, you're not going to tell him, Go back, find that motherfucker, and whoop his ass. You're not going to be that father. You're going to say, you nigga, you shouldn't be out there fighting. Don't be fighting no more. Tell the principal. Tell the motherfucking this. Or you know me. But you're not. So from what you're saying, I'm venturing. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm venturing to say you're going to be the father. Say, well, you shouldn't be out there fighting.
My thing is this: if I'm not there, I don't know how bad my son got beat up. Now, if I'm there and I'm seeing my child not putting up the challenge and stuff like that, I'm stopping it. I'm not gonna let my child just take a beating.
Okay, but I can understand that out in the streets, no gloves, no control, no what do you call that? Well, that's what we call boxing: controlled fighting, gloves, all the protections, and even a man in there to protect that kind of what you guys are talking about. Oh, he's gonna die. Do you have to take him out on the stretcher? That's what that man's in there for. So I'm just telling you, man, stand by it. That I don't think it was necessary to throw that towel in for that reason. He threw it in for some other reason. And I suggest that he was throwing it in as a disciplinary act, as a punishment. Like, I told you, you wasted both our time, and I'm throwing the fucking towel in because I'm gonna go home. Shit, fuck it.
Exactly.
I got two questions for you guys. Two fights, and Zone came on, and I think he wants to do a little bit of housekeeping. I just dropped the text, so I think he wants to talk about the text. But actually, let's get to Zone real fast. Let me make sure that's what he's on about, and get him in and out. What's happening, Zone?
Actually, I did what I told you. I'm eating the chicken that I told you I was going to get. I had to make the afternoon runs for the kids and stuff.
Oh, you done? All right, cool.
Yeah, so now I'm looking at the text. When you said that, I'm like, okay. I want to talk on this.
All right. That's what's up. Okay, cool. Then we.
Yeah, we'll go around and I'll finish it because I want to speak on the Earl Spence thing.
All right, cool. So what do you guys think of these two fights? Danny Garcia, Angel and Danny in the Spence fight, and then Mikey and Roberto with also Big G in the Spence fight. Do you think that Roberto or Big G should have stopped that in the 9th or the 10th, whatever the hell, that hellacious ass whooping Mikey took? And they were saying they wanted to stop it. Mike was like, nah, let it go.
Well, when I watched that fight a couple weeks ago. Do I think it should have been stopped? Yeah, but what he did is, I believe they knew Mikey this might be his last hurrah after that beating. But he did. I mean, it was obvious right there in the corner. He asked him, and he gave him that opportunity. And what I got from that, and just using Porter's situation, the training was good. They trained good. Everybody came in. He just didn't expect to get that butt whooping. So he let him go in there. He went in there. He punched. So he showed him something. So once they show you something and they didn't train well, then he gave them that opportunity. But I think if it would have been an issue before they came in there, he probably would have stopped it too. That's what you're supposed to do at your fight.
I mean, and this fight, for whatever reason, underpromoted, but like, shout out to Danny and Laura too, fighting for the WBO. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you got his own.
Okay. All right. This is here, echo. But anyway, yeah, so with this whole Terrence and Earl Spence debate, Victor, you got background.
Okay.
Okay, all right, there we go. So I don't understand what's the confusion about a resume, and just generally speaking, in stoppages and performances. It just seemed like it's a clusterfuck at this point. I don't know what the fuck going on. Last time I checked, for me, stoppages and performances are something that are very valued in sports, in all the sports. But for some reason, we get to boxing, it started to get stupid again for some reason. The resume argument is ridiculous because I don't think that Earl Spence or Terrence Crawford has fought anybody that are similar to each other to kind of gauge using their resume as an argument on who you would pick, right? I don't even see how that has anything to do with anything. The performances, whatever the outcome of the performance is, still don't have anything to do with the guys themselves because they haven't fought anybody that's similar to one another.
Hey, let me jump in right there. What we're talking about right now is the father-son dynamic, and we're just talking about like the Kenny Porter stopping the fight. We're not really talking about like resumes. It's not even about Errol Spence and Bud right now. This is just about the father-son trainer dynamic kind of thing. It just so happens that Spence is part of this conversation, and Kenny Porter and Sean Porter is. But the larger conversation is just the father-son trainer dynamic and like how that works out.
Right.
It's like kind of Father's
So-
Day edition kind of shit stuff.
Right. And it feeds into the larger question, right? But we're starting at the lowest level just so we can get a basis because everybody don't know my opinion. And I'm just speaking on performances, right? Because then that's going to allude into Mikey Garcia. We can straight streamline right to it, Smoke. So with the Mikey Garcia situation, stop it for what? Stop it for what? Earl Spence in that particular situation, if we're talking about that particular fight, because that's the only fight that should have been said to be stopped. Stop it for what?
Well, yeah, we're talking about the dads because he got his ass whooped and they were talking about stopping it, but Mikey said go on. And then Angel's thing, like how Angel was with Danny, right? There's just the family dynamic in the corner, and like as it pertains to also the Sean Porter thing, as it contrasts to the Sean Porter.
Right. So it's different dynamics. I mean, Porter daddy stopped it so he could preserve his son's reputation. Because the truth is that his son was getting his ass beat like a dog. And then what happens is, as a father, I've seen this many times, your son start getting his ass beat like a dog. Then you try to intervene. You would rather just muck it up and stop it. You know about that, Smoke. You know that tactic well. You jump in there and you muck up the shit so we can really kind of talk about what if and what ain't, and you kind of still get some preservation on your representation or your reputation or your lineage. The truth of the matter is we don't know what would have happened with Sean Porter, and I don't think it was a punishment. I think it was a cry for help, and that's all he could do was throw in the towel because his son was powerless. His son had nothing for Terrence Crawford. His son was finna go down and be knocked out of the year. That's what was finna be happening. But he stopped that to kind of have this bullshit caveat of, oh no, I stopped it because we didn't train hard and we didn't do this, and you're a fucking liar. All of a sudden, Sean Porter is not a hard trainer. Since when did that happen? Okay, that's just bullshit. So when it comes to some of these fathers, I know how they work. They full of shit. They just look at their son as a reflection of them in some cases. Some of them live through their children. And when their son get their ass whooped, it starts to pull on their heartstrings. And they don't kind of know what to do. They find themselves confused. They find themselves reactive as opposed to being proactive. They don't go over the proper scenarios behind closed doors, most likely, based on the evidence that we have, because that should have been something that's discussed ahead of time. With either one of them, Danny Garcia, Robert Guerrero, dad, Ruben Guerrero, whoever you want to name, you got to talk about this stuff ahead of time. And you could tell that there's a lot of disconnect sometimes at these high-level fights with these high-level fighters and their dads, and there seems to be a lot of confusion when shit don't go dad's and son way. You get to really see the chinks in the armor. When shit don't go on a high level, when dad and son don't get their fucking way and some shit hit the fan, it's all out goddamn panic every goddamn time. Mayweather dad was even doing that with Pacquiao, and Mayweather was running from Pacquiao. You fight like you scared. You fight like you scared. What the fuck? Like what? Because Pacquiao popped him in the mouth a couple of times. That shit happen all the time with dads, man. So I'm not surprised.
You know what? Go ahead. Somebody want to jump in?
That's all I want to say. That's what I was trying to say on that topic. Now we started dissecting whether or not Porter's father should have thrown the towel in, and so on and so forth. But the point that I really was trying to make is that father and son relationship in that ring, in that environment, and in that type of fucking activity is too hazardous. It's too risky. He said it earlier. What you say, chinks in the armor? Too much of that shit, man. Because then that fucking thing starts to become personal. sentimental, you know what I mean, tenderness and all that kind of shit that a parent would have for their child. And by the way, just to remind you, Daddy, and I think Mr. Shelton, he's not here anymore, but he said, this is fighting. This is fighting. And then all of the psychology that goes into the fight. Don't forget, when that nigga, it takes some kind of psychology to even want to be a fighter, right? And so then you got to remember what he's bringing in that ring with him, man. His honor, his integrity, his reputation. Fuck the belts, fuck the win or the loss. He's coming in there as a man that's going to stand up and defend what another motherfucker said he could do to him, which was whoop his ass. And so when you take that away from him, when you strip that away from him, he, you know what I mean, then he doesn't, I don't know, you're taking his opportunity and even ability to stand up to a motherfucker and say, no, I'm not that nigga. That's all I'm saying. And so the father-son relationship is too fucking wangy. It's too tricky. It's too tricky.
You know what? Who seems to be escaping criticism, and it's kind of funny. I'm wondering what you guys' thoughts are on this thing. Papachenko. Nobody seems to be criticizing the great Papachenko for letting his son think that he was up 11-0. And how he's telling his son he's like undefeated and all this shit.
Well, so, okay, look, there's a difference between you being a father and a coach. Some of us haven't had experience with doing both, right? That is two different things, but that is a very, very sensitive issue. And a quick story. On the football field, man, I had this quarterback kid. I was the DC, I was a defensive coordinator, and I was new to the team. And the defense would just let this quarterback kid just destroy them. Like, he would just truck them, run them over. Kids would just come out crying and shit. And the dad was just proud, had his chest all out, and he wasn't malicious with it, but he was just proud that his son was just this monster. So I gathered up and did what I do with my research and picked out my kids and stuff. And I had this one kid that had told me, he said, man, I'm sick of this shit. He didn't say sick of this shit, but he said, I'm tired of this, man. Put me somewhere where I can stretch him. I was like, really, man? Yeah. And he ended up being the leader of my defense. And when I say that guy got his opportunity to fold this star quarterback, you know what the dad started doing? Now, the whole summer, the dad was, let's take it to the field. Let's take it to the field. As long as his son was winning and coming out on top, he was with all of the dangerous exploits. Soon as it looked like his son was getting folded in half, then all of a sudden he's throwing the clipboard down. Hell, y'all trying to hurt my son. That ain't how you do the quarterback. That's not how you do this. It always does that with dads, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes the dads are worse than the goddamn mamas. So it's a difference between a physical outcome and a dad not being comfortable with that versus some diluted shit, like a social perspective. Well, my son's undefeated. Oh, yeah, okay, that's different. So the criticism is not going to be the same because we could clearly point to the fact that this dude is not what his dad says he is, but the physical element in that amongst men changed the dynamic. What you say out your mouth, that's for women. Okay, well, you can tell your son he undefeated and rub his back all you want to. We get that. But when it doesn't materialize or it materializes bad for you on the sport field or gridiron or in the ring, that's when you get to see the dads expose themselves to me.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to all of them, right? I mean, he's a great one. I was thinking maybe because like Usyk, and he's had so many champions, gold medalists, and all that stuff that people don't readily just go like, "What's going on with him?" As the father trainer thing that this is going on. I don't know. My man's breaking down, crying. He got the Bud Light. I got to drop with him. I mean, that's now I think that is going to be an iconic image for not Devin Haney and Lomachenko's legacy. And how much of that is on, and his reason for saying it was on some father-son shit too. It was fucking wild. He was like, I told my son I was going to be undisputed, and that's why he said he burst out in tears because he thought about that conversation he had with his kid. Like, what?
And let me throw in this smoke on that Devin Haney, man. That fight, that was deep. What was happening in the corner with Haney and his father, man.
Yes, sir.
I seen it. That was deep to me. And after that fight, you know, and I'm just saying me, I'm sitting here watching the fight by myself, and I don't think his father should be in his corner no more. Now I'm not on their level. I'm just saying from that interaction, to me, his father couldn't give him nothing. And he went out there himself. That's why I got newfound, you know, respect for Devin Haney. He went out there himself. His father didn't give him anything. And so I think he needs to start thinking, you know, because I always think there comes a point, because everything has a season. And I think you know, it comes a point where you got to be a man too, you know, and I like what happened with Mayweather, even though, you know, they did it publicity. I felt he did need to move to his uncle for his manhood's sake. Your son has to move. Your son is a man, and he has to be that man. Now, some people can finish it out, but I feel with Sean Porter, that's what happened. He wanted to show his daddy before he ended his career, he was his own man. And I think that I saw that dynamic. And that's why his father, at the beginning of before doing the train, he had been saying he was going to throw in the towel. It was nothing new. So I just think it comes a certain time, you know, some people get lucky and all that, but I think for the most part, Haney need to possibly leave his father, because I do think if you want to keep getting better, he's 24. If you want to keep getting better, sometime, you know, it's a new season.
Yeah, man. And, you know, the fighter himself, I said this earlier, but I'm going to repeat it. The fighter himself has to rely, but he has to know that he has to rely on himself. So he needs to compartmentalize. That's what. See, listen. When a fighter goes into the ring, in the father son combination, he's taking too much in the ring with him. He needs a tunnel vision. He needs to be smart. He needs to be able to download. He needs to use a lot of intellectual capacity. He can't let his emotions interfere with what he's got in front of him, or his job, which is to win this fight. And while winning it, try to, as best I can, avoid shit. You got to do both those things. You got to beat that motherfucker, but you also got to avoid shit. So you need to tunnel vision on that, because it's coming from all directions, and you got all kind of different opportunities that you got to take advantage of or lose them. So to be dragging your daddy in there with you is too much shit. That's asking too much. It's too much of a heavy burden. And then, you know what I mean? Somebody mentioned it earlier about, who was that? Somebody just mentioned earlier, where, like I mentioned earlier, where when you get back to the motherfucking corner and the daddy decides to discipline you, I think that was, he mentioned Floyd and his daddy, where his daddy said, you're fighting like you're scared of him. Now, Floyd was doing Floyd shit. But his daddy was telling him, do something different. Do something that appears you're not afraid of him. So it becomes complicated, and it's too much of a burden for that fighter to take into that fight along with him. See? So I just think it's too tricky, like we said before. It puts a chink in the armor, and so on and so forth. When you bring that sentiment, and you know what I mean, and that reverence, you know what I mean. I don't want to let my daddy down, or I don't want my daddy to think I'm ignoring him, and so on and so forth. I mean, half the goddamn time, like I mentioned about Tank, but Floyd did the same thing. Half the time, Floyd was when his father was in the corner with him, was ignoring him. And half the time he was telling him to do the same shit over and over, like he's a motherfucking robot. Like he didn't see nothing his goddamn self. He just kept telling him to do the same damn thing over and over. Floyd was just, you know, move out the way. I can't see what I'm, you know, he's looking at something or whatever. But anyway, you know what I mean? It's just too burdensome for there to be father-son combinations. It's too burdensome. Unless both parties can compartmentalize and not intrude. Well, the father's compartmentalizing has to be, I can't allow my emotion and my fondness and my protection for my son intrude upon his space. I can't intrude upon his space.
You can achieve a lot, but it seems like it comes at a really great cost. The best ones to do it, like I said, Nonito's coming up. We saw that. We saw some of the fissures in that relationship, played out for us, right? For the fans to understand some of the sacrifices that come with the family dynamic to achieve greatness in the sport of boxing, right? When it comes right down to it, man, it's just more like shout out to fathers, and I talk about this stuff. I bring it up because I think we as fans are quick to say when we see these kind of things, like some of the things I heard today. I think Bill shouldn't be in the corner anymore, and they were saying that about TEO for a while, and Senior's there acting crazy, acting a fool, but it seems to be working. He's the star. He's one of the stars of this show this week. Becoming the 2-division champ, 2-time lineal champ. 25 years old. For me, he's leading the way in this so-called new generation's, or this new generation's so-called 4 Kings, right? He's doing a whole lot of heavy lifting for what he's doing. And these dads, shout out to him. I got a lot of respect for him. I hear what people are saying. I feel like a lot of these, I echo a lot of these sentiments. I think the best version of, what I was a believer in the Haney's system, right? Having a lot of trainers in there, some of the best, him being, having a lot of great boxing minds in there, because it seems to me, if you're going to have a father-son combo, it's the best way I've seen it working is when the father is also a boxing guy, not just trying to, I don't know, like you got the Jose Benevidez who was trying to spend time with his son. I'm not quite sure how the TEOs wound up in a boxing gym. But you have Earl Spence and his dad. I think they started off father-son training, but then he handed him off to somebody. I think it's very important to, when you see, I don't know, and this is just, again, from the outside looking in, it's nice to have real boxing minds that are steeped in the wisdom of the science, right, of boxing. Both what happens inside the ring and what you can expect from the sport is just, I don't know. Like, I thought Joan Guzman was an excellent addition, even though this is not, it's not a father-son thing, but I thought that was an excellent addition to Mel Charlo's game. And yeah, once they started clicking, you saw what that is, undisputed by knockout. So for me in this whole dad thing, shout out to him. Shout out to all fathers who are in their sons' lives and in any way, shape, or form, and hands-on. And when it takes to, what I'm looking at, what it takes to achieve greatness in the sport, man, that comes at a huge, huge sacrifice with that father-son dynamic.
Absolutely, Smoke. And you know what? You said something critical, absolutely critical, is that if there is going to be a father-son combination, that father has to have been in the ring. That's one way of putting it. I'm going to put it that way. That father has to know what it is to be in the ring with a motherfucker that's swinging at you, that's dancing on you, that's moving on you, that's hitting you, and just all that shit. How to avoid, he has to have some boxing in the ring experience. That should be a requirement, because that's going to help to move. And instead of him, a father potentially intruding on his son's space, right? Because with that example that he gave with Floyd and his father, the one that I gave with Tank, and what was the other one? I forgot what it was. But anyway, is that a lot of times the fighter, while he's having all that shit thrown on him. Do this. Now he's doing that. Now he's moving to the left. Keep him to hit him in the butt. And all that motherfucking information coming. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, look, let me just say this about what I'm saying. If that fighter has been in the ring before, obviously he's been in the corner before. And he should know those two things. One, I know better than to intrude upon my son or fighter's space, because he's been in the ring, the corner before. Been in the ring. He's had to have been in the corner, and he knows I don't need to shoot a whole lot of shit. Don't do this, do that, do this, do that. I know what that's like too. I've been in the corner before, so I'm not going to do that. So the point that I'm making is, that's the best chance you have of eliminating the controversy, the complexities, the complications, or that chink in the armor with that father-son combination, is to have that father have had been in that ring him goddamn self. He knows some shit that another motherfucker just don't know.
Well, so let me say this. In the spirit of Father's Day, because I see what you're doing here, Smoke. In the spirit of Father's Day, of course, absolutely. Shout out to every father that's included in their son's life and doing what they're doing for their children. Hoo-yah. Do your
Absolutely.
thing.
Absolutely. Hoo-yah.
Now, we talking grown man business. Let's move that out of the way. But the technical nuances is that, if every day need to be Father's Day, right? Even during the bad. And what I'm proposing and what I'm suggesting is that, it sounds good when your son is on top and when you're on top of the world and you're 2-time this and 2-time that and 3-time that. But when your son getting busted in his mouth, I like to see what happens, how you as a tandem with your son overcome adversity. I'm cool with you managing the lead, but I want to know what happened when you're trailing. How do you overcome a deficit? How do you respond and strategize around something that is not ideal in the heat of battle? I don't always necessarily think it's just exciting to see you go in there and beat up people that didn't perform or may have not been on their best night, or you just having an undefeated record. Because look at how things went way wrong with Mark Breland and Deontay Wilder. Although that's not his father, it is a father figure, right? See how things go wrong and shit really go to the left and the truth come out when you're not on top. That's when you find out who is really around you when things are not going well. You know, you find your friends in a time of need when it's a time of need, right? So all of a sudden, Mark Breland became this guy who was in with a fix, all kind of raunchy stuff that they accused the man of. And that's because things weren't going your way for Deontay Wilder. You didn't come in here and splat this guy brains out. You didn't have it your way. You know, I like to see what happens when that started to break down, just like Shane Mosley. When stuff started to break down for Shane Mosley, all of a sudden, we need to get rid of the father, right? So it sounds good until it sounds good. And everybody's not going to have an undefeated son. And I understand the need to protect your son. Look at Calzaghe. His dad, Enzo, got him up out of there, right? Floyd and Uncle Roger and Floyd got up out of there, right? But everybody's not going to have that luxury. Even with Garcia, that's his brother, right? As opposed to his father. That's a little bit different, but it's the same thing. Mikey Steele, all in all, was protected. He took a lot of layoffs, made sure things went his way financially, and he just stepped up and challenged Earl Spence, and it went okay. He just lost, but he retired pretty good. So it's cool when it's from that position, but I just like to see a little bit of adversity and see what happens when things don't go their way for the father and son tandem.
I was just going to with the Mikey Garcia. I agree. I like that also. That's one of the things I'm looking at, and one of the things I'm checking for. Just with the Mikey Garcia thing, Big G did come to the corner to try to stop that shit, and was trying to talk him out of the fight to begin with. Remember, that was the Mikey I see something, like everybody was telling Mikey not to do that shit. And yeah, old man did find his way to the corner saying like, "What's up with this?" And yeah, they let Mikey go out.
Yeah, and you know, I remember too that going to the TEO who's that motherfucker he fought over there in England? I forgot who it was, but he lost his belts too. But anyway, when TEO was going back to the corner with his father literally said, "What are you doing?" What the fuck are you doing? Right? But TEO was standing on his own shield, had that attitude that most boxers have when they're thinking, you know, I know what I'm doing. I'm the boxer and I know what the fuck I'm doing. So I appreciate your help, but I know what I'm doing. But his father was saying that was some good advice. Stop him in his tracks, slap him across the motherfucking face, say, wake up, nigga, what you doing? Right? And that was a good example you used. I couldn't get your name, whoever that was, but that was a good example to use the Mark Breland and Wilder fight, because Mark Breland had been in that motherfucking ring, and Mark Breland knew what the fuck he was doing when he was in that ring. So Mark Breland was bringing something to that corner, father or not. He was bringing something to that corner, and when he threw that is a legitimate throw in the motherfucking towel. You bleeding out your ear, and you ain't getting nowhere. And that was a legitimate throw in the towel, because Mark Breland saw something that most motherfuckers that are in them corners ain't never seen, because he's been in the
motherfucking. Mark Breland was a snake, and he was on the tape. He was on the other side.
Right. Right. But Mark Breland has been in the ring and obviously in the corner. He knows what the fuck's going on in that goddamn ring. I trust Mark
Breland. Say that man for getting seriously hurt. Because Tyson Fury was gonna hurt that man.
Now, see, guess what? I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with you on that, Mr. Shelton. See what I mean? I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with you on that one.
I don't like Fury. I think Fury is. I just don't like Fury. But Fury's gonna hurt him that night. He was gonna hurt Deontay.
Yep. He already hurt him. Anytime you're bleeding out your ear, there's something wrong.
That's a fact.
Damage.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, there's something going on there. You know?
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is like my man Mickey said in Rocky 3. He wasn't Rocky 2. He wasn't gonna hurt you bad. He gonna hurt you permanent.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's a good one. Yeah, permanently, not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
One other thing I was gonna kind of throw out about, you know, the son and father relationship. You know, it says a lot when a father make a decision to go down that road with his son, from amateurs to professional. That's a big decision to make. I think about me and my son's dynamics. He playing basketball, and how when I do try to show him some things, but I limit that, and I got him his own trainer and things, because I realized at the beginning that, I may not be able to, just kind of how I raise him. I'm very, the way he sees me is more of a authoritarian, a dictator, and then to the other extreme, a nurturer. So he don't see me in the middle. So me and his communication is not as, I would say, it is not mature communication, because it's kind of one-sided. And that's how he views it. And so one time I took time to ask him, I said, hey, I'm trying to help you with this and that. And it seemed like there's some friction. And what we came to is certain things that he don't feel he could tell me. So at that point, that helped me realize that I need to get somebody else involved to help developing him in basketball. So to see some of these fathers be able to overcome some of those barriers and be willing to take on those challenges says a lot about those fathers. So I just want to throw that out.
Hey, and can I rewind real quick and go back to a subject that was up a little while ago? We went by it real quick. I didn't get a chance to comment on it, and that was the one where there was the question as to whether or not they should have stopped that fight. I think you were talking about Spence and Garcia. And is that the fight you guys were referring to? That where
that 10-8 round with no knockdown. And when he went back to the corner, Big G, found him, his elderly self in the corner once again. So let's stop this. That's what he was saying. He was trying to stop it.
Yeah. See, and guess what? Mikey made the primaries decision. He's the motherfucking fighter. And he's the primary. And as long as he's standing, and as long as he's cognizant, and as long as he's conscious, he can make the final decision. When you're not those things, somebody else makes the decision for you. But when you are those things, standing, cognizant, conscious, and not hurt, maybe, he's getting the shit beat out of him. But again, that goes back to how we were talking about what is hurt and what is not really hurt.
So let me ask you a question. I just heard what she said. Let me ask you a question. So what the fuck is the trainer there for? He's just there to hold the spit bucket and tell you look good. That's what he's there for?
No. I'll mention one thing. One of the things he's supposed to look for are the things that he thinks you don't see. All right. So, for example, let's say he saw an opportunity that you missed. Bring it to your attention when you get back to the corner. Hey, listen, when you did that, that nigga did this. You could have got him there. That kind of shit. Not this big slew and flurry of all this fucking advice. Don't do this, do that, and hit him in the head and hit him in the body, and then take him over there and then twist him around. Oh, fuck all that information, man. Just look at pay attention to the goddamn fight. Use that keen eye to see something that maybe your fighter didn't see. Bring it to his attention. Maybe one or two of those, and then that's it. Don't intrude on the motherfucker's focus and ability. He might be focused on something and see something, and then you can bring something to his attention. But when you start flurrying him up with a whole bunch of motherfucking information, you're just distracting him from something he might have in mind this next round coming up.
Okay,
And
let me ask you another question. Since we're gonna make this question age appropriate. I know you remember Ali Frazier 3, right? I know you remember that fight. Was that fight competitive all the way throughout? Yes or no?
Damn. Like I said, Mr. Shelton, I'm 71, money. I'm gonna say yes on that. I could be wrong.
That fight was competitive from round 1 to round 14 when it got stopped, right?
Right.
Now,
that's gonna die.
Joe Frazier was in the fight.
Right.
Unbeknownst to Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali wasn't going to come up for round 15. He was done. He was finished.
Right.
But in round 14, he hit Joe with 27 unanswered punches.
Right.
Joe went back to the corner. Eddie Futch, in my mind, probably the greatest trainer who ever lived, if not top 5. Right?
Right.
Eddie Futch told Joe, I'm not sending you back out there. He gonna kill you.
Right.
Stopping this fight.
And they both went to the hospital.
Was Eddie Futch in the right or was he in the wrong?
He was in the right.
Well, according to you, he robbed Joe of a moment.
Well, I mean, sometimes you know, just like I said before, the referee, just think of all the motherfuckers that have the option. The referee himself can take the fight away from you and give it to another motherfucker by stopping it. So I understand how that is applicable. And in that fight,
but what you were saying is, see, the ref didn't have nothing to do with it. Because the ref was gonna let the fight continue because the fight was competitive, right?
Right. That's right. Yep, you're right. And so
Eddie Futch, in the corner, like I said earlier, Eddie Futch.
Yeah.
Saves his fighter from himself. Because Joe was going to get up off that stool and go back out there.
Yeah. And he was going to get.
Said, no, you're not. He said, no, you're not. I'm stopping this fight.
That's right. Yeah.
That's
and I'm
my point.
Yeah, I got you on that. I'm with you on that. In that case in particular, and Joe Frazier could have endured more damage than he already endured, and he went to the hospital, just fell short, and just escaped going into a coma. So, yeah, I understand that. That's not what happened to motherfucking Porter. If we're trying to refer back to Porter and motherfucking
what I'm saying is referring back to Porter and Crawford. Y'all sitting here and been pontificating to tell me how Kenny said he didn't do this in training camp, and he wasn't doing this, he wasn't doing that. Well, all that's over with now because we had fight now. We done went through all that. We done made the weight. We had to weigh in. We fight. I contend that Kenny Porter saw something in that 10th round that he did not like. And he decided, I'm not going to let my son go back out here and take no more punishment from this dude. I'm stopping this fight.
Okay.
You saying that he robbed Sean Porter of the moment.
Yeah.
I'm saying I think Kenny Porter did what he thought was best for not only his fighter, but for his son. That's what I'm saying.
I understand. I knew you were saying that all along. You know what I mean? But if I can repeat myself, since you repeated yourself, I'm saying that the damage that Sean Porter had endured up to that point, maybe this is going to be a tricky way to say this, but I'm going to say it, that the damage Sean Porter endured up to that point, he was still in good enough condition to endure some more. He wasn't going to die because he endured some more punishment from Bud. He wasn't going to be carried out on no motherfucking stretcher. The nigga was just going to either get knocked out and then, you know what I mean, bring him back, and he's going to get up and they're going to shake hands and all that shit. But he wasn't close to death. He wasn't close to going to the hospital and being, you know what I mean, having the potential to go into a goddamn coma. There wasn't that kind of damage. That's all I'm saying.
True. But see, I'm saying we can say that from row 17 seat B, or we can say that from my couch at home.
Yeah.
But Kenny Porter, who was in the fight, saw something different. Is all I'm saying.
You're right. And he's closer to the fight, and he can see some shit. Just like that fight that with Rolly and the old man. Somebody was saying, no, you guys got it wrong. He stopped that fight because he saw something we didn't see, and he was saving that old man from more punishment. I understand all that and how that works, and different angles and close up, eye right on the target and all that kind of shit. I understand, but at a minimum, Porter's father could have let that fight, you know what I mean, finish. That not the fight, that round finish, and then, or this could have happened that he could have said, "God damn it, he getting ready to knock my boy out, and he got another minute and something to do it," and that's what would have happened. He could knock him out. Or he could have let him get up, fight the rest of that round, and then let him sit down on the stool and say he ain't coming back out. It would have been better than throwing up the white motherfucking flag. It's the same thing. I understand, but one of them has little more dignity than the other.
All right, we can agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, I don't know. Throwing a towel, retiring on the stool. Sometimes throwing in a towel is just a kindness. Sometimes it's hilarious and a kindness. Sometimes it's just like, what took you so long? I don't know. I don't know that I don't know throwing the towel is necessarily shameful. But damn, the one that comes to mind is Ricky Hatton. I just fucked that shit that was pretty bad. Like Floyd, it's not really necessarily a highlight knockout, but the sequence of events that led to that knockout was pretty fucked. It's classic.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, Smoke. But look here, charity. You know, charitable, a kindness, rescue me. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let me make my own decisions. So let me go back to the chair and then say, "Hey, Dad, fuck it, I don't feel like going back out." And then just say, "Hey, you ain't come back." But hell, somebody help me! Throw in the towel, goddamn! Oh, come on, man.
I mean, all right. So it's just levels, and I'm sure that we all understand it. I mean, we already heard about Adonis Stevenson. We already heard about the Russian kid, Matias fault. We don't need to go into that. I'm not saying that you already said that Bud wasn't in that state, but yeah, rescue you, yes. And that sometimes is honoring just that. And the guy that wanted to keep swinging. Like people were saying that Wilder's making excuses for the way that he lost or whatever when it came out to it. But really, I think he wanted to do what the kind of guy that he is. He wants to go out swinging. That's it. And that's how he got to go out swinging. And then everybody saw that he wasn't just making excuses. That's who this guy is. And that's what he felt like his team should have been supporting, because that's his brand.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, you know, and by the way, what again? I've said this. We're starting to get real repetitive and maybe even redundant about this subject with Porter and Bud. But what about the you know, when you guys say this thing about the need for Porter's father to stop that fight for Porter, to me, what you're saying is Porter's capacity to do any motherfucking thing is relinquished. It's done. It's gone. So if he would have, so Porter's not smart enough to get up off that motherfucking canvas, get counted down, wipe his gloves down, and then stay away from that nigga.
Well, that's the thing. That's where where I agree with what Zone was talking about, where the tandem of father-son trainer is contested, is in the crucible of that moment, right? And it seems as though, yeah, you can act one way about your son when you're in one kind of circumstance situation, but then in a completely different one, like you were saying, he could have. He was getting his ass whooped. Could he have gotten his ass whooped some more? Sure, he could have got his ass whooped some more.
Or
Definitely.
maybe,
but the pictures in that relationship, right? They didn't have a united front like that.
That's right. That's right. Or maybe, because
that tandem didn't know how to weather that particular storm, other than throwing the towel at that moment, right?
Yeah. Or maybe, Porter could have avoided Bud for the rest of that fucking fight. He might have been able to avoid Bud for the rest of that motherfucking fight. And Bud might not have felt the need to really go after her. He might have touched him up here and there and played and toyed around with him, but he might have felt like, well, nigga, if you're going to run, I'm not going to chase you around. I already won the fight. Fuck it. That could have possibly happened too. So what I'm saying is, his daddy his daddy could let him go through that last round, brought him over to the motherfucking corner and said, what you want to do? What you want to do? You know you're not going to win this fight, nigga. He said, well, okay, let me try something else, Dad. You're right. I realize it now, but let me just try to finish the fight. You're going to have to stay away from that motherfucker. You know that. I know it. I'm gonna stay away from him. All right, then I'm gonna give you this one round. You got 2 more rounds. I'm gonna give you 1 more motherfucking round, nigga. If you can't stay away from him, then I'm throwing in the towel. I'm gonna let you. Something else could have been done than to throw that motherfucking towel in when Porter got up, slammed his fist against that canvas, got up on his feet, and walked that whole motherfucking entire ring in frustration. Oh, that ain't no hurt, nigga. That ain't no hurt, motherfucker.
But you gotta remember something, Vic. You too old school, man.
Okay.
You too old school. These dudes ain't built like that. They thinking about CTE and all kind of shit. You know think about that shit back in the day.
Yeah.
When I played football, I had my bell rung a few times. I know I had a couple of concussions. They popped that motherfucking ammonia tab under your nose.
Yep.
And they ask you one question. Nigga, are you hurt or are you injured? What's the difference, coach? Nigga, if you're hurt, you can still play. If you're injured, you need medical attention. Are you hurt or are you injured?
What's the difference?
Hurt. Then get your ass out.
Yeah.
If you hurt, you can still play.
Yeah.
If you injured, you need medical attention.
Right.
So, nigga, are you hurt or are you injured?
Yeah.
I'm hurt. Well, get your motherfucking ass back out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just a different way of asking the question that I suggested, which is what you want to do. And the nigga can say, I don't want to go back out there. How about that? But anyway, yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, guys. And again, the topic was the controversy or the complexity between having that father-son, and you can get that kind of shit where I can say, what I said about, that was a good legitimate stoppage when Frazier went back and sat on that stool and he said, you don't have any choice. I'm calling this shot. And this man threw in the towel, and I'm like, no, don't throw the motherfucking towel in. Oh man, and that's where it lies.
You think? Do you guys think Marvin Hagler or Joe Frazier or Ron Lau or Ali or Norton was thinking about CTE or long-term effects of boxing? You think they think about that?
No.
That's why I say you can't compare those times to times we came up into these times because people is built different.
Yeah. Yeah.
You go to football practice now in high school. They don't even, Oklahoma drills are banned. They don't even do that shit no more.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a different time.
Yeah, I understand. And in terms of what you're saying about hey, but you know what, man? Let me tell you this, Mr. Shelton. You know what? I was walking down the street years later after I had went to Fauché Junior High School over there on Expedition in Western, right?
Yes, sir. I went to Fauché as well. Yes, sir.
Did you really? Hey, you
Yes,
know, while
sir.
we on the topic, can I veer off for just a minute, if the panel will permit me and tolerate me? Hey, Mr. Shelton, I forgot to mention Avalon Gardens. I went to Avalon Gardens
Sir.
Elementary.
Hey, that's Avalon Gardens, the projects. Yes, sir.
Yes,
What about
sir.
Well,
Hey, bro.
yeah.
Let me have 2 boxes of black and mild. Yes. He fell off, Smoke?
Yeah, I'm here now. Hey, I just wanted to mention the name or two, Mr. Shelton, real quick, and then we can get back to boxing. Donald Smith.
Yeah, I know Donald.
No shit.
Yes, sir.
Melvin Maddox.
Of course you know Melvin. You grew up in that area.
My nigga. Donnie Woods.
Come on, man. Make it more difficult.
Grover.
Might be a little bit before me. I know who he was, but
Norman Ash. Norman Ash.
Of course, everybody know Norm. Come on, man.
Ow, my nigga. That's what I said. We don't. Hey, look, we don't traverse the same territory and shook the same hands, money.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the Harlem zone. That's the 30s. Come on, man. Stop.
Okay.
Stop it. But yeah, man. I try to tell these youngsters. Me and Smoke both try to enunciate to these dudes, because a lot of these young dudes today, they like to do fantasy fights and they like to compare the eras. And me and Smoke try to tell them all the time, you can't do it.
Shucks,
You can't do it.
Hey, Shucks, that's all we're used to is fantasy fights, because we'll never get the fights that we want.
That's true. That's true. But you can't do it because you can't compare the eras, because say you compare the eras, right? Okay, that's fine. Now, how many rounds are we fighting? What size gloves are we using? Do we have a 3 knockdown rule? Do we not have a 3 knockdown rule? Do we have a standing 8 count? Don't you have a standing 8 count? See, all these things matter.
The same day weigh-in, and God, this is the second time in as many weeks that somebody just showed up. Like, what's up, Kyle? Like, welcome to the panel and the channel, man. And actually, that's the channel.
Kyle Davis.
Hey, happy Father's Day, man.
Happy Father's Day to you, brother.
You know, Kyle's got these, he's still
That's
young.
little badass kids.
Yeah, he got fucking adolescents swinging off his head and toddlers and all that shit. Shit makes you tired.
Hey, listen, Smoke, you know damn well I got this bell icon on. You understand? So whenever I get a chance to tap in with my dog, you know that's what I'm doing.
That's what's up.
Hey, I told you Teofimo Lopez was gonna beat Josh Taylor.
You did.
Even though I didn't want him to. Even though I didn't want him to, you know what I'm saying? But when you know boxing, you know boxing.
Good call.
I didn't want it to be a good call though. I wanted him to lose.
Hey, but that call was so good because he whooped his ass.
Yeah. I told Sheldon that's what he's gonna do though.
Yep.
He did. I told Kyle he was out of his goddamn mind. Josh Taylor gonna be dirty. He gonna hit him on the break. He gonna step on his feet. He gonna mollywop him. He gonna do him dirty. And Josh Taylor went in there and got done dirty.
No, but if you notice, the referee is what said Teofimo Lopez though.
How you say that?
Because he didn't let him fight. He was breaking that shit up.
That's the theory that the referee interfered with Josh Taylor's style of boxing.
Oh, he did that for sure.
What I saw, what I saw was one guy was way more athletic than the other guy,
Yeah,
and he just outclassed that guy.
OG, Look at them first 3 rounds. The first 3-4 rounds, it was looking bad, and then he got that warning, and it was a wrap.
Yep.
Yeah, T.O. was just too fast, too slick, and too athletic for Josh. Josh is like his feet was in cement. Am I right?
Yeah, that wasn't the same Josh that had fought Regis Program. That's for damn sure.
That wasn't the same Josh that fought Catterall.
Yeah, he had that long ass layoff.
And that's what I'm saying. I was like, I was shocked at that. I was like, what in the who's that guy? Who the fuck is that guy? Hey, I didn't recognize that. That's Josh Taylor. Did Josh Taylor that? Huh? The guy that fought Program. The guy I've been watching like 7 fights or so. I've seen it for this guy. This is what he's looking like. Okay. Whatever.
The guy I saw, I'm a few smoke. The guy I saw Saturday night might need to think about hanging it up. What you think?
I said it was a crossroads fight, and the people didn't believe me. Yeah, I got pushback on me saying that they're saying it's a crossroads. There's gonna be springboarded to all this greatness, and I don't know. Okay, the loser. I don't know what's going on with T. I don't know what Josh Taylor's supposed to do after this.
Dude,
because if you can't beat T.O., if you can't beat T.O.,
he can't get 20 million. He retiring.
Look, man, if you can't beat T.O., going up to 47 is not in your best interest.
Not even a tag.
That is not in your best interest.
Hey, but if you're Devin Haney, do you go up for that vacant title, or do you try to do something that one?
No. You don't go for the vacant because they gonna shit on you if you Devin Haney no matter what you do.
No, but all he's got is Barbosa up there. Fuck yeah, hell yeah, go do that. That's the exact way you get acclimated to a weight. This is the top ranked 2-step. It's the same thing Bud did, the same way Loma did. Like you got to ease your way into it before you start fighting these big dudes that are naturally that weight, about to fight in different weight classes. That's what they always fucking do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I said it's the right. I think he should do it, but they gonna shit on him no matter what he does. So.
Yeah. Get that belt, man. Get that other belt. Like, just go right up behind them. Keep it like stay on their necks. Talk about the Tank fight. Maybe T.O. fights Tank for a bunch of money. And
it's gonna be easy because to get that belt, you gotta fight Barbosa, right?
Yeah, Barbosa, for that vacant is probably gonna
Barbosa's the guy. So it's an easy win for Haney. So you might as well take it. Fuck it. Why not? But then they gonna say he ducked Shakur and Tank.
Hey, well, since you, everybody, as a matter of fact, on the panel, because I want to learn something about the intricacies of the boxing world, the institution of boxing, and its regulations and sanctioning bodies and all of that stuff. That's where I fall real short in terms of having any knowledge about that kind of stuff. So I pose this question to all of you gentlemen on the panel. Should and could, I think that's 2 different, but I mean both of them. Should and could Haney fight Shakur?
Of course he could. And should he? He should never fight at 135 again.
He's the number one contender.
Devin Haney should never fight at 135 pounds again in his life.
Okay.
I agree with that, Smoke. I agree with that.
Why?
Because I've seen that he fades late in fights, and I think that is a product of his weight cut. But if it's not a product of the weight cut, then he has even a deeper issue. But I think now the question is, once he moves up to 140, is he going to be fading late in fights? Like at this point, he's fighting the scale just as much as he's fighting his opponent.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Right.
You're talking about a guy, Vic. You're talking about a guy who weighs in Friday at 135, and on Saturday night to fight, he's like 156.
Okay.
So that tells you everything you need to know.
Yep, sure does.
He needs to move up. He's killing this to make weight. He's killing this.
Yeah. Okay.
All that Shakur shit. Like, you know what Shakur didn't do was kill himself to make weight to defend some belts.
No, Shakur said, "Fuck it, I ain't making the weight."
Twice.
I ain't making it. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
You had this motherfucking belt. Fuck that belt.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
So was that hey, Mr. Shelton? Was that strategic? Yeah. Was that strategic or just lazy?
No, that was I'm not gonna kill I'm pissing orange. It gets to a point where there's nothing else to sweat off. I can't cut it. I can't make it. It's becoming unhealthy.
Hey,
I'm not gonna kill myself so you can be entertained. I'm not fuck this belt. And I'm moving up. That's what that was.
Well, see, this is what I don't like, though, right, Sheldon? When you start doing that sign a contract crap, when you lost your belt yourself, when you know what I mean? When nobody took the belt from you, you lost it yourself, and then you talking about sign a contract. Like if you didn't lose that belt, there would have been a Lomo fight. It'd have been his fight to have.
Right. Exactly. He fucked himself out of the fight. You're absolutely right. But I understand why he did it. Now, I'm with you, Kyle. I think it's disingenuous on his part to try to sweat Haney, talking about you need to do what I didn't do. I don't like that because you didn't make the weight either, Nick. Don't try to get up out of it like you did some spectacular shit and cut some weight because you didn't do it. You said fuck that.
Right.
So give that man the same courtesy that you want extended to you.
No, actually, one time he said "fuck that," and then the second time, he just said, "Well, actually, both times he said "fuck that." Both times he gave up the belts. No, he's at one title. Wait a minute. He got it against.
How you doing?
I'm gonna go ahead and beat all these niggas' asses down here. And we'll fight it for it.
He's got 2 title defenses and three championship fights.
Yeah. Let me beat all these niggas' asses at 35, and then we'll fight at 40. If that's your homie, if that's your partner, you want to make money with your partner, that's how you do it. I'm gonna stay down here, get rid of Tank and all these other motherfuckers. Then I'm gonna come to 40, and we can get it on.
Yeah, I don't think he and Tank are gonna clash, but maybe I'm wrong.
He thinks that.
People were talking about when Tank got locked up. People were saying he's gonna be out in a week. I'm like, really?
No, he's not. No, he's not. Judge say you're doing 60. That's what you're doing.
No, he have to do 60 of the 90. It was 90 days house, and now it's 60 days inside.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, see, the people you talking to a lot of the time smoke ain't never spent a day in jail in their life, so they have no idea what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? When them judges say shit, when they put that shit down on paper and slam that gavel, that's exactly what it is.
I fought a case for a year and a half. I had to show up to
that shit.
downtown LA every goddamn week for a year and a half to fight that damn case.
That broad in that black robe said, "Nigga, I told you not to leave. Why in the fuck was you in Florida?" You know what? I really don't care why you was there. Go to jail.
I got arrested in West Hollywood, and they switched me to fucking downtown major crimes. Just fuck me.
Because you did some major shit.
No, they didn't like my attitude. They said, whatever. It was what it was. That shit just took it just took forever. Took forever to adjudicate.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Smoke.
Yeah.
Serious question.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck was he thinking? What was Tank thinking?
He's thinking that there's separate rules that apply to him.
Oh, right there.
Right there. He acts like you're stereotypical entitled rich prick. Which is kind of weird because he wants to have it both ways. He wants to talk about how he's from the mean streets and all this other shit, but then he wants to say how doing the crime for the time at your pops' apartments is cramping his lifestyle. So what you got to do is just spend a couple of dollars, some couch coins, get yourself a penthouse condo at the Four Seasons Baltimore. you know, and see how the judge, you know, because that's just like jail, you know. That seems like you're contrite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you got your security detail, your children can come around, everybody's cool. All right, Judge. What do you think, Judge?
Hey, you know what? If he'd have took the right steps, wouldn't he have been able to arrange that?
No.
Fuck no, bro. Like, who is it? Okay.
That lady said you will do 90 days house arrest with an ankle monitor at this address.
I know, but
now,
what I'm saying is,
Vic, let me ask you something. What the fuck you think she meant when she said that?
Let me ask you, this is what I'm saying, Victor. I don't think he would have got house if he was already living at the Four Seasons Baltimore. If you already had the condo and already living there, and they gave him house, and I don't think she would have got house arrest. I think they might have locked him up.
Oh, I see. Not the right environment.
Correct. That is what kind of punishment is you're at the Four Seasons condo, man. I don't know. Have you seen those things? You know, I've been to the Four Seasons. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, that's no hardship.
Yeah.
Especially, Vic, when you're getting over anyway. You're already getting over.
Yeah.
Most motherfuckers with the charge you had is going to jail. You getting house arrest. So I'm already giving you a drink of water. Now you gonna spit in my face and go to the Four Seasons Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh, nigga, you think I'm a punk, huh? I tell you what.
Listen, when you like Four Seasons stands for a lot of things, but a jail, a shithole, incarceration, like none of those things come to mind. Unless you know, you're on some royal fuck ups kind of stuff.
Right. Okay, but now listen. Now wait a minute. Now, so what you're saying is, Mr. Davis, you need to pay restitution or something along the lines of punishment for your thing. So I'm gonna give you this, and I'm gonna give you that, and part of it is that this address is where you're gonna stay with this monitor to let me know that you're being obedient and staying there. Now, what I'm saying is, what you're suggesting, Smoke, is if he had earlier, somewhere before all this took place, said, you know what, whoever he was staying with, I don't need to mention names. You know what? Let me just go ahead and move out. I'm gonna move over here and I'm gonna get this. And they say, well, nigga, you can afford it. So if that's what you want to do, you don't like staying with me, you don't like my company, go ahead. I ain't gonna take offense. And he does that. Then he gets in the motherfucking trouble. And now we're getting ready to go into this. Does the judge say, where do you live? Oh, that's where you live? Oh, well, you know, I was considering giving you house arrest. But since you live in that big 2-story, 5-bedroom pretty house, fuck you. I'm putting you in jail. You telling me that's the way it's going? That's the way it goes?
I'm suggesting that because of Tank's actual charge, right? Because of the actual charges and what was transpiring, that seemed to be a consideration. They said they wanted him to be in the community that the thing happened in. I don't think he was on like harbor kind of stuff, right?
Right.
If you want to do your dirt don't come vacation in the hood to do dirt and then like try to scooch off to the fucking suburbs where it's all beautiful. No, sir.
Okay.
Like,
there has to be one thing. Now think about what he did, Mick. He hit the pregnant lady from the back. He rear-ended her. That's already a major violation, right?
Right.
The broad is pregnant. They get out of the car. She struggles out of the car and she asked Tank Davis to help me. She asked him for help. She said that nigga looked her in her face and walked off and got in another car and left. There got to be some kind of punishment for that.
Well, right, but he was drunk at the time, which is
it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter.
It does kind of put his response into context, but he's still criminally negligent, right?
Right. He still committed a crime, but that crime was under the auspices of an accident. It wasn't. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
It became a felony once he left the scene.
Not the leaving the scene. And then also the woman seemed to be permanently damaged. Something happened to her sacroiliac. No, I mean like her spleen or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Well, because I mean, man, if you have an accident with somebody and you injure them, I'm not sure that you necessarily get punishment. Let's put it that way. But you got to pay. No. Wait a minute. You got to pay restitution. You got to pay restitution for the injury, for the person's injury. But for the accident, and why you had the accident, those are two pronged. You got to pay for the damage that the accident caused, and that's two pronged. That's the damage to property and all that, but also the harm that caused the injury to the person. That's restitution, and then you got to pay for driving while drinking. That's the crime.
Well, see, I think we're talking about different things in different states, right? There's different parameters in different states. That is a kind of a standard thing. But once you start throwing in people being permanently maimed, some people just wanted restitution and they settled it out of court. This particular woman was more of a recalcitrant. She wasn't trying to. She was kind of inconsolable. She was pushing for jail time. They gave him the. They met him halfway with house arrest, because he was convicted of the shit, right? There was kind of thing. This is the sentencing of it all. All of that stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Had he stayed at the scene, none of this would have been happening.
Exactly. All he had to do was sit there and wait for the police. All he had to do.
He might have spent a night in jail.
Maybe not. He got bail money. Probably not. Probably not.
Driving drunk causing an accident.
Well, at most, you know what? At most, or let's say at minimum, he could have got suspended, or maybe even a whatever the other word is, on his license. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no. That's not what happens when you drive drunk and have an accident. In no fucking world. No, I don't think in any state in the union.
No. I'm not saying that alone. What I'm talking about, what kind of punishment they would have put on him. They'd have fined him for breaking the law.
I'm saying. No, I'm saying that is a fine and confined. I think you can get away with house arrest if you pay for that. That's kind of an expensive thing. Most people get in jail because they can't pay to not be in jail.
That's true. But what I'm saying is they don't put you in jail necessarily because you had an accident, even while driving while drunk.
Of course they do.
Oh,
they put
no,
you in jail
man.
for driving while drunk just for that.
No, Smoke.
Hey,
where you at now? You still in LA? You still in California?
No.
Now, okay, hold up a second. Yeah. You mean to tell me you've heard of somebody drunk driving and then walking away from that?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Not the one we were talking about. If he'd have just stayed there, how that would have.
He's going to jail. He's still going to jail.
No, if he didn't,
because he was drunk. Because he was drunk.
But drunk driving is a crime. You're going to jail for just that.
DUI with injury
and hands crime. See, here's the thing. Here's what you. There's a thing about. So this is a philosophical kind of concept, right? It's called moral law, right? So the immoral thing he did was drinking and driving. But like he could have gone home and been just fine and still have committed an immoral act, but an illegal act. But nobody would have seen that thing happen. But he got morally unlucky. He hit somebody. Now you've committed your crime is now ahead of you, and you have enhanced crime because it's two crimes. Both of those things are fine and confined. Not just
then he commits another crime by leaving the scene of an accident, which is a felony.
Yeah. I know that one. That's what started everything rolling down the hill. But what I'm saying is,
check this out though. He hits the lady. He helps the lady. He pays for everything. None of this happens.
Exactly, but he didn't do that.
That's what I'm saying. He would have spent a night in jail. He probably would have got some kind of probation.
Listen,
just that night.
Called the police though. She wouldn't even have called the police. If he did everything he was supposed to do. No, oh, man, I'll pay for this. I'm sorry, I'm about to help you. Blah blah blah. None of this.
You need a ride somewhere. Let me get my people to take you somewhere.
You mean So you mean you're talking about a fixer? If he had somebody, if he wasn't drunken out of his mind, right?
And he even had somebody coherent enough with him to do that. Hey, look, shut the fuck up, Tank. Look, lady, we sorry. What can we do to make this right? What can we do?
That was my immediate thing. My immediate thing was two things. Like when he got into it with his baby mother and that accident was like, where's your fixer?
Yeah, but no. But the fixer's not going to be able to keep that lady from calling the police, because when you have that kind of an accident where there's that kind of damage and that kind of harm, you don't say, well, let's do this just between us. Well, you can't do that. Matter of fact, that's against law. So you have to call the police so they can make a report.
No. Stop. You don't have to call the police.
No, that's only If somebody's injured, like if you're injured,
if somebody's truly injured. Well, they need an ambulance, yes. But if y'all can walk away, you don't need to call the police. Look,
I'm going to call the police for insurance and all that shit.
Yeah.
But if it's like, oh, that's Tank. We got you, Tank.
Don't worry about that.
Hold up.
Hey, listen.
How much this car cost? I'm gonna give you 4 times that amount. Plus, I'm gonna give you another $25,000. What else can I do for you?
Hey, Smoke.
Yeah.
Check this out. If he would have done all of that, she could have called and said it was a hit and run from somebody else. They wouldn't even check the cameras.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if it would have been a big deal, like you said, like they could have settled that between themselves. But
he became an asshole.
This is what they mean by driving under the influence or driving while impaired. Is it impaired? What the impaired is your judgment.
Yeah, impaired judgment. Yeah.
Right.
See, listen.
That's what you're looking at, impaired judgment.
I thought people sobered up real fast. And why was he driving by himself that late anyway, man?
Why was he driving in the first place?
None of the stuff that he did that night made sense.
Yeah. Why are you driving? You Tank Davis.
Too.
Yeah.
Like, these boys
Tank Davis. Why are you? Hey, don't you have somebody to drive you around?
Yeah.
I mean,
why are you driving when you know you're gonna be drinking? Why are you doing it? Who does that? Well, Henry Ruggs does that. Henry Ruggs does that. That's why he's doing 40 years now, because he did that. Remember Henry Ruggs? Smoke?
I don't know, but you know who got away with it? Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn got away with it, but Caitlyn was smart. Caitlyn said all the right things. Caitlyn did all the right things.
Caitlyn went to jail though. Caitlyn went. They took it. They took Caitlyn to jail. As a matter of fact, I'm not even gonna go to the pro now. I'm just keep saying Caitlyn.
They took Caitlyn to jail. Hey, remember this? They let Brandy go at the scene. Remember that?
No.
Yeah, they let Brandy when Brandy killed that lady on the 405. They let her go at the scene.
But was she drunk?
No, she wasn't drunk.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
She waited, but the lady died in an accident. She died, and they let her go at the scene. They said it was an accident because she waited. She called and she waited. Difference.
Yeah, you ski skirt. Problems. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man.
See, that's what he did. That's what he needed Vic with him. See, he needed Vic with him because Vic would have told him, "Look, the worst thing we can do, Tank, is leave. That's the worst thing we can do."
Hey, check this out.
We cannot leave.
Hey, and it was the worst drive away I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Yeah,
it was the worst drive away ever, dog.
Wait, I mean, but he had to call somebody. That's what I'm saying. The person that you drove that came to pick you. I guess the person picked you up. Don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, you just call. Hey, I need a ride. I just had an accident. You just pull up. But damn,
first, you know what? Me and you Smoke. What would have been our first question? Hey, I just had an accident. I need a ride. Why? You need a ride? Where? Where are you going? Why are you leaving? What are you talking about? I'm not coming.
Yeah, in other words, what you get me involved in? Yeah, what you get me involved in? Yeah. But hey, because you said
when you were like, listen, when you have a lot of people that rely on you, I'll put it to you that way. When you make that phone call, all those questions fucking disappear. Just go. You don't got to do a whole lot of talking.
Well, you know what? Since we talk about what shouldn't have been done, that shouldn't be the case either. I don't give a damn how much money you paying me, and that I'm nursing off of you. When you call me and you put me in a dangerous position, I'm gonna be like, no, don't make me do that. Please don't make me do that.
It's not that. It's not that. Here's the thing. This is what you guys are missing. When he calls me and said, "Hey man, I just hit this lady. I think she's pregnant. I had an accident. I need you to come get me." Nigga, you not leaving. You about to fuck off the bag. No.
Right.
That's my point. That's
Right.
assuming he gave that granular
Right.
detail. I'm assuming
Right.
he said, "I just got an accident. I need a ride. Come pick me up."
Yeah, but even an accident, man, you know, when you go to pick him up, you say, "What happened? Where's it at? Let me see."
Yeah. On the way out, you go, you go, and depending, you think Tank is saying, "I hit a lady and I left her back there," like.
Well, no, I get that. But I'm saying what I'm saying is a motherfucker with common sense is gonna say you hit somebody. You at the scene of the accident. Why are you trying to leave? If you leave, you're gonna go to jail.
You should ask, but a responsible person a responsible person that would be a reasonable question for a responsible person. But that is assuming a whole bunch of stuff.
That's right. That's right, Smoke. That's right. So the question becomes, well, since we're on that subject about the smart, the wise, and who's he's surrounded by, who the fuck can't pick him up?
Exactly. What type of idiot would do that?
Yeah. Who in the fuck come and picked him up?
I'm just saying. You know, there's definitely organizations where, you know, you have an entourage, you got people like, you know, depending on what it is you got going on, there's a guy there that's just there to take a gun charge, right?
That's right. Yep.
They don't get to question your position is not to question a damn thing. Your position is to get an address and be there forthwith.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's Don't ask no questions, nigga. I didn't hire you for that. Just do what the fuck I told you to do.
Now listen, here's the problem. Here's another issue. That's the thing that got Henry Ruggs so fucked off in court. Yeah, because you know the NFL has a deal with Uber, right? That any NFL active player can call an Uber from anywhere if they drunk, and they will come and get them and take them wherever they want to go for free.
But the NFL has a contract with Uber.
To get into your Corvette and drive 156 miles an hour down a residential street and hit that lady and her dog burn alive in that car. That never had to happen.
So
But
you're saying
since
that?
we did that.
So you're saying that? You're saying that the NFL has a contract with Uber?
Yes.
Okay.
All you had to do was call an Uber. You just signed a 5-year, $45 million deal. Fuck that Corvette. Leave it right there. Get in the Uber and go home.
Yep.
But no, you decide, with a gun in the car, I might add, to drive 156 miles an hour down a residential street, hit a white lady and her dog, and they burn alive in the car.
Shit. Was he drunk?
Very drunk.
Damn.
Twice the legal limit.
Oh, okay. Is that the one that stormed the 40 years?
40 years.
Woo! Shit. So he got both them things on his shoulder, 40 years and the death of a human being.
And the dog.
That's the thing about what's crazy about the dog. Like, man, when he had the first drink of that day, he did not think he was going to end in 40 years in prison.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yep.
He didn't.
Damn.
You know what I mean? Like that when they say pay judgment, like yo.
Hey, what did my man Dave Chappelle say? Smoke. What did Dave Chappelle say? Smoke. They should have never gave them niggas money.
Oh yeah, man.
Ain't Ruggs getting out soon though?
What?
Ruggs is not getting out for the next 35, 36 years.
What'd you say, Kyle?
I thought they said he was getting out soon.
Yeah, when Ruggs get out of prison, his dick won't work no more.
Can you imagine? Oh my God, talking about on top of the world to underneath the jail and throw away the key. God damn. That's they're warehousing you now, bro. Shit. Oh man.
You killed. Think about this, Kyle. You killed a white woman in Nevada, and she burned alive with her dog in her car. In Nevada. a red Bible Belt state.
Nevada is empty. It's done. Like, you don't want to do anything. Like, the one thing you don't want to have happen is a police altercation in Nevada, especially in Vegas. But even outside of Vegas, they'll just, they'll rob you blind.
He did this in
you don't want to
Vegas,
mess with the cops in that.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, in Vegas, see, that's the thing. That's it. That is it. Like, you don't do anything in Vegas but that involves the police showing up to what you got going on. They will let you do whatever you want in Vegas, as long as the cops don't show up. At the moment the cops show up, it's toast.
That's why OJ's dumb. Yeah, that's why OJ's dumb ass is in jail.
Why would your dumb ass take a pistol inside of a casino? Why would you do that? What the fuck made you think that was a good idea?
Hey, he said, I'm getting my shit back, man. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, because you know what, man? Because when OJ became vulnerable throughout them two the trial, and then that whatever you call that other one,
the civil suit.
Yeah, the civil suit that made him vulnerable and that weakened him. He had weak points, and the motherfucking vultures came out of the goddamn woodwork, man.
I know what I'll do. I'll go get my pistol and I'll go up in this goddamn casino and I'm gonna get my motherfucking jersey. No, nigga, that was stupid. Well, you gonna take this 9 to 33. You gonna take that. Take that with you.
Yeah, we wanted to get you on some other shit, but we'll take what we can get from you, nigga.
But people forget OJ's from the Sucker Free. All of a sudden, SF came out. that Bay came out. He's like, what?
You from Patrol Hill, Lady Smoke? Patrol Hill Project?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fried this motherfucker, man. They gave him a cold 9 for that. He did the whole 9 too. He did all that shit.
They still think he killed that woman.
He did. No, I don't think he did it. I think he knows
he didn't do it.
I think he knows why they did it.
No, that white boy did that. That white boy did that, man.
Yeah.
There's documentaries.
No. This is what I think. I think OJ knows who killed her. I think OJ knows why they killed her. But OJ didn't do it himself.
Right. Exactly. Because this motherfucking documentary. Oh God, I wish I could. Because that motherfucker's name. Anyway, there's documentaries about this white boy, man, and about him on his killing spree. Aside from Nicole and Goldman, that motherfucker was only that motherfucker killed a motherfucker without at the snap of a finger, and he had been in Nicole's house.
Well, here's the thing. This is what killed me, but this is really fishy for me, right? You talk about O.J. Simpson, one of the greatest running backs of all time, right?
Yes, sir.
That was so beat up. It takes OJ 20 minutes every morning just to get out of bed.
Yep.
Now you gonna tell me a nigga with knees that bad?
Yep.
Is gonna hop an 8-foot fence?
Yep.
Number one, that's fucking impossible.
Yep.
He can't even get out of bed. How you gonna hop a fence? Number one. Number two, you gonna tell me that OJ Simpson, by me living in LA all my life, right? You gonna tell me OJ Simpson drove from Brentwood to LAX in 45 minutes while going back home and taking a shower and packing a bag. He did all that in 45 minutes.
Right. And all that blood he just
down the 405 in no fucking 45 minutes.
That's right. And all that blood he dispensed from them two bodies would have been in much more places than at that home, at OJ's home, than simply on that glove and a few drops on that pavement. I believe them motherfuckers did that. I really do. I believe them motherfuckers.
That's what got me. You're not getting to LAX from Brentwood in 45 minutes. I'm sorry.
Right.
It's not happening.
LAX to Brentwood, 45. What time of day? What day
This
of
is
the
at
week?
11 o'clock at night. It's not happening. It's not happening. Smoke.
Brentwood.
You've been on the 405 at 11 o'clock at night. It's not happening.
Tons of times. Fucking hell of times, dude. Like, goddamn.
Hey, y'all, man. It was good to be with y'all for this amount of time, man. I got to get back to work, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all in a minute.
That's what's up, Kyle. Thanks for stopping by, bro.
Appreciate it. Salute now.
Have a good
All right.
weekend.
Man, you too,
Yeah,
bro.
I didn't get the TEO stuff out of you. That's the shit. Oh no,
Huh?
just
Yeah,
anyway.
Brentwood, California to LAX in 45 minutes is not happening. It's not happening.
Yeah, that's a tight window. LAX.
That's
Wait a
not
minute. He was just at LA. Wait a minute. He was. Where was he at LAX?
He had to go on a commercial flight. He's flying first class, so it was a commercial flight.
No, but I'm saying he was inside of LAX.
He had to get there to catch his plane.
Say again.
He had to get there to catch his plane.
So wait a minute. Hold up. Wait. I'm not saying why he went there. I'm just saying, did he get through the line and security and all that? Like, was he on the plane?
Yeah,
or like, where did he catch
checked his bag. He had time to check his bag.
Oh hell no! Come on, bro. No.
Yeah, come on.
Nah, you can't do that. You can't get from Brentwood. You got to park your car. You got to get into the thing. You might be able to get from there to there, but now you're just there. You might be able to do that in 45. I think at 11 o'clock at night, I don't have a problem with that one. But getting through security and checking a bag and all that, man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
That LAX, 11 is not that bad. It's not that bad, but 45 minutes is rushing, and that's yeah, man. You got to put the nah. That's
that's a tight squeeze.
That's tight.
That's
It's a tight window.
You know me. I'm gonna head out.
Hey, and another thing about that is that he took a limousine, so that motherfucker's restricted.
Oh, hell no, get the fuck out of here and stop it.
Yeah.
Okay, nah. Yeah, you're not doing that. No limousine. Hey, there's no way on earth. Wait a minute. Hold it. Well, he don't have to park the car. So hold up. Let me think about this. Brentwood. All right. So he's coming down Mulholland. He hits 405.
It's a tight
That's
squeeze.
still tight. It's still tight. It's still.
But he's gonna have to. And now look, that I don't know if that guy that drove that limb, because he was in the trial too, but I don't know if that the guy that drove that limb recognized that it was OJ. But OJ might have said, "Look, man, look here. I'm in a hurry. My flight's getting ready to leave. Can you put it to the floor for me? You know I'm gonna take care of you." So,
yeah, but it's a limo though. They can only do. They're not
right.
Oh, let me get a purse.
If it, like I'm imagining, haven't seen it, but I'm imagining a stretch,
Oh,
and your
yeah,
average
though.
stretch is probably gonna get you about 65 miles an hour. You're not going fast. That's a tight window.
But what about the shower?
I used to take the limos from I used to take that limo service from BWI to fuck. Anyway, go ahead.
But what about the shower and getting rid of the clothes, Smoke?
Absolutely.
Oh, and okay, hold up a second. We're just doing the drive.
Yeah.
There you go.
You got the shower. You got to get rid of the clothes.
And all they got, and wait a minute, and all they found was a few drops of blood and some gloves.
Yeah.
Nah, you're not like that. And unless OJ is a professional killer
with good knees.
Yeah, exactly. Because OJ had that limp walk long before that took place.
With good knees, no surgeries.
Yeah. Yeah, then maybe. Then, not 45 in a limo. The fuck? I don't know. I haven't seen a limo, but in 1993,
taking a shower,
I can imagine.
getting rid of the clothes. Wait a minute. You got to drive from
back then.
You got to remember, OJ lives in Bel Air, so you got to drive from Brentwood to Bel Air. You got to hop the fence first after you kill everybody. Then you got to hop the fence. Get in your truck, drive from Brentwood to Bel Air.
Yeah, that's
a shower.
That's about 15 to 20. Right there.
Take a shower. Take a shower.
Well,
get rid of the clothes. Take a shower, get rid of the clothes. Pack your bag. Get in the limo.
Hold on a second. How did he get from Brentwood to Bel Air?
He drove in his truck.
According to him. All right. So wait a minute. So, but in his truck, they didn't find any DNA. They didn't find.
Yeah, they found a couple of drops of blood in the Bronco.
That's
some
it.
smears. Some smears.
Some smears.
Smears. In other words,
I mean,
he could have did it rubbing up against,
imagination, doesn't it? It could be a very small thing or a very big thing. What the fuck?
It don't add up. Is what we're trying to say. The shit don't add up.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. OJ needed to bring a whole lot more of all that blood that them bodies dispensed over there with him.
And here's the biggest question.
More.
And here's the biggest question, Smoke. How come there wasn't no blood on the fence that he hopped?
I don't know about the details of the case. Wasn't aware of
I
any fences
remember.
or anything
I
like
remember.
that.
We watched that shit for
I'm
9
just
months
like, man,
every
I
day.
like
How
for
come there
me.
was no blood on the 8-foot wall that he supposedly hopped over?
Hey, listen, I don't even speculate when it comes to this stuff. I'm just like, you better have yourself money for a defense. Once you get, once they arrest you and all that stuff, and you're facing jail time, all this comes down to is, do you have resources to fight this case?
Well, obviously he had it.
Unless it's a federal case, then the federal case you better do a little bit more. I don't know what's going on with Trump, but you got to do a lot more. Like it seems like he might have the swag to pull it off, you know, as former president and all.
He ain't going
But
to
you better
jail.
be something like that. You better be
He
something
ain't
like that.
going to jail, Smoke. Smoke, he ain't going to jail, but that presidential run is toast.
Yeah, that like the rest of America, you might fool a bunch of rabid Republicans to give you the nominee. But come on, man, get the hell out of here with that.
That shit is toast. That shit ain't happening. President again? That's not happening, bro.
Ain't gonna happen. Hey, gentlemen, I love that I was able to spend this motherfucking precious time with you fellas, man. Love it every time.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Salute to both of you. Salute, Smoke. Thank you very much for allowing me on, and salute, Mr. Shelton.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, happy Father's Day to both of you.
Thank you, brother.
At you, baby.
Right back at you.
All right, brother. Take care now.
Yes, sir.
I heard.
I forgot to ask him how many grandkids he has.
I heard something. I heard something about Republicans. What about the Republicans? And so I can't hear the.
I was saying, no, they're saying that we're talking about Trump, and having good representation, and he's saying that his presidential he'll get out of this he'll get out of the charges, but his presidential run is toast. And I was like, there might be a bunch of rabid Republicans that will give him the nomination, but the rest of America, there's no way they're sending that dude back to the White House.
Shit, I don't know. This shit.
I don't know either. I'm just saying, but it sounded good when I said it.
No, I thought so. Because the options we got, we might create our own party and make a nominee because this shit crazy.
Well, you got to remember, Zone, they had a run with this dude, and they already figured out that this dude don't like to listen. See, when you're the president of the United States, right, there are certain phone calls that you must take and certain agendas you must push. They had a run with this guy for 4 years, and they figured out this guy don't like to listen. So we ain't fucking with him.
Okay,
he's a little bit too famous to kill right now. We ain't gonna kill him. We just ain't gonna put him back in position.
I don't know what they're gonna do. I can say this. I know that Donald Trump is not really technically a Republican. He's more of a progressive, a radical progressive. He's trying to handle some of that bravado of, Roosevelt, not the one in the wheelchair. We talking about Teddy. He's trying to channel some of that tough guy mantra in the early 1900s, 1908 to be exact.
Yeah.
He's trying
to soft and carry a big stick. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's trying to pull some of that. So he's more of a square deal for the people type guy. It just so happened that everybody got to hide up under Democratic and Republican, and some of these people are not that. They're dinos and rhinos, and they're more of something else, right? Maybe Green Tea Party, maybe constitutionalists, maybe libertarians, maybe something new in this entire, maybe just independent, whatever you want to call it. But what's happening is, man, they're causing kind of a civil war-ish scenario within politics, Dems versus Republicans, and the people who are at the helm of this beef or this divide they're not true Republicans or true Democrats based on the history and based on the precedents that's been set. So
yeah, that's the thing. When you say not a Democrat or Republican, I completely agree. I think he's a populist, and he does exactly what happens with populists. It sounds good, and they get in the office, and they're mostly inept, right? Right, and then people just get tired of their and then the ideas they sound stale after a while. build the wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. Okay, kick out all them. Like, it sounds cool, and then the coalition that you build, yeah, they become more and more radicalized, sure, and it becomes more and more heated, and it may even get it might get violent for some people. It seems like that's the kind of vibe that this guy foments, but at the same time, I think, and this is just my reading of it. I was wrong. Well, I was right about I had my finger on the pulse of America, but I was wrong about the backroom deals. So, like, when it comes to the backroom deals, I just got to sit back and watch and see how it plays out. But when it comes to what the mood of America, like, yeah, like, man, nobody want to fuck. Not fuck with that dude.
Well, see, and when you start throwing populace in there, like I said, man, there's so many terms that describe a person that's in politics. They kind of exist on a spectrum, right? So it depends, right? What's your definition of a populist and what their allegiance and responsibilities are? Because you got guys who are going to do exactly what their constituents want, and then you have some people who can kind of come out of doing exactly what their constituents want. So it's so many varied attributes.
Yeah. I was just talking about, like, the group average and the idea that they have ideas that resonate with a large body of the politic, right, of the voting public, but they have no idea how to implement that shit, and neither does the voting public. So when they get in there, all of that shit just goes by the wayside. So it's not just like empty campaign promises; it's just like platitudes in fantasy land. And to the extent they even try to get those programs that they talked about completed, it winds up just wasting the time and the energy of stuff that's already in progress that needs to be maintained, right? That is the general, like, rule of thumb when it comes to populism. It's a stereotypical one of those, like an anti-establishment populist. Like, in the White House, that's cool, and then, like, once a guy has done 8 years, then yeah, you get that kind of pendulum, but. I don't know. Like, once I just think he's played his trick, but maybe. I like I said, the backroom deals of it all don't really have my finger on that pulse. The corporatists and they have their own thing happening.
I know I wouldn't want Biden under no circumstances. It's been terrible. Well, it's been terrible.
Terrible. I mean, if really for me, I have a longer memory, so it's been kind of fucked since Bush. Like, Bush took, like, what Clinton did, what surplus, where everything was nice, everything was lovely, making money hand over fist. Gave it to Bush, he crashed everything, and we've just been digging ourselves out of water. We've been underwater ever since, and we had moments of like, but ever since like 2007, it's been pretty fucked. Like, when it comes right down to, like, what the president can do and what the agenda is, and setting and fulfilling, like, the roles, like, what needs to happen. This is all just like trying to get back to 2006, not even 2006, 1996.
Well, I was a kid in 96. I remember the Olympics in Atlanta. I don't know how it was for an adult, but during my adult life, I've had Bush. The first Bush I was in, not Papa Bush, but the first term of Bush, I was still in high school. But the second term, just based on my life, Bush was fired for me. The Obama administration was kind of all right. Trump was good, and Biden has been terrible. I think Obama could have been a lot better, but I understand he was trying to give rights to the LGBTQ community, and he kind of did a lot there. But Bush and Trump, I had a lot of success with.
So for me, it's a completely different thing. Bush, it wasn't so much my particular success, right? I was just talking about more so the economy and what the mood and the agenda of the government and the legislature. Like my own state and what the hell I had going on. I was out of the country. I had my own fuck shit. I wasn't even really like. Actually, I left the country when Bush got elected. So when New Orleans went underwater and the towers fell, I was in Belize. I was doing something else entirely because I saw them right on the wall. Like, they got this fucking idiot. I'll be watching this from the far. And yeah, he did not disappoint. And then but Belize also had its own challenge. So I came back just in time for him to crash the fucking economy with the subprime mortgage thing and his tax cuts just killing everything. Like the only thing I really put like for me, everybody else has just been treading like bailing water out of a sinking ship. From that shit, like I don't know, for the Detroit, right? Like the TARP, the what was that? The Troubled Assets Relief Program. Yeah, I don't even think home ownership has come back even 65%. Like most of the home ownership is owned by people who already had home, like who didn't need to own them. Like the first time buyers is like way down. For me, it's the Republicans have been interested in giving people like, frankly, like me, tax breaks. That's been their fucking the primary fucking goal, and just hitting like socket to the pocket. And the Democrats have been trying to do these social programs and all the stuff that is causing these wedges, but that's the like kind of just the wedge issues of it all. But the overall economy has just been pretty fucking stagnant since the subprime shit, for real. And it's been propped up by the Fed, even through Bush, even through like Trump's thing. And all he did was like really just refunnel the resources back to the top. Like, I don't know.
Let me ask you something while I'm here too. I just kind of got in, and I kind of paid attention to text while we're here, man. Why these guys what's going on with the championship, man? Why these guys want a piece of smoke, man? Just talk your shit, champ. What's going on, man? What's wrong with these guys, man?
I can't call it, man. I didn't know he was that hyper. I thought we were just chopping it up, and then you're like, wait a minute. I guess I was supposed to walk into a trap that was a challenge. Bro, like, speak your piece. What's up with the preamble, Wayne? If you feel like I was disrespectful because it was my house and I was bullying you, and you want to just really have that dialogue back and forth, I actually love the subject, and I'll do it wherever you want to do it, wherever you feel comfortable. That was just the shit talking portion of the preamble. I was trying to get some order to the fucking panel, so we could have that discussion. But man, you were a wild boy today. You had to get it off your chest. I'm all for it though. I'm not quite sure what's going on Wayne talk. My thought was that he was bearing, so he had some unresolved issue from the last time we clashed, but apparently I'm wrong. He has no recollection whatsoever. Like, okay, that's good.
Yeah, okay.
So, I'm not quite sure what's going on with Wayne. But yeah, man, I love that. I love that subject. Because those are two of my favorite fighters, like I said. I love the fight, and that's a great way to like promote it. And I actually, now that it's signed, I have energy for it, and I've seen the press conferences. Right, when it comes to these other people, right? So, I am I'm not sure if as a champion, should I go and knock on these dudes' doors to get this thing going, right? Because I feel like people are kind of strutting around, but don't really, they don't really, live themselves open to other people's points of view when it comes to judging, when it comes to how a debate should run, when it comes to boxing down, when it comes to like the decorum of it and what should be valued, right? What the calculus is of the whole fucking debate. So they claim to be the best, but they don't make the rounds, really. So like some guys, man, like I see what they're doing, and I'm not gonna, I'm just thinking. Right now. I'm just basking. It's not even been a week, right? This is my first week. I'm just chilling. I'm enjoying the victory. I have a couple guys on my bumper about the whole thing. But yeah,
I'm thinking I may have to do something. Blood put a burr under my saddle. He might have put a battery in my back a little bit. But I think he makes a great point. If guys are going to go around talking about how they're the best in this culture, right? In YouTube boxing, like, you're supposed to be able to defend that, right? Hiding behind previous challenges, I could understand if a guy, like, let's call him out, like a guy like Knockout, right? This dude is putting out content like a monster, like a madman. He's not out there necessarily like trying to puff himself out, like saying he's debate. He says he'll show up if you call him out and all that stuff, and I believe that to be true. But he's not saying that like I am, like, what my thing is I am the debate guy. Okay, fine, cool. He just likes to debate. He has a thing, right? You have a guy like the other guy who says he's a champion, and that is Boxologist, right? Boxologist says
he's a
that,
tournament.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's a tournament winner, not a champion. They haven't crowned a champion from that situation.
Well, that's how he identifies. It's 2023. Guys can identify how they want. He says he's a champion.
Oh, so you basically just say he's doing the LGBTQI thing.
What I'm saying is whatever private language he has to describe himself. He's Dr. King, boxologist, doctor. I don't know what the hell to do now. Whatever.
Pride. You say so. Something about pride. You said
He's doctor. Yes, he's right. He's leading us to the promised land. He's the king, king, a letter of the alphabet, either T or G. And Dr. Boxologist. I think I got it right. And I think Kool Keith is one of my favorite rappers ever. But leave my man alone. Leave Brother Rhythm 1X alone. He's Dr. Octagon, rhythmologist, right? I got it. Maybe you don't know about this. Maybe you're just channeling Kool Keith and don't even know it. But that's a different thing. All I'm saying to you, Boxologist, is I get you on the maybe you have something else going on, but it's not like you're a content creator. Maybe you have something else going on in life. That's cool. That's what I was like. You don't have to do a lot of research. We can just rehash the debates that we had. We already did, right?
Okay.
And it's the same topic. He got his so-called title off of Floyd versus Sugar Ray Leonard. I got my title off of my titles off of Floyd versus Sugar Ray Leonard.
He don't have a title. You're the champ. You don't have to be nice. He doesn't have a title.
Well, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just saying.
Let's do this.
I'm just saying.
Let's do this for your knowledge. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Because it's only going to burn in your brain once you do the exercise. Give me the trajectory of the championship from anywhere. Give me where you saw the first belt appear. Give me where you seen that there's a lineage of a belt over where he won it. I'm trying to just understand this from your
right. So really what it is I'm adopting the language that he used and that Blood Boxing seconded it. Right? There's some guy out there calling himself a champ. Right? So all right, champ. All right, champ. I would do that. Like, if that's what's happening, and yeah, I'm not trying to have that be a thing. If that guy is going to, I wouldn't mind. I'd let him live if he didn't come over here and been the way that he was, right? So if that's how it's going to be, and you're going to show up all caps, and I don't mean just the words that's coming out of your mouth, but the way you're typing in chat and all this stuff. Like, if that's what's going to be all loud, that everything got to be all caps. Okay. Then we don't got to do a lot of typing. You don't got to do a lot of research. Just pick a time today in the near future, and let's get it on, man. And that's how it is with that guy. For anyone else, who I may not know, because I didn't even know about Weigh and Talk.
Okay, so
maybe say again.
Hold on, let's slow it down. You the champ, man. You don't take your breath. Take your time, man. We got you live in HD. Rare moment. So let's get this straight, right? Okay, since you're the undisputed champ, you're undisputed for a reason. What you're saying is that you're ready anytime, any place, anywhere.
For any debate platform, YouTube, boxing person that I don't know where it is or how it is or who it is, I'm good.
let's do it. Like if you're from the KO debate series, nice. I was not only a participant, but I judged your debate, right? I'm all over that piece. I was in one of the first people. That's just me. I'm here for that thing. You want to come for the title, come do the work. If you're a champion and you did some work for everywhere else you were, I'll get some work in with you, and we'll keep adding the belts to the collection.
Okay.
Or the scalps to the mantle, or whatever, notches on the belt, however it works.
Okay. We'll give you some. We'll add some trinkets to every time you get one of these would-be challenges, right? So, what's the appropriate way to come in and suggest that someone wants to challenge you? Because a lot of guys don't know how to do that, and what I find is a lot of guys will say things, and they'll have these ideas of a grandeur, right? And then when it comes to actually pulling up to Smoke himself or facing the monster himself, it gets a little different. So what would you recommend for them guys to do as far as staying in their lane and making sure that they're prepared before they come and call you out? What would you suggest they do if they want to be effective in getting a bout with you?
Hop on this panel and cook them. What's happening? Oh, what's up? I want some smoke. Now I'm playing. What's good with the smoke?
What's up, dude? What's happening with it? What's happening with it? Let me tell them, and then you can cook.
No, I hear it. My bad.
It's all good, man. That was absolutely perfect time and place to say that. What you just said.
He want to first. Well, he trying to hear what I'm asking, because we want to know from the champ. You the champ.
Yeah. So
close to the front of the stage. That's why he here. Go ahead, champ.
Yeah. Like what he did was fine. He just was so damn hype. He wouldn't calm down and let us get to the topic. All you got to do is say, I'm here for Smoke. Smoke's right here. Just don't, man, we can do it, bro.
Well, first of all, Smoke, let me say this to you. You don't have to just knock on people's doors. Now, you can if you choose to, because you're the champ. But I want everybody to hear this clearly. Champ is not the only one in a ranking system. We have BVO, and we have Truth, and we have Kush. Kush have won. So Kush, of all people, is the number one rated debater in this entire thing for the Undisputed track. See, I got a ranking system too. I put the poll. Go ahead.
Who my nigga Kush debate?
Kush he beat Black Truth.
I fought my nigga Kush. I ain't even know you debated on your channel.
Yeah. Big Kush came in that thing. He did it before Smoke, and Smoke almost didn't have the belt until his opponent showed up. Because what happened was Smoke and BVO made the debate before Kush and Truth. So Kush and Truth followed like 2-3 days behind that, and they set up the debate. And I told him, I said, well, hey, whoever wins this will be the number one contender, because the belts is on the line for Smoke and BVO, because they were the first two guys to step in and respond. So I think that's rightfully so. And BVO almost didn't show up. And I almost had to give the belts to Truth. But BVO showed up and Smoke showed out and did his thing. He has a hell of a testimony, man. And he did his thing. So we got top four. Technically, we got Smoke, we got Kush, we got Truth, and then we got BVO. So none of these guys have done anything to be ranked in this new system. So if you won a tournament, that's collegiate level debating, right? I would say that's collegiate. That's like equivalent. Like if you win a state high school championship in football, it doesn't mean you won a Super Bowl, right? It doesn't mean you won't be good in the NFL or even college. It just simply means that you won a state high school football double A, single A championship. That's all it means. And then you're going to get some scholarships, right? Then you're going to go to a big school, maybe in the SEC, ACC. If you're lucky, it'll be Georgia, right? And then you may even start, or you may not start. You may be second string, third string, and you may be good enough to get a national championship. With all that said, that still doesn't make you a Super Bowl winner in the NFL. And that's what Smoke did. So to give a parallel for all the would-be fucking challengers out there, What the fuck you just did was won a single A state high school fucking goddamn debate. That's what the fuck I'm telling you. And if anybody got a problem with that, you could come address it to me. Don't address it to Smoke, because I'm talking about the structure and the format. Smoke is not saying this. Smoke is the champ. And I want to make sure this is clear. I don't want anybody bringing any bullshit to Smoke's front door because they're angry about the fucking structure. If you got an issue with the fucking structure, come see me, get your ass in there, and you can get a rankings. But see, I know something about you motherfuckers because I debated all you motherfuckers. And I'm going to tell you what I know about you. You guys are scared. That's why you're deleting tapes. That's why you can't. That's why when I come around and when I came around, people get attitudes and get mad and murk up the waters because I know the truth. That second part of this debate system, when those judges, when somebody like Blood get to ask you questions and Bruce Gas get to ask you questions and you got to debate that shit out, you niggas can't fuck with that part. I know that. Because I know you guys. That's why you guys want to go back and forth, and then have the judges debate it. That's what you guys want. That's why you want the judges that way. Because that second round, I told Phil this the other day. I said that second round is going to scare a lot of people off. They're not going to do. They're not going to.
Yeah, I had a question too. Yeah, because I did watch Smoke and BVO debate, but I didn't get to watch it in its entirety. But like, so when you do the rounds, like, is it rounds? Because I seen y'all did have like the round 2, but they got to go back and forth with their argument.
Yes, sir.
So how was the rounds like split up? And then I heard the judges asking questions like, is that the end of the debate, or is that like they can do that in the middle of rounds? Like what was that format? Like how you do it?
So what it is really like legs, right? They continue it all the way through. But what you have to start realizing is you could put pins in it, right? So for instance, the first thing both guys will do is the challenger will deliver his opening. Whatever he packaged in his opening is his opening. It's for us to listen and judge off what his intro and opening is and what his intent is. I hope it will be structured to make sense, right? Sort of like a thesis or what he intended to prove or what he's all about and what he's coming in. I hope that's what they would deliver instead of just running their mouth. But
yeah, but that's not a round. Is that included as a round, or is that just land setting the table?
No, it's just one piece of the debate, meaning that you could look at it as a round, but just to make it make sense for you as rounds.
Well, like an intro, like everybody get a time to set the table for what they about to, you know what I mean, put the food on the table.
There you go. And then the second person get to do that, which would be the person who's being challenged, which in this case is Smoke. He'll be the champion. He get to tell his intro. After both guys have laid down their intro, then the challenger gets to come back and rebut things within the intro of the champion, right? And then the champion get to rebut anything within that entire round. But we don't cut it off right there because we don't want it to be like an advantage, because obviously the champion get to go last. That's why we move right into, after the champion speaks, we go right into the open dialogue so they both can have a go at each other based on everything said in the intro and or the rebut. Just open dialogue. And once they kind of conclude and hammer down their points like BVO and Smoke gave us some good dialogue. They start hammering down their points. And I said, okay, now it's time to interject and put the judges into this. There's still the second round now. The judges then get to start asking those questions along with the chat and along with, whatever questions we could come up with on the panel. And then once the judges conclude all their questions and they're satisfied, we go into the third round, technically, which is the closing statement and the closing claim of the entire debate. They put a bow on it. They recap whatever they want to do. They do however they want to do in their conclusion. And then the judges render their verdict.
Okay.
So
yeah. I caught that part. I didn't get to catch that last round after the judges got to ask their questions. That was like where I had to get off. But
yeah, when they get the judges get done, they say all the judges. I go around and say, "Hey man, y'all good?" They usually say, "Yeah, I'm good." That was my last question. Because usually before they say their last question, most judges have been good. They say, okay, and this is my final question. So it tips off me, the moderator, and it tips off the audience, and it tips off the debaters, right? So they kind of know, okay, this is it for me. And they've been doing a great job at it. Once that last judge say that that's it, and we kind of get questions out of the chat, and then I say, all right, that's concluded. I go around making sure nobody forgot a question on their notepad, make sure the debaters got their last hoorah out, and then we close it. And once I say we closing it, we move on to the outro, and we move on to the conclusion. And that conclusion is where they wrap it up. And that actually takes, naturally, man, that don't usually take an hour and 45 minutes. The debates go by a lot faster than what we think. It's just that last time with Smokes, in his case, we had to just wait on his opponent for, like, I think, an additional hour or something like that, just for miscommunication part or whatever. But usually both debates, I've looked at them and I've timed them to see if the time is kind of wacky. If we were to start everything on time, I mean, it's really a quick listen. It's only an hour and 45 minutes for the information that we get, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I like that. Like that with the judges asking questions and stuff like that. But I did say, like, do you see like any things? Because I know you've been getting a lot of feedback on them. You know, things people like about them, and some things, you know, everybody gonna have like things they feel like you could do to do better. Um, are you looking at anything to change the format or do anything to kind of get things more on, you know, where it's like, boom, we got to start here. The judges know what they doing. Cause I seen that it seemed like they was kind of like cooking. I ain't gonna say cooking BVO, but kind of grilling them in you know, asking them questions that maybe or maybe felt like maybe he didn't know, to kind of slip them up, you know, rather than just asking for, you know, information about a particular fighter or the opponent's fighter, you know.
Okay. So in addition to that, don't forget that the chat get to ask questions as well too now.
Yeah, I did catch a couple of them too.
All right.
Yeah.
So don't forget that. They get to ask questions. So what happened is, if you noticed in both of the debates, that's where I come in at, right? That's where you get to see the fullness of the debate, right? Because what happens is the host will be sometime the judges, they'll be able to execute everything. And I got this from Smoke. Smoke kind of made me aware of that when we was talking about our debate. And that's why I kind of like to do stuff off of people's platform. And I had experiences where people told me, well, your channel's not doing this many views, so bring it over here and that person get the judge. I don't like that. So what I am doing, this is my responsibility, is if you notice in both debates, I've inserted the fairness in it. When they was when one of the judges stated that BVO needed to make sure he come prepared, I stopped the judge right there on their tracks and said, don't do that. We're not gonna give our assessment on their preparation. You're not here to denigrate or get on them about their preparation to insinuate they're not prepared. They are prepared. You're just asking a good ass question. The judge's questions were fire. And the judge is going to ask you good questions. It ain't like
they was good questions.
Yeah,
they was good
so
questions.
now the judges shouldn't be describing what they think about your debate. They shouldn't be describing what they think about your preparation. They should be just asking questions about the subject matter that you presented or the fighters that are presented. And I don't think it's that the judges are asking you to, you know, sometimes they're asking questions for clarity. Sometimes they are going to ask you questions to see how much you know about the fighter, and that's fair. And if you don't know, just you don't have an answer. Just say I'm not sure. That's fine, because sometimes they gotta it put things in context, if that makes sense. But if they're trying to, if I see that there's like they're quizzing the shit out of you, as opposed to, I'm gonna say, hold on. Make sure that you ask that question both ways. But they have been. They'll say, hey, this question is for both of you guys. They asked Spoke a tough ass question about Sugar Ray Leonard being in the goddamn Hall of Fame for his broadcasting. And I was like, shit, that's a good one. You see what I'm saying? So they're asking great questions. Bruce Gas and Blood has done a great job. Young Billy was doing a good job. Shelton, all of those guys have done great jobs. so far. So I don't think they was doing anything wrong to BVO. Also, you got to understand that. See, and I can speak to this.
Hey, go ahead. Sorry.
BVO, and this just the structure. So, because this is not Smoke's responsibility, he don't need to be speaking on the structure because he's a champ. It's a compromise in the whole integrity, right? So, BVO did not get a bad deal because first of all, BVO was late. Okay, an entire fucking hour late. So you got to come prepared, right? You understand what I'm saying? So you got to be prepared. And at the end of the day, I can say this because I'm the one who's going to give you the cash prize immediately after you've done this debate for your time. So this ain't just we just doing this for shits and giggles and I'm getting views from this. I don't ask for any chat money. I don't ask for anything. Only reason I even put up my Cash App is because people has asked me to do that, and I just was like, okay, they humbly asked me to be humble and take the donation, so I just said okay, but I don't need anything from anybody. I just want you guys to have fun, and I'm going to provide the belt and the crap and the cash and the funness of it. So BVO has to be on time, and any debater has to be on time and be prepared. So I'm not gonna let no judges get on you or anything like that. So it looked good. Everybody said they like it so far.
Yeah, it was good. My bad. I know Smoke was trying to say something.
Good.
Good.
Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, but but I think it was good. I liked it. I'm gonna go back and catch Kush and what Truth.
Yep.
I'm gonna catch theirs on the playback because I ain't
I
even
will
see
say,
it.
I like with the Kush thing. I thought that was a great debate. I'm pretty sure. I think yeah. I don't remember back and forth. This is really a good debate, but I do remember having criticism about Cam's judging. Like that was a bit intense.
Cam who?
The Baptist.
Yeah.
What
It seemed
that's
to
his
he
name?
seemed to have his own like personal agenda and wasn't really. He seemed to be more wrapped up in what his issue was and not in the subject or the material being presented.
Yeah, You got to be able to judge the information,
Yeah,
not
but he got course
a preparation.
Yeah,
and
but even then, Zone like reined it in. He was getting there. He was going there. I
yeah.
was like, damn, that's it, dude. You seem to have an axe to grind in this thing. I don't know.
What did they debate?
I had to stop him.
Go
Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. I had to.
Oh,
I stopped them. I pinned it. Like I said, in both debates, you'll hear me say something to the judges, but at the same time, overall, it's so Cam did a good job, but I had to rein him in. But at the same time, I'm not going to. I got to be balanced because I'm not here just to trash the judges. It's just a course correct. Hey, listen, that looks shaky. Let's bring it in, and let's. That it looks shaky.
Yeah.
So let's stop here, and this is gonna be your last question. Like, so you will hear me tell him that. Hold on, Cam, stop, and then you at the end of it, because I usually let the two debaters leave so we could talk about this shit. And I told them don't do that. Don't do that again, please. But I still have love for him, so I can't just go off the rails because we all men here. So it was just a observation.
Misunderstanding.
You understood because we can't do that because money's on the line.
Yeah. Sometimes, like sometimes you get, and I don't think that happened with my debate at all. I love the questions that came from both Blood and actually all of them. They were real good. Even the ones that were Jedi, they were like kind of crazy. And there's also a guy representing the chat. I think you didn't push that part.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I like the chat questions. It was, who was it? Phil? I think it was Phil. Or Mark? Phil or Mark? One of them
It was
had
Mark that
did.
did it. Yeah, it's Mark that did ours. Yeah.
It was Mark.
Yeah.
It was Jedi. So if you were in the chat, right, and Big Blunts was in the chat, what I would do is I will pull somebody from the chat to as a second person to help me because remember I can't talk. I don't get to say anything. I just get to make sure everybody's comfortable, and then I let them cook. I don't say anything. I don't have a say so in it. I don't pick the judges. I don't do anything. I just make sure that the guys are comfortable for the debate. So I have no influence on it. If somebody's fucking with you doing the debate, and I see the judges, I'll interject right then, but I'm out. But the debaters, they get to pick everything. They actually design, the structure is there, but they get to design everything together.
I mean, I like it. I'll put it like this. My favorite part of the debate is just shit being able to have the dialogue. Now, I don't feel like it's nothing wrong with, having your rounds and doing that in a rebuttal. That's cool. But around being able to dialogue, like, yeah, I just heard that shit you just said 2 minutes ago. Woo woo. And I, put that out there. I like that because that's more like a panel debate. Like you on the panel, you on my panel or somebody else's panel, and two people got a disagreement. Hey, let them two niggas get their shit off. Everybody else be quiet. Who gonna get their shit off? Whoever get cooked, we gonna say, nigga, you got cooked. Oh boy, cook you. Woo, woo, woo. And so I like that part of the shit. And the judges asking questions. That's a whole new thing, just all in itself. I ain't never seen that in the debate. What's popping, my nigga Blunts?
Yeah. And some of these guys too.
What's the deal?
If you ever see on how these guys come up with it, that's a part that y'all don't get to see. If you pay attention, like on Smoke Channel and some of these channel, we do the challenges is live. That's why Smoke is saying it for a reason. Smoke is trying to get these guys, if they want to challenge him, they usually call it up and drum it up on the show. So then they set the debate and everything on the show. So if you guys pay attention, they're not doing this behind the scenes. I think the coolest part is when they actually do it live and everybody get to hear it. And we just got to get used to that part. Because Smoke and Truth, both debates, one of the debates was set up on one of my boxing talk videos, and Truth and Kush just challenged each other right on the spot. And I wrote everything they said down, and it was on. BVO and Smoke last Friday, if I'm not mistaken, or the Friday before that, that's when you guys set it up, right, Smoke?
Yeah. I got my weeks mixed up. It's the week 2 of celebrating. It was the week before last.
Yeah. So that's what he was trying to kind of see when he was asking Wayne talk, and he was asking boxologists. And see, this is what I want people to understand. When you jump on Smoke's channel and you're challenging him, he's under the impression too, like myself, that you understand that you will be challenging him and this is the format. So we know people got to get used to that. So when people come on just talking trash, then we kind of just blow them off. So I understand Smoke, and Smoke get to sit back and do that now because he knows that there's a format that supports him. And only thing you got to do is just get to cooking and just bring in your subject and do it live. And then he'll schedule up, and I'll come on and I'll write down the notes and we'll set it up.
Yeah, what Wayne Talk wanted to do, that's what we do all day. That's what we do on the panels. I think he just wanted to have a back and forth to see who got cooked, as you put it, right? And that's fine. I was down for it. It's just he was super hype about it. I don't know why he was so God damn. Calm down, Yosemite Sam.
Well, look, Cam
take no rooting to
Cam in the gym.
Disrespect.
He in the gym with Bud.
Smoke,
He from Omaha, you know what I'm saying? He see Bud. Y'all know Cam see Bud all the time and shit. So Cam get a little bit more. It's a little bit more passion in it for Cam because he from Omaha. He see Bud all the time. That's his people. You know what I mean?
No, we're talking about Wayne Talk right now.
Oh, well, shit. Still, I wanted to say that about Cam and shit. You know what I'm saying? He get passionate, you know what I mean? Because that's his Omaha brother, you know what I mean?
Right. You talking about the judges and stuff. You talking about the judges. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the judges and shit like that.
Just being biased and shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's his people, you know what I mean?
So, yeah, I mean, I don't mean no disrespect when I say it. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
That's what it means. Like, shit, you. Cool
I'm biased. Shit, I'm biased. You tell me anything about Muhammad Ali, I'm biased, nigga.
Yeah, man, you trying to tell me he's floating that Angelo Dundee saved him? No,
but he
Angelo Dundee rocked the world. He had another great Muhammad Ali moment. That's what
in the 4th round, he saved him because Ali was asleep. Henry Cooper knocked his
whatever.
ass in the next month.
Listen, we say, and
The
that's the
bell
thing.
saved him.
Everybody want to praise for Tyson Fury for what he did. You know what Tyson Fury did? He had the opportunity for greatness
go
and
smoke.
took it. You got to
Yeah,
take your
exactly.
opportunities. Knocked out, not
Exactly.
knocked out, whatever the fuck. That's what the greatness is based on. But you know, Angelo
Exactly.
Dundee is
I
a
agree.
great corner man, and so it's his
Yeah.
moment at that point.
It
And now
sure
we never
was.
know.
Yeah, that was cool though. That was cool though. I like that. I love that. Cut the glove. Shit. Give him some more time. Cause as soon as he wake up, he gonna knock this motherfucker out. And
Yeah,
what did he do?
well,
Knock
hold
this
up. But I
motherfucker out.
heard somebody giving me some praise though, and I kind of liked what they were saying.
Smoke, you
I mean,
goddamn
big bucks. I
killjoy.
mean, I
I
appreciate you doing
said
out the
it before. You a
Omaha
goddamn
thing.
killjoy, Smoke. You a
Yeah,
killjoy.
no, I mean, someone was killing my joy. I was getting, I felt like I felt like we were having some fun earlier, and I wanted to hear somebody. I was getting a pat on the back. I like that.
So what y'all cooking on? Y'all cooking on the big mega fight when we about to take place?
Yeah, we just talking about some of the structure, but yeah, we can keep cooking on that. Hey man, Canelo. Well, y'all like the Earl Spence thing, man. I just don't understand. I keep hearing these.
What did he do now, man? What did this weird old motherfucker do now?
Which one, Canelo or
Canelo? Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Earl Spence and them high heels. But
no, we ain't talking about the high heel dude. We talking about Canelo. What he do now?
Man, I just want him to accept the Benevidez fight, man. He know he gonna fight in September, man. Like, come on, dude. What are you doing? It's July. I mean, it's June. What the fuck? Like, stop. Fight Benevidez. Like, because they saying Jamal is going to possibly fight Andrade, and this is interesting because he was saying that he want to fight Andrade at 160.
Right.
So how is he a candidate for Canelo? Because we know that can't be the case because Canelo fights at 168. And if you're saying 160, why are you trying to use Canelo's name for clout if you're saying that you want to fight Andrade at 160? See that in 165. So see, there's bullshit there. See, I don't like when I hear stuff like that. You on the phone with Andrade. You've been claiming to be an opponent for Canelo, but everybody know Canelo fight at 168, 175, and you're telling Andrade 175. You're telling Andrade you want to fight at 165. So why the fuck?
You talking about Big Maul, right? You talking about Big Maul?
Yeah, Big Maul. Yeah. So what the fuck are you trying to talk about? Why are you even talking about fighting Canelo if you scared to make 168?
Why? Here's another question for you, Zone. Why are you talking about fighting the active Andrade after coming off a 2-year layoff? That ain't a good idea.
I mean, shit. He got nuts and guts. Get your ass up
You better
there.
take you a tune-up, nigga. Go in there and get fucked up.
I mean, payday is a payday. You know, I really don't know what's up with dude, bro. I'm gonna be honest, like shit. I ain't seen him in 2 years. It's only big fights out of there, but I mean, like, unless he can get up in there and do like a 90-day turnaround where he could get 2 fights in by the end of the year, stay active. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I really don't see nothing for him, especially this year. Like, if you come back, bro, I just don't believe he fight nobody without no tune-up, bro. Like, I mean, and if he don't, that's cool, but you're gonna be fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I just don't know what's going on with Canelo. I'm not happy. And it looked like, I guess the only thing that we got to look forward to is the Bud fight with with your boy Earl Spence. So yeah, I hear a lot of conversation and a lot of talking about the resumes, man. And it seemed to be some confusion on people in their resume. Does Terrence Crawford not have a better resume than Earl Spence? Is he not more accomplished than Earl Spence? Is he not pound for pound? rated higher than Errol Spence? I'm just trying to figure out what.
Overall resume, yes.
I think the only way that you can make an argument for Errol Spence is if you just condense it to welterweight. As soon as you go outside of the welterweight division, then everything you said is exactly the fact, right? And I think that's where I think people can't concede the welterweight part of Errol Spence because of the reality of all those other things. He's a way better fighter. He's way more accomplished. He's all these other stuff, but he's not at welterweight, right?
Well, hold on. No. Let's start with that first, and let's get to that. So we already agree that he's more accomplished. He's more pound for pound. It's all the things that we just listed.
Yeah.
So now what we want to do is we want to break it down to where it's a little bit more conducive to what Errol Spence has been doing at 147. So
it's not even so much that. It's just that people, for whatever reason, want to debate Bud's record, his resume at 147.
Who wants who?
I don't know. That seems to be the thing. People want to keep talking about that. I don't know why.
I think that's disingenuous. I think what has happened first. Not saying that you did it. What happened is people are using Errol Spence's resume to suggest that is going to give him some type of victory in the ring, as opposed to speaking to Errol Spence's style. Only thing that I've heard about Errol Spence is I think he's bigger, stronger, and that Bud, when he get hit, he's gonna get mad. Therefore, he's just gonna say, "Fuck all of boxing. I'm going to go ahead and get my face smashed in." Therefore, Errol Spence is gonna get his hand.
Yeah, I've been hearing some of that.
Yeah, that's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. So let's talk about the resume. What the fuck about Errol Spence's resume is so special that is eclipsing Terrence Crawford's resume to give you any indication that he's gonna win?
Well, his resume is not. There's nothing that would indicate that he doesn't have a better resume than Bud Crawford. At least I don't think anybody on here would suggest. As a matter of fact, I'm the only one who's even picking Earl to win. So I don't think anyone like on the panel right now. And it certainly isn't because of any resume thing. It is it's because I think he'll be able to take Bud's shot. And Earl fights all 3 minutes from all 12 rounds. And the volume of it all. If Bud is not knocking him out, if he doesn't drop him or stop him, I think he's going to get outworked.
Yeah, I got you on your prediction, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe that to be true. When we say he's outworked people and stopped people, he stopped all the people that are designed to get stopped. Anybody that controls space, like Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia, the fight went the distance. Sean Porter is a football player that wants to chest you. I mean, he's going to get if you were to defeat Sean Porter and beat Sean Porter, it is going to be on the inside. If you're going to lose to Sean Porter, as Berto, as Paulo Malignaggi, it was because of him steamrolling them. But Keith Thurman, he could not do that. Kell Brook, he could not do that. He could not do that against Errol Spence either. So the people that we name for Errol Spence, they are pocket fighters that are designed to do their best work on the inside. Just Errol Spence outdid them.
Oh, right. No, for me, I was just saying Bud's thing. So for me, I'm saying if Bud does not drop or stop Errol Spence, I don't think his work rate. He's a slow starter. He picks apart. He looks for openings. He gives plenty of opportunities to be down in the fight against a guy who seems to turn up as the fight goes more, not like slow off or slake off. He doesn't even plateau really. He just keeps going more and that seems to be Errol Spence's thing. So when I'm thinking that both guys do what they do best, right? It's when it comes to style, not the opponent's reaction to it, right? Because I don't think Errol Spence is going to stop Bud, and I think if somebody is going to get stopped, if someone's going to get stopped early, I would put it. I would say this Bud. If someone's going to get stopped late, I think it would favor. It would, if it's after the 10th round, I think I would favor Spence. But somewhere around the 6th or the 8th round, somebody could get stopped, and I'm not sure who that would be. I would favor it would be Spence that got stopped. If it was from rounds 1 through round 8, I think Bud has a better chance of stopping Spence than Spence. And if it goes to round 10, if there is a stoppage, I would put it on Spence, but I don't think there's going to be a stoppage in this fight. That's really what it is. It could be a drop that Bud could drop him. I can see that, and he could win based on dropping him once or twice like that. If that's going to win on points, but I don't think it's going to be a stoppage.
Well, see, I think what happens a lot is people confuse slow starter with being economical with your punches. Bud doesn't waste punches. He's very precise and he throws punches with intentions, if that makes sense.
Right.
So all this 70, 80 punches around, flat-footed coming forward, volume punching, it's not going to be like that for Errol in this fight, because whenever he opens up, it's going to be something waiting on him.
Right. And
Bud picks his shots very well.
Errol Spence stays the same. This notion that he picks
Yeah,
up,
he doesn't change his style. He's fought the same way since Leonard Bundu. He fought the same fucking way.
In his output, like this notion that he goes from throwing 50 punches to 60 to 70 to 80s, and then at the end of the 12, he's throwing 120. That's a myth. He stays consistently the same with the consistent pace. It's just that when you're chest to chest with Errol Spence and he's tearing up that body, because I give him body punching. I do believe he's a great, good body puncher, and I think he's a good slugger that fights well on the inside and on the front foot. But the people that he's been able to do that against have sat there and they have cooperated with him, regardless if it's his style and they cooperated with it or not. That's what we saw with our eyes. So when we start talking about 147, since everybody want to bring it down to that shit, when we look at the performances, Terrence Crawford's record shows that he's whooped and performed to the max as opposed to Errol Spence. So then when that get brought up, then that's when we say, who has he done it against? That's how the resume get brought up. That's how that happens. So when we start talking about Terrence Crawford performance, which we should be talking about performance, then we get into this, who has he done it against? Right? That's how we get there every time. And I'm trying to figure out, how is that continuously happening?
Yeah, I don't who has he done it against? I think it's a loser argument, just because neither one of them has fought the kind of guy that each other is. Like, the closest thing would be a Sean Porter, but he doesn't fight like Errol Spence. And that's the kind of issue. If Bud is kind of a shocking guy, right? Like, he's a sharp counterpuncher that springs like kind of out of nowhere. If you're putting water in the basement from body punches, that takes the sting off your shot. Right, so those shots that.
But here's the thing, Smoke. That's the point. But that's the point I'm trying to make. Who said Bud is gonna stand there in front of Errol Spence?
I'm not saying that Bud stands there. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying that Bud is not. We're just talking about what both guys seem to do well. If both guys are able to have success of what they typically do well, this is what Errol Spence does well.
Right.
He hits the body well. What happens with a guy that has a dedicated body attack like that later on in fights. Right. The other guy what he used to have steam in rounds 1 through 6, rounds 9 through 12 that don't have the same kind of oomph on it.
I get that, and you said that earlier. And like I said, to rebut your point earlier, you have to get in range to get to the body.
Yeah,
and
that's
who
what I'm
said
saying. It's not like
that Errol Spence is going to be able to withstand what it's going to take to get to Terrence Crawford's body. Terrence Crawford's not just going to stand there and let you walk him down. That's not going to happen.
Shelton, you said it. I was trying to dialogue with him a little bit to give a different respect, because I heard exactly what you said. You said this like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And I'm with you, and I'm just trying to get with Smoke, and because I don't want him distracted, right? I don't want him have you say the same thing and he merged my.
And plus, me and Shelton been having this fucking same conversation for like 8 months. Like, come on, man.
Right. So yeah,
we haven't said anything to one another today that we didn't say to each other half a year ago. Like,
so I'm just trying to talk something else different, right?
So, go ahead, Zola. I'm driving. Go ahead. I want to hear it.
So Smoke, yeah. So now that we're here at the performative level, right, and you're stating that, in your opinion, that we identify that Spence goes to the body well. Well, I think that Terrence Crawford fight at mid-range and on the outside. I don't think Terrence Crawford will be in there in the pocket to be cashed out with body punching.
Right. So, I'm gonna close it.
Okay, go ahead. if we're saying this is the pound for pound best fighter in the world, why are we confused? Because we know what pound for pound suggests to us diehards, and Crawford is 1, 2, or 3. Okay, he really is one.
One. I ain't debating
Yeah, he's one. I think he's one on everybody's list here on this panel.
Okay, so if we understand what pound for pound is, Earl Spencer is not even top 10, right? You could wedge him in there because some people want to be just knuckleheads, but this guy's style doesn't suggest to me that this guy knock off the pound for pound #1 boxer in the goddamn world. It just doesn't suggest that to me at all. Not Earl Spence. It just doesn't. A car wreck, non-disciplined fighter to come in here and you're telling me that this guy, because he shoe shines the fucking body well, and because he's beat a couple of pocket fighters, that he's gonna beat the pound for pound best fighter in the world by punching him in the body, and because he's gonna get upset, he's gonna walk into some shit. That sounds ridiculous to me, and it's been sounding ridiculous even when I wasn't here, when I used to peek in on you.
All right, so here's the thing. And one thing about CompuBox, right? I'm not a big fan of CompuBox. Outside of giving perhaps a snapshot of a guy's tendencies when it comes to punching and like his accuracy, and right. So when you were saying when I said he turns up and he gets later on that, I was going by the CompuBox numbers that suggests, and also my own eyes from what I see, and but there could be some other determining factors that lend itself to that, and that's why you have to watch the fight, not just look at a CompuBox figure, right? Because maybe a guy like his hands are in his pockets, so now Earl gets to like turn up, and Bud won't be that way. That's fine. I'm not saying that Bud is going to follow this like sort of inductive trend, right? I'm just saying, but just to be inductive for both guys, not just for Earl, but for both guys. What Bud does, what Bud seems to do very well, is like you were saying, like I think Bud wins the outside fight. But what he does really well is counterpunch. That seems to be the thing that separates him from the guys he's faced so far. Is his
back foot
ability to
counter
catch you.
punching.
Say again.
Back foot counter punching.
Yes, and that's the issue with. Well, I think he does pretty good on the front foot too. It's
Right.
just what I'm not mad at whatever the thing is, but the but
Hey, one
one
second,
of the
Smoke.
reasons
One second.
why
When you finish, I want to hear Q's breakdown.
Okay.
Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, but I want to go back and forth with Zone until we get this thing resolved, and then you
Yeah,
guys, and then we'll open it back up.
Yeah, I ain't tripping.
Yeah. So what I was saying was that idea about the pocket. If the thing about Errol Spence, what I see is he's a different fighter going backwards than he is fighting in the pocket or coming forward. So if in order to get Spence to go backward, I think that would require Bud to come forward, and there's going to be a stand your ground moment. There's going to be a lot of those moments. I think that this fight has that kind of thing written all over it. If you're not doing that from the outside, I don't think. See, I don't think Bud's feet. I don't think he has the lateral movement anymore to keep Errol Spence at the end of his jab. That's really all it is to it. Like if he could move around, like I said, the post-off fight, and just hook off the jab, like mix it up a little bit on the inside every now and again, and tie him up on the inside. I would be like, yeah, Bud got that. I don't see that from him. I see him being a little bit more flat, a little bit more pocket actually, and I just not active enough to beat Errol Spence on the cards, right? But if he drops him, because he still got that power, and I think Errol Spence is completely hittable, and of course a guy like Bud is going to find those openings with a guy who is as active and likes to take those chances in the pocket, that catching and shooting and all that kind of shit. Like, yeah, Bud's going to find his opportunities. For me, I think that Errol's going to be able to take, but that's where my pick, like that's just where my pick is like my shit falls to dust if Errol can't take this shot.
Right, and I'm with you. It's centered around that one piece, but I'm centering mine around the boxing ability of both and what they have shown. Obviously, they got to show it against each other, right? Because we could be completely wrong. You could be absolutely right, but I think that Terrence Crawford fights well on the outside and well in the mid range, and counterpunching ability is there in both ranges, and he has great combination punches, great power, and he has the ability to have lateral movement. I like this notion that he doesn't still have lateral movement. I just completely disagree with that. That is just not the case. I mean, is he darting left and right like fucking Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao? Absolutely not. But his lateral movement is still there, especially in the mid range. I mean, I don't know what you're looking at, right? So Earl Spence Jr., let's say that lateral movement a 10 to a fucking 5. Earl Spence Jr. feet and his movement is at a level 2 of 10. Like, it's not like this guy is fast on his feet. It's not like you need to be extremely fast to get away from fucking Earl Spence Jr. You just don't have to be extremely fast to do that. Mikey Garcia was not extremely fast. He was moderately fast, and he was able to stand the ground against Earl Spence. And the same thing with Danny Garcia. The issue with those two guys is that they just didn't have the offensive arsenal that Terence Crawford has. And if those two guys with their feet can survive and go 12 with Earl Spence, I'm sure Crawford can. If you add the addition of the nuclear bombs that he has in his hands based on the knockouts run that he's on, I just don't see a guy who's neurologically not there. His cognitive functions is declining and deteriorating, and I don't think that guy beats the pound for pound best boxer in the world. I just don't see it.
Right. So, I mean, right. So, for me, I have Errol Spence as one of the best boxers in the world. I don't have him like number 2 behind Bud or anything like that. I think that, but I think he's up there because of really this thing, how he works behind. Well, not just this one thing, but this is the main part of it. Right? It's two things. First, he does everything behind the jab. And 2, he goes at his dedicated body attack. The third part of it is his work rate. And the fourth part of it is his size. It's a big ass dude for the division, probably so oversized for the division. He could probably compete at least 2 divisions up. And this is Bud's now 3rd division, right? So you're talking about a guy, like we saw the size comparison with us in this press conference side by side. The guy is fucking small. You can be the best fighter in the world. That doesn't mean that you can beat guys who are, can compete 2 and 3 divisions above your highest fucking weight. Like that's not how pound for pound is like determined and who wins fights and all that other stuff. But I think from the outside to the extent that Bud can keep it on the outside and at mid-range, I think, well, really it's the outside. At mid-range, that's a tough fight for a guy who is using the jab for any number of things. And when you get to the temperament, when you say you're a counterpuncher, one of the things about a counterpuncher is you want to get the last shot. When a guy is used to throwing more combinations than you, right? Trying to get the last shot in, and that's not even about Bud trying to get a lick or a get back or anything like that because he got hurt and he needs to look good or anything like that. That's just like the tendency of a counterpuncher. A counterpuncher is about getting that last lick that looks good for the judges, that clean shot that looks good for the judges. But if all you're doing is counterpunching here and there, and another guy is throwing 6 and 7 or 8 punches, even if only 2 or 3 of them land, now you get the impression that's being given over time because the way that fights are scored, right, through the idea of dominance, which is that whole volume idea, that like how Leo Santa Cruz like fights, just throws a gazillion fucking punches. Who knows how many of them fucking hit, but it's the impression that you're getting outworked. The judges like stuff like that, right? And the front foot. This is a Vegas fight. We already talked about how heavy on the front foot Errol Spence is. That's what Vegas likes. They like a guy who is coming forward, throwing a bunch of punches. The other part of it is, I don't think, regardless of how lateral movement it is, it's not no Victor Postol. I don't need him to be as preternaturally fast as he used to be. I'm just saying, I think Errol Spence's ability to cut off the ring, the way he doesn't pick up his front foot and he slides that shit over, reminiscent of the great Joe Louis to get you to that damn spot, and working behind the jab, there's going to be nowhere to run. There's going to be a fight that breaks out in this whole thing. And like I said, to me, I think I just, when it comes down to like why I think Errol Spence would be able to take his power is just the Charlo brother. Like, training with those two dudes, I think those guys hit at least as hard as Bud. So yeah, and both of these guys seem to be supremely fucking competitive, that they don't want to like that, and also really savvy. I don't even know that they're gonna go for broke in the way that would get them knocked out. To be honest with you, it's just kind of like I just don't see the knockout happening. I do see a shock happening. You can maybe drop him. Maybe you can stop him, but like Bud winning on points, I don't see how Bud wins without dropping him. Just sitting on the outside in the mid range, you're not gonna outpoint him because I don't even he doesn't have the volume for it. Bud throws like single digits in the first like 3-4 rounds, and I don't see it. He gives away too many rounds, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think he gives away too many rounds. I think that's an exaggeration. Stopping people, and he's doing it kind of early. So this giving away rounds, yeah, okay, whatever. But with Spence in the mid range, the counter punching ability is what's going to be key, and we keep overlooking that. Earl Spence is not just cutting the ring off on people that are elite outboxers. He's cutting the ring off on people who come to him. Like this cutting off the ring stuff. What he had to cut off the ring against Sean Porter? No, it didn't work because Sean Porter was chest to chest. Who he had to cut off the ring against? Ugas? No, he didn't do that. Chest to chest. Did he cut the ring off against Danny Garcia? Not really. He got countered a lot. He just outpointed Danny Garcia just because it was a moderately lackluster fight, right? I mean, he didn't do anything to Danny Garcia out of the normal. I mean, Danny Garcia was right. So Mikey Garcia.
Danny Garcia landed a total of 92 punches in a 12-round fight. That should tell you everything you need to know.
He just exactly. Danny Garcia landed 92. And that's just a testament to Danny Garcia's work rate, like I was telling you earlier. And Mikey Garcia just didn't have the tangibles. But these guys he threw 92 punches, right? And he wasn't able to be cut off or deterred. So I just don't see how Terrence Crawford, like I think the slow start is grossly exaggerated. I think people want that to be a thing to justify why they're picking Earl Spence. Earl Spence is not this illustrious starter that we want to believe that he is. He's moderately good throughout the whole entire fight. And I think that Crawford will have answers for whatever it is that he feels that he wants to do on the front foot, because everything that he does is going to be on the front foot. And then when you throw and let your hands go on Earl Spence, he earmuffs, he high guards, and he refuses to fight on the back foot. And I believe that you guys are going to see something that is going to be an issue. I think this is going to be a Gotti Floyd situation. I think Crawford is going to beat him to the punch. I think Crawford is going to start to put Earl Spence on the back foot. And I think that's where it's going to get out of hand. I think by round 6, round 5, and 7, you're going to see Earl Spence on the back foot on his way to a stoppage, and it's going to be clear and apparent that Bud is better. I don't even think the fight is going to go. All you guys talking about this front foot shit, I don't even think you're going to see that fight. I think Bud is going to whoop the shit out of him at mid-range, and he's going to break down because of the other shit that everybody been telling you guys about. And I think he's going to start walking him down, and he's going to stop him late. And this notion that Earl Spence is big, first of all, they both got to weigh in at 147. 147 is 147. Okay. And then second of all, Earl Spence has had on some heels the first day. Okay. And then he's had on these high shoes. Terrence Crawford has been wearing Bucks. Right? Those are low profile shoes. So you're not going to see the exact height difference until the weigh-ins. That's when we really see the size and the body comparisons on the weigh-in. So right now, what you're seeing is pre-weigh-in stuff. But yeah, that's what.
So
I think you went a little too far.
I'm gonna say one more thing, and then I'm gonna let it go and let Zone want
to. Okay, go ahead.
I think he's done his thing.
Yeah.
So what? They getting it. You see it being ass whooping and all that stuff by the 6th or 7th round. That to me, that would be Bud's best chance of actually doing what you're saying, like early. But I don't think it is. Like I said, CompuBox, I don't put a ton of value into what they do outside of looking at guys' tendencies. And if you look at Bud's tendencies, he's a slow start. He does not throw a lot of punches in the first like 3-4 rounds. He's like mixing around, looking at a guy, and he's been doing this consistently like his entire time at welterweight. I mean, he was doing a David Avenesian fight, and that was like fight at a snail's pace, damn near. Like, yeah, like that kind of. And yeah, I don't see it. I think we're looking at two different things. Whether people are exaggerating or not exaggerating, I see just looking at the numbers. Not even to say that the numbers are exact, but just gives you kind of an overall idea about how a fighter approaches it, their work rate. Terrence Crawford doesn't really throw a lot of punches in the first 3-4 rounds. I don't think you can give away that many rounds. Like if he's just going to jump on him and fight every minute for all 12 rounds, I haven't seen Bud do that in I don't know how long.
Terrence Crawford can't be pound for pound number 1, 2, or 3. If I'm thinking that Errol Spence is gonna execute what you were saying, there's no way I think that Terrence Crawford is pound for pound 1, 2, and 3. There's no way. I can see if you guys who believe. I mean, it can all be true, but certain things just don't make fucking sense to me. If you're a guy that says, "Hey, I believe that Bud is, lower on the pound for pound list," and I can see Errol Spence, that makes sense. But I just don't see how we get to a point where we all kind of universally treat Bud pound for pound.
I think you underestimate Errol is the thing. In my view, if you don't have a top 10 pound for pound, it may just be undervaluing Errol.
No, I think
I mean, Smoke.
I have what he would naturally. I'm gonna pass it. I think I have him exactly where the fuck he needs to be. He's not in the top 10. But go ahead. We'll cook through that as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the little concubine. My bad, y'all heard me. The CompuBox notion, bro. I just got to keep it a bean, bro. The CompuBox notion, bro, is kind of whatever. Because if you're looking at just the last fight, both of them last fights, David Avenesian, bro, Crawford damn near threw 100 punches in the David Avenesian fight. He threw like 92 fucking jabs in the first round. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? So I mean, this notion that 92 total punches in the first round, 113 total punches in the second round, 92 punches in the third round, 96 punches in the fourth round, 100 punches in the fifth round, damn near 100 punches in the sixth round, and we already know what happened in that sixth round. So, bro, I mean, if the boy want to get active, he can get active. I'm not saying he gonna fight Earl like that because I believe, like, and people can say what they want to, since Earl is the pursuer, Bud gonna let him play. I'm gonna let you lead the fight. And yeah, Bud might get hit with a couple straight punches, but as Earl fights, the punches don't stay straight. And by the time he pick up, bro, I just think like he too heavy on the front foot. You said yourself, Smoke, like he just too heavy on that front foot. And that's literally when he throw that backhand, when he throw that jab, he gets stuck with too much weight on his lead foot. And what that means, he's going to be there for the counter, man. Like he's there for the counter. Why the fuck open? Ugas was doing that shit over and over and over and over and over. Like the only reason that Earl fought like that after Ugas hit him, because he finally figured out that as hard as Ugas can fucking punch him, nigga, you didn't even hurt me. So I'ma just step to you and bless you. But if he get hit by Crawford, he like, oh shit. This shit probably could knock me out. He ain't gonna step to it like that. That punch count gonna go down, stay down. He fuck around, get walked down and stop. But I think he just gonna be, he stubborn. Like I heard him call Terrence Crawford stubborn, but he's stubborn because he the nigga at the end of the day. He just gonna keep trying to push. Oh, I'm gonna break him. No, bro. it sounds to me like you think you're going to get in a brawl with a boxer. He ain't that dumb, bro. He's not that dumb, bro. You're not gonna.
It's like
You're
what
not about to
Zone was
press that
saying.
dude.
But I want to say, Zone was saying that it might resemble Ward, Mayweather, and Gotti. I don't think it's gonna be that bad because I don't think Errol is that bad of a fighter. I think it's gonna resemble more of the Canelo Mayweather. Whereas
Nah. I
you
think it's
saw
gonna be
Canelo.
more. OG Sheldon. I think it might be more of a James Tony Iron Barkley.
Okay.
Okay,
You know
well,
what
what I
I'm
was gonna say about the Canelo fight was, if you remember in the Canelo Mayweather fight, at one point in the fight, Canelo started backing up. You get on the back foot. You guys remember that?
saying? Yeah.
And he wasn't backing up.
Yeah, there's
He
speed.
wasn't
There's
backing
speed
up
of
because of
footwork.
the
He had him
power.
on his ass. He worked
He
the
wasn't
angle and
backing
had
up
Canelo
because
on
of
the
the
back
power,
foot.
though. Smoke. He wasn't backing up because of the power. He was
No,
backing up
he worked the angle.
to
He had him on the
create some
back foot because of
space.
balance. Because
Yeah,
the
to
angle and the
create some
balance.
space so he could see where the punches were coming from, because he couldn't see where they were coming from. He was getting hit from all angles. And he didn't know where the punches were coming from, so he backed up to create a little space so he could see where the punches are coming from. And that's what's going to happen to Errol. Errol going to try to press, because that's what he does. He presses. But eventually he going to get to that back foot, because he going to want to see where these punches is coming from. He's getting hit from all these angles. And that's going to be his detriment.
Yeah,
Once he starts going back,
man, listen, I'm trying to tell you, if Canelo had a
it's
jab
going to be
like motherfucking Errol Spence, then we would have been talking about something else. If he actually fought like Errol Spence, if he was a left-handed guy that fought like Errol Spence, then I think Floyd would have had a different kind of guy, a different fight in front of him. Totally.
Yeah, he'd have stopped him late.
And Bud, I love Bud a lot, but I'm just saying there's a distance that this fight can be fought in that Bud gets his ass tore entirely up. And I don't know why people who are picking Bud to knock him out and just mollywop him don't make this acknowledge that if this fight is inside the mid-range, then what is the fuck Bud gonna do except for rely on their wrestling background?
Smoke, I'm gonna tell you this. Be on the lookout for this, and this will be dominant in the fight. Check left hook or right hook, and the clinch is nasty. I'm telling you. He gonna put him everywhere he wants him.
Why I don't see the check hook being a factor in this is because, like I keep saying, Errol Spence does everything behind the jab. He's not rushing in. There's no gazelle punches and shit.
Bro.
He's not like that check hook shit. That's for people who overcommit.
All right.
I mean, that's for me.
Hey,
I can
man.
still see it. I mean, I hear you. I'm gonna remember. I'll eat my crow. I hear what you're saying. And I'll do my best to remember, especially if it happens and you come up and say it again, right? Like, I don't think the check hook is gonna be a factor for either guy really in this one.
You're gonna be
gonna run into that shit.
Smoke. You gonna
Hey
be
man, I'm sitting up listening to y'all, man. I'm gonna be honest, man. All y'all cooking, bro. All y'all sound like y'all sincere about what you saying. Smoke, I know he gonna defend his man. He sounds sincere about what he's saying, but y'all was cooking. I had to jump on. I said, man, I gotta get on. I gotta add on to what some of you guys were saying, like my man The Zone. You know, I feel like what he said, a lot of people ain't gonna like what he said, but with all due respect, I kind of feel that same way, but I don't have him outside the 10, but I definitely don't have him in my fucking top like 5. It's too many other fighters that I watch that I enjoy watching that show me more in styles, grit. You know, it's more to it than just grit. If it was just about grit, Ramirez would be a fucking champion right now.
Exactly.
You know? I mean, it's more to it, man. It's more to it, and that's what he gonna find out. I just feel like, for example, it's not gonna be like everybody think it's gonna be. In fact, I keep saying, don't be surprised if he beat a motherfucker walking him down. Don't be surprised if Earl do good, like, you know, using his jab and stepping back, keep stepping back. I think that makes Crawford a little more anxious, and it may give him something if he can do that. But anything else happening in the game, and even if he does do that, let me say this, even if he does do that, he'll win the first round, probably the second round. Crawford will get frustrated. And if Crawford gets frustrated, I still see Crawford fucking him up because I watched Sean Porter have success going forward against Earl. That's the problem. If
Take away
Crawford
that
begins to
bullshit
move
jab.
forward, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
If he's moving backwards, that means that he's doing right what all the other guys have done, and you're falling into Crawford's plan. You do not chase no motherfucker that go with either hand. How you cutting it off? You running into something. Ain't no fucking cutting it off.
Exactly.
So if the fight happens and if it stays in the middle of the ring, you know what the problem is in that? You're saying, okay, he gonna rip his body up. First of all, he's gonna create an angle for himself. And if he throws one punch, like my man said earlier, like y'all say, I will give you that. He's defensively sound, but you know what he is? He gonna put both fucking mitts up. Crawford gonna throw at least a 6-piece combo. Some of them punches getting in. And when he fucking opens his motherfucking gloves up, he will not be there.
Bro,
I
he
guarantee
eating a
you.
high guard. Crawford eating a high guard.
And you can see the
He
speed
gonna
difference
bust
when he
it up.
fought Sean Porter.
I don't know, man. Listen, guys.
Crawford eating a high
do
guard.
you guys not remember the Kell Brook fight? I mean, do you not remember how the size of the Kell Brook gave Bud problems? Like Kell Brook's jab and Errol Spence jab are caught. I mean, they're
Man, you know that fight wasn't long enough.
Say again?
You
No,
know that
that's
fight
my
wasn't long
point.
enough.
That's exactly my point. Is that if Bud hits Errol and he has a Kell Brook reaction, then yeah. But I don't think he's going to have a Kell Brook reaction,
Bro, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. The same punch, Kell Brook got knocked out in the 4th round. I think the 4th round might be the best round.
I think it was the 5th.
You know, it was the 4th. It was the 4th because I remember. Because the reason why
that finally went for.
The reason why I remember that is because the 4th round or the 2nd round, that was like the only round that Mikey did good when he fought Earl. But you remember Mikey hit Earl with a fucking anchor punch. Mikey was damn near flinching. He put his fucking his right hand out there and turned it, and Earl ran into that bitch. He was like, damn. And that shit was like a glaring. That's the same punch Kell Brook got knocked out with, bro. That nigga just gonna run into it. Earl gonna run into it, bro. That's him. He too fucking active. He gonna come
I
forward.
just think
He gonna run into
he's not
this
gonna.
shit, bro.
I don't think he ever seen the ways he can be hit by Crawford. Like Crawford do shit like he'll act like he's not in range and you step and he step and punch you. He do a lot of weird shit and he throws soft shit, hard shit. You ain't gonna know how hard he can punch because he gonna give you every type of fucking power.
Yep, he changed levels. He changed them levels, man. That's what I'm trying
to. I think we all agree about what Crawford is about. The disagreement is about what Errol is about.
Which ain't shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you don't think about shit. That's where the disagreement is.
It don't matter.
I think Errol Spence is a top guy. Like what I think that that's the thing. Like I think that Bud is a much better boxer, but this style matchup, the way that they actually mesh. Man, I'm trying to tell you, if those bombs you talk about, they detonate and the guy's still there, there's gonna be a problem. The reason why he's been talking about breaking them and all this stuff is because in order to get on the back foot, in order for this all counterpunching shit, you have to land, or you have to push this guy back. That's why he's talking about who's gonna break, because of that war of wills and that war of minds, right? But I heard something else about not cutting the ring off. The reason why it's chest to chest with Sean Porter was because he cut the ring off. The reason why it's chest to chest with people is because he cuts the ring off. No. They don't want to sit there and just trade with fucking Sean.
Hey, hold up.
I didn't interrupt you while you did your thing. I don't need to hold up. You need to hold up. Let me.
No. I was saying to my man. Smoke, don't do me like that. I know I'm on your channel, so you know.
I'm just saying, but I don't do you like that.
No. I was talking to my man when you were talking because I wanted to go after you to say something. I was saying something to him while you were going.
I know, bro. I'm not doing the meta of a thing. I don't understand why you need to break my concentration for any of this stuff. Can I just get my thing?
Man, I'm finna get off. I don't want to
bro, it's all good there. I love it. I just want to say my thing. Man. I just want to get my thought out, bro.
Listen,
that's it.
I was trying to go after you.
I'm trying to just get my thought out, D. Please, can I finish? Thank you, bro. Thank you very much. Like I was saying, the idea. Man, fuck this dude.
Old niggas, man. Y'all old niggas.
God damn, bro.
Hey, anyway, man, with all due respect, we do respect Earl. I think it's kind of like Devin. That's what I was finna say, the comparison. Devin, a great fighter. You can't talk nothing negative about Devin, but Shakur do every fucking thing better than him. And Crawford do every fucking thing better than Earl. Same fucking example.
I can't believe you just interrupted me to say that thing. Tell
Because you
Shakur.
can remember what you said, and I'm out.
Yeah, no, you don't have to be out.
Like the
It's
burger
all
on
good.
the
You
West
don't have
Coast.
to be out, bro. Like we know that
Nah, I'm finna get off, man. I ain't mean to cut into y'all. Y'all was having a good conversation. Y'all keep cooking
No,
real
we
talk.
still are. You can you're part of it. T. You don't have to
Man,
go.
go ahead, smoke, man. You got to concentrate on what you trying to say.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
man. You
nah, man,
already
that's
can't
just gone,
remember.
man. That's gone. Like,
You
oh
getting
right,
old.
I was talking about cutting off the ring. That's
All
what.
right, smoke.
Oh,
I'll holler at y'all,
All right,
man.
peace.
Peace out.
All right, peace.
yeah, because he used to say that
Yeah.
bullshit.
I
His
was talking about cutting off the ring. Yeah.
his neurological functioning is not there anymore. The way he talks, the way he walks, it's just not there.
He did sound a little punchy, a little punch drunk.
Too much, bro. Listen, y'all all sound like to me that you guys are hoping that Earl Spence is able to
Smoke, you got your phone in your pocket?
Yeah, I don't know if he was eating potato chips or what, but
yeah, no, I'm in my freezer getting some stuff out. Go ahead.
he get one of them freeze pops, one of them blue ones or something like that.
This nigga.
But anyway, listen, man, you gotta find them scissors to cut that shit now. But look, this dude his physical functioning is not there for me to be secured in saying what Earl Spence can and cannot do, and what I hope he might do based on what he used to do before the accident. Man, listen, the dude is a little too slurred. I think his reaction time is a lot slower. And I don't even think this is going to be Terrence Crawford's best fight. I think this is going to be his easiest fight. And I think that it's going to be forgotten. I think Crawford is going to destroy him. It's going to look like Mayweather Gotti. I think it's going to look that bad. And I think that it's just going to go longer because Earl Spence wants to be durable. I think he's going to get broke down and stopped late in the 10th or the towel. And I think that the only glory out of this is just Terrence Crawford will become two-time undisputed champion in the 4-belt era. Could have done it before Clarissa Shields, but the fight was delayed. So I think he's going to be the first to do that. I think that's the only glory that he's going to get out of here. I think Earl Spence is going to take a break after this. He's going to get his payday and go kind of like get himself all the way together after the wreck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not nah, homie. Sorry. In this particular one, the bigger man, like Floyd Gotti, Floyd was the bigger man. Yeah, he's not the bigger man in this one. Not Bud.
Well, what about Floyd Canelo? Floyd Canelo. You said bigger man, Floyd Canelo? Floyd De La Hoya?
Yeah. I mean, I would be that way if, like I said, if he still had the post-all movement, if he's going to use the whole outer apron, not just step around and use lateral movement and work an angle. Like working angles, that's cool. He's sharp with his angles. I'm not mad with his sharp with his angles. I'm not mad at his power and all that shit. I'm just saying, the Errol Spence that I see is not the same Errol Spence that you see. That's the difference. I see the same Bud. We definitely see the same Bud. We just don't see the same Errol.
Okay, I can agree with that. I think mine's is more based on reality. I think yours.
I mean, I got it. I'm not, I don't want to throw the D word around, but it happens.
Yeah.
I think this fight it could be more Floyd Castillo.
Man, it's gonna be. Look, don't be.
Because I know, and I don't say that. I don't say that because I think Castillo had a close fight. That first fight, I don't think was close. I think Floyd beat him like fucking 8-4. But that's just me. But I say this is because that's who Earl remind me of. He's just an athletic Mexican style. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be like that, bro.
Man, this gonna look like Gotti versus Mayweather. Man, I'm telling you, it's just that we don't want to believe it because listen.
Nah, it's gonna be nasty.
You know what I don't want to believe? What I don't want to see is I just don't want to see a one-sided ass whooping.
I know you. I got you. That's what.
No, I'm just talking about either way. Like this thing that you seeing out of Bud, you act like the only time I saw Bud really do that was with maybe Jeff Horn or David Avenesian. So like if Jose Benevidez could not suffer that fate, I think Earl is a billion times better than Jose Benavidez. So
Bro,
I'm not really seeing that thing that you're seeing. But the other part of that thing is that one-sided ass whooping that Earl gives to people. I don't want to see that I don't want to see that happen to Bud.
Man, Crawford beat the dog shit out of Porter, man. Like all this shit that it was close. Like, no, it's not close.
I said
his ass.
I said Benavidez.
He beat Jose Benavidez like 10 rounds to 2 and knocked him out.
He
with
beat
20
the shit
seconds
out
left.
of Benavidez. Like he beat the shit, man. Crawford has been whooping the piss out of people.
That one wasn't that crazy,
he did not
but
beat
the stoppage was crazy.
He did not beat the shit out of Jose Benavidez. He won the
Nah,
fight. He won the fight, but that was
he ain't beat the shit out of him, but he beat him every round.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm
but
talking
he
about.
stopped
If he didn't,
that nigga in the 12th for sure.
I'm saying if he didn't Arturo Gatti Jose Benavidez, there's no way in fuck I think he's about to do that shit to Errol Spence.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and that was
he
the
didn't do it to
small
Green
bud, though.
Machine. He didn't Arturo Gatti Green Machine. Like what the hell?
Well,
that was the small bud. Benavidez.
First of all, let's get this straight. He's going to do it to Earl Spence because Earl Spence is a different fighter from all those guys. And the requirements are going to be different. And Earl Spence is a black slugger, and people don't want to call him the black version of Antonio Margarito because it's not cool to say. We want to think all the black fighters are these boxer punchers or outboxers. No, he's an African-American slugger, Jamaican-American slugger that's going to get his ass kicked against a boxer puncher who has been knocking shit out, who's been whooping people ass, who deadlifts over 300 something pounds, right? Like this guy is way stronger than what the fuck you guys are talking about. Like Earl Spence is not that fucking strong. Like Crawford is way stronger than Earl Spence. Like you see the guy lifting fucking weights and doing things of strength. No one's ever seen Earl Spence do anything strong. We just say he's resilient. Like that ain't leading with your face and shoe shine in the body doesn't make you tough, man. Earl Spence is not stronger than Terrence Crawford at all. I don't know why we keep saying that shit. He's not stronger in no regard. This man ain't just getting knockouts at welterweight for shits and giggles. Like, dude, and Earl Spence is not going the distance with people because he's going against these all-time greats. No, he's going against mid-level contemporaries, just as Bud is, but Bud is producing a better result physically because he's stronger and better. That's the point.
So the two guys, they have opponents in common. Neither one of them has concurred with that one, but okay. Nobody says that Bud is stronger than Errol Spence. Like fucking nobody. This is not a weightlifting contest, and they have common opponents.
Well, that's how you measure strength, dude. I'm not talking about. Listen, what the fuck you guys looking at around somebody's neck and waist, and what you guys consider strength ain't fucking strength. Power and strength is two different things in the athletic world. Okay, strength is what Bud has over Earl Spence because we've seen him lift. It has nothing to do with a fucking weightlifting contest. People get on my nerves when they say that shit. The only people who say that shit is people who can't lift fucking 2 fucking wheels, which is 135 pounds. We know it's not a weightlifting contest. We're not talking about a fat blocky who just lift weights all day. We're talking about somebody who does medium weight, medium reps, and that can really fuck you over if you go against somebody like that. Yeah. We're not talking about one of these muscle-bound dudes that can't wipe his own ass. We're talking about a measure of strength, and Bud is stronger than Earl Spence.
Right, you said that already, but like I said, they have common opponents. Nobody said he is stronger. We're not talking about strength in boxing. It's your ability to have the fighter move him around to the way you want to move him around. That's what strength is. You can do it with leverage. You can do power through. There's any kind of things. And just because we've seen him lift doesn't mean that because we've seen him and we haven't seen Earl, who knows what the hell Earl lift? We just haven't seen it. For me, just as a general rule of thumb, when it comes to weightlifting, I trust football players to lift in general more than wrestlers. But that doesn't mean in general that wrestlers aren't stronger than football players, especially when it comes to the thing that's going to help you in boxing, that leverage, how you move the weight around. It's balance, it's leverage. They're both strong. I'm just saying they have common opponents. Nobody ever who fought fucking Bud and Errol Spence said that Bud was the stronger guy.
First of all, that wrestling and football analogy was terrible. First of all, because I did both. That was absolutely ridiculous. Don't try something else. Try darts and pools. Don't do wrestling and football. It's not your thing. Clearly, stop it. Okay, because
No, football is not my thing at all. But I'm just talking about. I've seen the guys. I've seen a bunch of guys lifting weights.
First of all, a guy who wrestled at 152 in a cornerback, it's too many dynamics in that. So just stop it.
I'm just talking about lifting weights, bro. Like that's what Bud is.
No, but this is the thing.
I know you guys. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Don't know about lifting weights, so stop, Smoke. Stop while you're ahead. You don't know about strength and muscle training. You don't. That's not your thing. So stop. Okay. So when you say the common opponents, man, do you think that Sean Porter's going around now talking about he didn't train or alluding to he didn't train for a fight? He's a PBC fighter. He's Team Spence and Team PBC. And he got his ass stopped and beat to the ground. The knockout that happened had the man drooling. Go back and look at the knockouts. He knocked the dude on his ass, and the dude was drooling out his mouth. Then the second one, he knocked his ass like from hell to the canvas. Like, dude, this dude was on his way for getting knocked out of the year, and his dad saved his fucking life. Kell Brook, I haven't heard Kell Brook say that Earl Spence or Terrence Crawford was stronger than one another. I know he got his ass stopped by both of them. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, so you should probably look it up. Kell Brook said that. Well, he said two things. He said Bud hits harder. Then he said Spence hits harder. So Kell Brook, one thing. But what no one's ever said was Bud is way stronger. The shit that you're talking about, that Bud is way stronger. Like we're talking about when you say way stronger, we're talking about the Hulk versus fucking me, right? So with the guy that don't know anything about strength and condition, the way that you're describing it is a monster versus a weenie. And what I'm suggesting to you is nobody's ever fucking said that.
No, what I'm telling you is you're talking. Okay, you're conflating the two. Now you see you finna start that crazy shit. When Kell Brook suggests that one or the other could punch harder and stuff, you're talking about power. That is something entirely different. Punching power and your ability to smash through things is not strength. You can have a guy that can run through a door, and then you have a guy that can push the door down. That's the difference between power and strength. Smoke.
Yeah, right. That's not what my issue was. My issue was about trusting his word because he's flip-flopped. I wasn't suggesting that power is strength. But thanks a lot for telling for telling the people who don't know the difference between power and strength what that is.
Kell Brook said that he said Earl Spence he said like some shit like Earl Spence might punch harder, but Bud is pound for pound number one. That was what he said about the fight.
Regardless of what he said about the power, that is power. That is power, right? We already know that the punching power lies with Terrence Crawford, so I'm not finna debate that. I don't give a fuck what none of the boxers say, especially not one who daddy threw in the towel and not one who got knocked out in the goddamn fourth round. I'm not finna play that game. The power is in the pudding, right? You got your ass knocked the fuck out, so clearly there's some power there. So we know that is Bud. What we're talking about is strength, and this notion that your boy Earl Spence is this Terminator that's going to walk him down and that this guy has no chance on the inside. What I'm telling you is that is a testament to your strength, and I believe that Crawford is stronger than Earl Spence based on what I have seen. That doesn't mean that Earl Spence is not strong. I just don't have any data to support that fucking claim. I've seen Terrence Crawford deadlift 300, 400, 500 pounds. It's on record. It's not nothing made up. That's all back, shoulders, strength in hammies and legs. All the shit that you can use in the boxing ring. What are you talking about? I've never seen Earl Spence show me anything that he was strong at besides beating a whole bunch of chest-bumping boxers. I have not seen any feats of strength that would suggest that Earl Spence is this strong inside guy that you guys suggest. Nothing. I haven't seen any of that. He didn't beat up Danny Garcia, which everybody thought that was going to be a knockout. He didn't stop fucking Mikey Garcia. What did he do? He went to a decision with Sean Porter. Kell Brook, I gave out on him. That's not his fault. What fucking feats of strength that you're seeing? It's not like he went and mowed down Boots or mowed down Keith Thurman or mowed down Floyd Mayweather or destroyed Pacquiao. What are you guys talking about? Like all this strength and shit. What strength? What strength? What strength? What strength? What are we talking about? What strength does Errol Spence have?
Smoke.
Hold on 1 second.
No, yeah, he gonna have to look something up. He gonna look for footage of Errol Spence trying to demonstrate some strength. That motherfucker ain't got strength. He be riding horses and shit, man, and drinking. He's not as you like to believe.
You said Errol Spence a cowboy.
He's a 147-pound fucking man. I've dated girls that's way more than that, 150, 160. Like, do you know how small and weak 147 pounds is? That's a fucking armful of groceries, dog. Like, really? Come on now. You guys got to grow up, man. This 147 pounds, do you know how light that is? Fuck, he gonna generate all this strength from at 147 pounds, 5'9". Man, come on, dude. The fuck is you guys talking about? This man 5'9", 147 pounds, and he's been in a fucking horrific car accident, and his neurological skills are shit. No, man, I'm not picking nobody like that. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. And Ugas just knocked his fucking mouthpiece out, and he's talking about he was worried about cosmetics in the ring, and he was thinking his teeth was gonna be. Man, okay. So what happens when Terrence Crawford hit him, and he
with a right cross?
What happens?
Slow singing and flower breaking.
Exactly, man. Come on, man, you can't be talking about no cosmetics and shit when you fighting Terrence Crawford. Dude, 5'9", weighing 147 fucking pounds. This dude's supposed to been at 160. I would have been. This dude's been bullshitting his whole career. This man, 147 pounds, and we going around talking about this guy is strong. Man, are you crazy? I know some dogs. I know some fucking dogs, some Dalmatians that weigh 160. Nigga, you know how light 160, 154, and 147 actually is? Like, come on, dude. This is crazy. Never heard no shit like this in my life. It's teenage boys who weigh more than 147 right now. Like, come on, man. Are y'all serious?
And I said he the biggest.
Man, come on, man. Dude, light as a motherfucker, man. This guy is not that. Even when he balloons up in weight, he go to what, 180? Come on, man. It's some strippers way more than that. What the fuck is we talking about? Dude, 147 pounds, man. It's not a lot of strength coming from there. So this whole shit about him being this bully on the inside is a false narrative, man. He's been bullying people and beating up people who are just as chest bumpy as him. Everybody that he beat up that on the inside wants to fight on the inside. They're just not as good as him.
Okay, so this whole idea about what is strength, and I mean, I heard you get it all off of your chest. I think you got it all off your chest, but yeah, Porter stopped doing that shit in the Danny Garcia fight. He became an outside fighter during the Danny Garcia fight. He fought Danny that way. He fought Ugas that way. He tried to fight Spence that way, but like I was saying, Spence cut off the ring. There's a couple of times where Danny was able to spin him, and then as soon as he was done with the spin, he got right back to getting his ass fucking whooped. The reason why he was getting his ass whooped is because he fucking swims with his fucking shots, and he doesn't sit down on his punches. He's always doing that football shit. Like, he's got cool feet, whatever. Bud is the issue, though, is like I was saying, on the inside, Bud's long ass fucking arms, the dude rarely throws a straight shot on the inside. So because of his long ass arms and those looping shots, he's going to be susceptible to the straight shot. Then, are there going to be times when he's able to clinch because he is strong? Yes. Is he tossing Bud? Is he tossing Errol around to the point that Errol now becomes the shitty fighter that you're describing? Fuck no, because the shitty fighter that you're describing does not exist outside of your mind. Like for real, nobody on the planet Earth thinks that fucking Errol Spence is not a top 10 pound for pound guy. Nobody. That's just you. Nobody on this planet Earth thinks that Errol Spence is the black version of Antonio Margarito. That's just you. I mean, I get the comparison. I understand like why somebody would say something like that, but it's absolutely ridiculous. If you don't understand the difference between an educated jab, working behind the jab and a dedicated body attack, and what that will do to a little fucking guy up in his third weight class like Bud, then I don't know what to tell you. What strength is a great argument, and then also backed up with facts, right? That's strength. What strength is when it comes to boxing is being able to maneuver and manipulate your man and make him, through your understanding of not just strength, but also leverage, to put him where you want to put him and make him fight the fight that you want to make him fight. That's how strength is applied in the ring. Not through you video deadlifting, whatever the fuck it is that you're jerking off about when it comes to Bud. I don't care about Loma's holding his breath for 4 minutes underwater. I don't care about the clean and jerk when it comes to Bud Crawford. When it comes to what we see in the ring, the guy that you are describing in Errol Spence doesn't fucking exist anywhere.
See, so I'm glad you tried to go look up some shit on what strength is. I'm not about to argue with you, Smoke, about strength and conditioning and what strength is. I said what I said, and it's stamped, period. I'm not finna listen to you about that, okay? Because you weigh about the same amount as them two guys. Like, you're an armful of groceries, right?
Oh
like,
yeah. I'm a career welterweight, baby.
I understand, and you're an armful of groceries, so you wouldn't understand how this works, and I don't expect you to, because it's not your field, right? Okay.
Well, I mean, we may be talking different jargon, but in the sport of boxing, we're talking the same thing. We're not talking about strength and condition. Like I said, we're not talking about the clean and jerk. You're talking about the clean and jerk because that's what makes you happy. That's cool. That's what makes you happy. That does not translate to what Bud being able to win in the inside. It doesn't.
I never mentioned the clean and jerk. You're mentioning clean and jerk because you looked up some on the internet.
No, I'm not, because no, it's not, because it just sounds good. It sounds like kind of funny. It sounds. I'm saying it because it sounds funny.
I know you.
It's for comedic effect.
You want to clean and jerk to Earl Spence. I'm fine with that.
No, I'm saying you want to clean and jerk to this dude lifting weights.
No,
that shit does not translate to the fucking into the ring, bro.
I'm just saying, a guy that weighs the same amount as an armful of groceries. When your grandma, your mother tells you, "Hey guys, go get the groceries," and you put all the bags on your arm and bring the water in, that is like carrying Earl Spence or yourself. That's what I'm saying.
But that's both of them, right? That's both of
Why
them.
can't be an armful of church chairs?
It
I
could
don't
be
know.
an armful of church.
Listen. If you're picking up 145 in one arm, then God bless you. What that got to do with Bud being better on the inside?
And what I'm telling you is you're talking about what describes Earl Spence, right? And it's his strength, right? All right, bring it down a notch. So his strength is grossly exaggerated. That's why I'm saying that. Now, if you're going to say his body attack, I agree with you at the first that he has the body attack and that he has the better jab. I'm not contesting you on that. But this talk about
I debate a nigga about that jab.
Well, I'm gonna say I agree with Smoke that Earl Spence has shown me that he has the better body attack and a better jab. Whether Terrence Crawford will counter that and make me believe something different, that got to be seen. I'm not sure about that. But this strength thing, no, I just don't agree with that. That Earl Spence has this strength and he's some kind of unmovable juggernaut. No, I don't believe that. I just don't believe that.
I think we may be conceptualizing strength in different ways right now. And again, I think the disconnect really is the way, where, and how you rate Errol Spence.
Yeah, and he's outside the top 10, and I'm talking about putting strength into practice, not into a science project.
I'm talking about putting strength into practice.
In a sociology paper.
No, I'm talking about in boxing.
I'm talking
about strength in boxing, not in the weight room. I'm talking about strength in boxing.
No, the practice of athletics. You don't. Okay, listen, dude. Lifting weights is something entirely different from just lifting to prepare for a fight or prepare for athletics. That's two different things. Don't conflate the two. Powerlifting and weightlifting is its own unique sport. But lifting weights to prepare for a sporting event is a good measure of strength, no matter how you look at this, Smoke. Again, this is not your field. So I'm not finna debate you or argue with you about this shit. You're going to have to do your own research on it. Yeah. Everybody and their grandma knows that strength and conditioning is a part of boxing and all other sports. Weightlifting It's its own sport in its entirety. Like, stop trying to match the two.
And
You know,
I'm not. This is a red
okay,
herring.
no,
Nobody said I
no,
am.
it's
This
not
is you doing that. You were
red
the one who mentioned weightlifting.
Stop with the
I'm
bull.
just talking about boxing. You were the only one who's talking about weightlifting.
This is not fucking no. You've been talking about
Literally, you were the only person who introduced weightlifting, and now you're trying to tell me it's a different sport. Thanks a lot. Now you're gonna tell me NASCAR has two kinds, stock and open wheel. Thanks a lot, bro. You don't need to give me facts not in fucking contention.
Right, but
you were the one who brought up weightlifting.
But because you don't know about it, you're the one who tried to talk about it. When you want to clean and jerk Earl Spence. Something you said earlier about
okay.
I don't know what you said.
Okay, I hear you, dude.
Okay.
Okay, this is devolving. It's fun. It's still funny, but it's devolving.
Something about you cleaning and jerking Earl Spence.
No, something about you cleaning and jerking this weightlifting and this strength.
Yeah,
But I keep telling you about boxing. You keep doing some other thing, but like whatever, dude.
So
we're gonna be in gymnastics in a minute.
Oh God, I don't know. Now you Earl Spence.
Yeah, we already went to wrestling. We went to football. We done weightlifting. How many? I get it. It's the YTSC. Like pretty soon it's gonna be badminton.
Right, and you know why? Because Sean Porter played football. I mean, we just stating the obvious, right? And Terrence Crawford actually. So these apply. See, that's what I'm saying. Apply. Why we telling you that about the fight, using everything about the fighters to describe what I think is going to happen. And I think Earl Spence is not in the top 10 because I can name a lot of people in the top 10 that puts him outside of the top 10. If you want to do that together, we can do that together to make that point stick. But no, Earl Spence is going to get Arturo Gotti. But that's not a bad thing because Arturo Gotti's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, that's not bad.
He ain't getting in the Hall of Fame off this ass whooping.
Oh, he probably won't, but he could get knockout of the year like Gotti got knockout of the year. He got
knockout of the year.
Yeah, he was on the receiving end of a knockout of the year. So it's gonna happen to Spence this time. That's all. Just like Deontay Wilder, So yeah, he's not in the top 10. I'm not the only one that thinks that. It's probably plenty of people that think that. They just maybe don't. Oh my God! Come on, you take a shower, man. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah. There's plenty of people who are out there who think that. You know what they're called? Crackpots.
Okay, let's talk about
that's what fringe be. Like everybody got a subjective opinion. But I'm talking about we do the pound for pound list, all that matters. ESPN, Ring Magazine, you bring any recognized ranking system, Errol Spence's top 10 in all of them.
Okay, is he? Let me what? I thought we was gonna rank them, but go ahead, look them up.
I mean, if we come up with our own methodology, but then who gives a fuck? I mean, I'm just saying, like he's already in mine, he's not in yours, so we don't agree on the methodology already.
Who is in which one? Can you look them up for me so I can just be correct?
Okay, yeah. All right,
what we're gonna do? Ring, Boxing Rec, and
there's that transnational, trans ranking, whatever.
Let me see. Top 10 pound, not top 10 welterweight, correct?
Yeah, not top 10 pound for pound. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Let me. Let's check that out. I need to learn something anyway.
I wonder where Canelo went in the pound for pound.
Yeah, he finna.
I only do 5, and
he finna read the top 10 in all of them: Boxing Rec, Ring Magazine, and Trans.
I ain't did mine in a minute too, but I only do 5.
You only do top 5?
I only do 5. I ain't did one since last year.
One pound for pound person, and the other 10 under that is the top 10 list. So it's 11 people. It's top 10. It's pound for pound number 1 guy, and then the top 10 list. That's how it's supposed to go. There shouldn't be a pound for pound 1 through 10 list. It should be pound for pound 1 only, and then top 10 list.
Man, that 10 be so foggy, man. I only got to do them 5 because if something drastic happen, then I know you can move to that top 5. But that 10, man, I used to do that 10, but man, it was a point in time when niggas, that's all motherfuckers was talking about was pound for pound this, pound for pound now. Man, especially like when TEO and Loma, like that shit just got crazy.
I'm gonna tell you when it was good, boy. When we used to have that Rigondeaux, Andre Ward, and Floyd Mayweather, Pacquiao, and Sergio Martinez. That was some good pound for pound times then, boy. God damn. Especially
That was like what 2015,
yeah, that was
2016.
2009 when Floyd kind of came back up until like 2000 and let me see something, probably 15, probably up until 15. Man, Sergio Martinez had knocked out Paul Williams, man, and he started shit out of people at 160 before Triple G got there. Like when Sergio was the man, 60 was hot, and then they was like, oh, Sergio's ducking Triple G. Then Canelo started making his way up. Yeah, Kelly Pavlik was still around, and Sergio beat him. Man, that shit was dope.
Carl Froch was still around and shit.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, can't forget him, Carl Froch.
You had to do top. You had to do 10 then because you had Sergio.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Pac, Andre Ward. You had Adonis Stevenson, and you had Rigondeaux. Man, that shit was great. Marquez. Yeah. You had a lot of guys then, man.
Yeah.
A lot of guys. Bernard Hopkins. Overlayer was on the rise. Well, it was a good time then. Canelo always was hovering around Arizona de Lara. Yeah, it was good times. Then Timothy Bradley at 140, Danny Garcia at 140. Shit.
Yeah, you talking about like, see, I remember that time. It was a time where I wasn't really going too crazy on it. I was just young when keeping up with boxing. I just used to kind of keep up with it. But I got like really back into that shit like 2014, 15-ish. And got back in it. And I remember like the Rigondeaux, Froch, fucking Andre Ward and all that shit, because they was around when the Super Six was popping off and shit like that, like around that time when I had got right back in that shit. And that's when I found out who Terrence Crawford was. I'm like, this motherfucker cold. Like,
yeah, man, it was a good time, boy. That pound for pound list was stacked. It was like, God, and that's when these guys wasn't doing undisputed; they were just belt hopping too. Made it even worse.
Yeah,
made it even worse. Like it was like all kind of champions and shit. Paul Malignaggi had a fucking belt. Ricky hadn't had a goddamn belt. All kind of people had belts, man. That shit was crazy. Like literally, almost every division had like 4 champions in it.
And that shit was crazy.
Yeah, that shit. It was kind of dope though. It was kind of dope though. It was all right.
Yeah, I remember Blood from way back then though.
Man, do you got the shit yet or not, man? Get your magazines out, man. See, I make smoke magazines, man.
Yeah, man, it's been forever since the magazines, but I love that era. KO and Fuck Ring, and yeah, man, that was my shit. And that's the only way you could find out about what the hell boxing was, unless you just happened to have a fight, like trip on a fight. Because it just wasn't about big fights on Saturday. It was like all throughout the week, and you could miss a great fight on Tuesday, on Thursday, on Friday. You just had to know when the fuck the fight was on.
Yeah, all type of shit. The magazines, man, I like them shits, man. Bruce Gass sent me some magazines, man. Them shits, I be looking through them. I think I need to do some videos on some of them stories in there, but
yeah, the magazines.
Them magazines, yeah, they dope.
That shit. See, social media don't kill that. I used to have a subscription to it. I used to look at. I had HBO and Showtime just for boxing, man. This around 2008. Yeah,
back when you had to pay for that shit extra for your fucking cable and shit.
Well, yeah, shit. I was single, man. I had my own apartment and shit like that. Yeah, I didn't start shacking up with nobody. I got to live a single life for half a decade almost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So all what I wanted to do, man. I had that Showtime, and that's when Timothy Bradley was over there. I had that HBO, Marquez and them, and Cotto, and man, that's when Cotto, like a fight like Cotto and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Cotto and Shane Moses was on. I think it was on regular cable. I don't even think that was a pay-per-view. Back then, any pay-per-views. Floyd was
who?
Cotto and Mosley at 147, and Margarito and Cotto. I don't think that was on pay-per-view either. I remember I was staying in Virginia at the time. I kind of stayed down on like little East Creek. And it was a fire good time, man. I was in Virginia. and I had my own little shit. And I used to watch HBO, Showtime. I used to catch all the fights. The jump was fun, man. I was really watching the boxing heavy then because you know, you got your own shit. You do whatever you want to do. That was like from 07 all the way down till I came recruiting to the 12. So I got to watch all of it. That's when I started watching these guys on YouTube because I would go in and out the deployments and see. And I had to keep up with YouTube. I missed like 8 months of boxing, right? Outside of just magazines and boxing rec. And then I come back and I just listen to all the blood shit, Body Banger Buddha side back then, Filthy Mouth, the Black Screen Team. This Beats, this Hat Man Boxing, Mastroka Vision, Quentin Ball, Carcino for Life. Before a lot of these guys hit, you had to catch up like that, man. You come back and you're like, oh man, what I miss? And Blood on here talking about Floyd Mayweather and shit. It would keep you updated. Keep you updated.
Yeah, I remember that shit. I remember Blood, cause Blood, who else? Carcino, cause he
Yep.
used to do that boxing shit like him. Who else, man? T Street. It was like them. That's why I used to just go catch up with. Like I used to fuck with Blood, Blood heavy, man. That nigga Blood, he just remind me of my uncle. You know, and shit. Like, so I used to always listen to Blood. Blood, that nigga, like, he like the first motherfucker on YouTube that's in the community that I actually was watching way back before I even knew it was a community like this. Like I never knew this shit was even like this until like 3-4 years ago. Like, and I've been watching like Blood and all that shit. I just never seen all them other